The game, Divine Fall, descends into reality, as the celestial beings unleash a horde of monsters that ravage the globe, leaving humanity in a state of desolation. In his previous life, Fang Hong sacrificed himself to defend his homeland and combat the celestial beings, only to be betrayed and slain by his closest friend. Reborn on the day of the game's launch, he vows that such a tragedy shall not repeat itself in this lifetime. Upon entering the game, Fang Hong awakens a godly talent, Plunder, through the power of reincarnation. By vanquishing monsters, he can seize their attribute points. Defeating elite creatures and bosses allows him to appropriate their talents, skills, and hidden attributes. Slaying a rabid dog grants him 1 strength. Vanquishing a fire spirit fox bestows 1 intelligence. Eliminating an elite monster yields 10 skill points. Defeating a regional boss allows for the plunder of luck. Slaying an epic boss enables the acquisition of an S-class talent, Spell Combo. As Fang Hong treads the path of ever-increasing strength, when the game and reality converge and the celestial beings descend, they finally recognize the existence on Blue Star that they dare not provoke. Fang Hong declares, "I shall strike but once. If you survive, you may flee." The next moment, the forbidden spell is unleashed, Twilight of the Gods. Chapter 1. Rebirth, Awakening of the Godly Talent. The clouds loom ominously, casting a gray pall over the world. Fang Hong, wielding a broken sword, appears in tattered garments, his disheveled hair stained with mottled blood, his expression weary and despairing. Is this truly the end? Unwillingness, rage. He surveys the desolate surroundings, a tumult of complex emotions flickering in his gaze. The life and death struggle against the tide of beasts endured for 3 days and nights, and he has exhausted his final reserves of strength. Others, too, are dejected, devoid of spirit. Some individuals even slump to the ground, awaiting their demise. Fang Hong labors to swallow a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his brow furrowing in pain. The homeland behind him is surely on the brink of annihilation. He cannot accept this fate. Crack! A bolt of purple lightning cleaves the heavens, rending them asunder. A terrifying pressure envelopes the earth. Amidst the torn sky, an immense and exquisite visage of a woman materializes. Celestial beings, incarnations from beyond. The monsters scatter in terror. All are rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground, struggling to breathe as if an invisible hand constricts their throats. Except for Fang Hong. He grits his teeth and stands tall, gazing defiantly at the approaching celestial beings. Human, a deep voice resounds like thunder. The celestial beings look down upon Fang Hong, as if he were an insignificant ant. You, indeed, could become my forbidden pet. Perhaps this would spare your life. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanges glances, a glimmer of hope for survival igniting within them. They have fought too hard to reach this point. None wish to perish. Fang Hong, why not yield to her and plead for our lives? A bloodied man quivers as he speaks. Every pair of eyes turns to Fang Hong's silhouette, awaiting his response. Fang Hong remains silent. He grips the broken sword and slowly points it towards the heavens. Interesting, a flicker of disdain and mockery crosses the celestial being's face. You are the first to dare point a sword at me. Even the ants cling to life, yet you have made a grave miscalculation. Fang Hong shakes his head, never having contemplated his own survival. Many of my compatriots have fallen to the beasts. I lack the honor to serve the architect of our demise. I may not be able to slay you, but the celestial beings are not invincible. One of me may perish, yet thousands upon thousands of races will rise again. One day, you shall be cast down from your pedestal. Fang Hong's words ring with conviction. The bloodied sword in his hand suddenly radiates a dazzling brilliance. He intends to offer himself as a sacrifice, forcibly casting a forbidden spell. But in the next moment, he feels a sharp pain in his chest. Blood drips as a long sword pierces his back, interrupting the incantation. He looks down at the crimson blade, his eyes filled with shock and fury. Fang Hong, do not be foolish. We all merely wish to survive, even if it means living like dogs. Qin Tian coldly uttered, twisting the blade in his hand to shatter Fang Hong's heart. As the long sword was withdrawn, Fang Hong turned and collapsed into a pool of blood. Excellent. The celestial clan observed the scene with satisfaction. Qin Tian hastily knelt, overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you for your praise, my lord." Huh. The celestial clan scoffed derisively. I have changed my mind. Only one of you may live. Decide among yourselves. With that, she gazed at them with keen interest. Fang Hong, with a bitter smile, beheld the most grotesque facet of humanity in his final moments. Qin Tian was dismembered by his own subordinates. Once brotherly companions turned into bitter enemies, engaging in mutual slaughter. Fang Hong's eyes brimmed with hatred and regret. He yearned for a chance to start anew. In that moment, he vowed never to show mercy to anyone again, living solely for himself. The chaste? In another life, he would imprison the lofty celestial clan in dungeons, tormenting them day and night. Soon, Fang Hong's vision became blurred, and he lost consciousness. The jarring sound of bells echoed through a rented room. Fang Hong reached under his pillow, retrieving his phone to silence the alarm. In the next instant, Fang Hong's eyes widened as he became fully alert. He abruptly sat up, bewildered, gazing at the surroundings that felt both familiar and alien. This was once my home, but had I not been betrayed and slain by Qin Tian? Could it be? Fang Hong swiftly realized something and hurriedly grabbed his phone. October 16th, 2024. 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 43 seconds. Gulp. Fang Hong swallowed hard, unable to conceal his overwhelming elation. Rebirth. I have actually been reborn. Moreover, it was before the launch of the game Divine Fall. As the first fully immersive holographic game, Divine Fall caused a sensation worldwide upon its release. Initially, everyone believed it was merely a groundbreaking game. It was not until the game merged with reality and the Celestial Clan descended that people realized it was not a game, but a genuine parallel world. In my past life, I sacrificed everything to defend my homeland. Yet this was my fate. In this lifetime, I shall only protect those I cherish. Qin Tian, we shall meet again soon. Fang Hong's voice was icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Qin Tian, the president of the Longting Guild, had been a comrade in adversity, and they had shared the same novice village in their previous life, even completing a hidden quest there. But now, that opportunity would belong to him. Divine Fall would officially launch at noon. Fang Hong composed himself, fixating intently on the countdown displayed on the screen. 2 seconds, 1 second. After a wave of dizziness, he found himself in a dim, gray space. The surroundings were shrouded in black and white, reminiscent of the calm before storm. A prompt sounded. Welcome to the world of Divine Fall. Scanning your identity information. Identity confirmed. Please enter your nickname. Godslayer. Fang Hong had long decided on this name. The unfulfilled aspiration of his previous life would surely be realized in this one. Nickname confirmed. Would you like to adjust your appearance? You may adjust it by up to 30. A mirror materialized before Fang Hong, reflecting his handsome visage. Decreased by 30, he opted for a reduction. The myriad clans would soon descend upon the earth, and he wished to act discreetly. After adjusting his appearance, he appeared slightly less handsome, but more austere, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Fang Hong gazed into the mirror, satisfied, and clicked confirm. Scanning body attributes, awakening talents. The prompt concluded. Fang Hong felt a faint current coursing through his body. The initial attributes in Divine Fall were contingent upon the player's physical condition, a distinctive feature of the game. The system would awaken corresponding talents based on these attributes. The highest talent level was SSS, followed by SS, S, A, with F being the lowest. The higher the talent, the greater the potential, leading to swifter growth. Talents rated S and above were exceedingly rare. Awakening a talent of S level or higher signified the ability to become a dominant force. In his previous life, Fang Hong had only awakened a B-level talent, which enhanced spells. He wondered if this time would be different. After a prolonged moment, the prompt finally sounded again. Attribute scan complete. Ritual power detected. You have awakened a divine talent, Plunder. Chapter 2. Entering the Novice Village, S-Class Hidden Quest. Talent, Plunder. Attribute, Divine, Unique. Effect 1. Killing ordinary monsters grants a 10 chance to plunder their attribute points. Effect 2. Defeating boss-level monsters allows for the permanent acquisition of one of their skills, talents, or special attributes. Effect 3. Killing monsters accumulates slaughter points, with stronger monsters yielding more points. Upon reaching a threshold, talents can be enhanced or new effects unlocked. Fang Hong was beside himself with joy. He never anticipated that beyond SSS, there existed a divine tier. Such a talent implies that he could disregard levels and infinitely strengthen himself through the slaughter of monsters, akin to wielding cheats. In his previous life, Fang Hong had ascended to the 9th tier legendary mage of Sequence 3 with a B-class talent. In this life, he was confident he could reach the pinnacle of Sequence 1, becoming a being comparable to a deity. Please select your profession. A luminous screen appeared before Fang Hong, displaying various career options. In Divine Fall, there are 6 initial professions: warrior, mage, knight, priest, assassin, and archer. As for other powerful hidden professions, they must be acquired through opportunities within the game. Mage. He chose this profession once more. Profession selection completed. Do you wish to enter the Divine Fall world? Fang Hong decisively clicked yes. With a flash of white light, he entered the Novice Village. The village was picturesque, adorned with clear mountains and flowing waters, a serene haven. Upon landing, Fang Hong's first action was to examine his attributes. ID, Godslayer. LV, 1. Profession, Mage Apprentice. Talent, Plunder, Divine. Physique, 5. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 8. Agility, 6. Luck, 1. Skill, Fireball level 1. Deals 150 fire magic damage to the target. Consumes 5 mana points, 3 seconds cooldown. Equipment, Wooden staff, common, magic damage 1. Novice robe, common, physical defense 1. Fang Hong's attributes were unchanged from his previous life, yet he possessed the divine talent. Undoubtedly, his growth would be astonishingly rapid. Dismissing the panel, he observed the surrounding white light flickering as countless players flooded into the game. Despite the server just opening, the novice village was already bustling with activity, filled with the chatter of players. Wow, this game is so realistic. It truly feels 100 real. I can even smell the fragrance of the earth. So soft. Suddenly, a shriek pierced through the crowd, followed by the sound of a slap. Pervert, get lost. If you have no girlfriend, go touch yourself. A woman, clutching her chest, panicked as she squeezed out from the throng. In the world of Divine Fall, there were no legal constraints. Holy cow, even Kuingo has come along. This suggests that even more authentic interactions may be possible. Handsome boy, come over here, let me take a look at you. The crowd was a cacophony of voices, some even erupting into conflict. Fang Hong disregarded the commotion, making his way through the crowd. The early game was crucial. He needed to seize every moment and grasp the opportunities. Many players had also departed from the spawn point, either to accept quests or to hunt level 1 rabid dogs in the wild. Fang Hong neither accepted quests nor engaged in combat for leveling. Instead, he headed towards the forest. He recalled there was a hidden quest located there. In his previous life, Qin Tian had completed this hidden quest, acquiring a legendary grade piece of equipment that rapidly enhanced his strength. Consequently, his Dragon Sword Guild had risen to become one of the top forces. But today, Fang Hong would seize that quest for himself. Entering the wilds of the novice village, level 1 rabid dogs were plentiful. The air was punctuated by screams, accompanied by flashes of white light as players were killed and resurrected back to the novice village. Are these really level 1 monsters? Team up. Let's have a knight at the front and another mage. I'm a D-class Earth talent, a seasoned player. Any skilled players wish to join me for leveling? Beautiful priestess looking for a team. I have a substantial healing output. Gradually, more and more players began to gather for recruitment. Any assassin brothers interested in sparring? I'm a knight, and I enjoy being ambushed from behind. Recruiting handsome fellows. We are a university dormitory, with pure school flowers, adorable lolas, aloof goddesses, and neighborly sisters. Applicants must be able to endure at least 3 hours with us. Dragon Sword Guild is recruiting, requirement, D-class talent or above, monthly salary starting at 10,000, with better welfare for higher talents. Hurry up. Players realized that going solo against the rabid dogs was futile and began seeking teammates. As Fang Hong passed by the group of 4 beautiful women recruiting, he could certainly battle for an entire day and night. However, having women around would only hinder his early leveling speed. Brothers, we just need one more mage. It's a 5-for-1 deal. Are you in? Fat Brother has sent you a party invitation. A man wielding a shield obstructed Fang Hong's path, evidently a knight. Fang Hong promptly declined, stating, I prefer to play solo. Seriously, do you really think you're a master? You'll learn your lesson after being killed once. Let us find someone else. There are plenty of mages around. Ignoring the players' jeers, Fang Hong skillfully evaded the rabid dogs and ventured into the forest. He knew that the rabid dogs were passive monsters, with a detection range of only 5 meters. I recall there's a cave nearby. As he pondered, he cautiously proceeded forward. The forest was eerily quiet, brimming with danger. The weakest monsters here were the level 3 fire-tailed rats, roughly the size of a soccer ball, and they were aggressive, capable of launching small fireball attacks. When Qin Tian undertook this quest, he was likely only level 2 and entirely outmatched by the fire-tailed rats. This indicates that the quest location must be at the forest's edge. After approximately half an hour of careful navigation, Fang Hong finally discovered a concealed cave amidst a thicket of dense thorns. This must be the place. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his wooden staff tightly and cautiously entered the cave. Who goes there? A cold voice echoed. A massive fireball hovered in the air, illuminating the cave. The cave was not spacious. In the clearing, an elderly man with a pale complexion was seated cross-legged, brimming with latent energy. Adventurer? The elder recognized Fang Hong's identity and relaxed. He was gravely injured. If discovered by enemies, he would undoubtedly perish. A level 1 adventurer posed no threat to him whatsoever. Fang Hong checked the NPC's information and only saw the name, Aaron. Indeed, he was the 7th-tier Grand Mage that Qin Tian had encountered in his previous life. Apologies for the intrusion. May I assist you in any way? Fang Hong inquired politely, his tone sincere. Aaron had initially intended to eliminate Fang Hong, but hesitated at his words for a moment. A sly smile crept across his lips as he scrutinized Fang Hong and said, I do indeed have a task for you. If you can procure for me a supreme pill, I shall reward you with a legendary grade weapon. Ding. You have triggered the Novice Village S-Class hidden quest. Assist Aaron in locating the supreme pill. Reward, legendary grade weapon. Do you accept? Chapter 3, Solo Monster Grinding. Plundering attribute points. Indeed, it is that fellow. Fang Hong realized that the other party sought to exploit him. The supreme elixir is a rare grade item. As long as one draws breath, consuming it will instantaneously restore health. Were it an NPC, they would be fully healed in an instant. Only the alchemist Dino possesses such a treasure in the novice village. Previously, Aaron, severely injured, approached Dino to procure the supreme elixir, only to be rebuffed and subsequently poisoned in a cunning scheme. His intentions to forcefully seize it had been seen through. In desperation, he took refuge in a cave outside the novice village, clinging to life. Accept. Without hesitation, Fang Hong accepted the quest. Ding. You have accepted the S-level hidden quest in the novice village. Assist Aaron in locating the supreme elixir. Quest duration, 5 days. Reward, legendary grade weapon. Quest failure penalty. Cursed by Aaron, unable to leave the confines of the novice village. Unable to leave the novice village? That old trickster, indeed devious. Fang Hong was not surprised. The NPCs in the game, after all, are representations of real individuals in a parallel world, and humanity's nature can be quite dark. The 5-day time limit indicates that Aaron has but 5 days to live. Fang Hong could easily refuse the quest, waiting for Aaron's demise to claim his drops. However, he possessed the talent of Plunder. Beyond mere drops, he desired Aaron's talents and skills. In a previous life, the Celestials descended, and Aaron joined their ranks, delivering devastating blows to humanity. It was said that he single-handedly seized a county town. Fang Hong suspected that Aaron possessed talents exceeding S-level, perhaps even higher. Yet, even on the brink of death, a 7th-tier Grand Mage could obliterate him with a mere gesture. Thus, he planned to play along, substituting the supreme elixir with a poison-laden concoction. Feigning confusion, Fang Hong looked at Aaron and stated that with only 5 days remaining, finding the supreme elixir would be arduous. Might he provide some clues or grant an extension? Otherwise, he harbored suspicions that Aaron intended to harm him. Aaron chuckled heartily in response, amicably saying, "Adventurer, we harbor no grievances. I have no reason to harm you." The alchemist Dino, to the east of the novice village, possesses the supreme elixir. However, he will not simply hand it over. You must devise a way to steal it. Remember, you have only 5 days. Aaron extended 5 fingers as a reminder. Fang Hong nodded, brimming with confidence, declaring, "Await my good news." With that, he turned and left the cave. As Aaron watched Fang Hong's retreating figure, his expression darkened. "Adventurer. So naive and endearing. I can hardly wait to witness your expression before your demise." Haha. The flames extinguished, leaving only a sinister laughter echoing in the cave. In the novice village, upon his return, Fang Hong headed straight for the alchemist's abode. It would be exceedingly difficult to steal the supreme elixir outright. First, he needed to earn Dino's trust. Within Dino's apothecary, a vast array of potions lay on display, each exorbitantly priced. The cheapest, a low-level life recovery potion and blue potion, cost 10 copper coins per vial. His presence in the novice village primarily served to showcase the game content of the fallen deity's world. "Greetings, adventurer. Have you come to purchase potions?" An elderly man with a white beard appeared from nowhere, inquiring with a smile. This man was the alchemist Dino, a mage of the 3rd tier and an invincible presence for novice village players. His greatest strength lay in his alchemical talents. Although his exact talent level remained unknown, he had already managed to concoct rare items like the supreme elixir. Fang Hong replied, "Hello, I am not here to buy. May I assist you with anything?" "Not purchasing." Dino's smile faded, and after a moment of contemplation, he responded, "I do have a task, but you are too weak to help me. I fear no death. I am willing to try." Fang Hong replied eagerly. He was aware that Dino had a standard quest requiring players to reach level 3. However, if players persisted, Dino would still issue tasks deemed impossible to complete. "Very well," Dino mused before continuing. "Recently, the detestable fire-tailed wild bull has trampled the herbs in my medicinal fields. If you can slay the fire-tailed wild bull and bring back its tails, I shall exchange each one for a vial of low-level life or mana recovery potion." What a deceitful merchant. Fang Hong cursed inwardly. One fire-tailed wild bull tail could fetch a 15 copper coin low-level enhancement potion in town, while the low-level recovery potion only sold for 6 copper coins outside. Ding. You have triggered the E-level novice village quest, the alchemist's request. Slay the fire-tailed wild bull and bring back its tails to exchange for low-level recovery potions. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Fang Hong accepted the quest and set off into the wild. The fire-tailed wild bull was a level 3 monster, and at level 1, he was not yet its match. Before that, Fang Hong needed to level up. In the territory of the rabid hounds, numerous players grouped in 3s or 5s could barely manage to defeat a single rabid hound. The rabid hound possessed 60 health points, 9 agility, and an impressive strength attribute of 13. Utilizing its skill, Bite, it could inflict around 18 damage on a level 1 player, accompanied by a bleeding effect. This was a real world. Novices faced dire consequences if they came too close to ferocious monsters. Fang Hong, however, was different. His base magical attack stood at 9, and his level 1 fireball could deal 13 damage. By employing the skills honed in his previous life, he could outmaneuver the rabid hounds. With 5 fireballs, he could dispatch a single rabid hound, claiming the experience for himself. Steering clear of clustered players, Fang Hong quickly spotted a solitary rabid hound on the periphery. Fireball. Maintaining maximum casting distance, he waved his staff, sending a small fireball hurtling forth, striking the rabid hound with precision. 13. The rabid hound's fur singed from the flames. And with blood-red eyes, it glared furiously at Fang Hong, launching an attack. Fang Hong swiftly retreated, awaiting his skill's cooldown. The rabid hound's speed far surpassed his, and the distance between them rapidly diminished. Arc. The rabid hound kicked off with its hind legs, executing its skill, bite. Fang Hong's gaze sharpened as he monitored the rabid hound's every movement. Now is the moment. Boom. The cooldown ended, and a small fireball shot forth again, striking the rabid hound squarely in the face. 13. Flames surged, and the rabid hound stumbled, dazed on the ground. This maneuvering skill had been forged through countless bloody battles. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Hong quickly retreated, widening the gap. The rabid hound rose, shaking its head to regain its senses, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged once more. Fireball. 13. Fang Hong skillfully kited the creature, ensuring his safety. Each fireball struck true. Before long, he successfully slew the rabid hound, emerging unscathed. You have slain a level 1 rabid hound, gaining 10 experience points. No items dropped, which was to be expected. Players required 100 experience points to advance from level 1 to level 2. Slaying 10 rabid hounds solo would suffice. Onward. Fang Hong commenced his monster hunting expedition. Defeated a level 1 mad dog. Earned 10 experience points. Plunder talent activated, strength 1. Upon receiving this notification, Fang Hong's eyes sparkled with delight. For this was only the second monster he had slain, and he had already acquired an attribute point. Although strength held little value for a mage, it nonetheless signified an enhancement to his capabilities. Fang Hong continued his quest for the next prey. Chapter 4. Dragon Rising Guild, Stealing the Boss. Defeated a level 1 mad dog. Rewarded with 10 experience points. Plunder talent activated, agility 1. Your level has risen to 2. Earning 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The notification flashed by, and Fang Hong had finally reached level 2. He opened his panel and allocated all points to intelligence. Typically, mages would distribute some points to constitution and agility to ensure their survivability. However, with the plunder talent, Fang Hong felt no such concerns. At this moment, his intelligence had soared to 12 points, granting him 120 mana, coupled with an additional point from his equipment. His magical attack reached a total of 13 points. His fireball spell had also ascended to level 2, inflicting damage of 155. A single fireball could now deal 20 points of damage. It was time to hunt the level 2 Gale Rabbit. Fang Hong decided to venture into the territory of the Gale Rabbits for further training. In the novice village, monsters of higher levels exhibited a significant increase in strength. Yet the experience points awarded only rose by a single point. In his previous life, many players would continue to hunt mad dogs even after reaching level 3 or 4. Consequently, the territory of the mad dogs became increasingly crowded. Numerous players, recognizing Fang Hong's formidable prowess, extended invitations for him to join their parties, all of which he declined. His reasons were twofold: a desire to avoid social interaction and the fact that Gale Rabbits, being elemental creatures, possessed commendable intelligence attributes, presenting an opportunity to plunder intelligence points. After a while, Fang Hong arrived at the domain of the Gale Rabbits. Here, he found 2 parties of physical class players engaged in combat with the Gale Rabbits, accompanied by a priest. The Gale Rabbits had an intelligence attribute of 9, indicating they possessed 9 points of magical resistance. No mage would willingly opt to hunt Gale Rabbits for leveling up, particularly when alone. Both parties noticed Fang Hong, but made no attempt to invite him to join. For them, having a mage in this area would be more of a burden than a benefit. Fang Hong was unbothered. He maintained his distance from both groups to avoid unnecessary conflict. Soon, a Gale Rabbit sprang forth from the underbrush. The Gale Rabbit, a level 2 creature, boasted 60 health points and 9 points of base magical attack power. Its skill, Wind Spike, was a piercing attack with high bonuses and rapid execution. Though it possessed a relatively lengthy cooldown, Fang Hong raised his wooden staff, but before he could unleash his spell, the Gale Rabbit struck first, opening its mouth to release a wind spike directly at him. Fang Hong lost 3 health points, but stood his ground, prepared for a counterattack. Boom. 11. The fireball struck the Gale Rabbit. Despite its 9 points of magical resistance, it still suffered 11 points of damage, which Fang Hong found entirely acceptable. The Gale Rabbit emitted a pained sound, abandoning its magical assault in favor of close combat. It swiftly charged across the grass towards Fang Hong. The Gale Rabbit possessed 2 skills. However, its strength was inferior to that of the mad dog, measuring only 10 points, while its agility was 11 points. This was also the reason it became a nightmare for novice mages. Fang Hong remained composed, quickly retreating to evade the Gale Rabbit's charge. Fireball. 11, 11, 11. With the 6th fireball, the Gale Rabbit fell. Defeated a level 2 Gale Rabbit, earned 11 experience points. Plunder talent activated, intelligence 1. Indeed, he had successfully plundered an intelligence attribute point. Fang Hong's fortune was favorable. He had triggered his talent on his very first kill of a Gale Rabbit. To reach level 3, he required 200 experience points, meaning he still needed to slay 19 more Gale Rabbits. Subsequently, Fang Hong effortlessly dispatched them, achieving level 3. He plundered an additional 2 points of intelligence. After allocating all his free attribute points to intelligence, his total intelligence reached 19 points. The fireball spell advanced to level 3, bringing its damage output to an astonishing 31 points at a conversion rate of 160. Should he continue hunting the Gale rabbits? Fang Hong hesitated. With his current strength, he was fully capable of hunting the level 3 firetail bison. However, the Gale rabbits were currently unable to breach his magical resistance, making the hunt far less strenuous. Ultimately, he decided to focus on the hidden tasks within the novice village. Though he had 5 days to complete them, he needed to be adequately prepared. Just as Fang Hong was about to depart, a massive Gale rabbit suddenly burst forth from the underbrush. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged, transforming into blades aimed at Fang Hong. Crack! His novice robe was torn apart. A damage number floated above his head. It was a boss. Fang Hong felt exhilarated. The creature before him was unmistakably a newly spawned boss, the Gale Rabbit King. In the world of Divine Fall, bosses are classified into tiers: leader, elite, lord, epic, legendary, demigod, and mythical. The likelihood of encountering a boss in the novice village was exceedingly low. Before Fang Hong stood a level 2 leader class boss, possessing 120 health points and 20 points of magical attack power, a formidable adversary. Given Fang Hong's current strength, with a little caution, he might indeed have a chance to defeat it. He swiftly retreated, raising his wooden staff to cast Fireball. Boom. 11 yelp. The Gale Rabbit King emitted a comical roar, rapidly closing the distance between itself and Fang Hong. Unlike the ordinary Gale Rabbits, its speed had undergone a remarkable enhancement. In an instant, the Gale Rabbit King was upon him, its powerful hind legs launching a vicious kick towards Fang Hong. Skill, Rabbit Kick. Fang Hong's expression grew serious. His fireball was still on cooldown, leaving him unable to interrupt it. He could only roll on the ground to narrowly evade. Once the cooldown ended, he unleashed the spell again. Boom. The Gale Rabbit King faltered, losing another 11 health points. Enraged, it spun around, its mouth agape as it summoned a wind blade, swiftly cleaving towards Fang Hong. 9. Fang Hong was struck once more by the wind blade. Damn. However, he was now certain he could evade the next attack. But just then, reinforcements arrived. Fang Hong muttered a curse under his breath. He noticed a group approaching rapidly from a distance, evidently also in pursuit of the boss. Facing the Gale Rabbit King alone was already challenging. If others intervened, it would be disastrous. Captain, it truly is a boss. Look, that lone wolf player has already reached level 3, voices from the team echoed. They consisted of 4 members, 3 men and 1 woman. A knight, 2 archers, and a cleric, an impeccable configuration. Fang Hong immediately recognized the newcomers. At the forefront was the knight who had previously invited him to join their ranks. Known by the ID, Fat Brother. Fat Brother was astonished by Fang Hong's prowess, but he soon redirected his attention toward the Windstorm Rabbit King. Brother, we are from the Dragon Rising Guild. How about you let us handle this boss? Fat Brother proposed, his tone deceptively courteous yet undeniably condescending. The president of the Dragon Rising Guild, Qin Tian, was a prominent rich heir in reality. He had aggressively invested in recruiting players from the moment the game launched, rapidly ascending to prominence, and had already garnered a reputation within the novice village. Huh. Dragon Rising Guild, Fang Hong scoffed, surprised to encounter Qin Tian's subordinates so swiftly. Chapter 5. Defeating the Windstorm Rabbit King and seizing skills. You believe you can vanquish the boss? Then let us see your abilities. With that, Fang Hong abruptly altered his course and charged toward Fat Brother and his companions. Captain, he intends to use us as stepping stones, one of the archers exclaimed, hastily aiming at the Windstorm Rabbit King. They had only recently entered the game, and their accuracy was insufficient. They might not be able to withstand this boss. Just take him down first. Fat Brother commanded with a grim countenance. The archer, upon hearing this, drew back his bow and released an arrow toward Fang Hong. In the world of Godfall, there was no penalty for attacking players, and Fat Brother felt no remorse whatsoever. Whoosh! An arrow whisked past Fang Hong's attire, which he skillfully evaded. Fat Brother frowned slightly. You two, attack together. I refuse to believe he can dodge again. Understood. Both archers replied in unison. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows flew toward Fang Hong. He remained composed, moving with fluid grace to effortlessly sidestep both projectiles. So formidable, the archers were astonished. Dodging once might have been luck, but evading twice indicated extraordinary combat experience. Fang Hong had already surged to the front of the group. Humph. Even a mage dares to engage in melee, Fat Brother sneered. He raised his heavy shield and executed a shield bash. Fang Hong elegantly pivoted, once again evading the strike with perfection. What? Fat Brother was taken aback, only to see a blade of wind hurtling toward him. His eyes widened in terror. It was the Windstorm Rabbit King's attack. Whoosh! The knight's initial magic resistance was low, and he instantly lost a quarter of his health. Yet, that was not the end of it. Fang Hong raised his staff and unleashed a fireball. Boom! The flames erupted, leaving Fat Brother with merely half of his health remaining. Cleric, quickly cast Holy Light. He cried out, hastening to summon the cleric behind him. The cleric finally reacted, lifting her staff to cast a spell. However, Before she could act, Fang Hong appeared before her like a specter. With the fireball still on cooldown, he swung his staff. "Ah!" the cleric shrieked, clutching her chest in pain as a single-digit damage number floated above her head. 4. Fang Hong's physical damage was too low. Nevertheless, his goal had been achieved. "What are you waiting for? Use your skills," Fat Brother urged frantically upon noticing his health remained unchanged. At that moment, the Windstorm Rabbit King shifted its gaze from Fang Hong and focused on Fat Brother, mistakenly believing the group to be Fang Hong's allies. "Fat Brother, my skill was interrupted," the cleric stammered, her voice trembling. This was her first encounter with such a situation after playing for so long. "What?" Fat Brother, momentarily distracted, was swiftly breached by the Windstorm Rabbit King. With a powerful kick, the robust rabbit leg struck one of the archer's groin. Thud! A red critical damage number appeared above the archer's head, 76. In a flash of white light, the archer was slain, several copper coins tumbling to the ground. Fat Brother finally regained his composure and shouted, "Quick! Scatter! Forget the boss. We must eliminate that lone wolf." He forcefully yanked the dazed cleric back. Another archer, once again, drew back his bow to target Fang Hong. "Be careful, Sixie," the cleric warned, but it was too late. The archer was knocked down by the Windstorm Rabbit King and subsequently struck by a fireball, Fang Hong's ambush. The archer was instantly killed. "You despicable fiend," Fat Brother fumed, witnessing yet another comrade fall. This lone wolf was far too cunning. However, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Fang Hong. "We must flee," Fat Brother bellowed, abandoning the frightened cleric and making his escape, disregarding the Windstorm Rabbit King barreling toward the cleric. Fang Hong scoffed. "Indeed, a den of snakes and rats, scoundrels." His intent to kill intensified. Another fireball sent Fat Brother crashing down. "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding." Fat Brother turned around, pleading, terror etched on his face. He finally realized he had provoked a master. "You know of the Dragon Rising Guild, right? I am the squad leader, Fat Brother." He attempted to leverage the guild's name against Fang Hong. Fang Hong had no time for idle chatter. As his skill cooldown concluded, he raised his hand and launched a fireball. Boom! In a flash of white light, Fat Brother was sent back to the novice village, leaving behind a shield and over 20 copper coins. "Quite affluent," Fang Hong murmured, collecting his spoils. In the world of Godfall, currency was categorized into gold, silver, and copper coins. 1 gold equaled 100 silver coins, and 1 silver equaled 10,000 copper coins. In the early stages, copper coins were scarce, holding a high exchange rate in the black market, 1 copper coin valued at 10 yuan. Although the shield was of no use to Fang Hong, it could still be sold. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past him as the Windstorm Rabbit King claimed the cleric's life and turned its attention toward Fang Hong. Without external interference, Fang Hong found himself adept at handling the Windstorm Rabbit King. 2 minutes later, the Windstorm Rabbit King finally succumbed to Fang Hong's fireball, defeated the level 2 boss. Windstorm Rabbit King, earning 22 experience points. Skill Plunder triggered, acquiring the skill Wind Blade. Wind Blade, level 1, inflicts 150 wind magic damage to the target. Consumes 5 mana points, 3 seconds cooldown. The notification flashed by. "I actually plundered a skill." Fang Hong rejoiced. In the early game, mages generally had little need for equipment but greatly desired skill books. With a second skill, Fang Hong's combat prowess significantly increased, enhancing his monster-slaying efficiency by at least 30. Aside from the skill, the Windstorm Rabbit King also dropped a staff, 2 skill stones, and several copper coins. Rabbit Bone Staff, superior, usable by mages, magic damage 5. Skill Stone, grants 1 skill point upon use. The Rabbit Bone Staff provided 5 points of magic damage, far superior to the wooden staff. Fang Hong promptly equipped it, increasing his magic damage by 4 points. Additionally, he possessed 2 skill stones. In the world of Godfall, players were most in need of skill points. Especially as one progressed, the skill points required to upgrade advanced skills grew exponentially. Many players, even after acquiring new skills in the late stages of the game, find themselves unable to level up, while their unspent intermediate skills remain formidable. Using a skill stone grants 2 skill points. Fang Hong upgraded his Fireball skill. Fireball, level 5. Inflicts 170 fire magic damage to the target, consuming 5 mana points, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. It was time to hunt fire-tailed bison. After clearing the battlefield, Fang Hong set off towards the forest to hunt the fire-tailed bison. Just as he departed, Pang Gu rushed in with a group of players. The Windstorm Rabbit King had been slain. Pang Gu gazed at the boss's corpse, his face contorted with frustration. Not only had he dropped to level 1 upon death, but the shield he had purchased was also lost. It felt as if he had returned to square one. A warrior wielding a massive broadsword approached Pang Gu, offering words of comfort. "Pang Gu, I have already reported to the guild leader. He will surely avenge you." Chapter 6. Hunting the Fire-Tailed Bison, a meeting with foes. Fang Hong returned to the forest. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, with no players daring to take the risk. The death penalty in Godfall was severe. This time, Fang Hong strode forth with his head held high, no longer hiding, actively seeking the fire-tailed bison. Suddenly, the bushes ahead rustled, and a colossal creature emerged. Its tail blazed with flames, resembling a fiery hammer. Its sharp horns glinted dangerously in the sunlight, poised like spears. The fire-tailed bison, a level 3 monster, boasted 120 health points, 13 physical attack points, and 3 skills: charge, stomp, and tail whip. This beast had tough skin, though its magic resistance was somewhat lacking. Moo. The fire-tailed bison stomped the ground, its eyes glinting with ferocity, and launched an attack. Skill, charge. Boom. The ground trembled slightly as its massive body charged forward like a tank, its sharp horns aimed at Fang Hong's vital spots. The charge skill was one of the few low-level skills that could not be interrupted. However, the fire-tailed bison's weakness lay in its lack of agility. Fang Hong deftly sidestepped as the monster rushed past him. Bam! With a thunderous sound, a thick tree behind Fang Hong was violently shattered. This was a real world. If struck, the damage was secondary. The sheer impact could leave him dizzy. Moo. The fire-tailed bison turned around, brimming with murderous intent, glaring angrily at Fang Hong. It raised its hooves and stomped heavily on the ground. Fireball. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Hong confidently raised his hand to unleash his skill. Boom. 26. The fireball struck, interrupting the bison's stomp skill. Immediately, a blade of wind whistled through the air, cleaving towards its head. 22. Blood gushed forth as a deep wound appeared, exposing white bone. The fire-tailed bison let out a tortured howl, roaring in agony as it charged at Fang Hong in a frenzy. Fang Hong easily dodged, swiftly retreating to launch his skill once more. After 3 rounds of attacks, the fire-tailed bison emitted a final wail and collapsed. Killed a level 3 fire-tailed bison. Gained 12 experience points. Talent Plunder triggered, Constitution 1. The system notification flashed, indicating the talent had triggered, bestowing another attribute point upon him. To his surprise, a drop appeared. Fang Hong looked at the mana restoration potion on the ground, astonished. The drop rate for ordinary monsters was exceedingly low. He approached to collect the drop and severed the extinguished tail of the fire-tailed bison. Next, Fang Hong intended to remain and hunt more fire-tailed bison, aiming to reach level 5 before returning to complete his quest. Continuing, he strolled through the forest, searching for solitary fire-tailed bison. Moo. A heart-wrenching cry echoed. Another fire-tailed bison fell beneath Fang Hong's assault. He hunted down over 20 fire-tailed bison, reaching level 4, and plundered 2 constitution and 1 strength. He allocated his free attribute points to intelligence, leveling his fireball skill to 6, significantly enhancing his prowess. At this moment, the sun was nearing its descent, casting the forest into deeper darkness, suffused with an ominous aura. During the night, the monsters in the forest became increasingly active, with even more formidable creatures emerging. Fang Hong contemplated leaving. Someone was approaching? He furrowed his brow, noticing a group of players in the distance, all at level 4. They had reached level 4 so quickly, qualifying them as top players of the opening day. The leader, clad in leather armor, held a leather shield in his left hand and wielded a broadsword in his right. He bore a handsome visage, yet exuded an insidious aura. Upon sighting him, Fang Hong's gaze instantly turned cold. The Dragon Rising Guild, Qin Tian. ID. Unparalleled in the world. He hadn't anticipated encountering Qin Tian in the novice village so soon. However, it was not entirely surprising. Qin Tian must have leveled up in the forest, inadvertently crossing paths with Alan. After completing his quest, he would have acquired that legendary weapon, the Guardian Shield, thus rapidly escalating his strength. At this moment, Qin Tian also took notice of Fang Hong, particularly the corpses of several fire-tailed bison surrounding him, which rendered his expression particularly astonished. An ancient martial artist? He understood some secrets. Those capable of soloing fire-tailed bison at this stage were undoubtedly masters from ancient martial arts families. Qin Tian approached Fang Hong with a smile, extending an invitation. Hello. I am the guild leader of Dragon Rising. Would you be interested in joining my guild? A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed Fang Hong's eyes as he concocted a brilliant plan for revenge. Stealing the supreme pill from the alchemist was no easy feat yet. He could certainly exploit Qin Tian's influence to achieve his goals, all while orchestrating his downfall. Boss, a warrior whispered in Qin Tian's ear. He's the one who killed Pang Go, the God Slayer? Qin Tian's brow furrowed. He recognized this ID. He hadn't expected this adept before him to be the God Slayer. Qin Tian was aware that Dragon Rising's rise across various games relied heavily on finances and camaraderie. If not handled delicately, it could incite dissatisfaction among guild members. However, recruiting the God Slayer to the guild might be acceptable, even if it came at the cost of losing Pang Go. Weighing the options, Qin Tian resolved, stating, Brother, my name is Qin Tian. I enjoy befriending heroes from all walks of life. If you join my guild, I am willing to offer you the position of vice president. Qin Tian extended his right hand as a gesture of goodwill. Should the other party fail to recognize his kindness, he could swiftly avenge Pang Gu at a word. Fang Hong calmly regarded Qin Tian, remaining silent. Qin Tian, with a subtle unease creeping in, felt as though the God Slayer could see through him. What? Do you look down on me? He retracted his hand, his expression growing cold. The group of subordinates behind him also began to stir restlessly. Finally, Fang Hong broke his silence. You misunderstand. I was contemplating whether to embark on a quest with you. With that, he fabricated a hidden quest he had received, revealing it to Qin Tian. Qin Tian's eyes widened, his breath quickening, exclaiming, an S-level hidden quest, a legendary weapon. Gulp. Qin Tian instinctively swallowed, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. If killing players could yield quest drops, he would not hesitate to act. In the world of Godfall, equipment was categorized as common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and artifact. So far, players had yet to acquire even a single piece of fine equipment. The emergence of legendary weapons undoubtedly heralds a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Qin Tian swiftly composed himself, concealing his innermost thoughts, and amiably inquired, Brother, do you wish for the Longting Guild to assist you in dealing with the NPC? If so, I am willing to purchase your quest. Feel free to name your price. Fang Hong's expression was a mix of forced amusement and seriousness as he retorted, let's skip the pricing. If you help me complete the task, I shall gift you the legendary equipment. Qin Tian was left astounded, gazing at Fang Hong in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone could resist the allure of a legendary item. Chapter 7. Deceiving Qin Tian, the first bucket of gold. Feigning helplessness, Fang Hong elucidated. This task is time-sensitive. Failure to complete, it means one cannot leave the novice village. I have investigated, and the alchemist Dino in the novice village is formidable. I cannot confront him alone. Qin Tian, filled with skepticism, replied, I am willing to collaborate with you, but what if you have a change of heart later? It was evident he did not trust that Zhanshin would part with the equipment so easily. Fang Hong responded calmly, if I break my word, you may corner me at the resurrection point and slay me until the equipment drops. This should not pose a challenge for the Longting Guild. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian found nothing amiss. No matter how formidable a lone wolf player might be, they could hardly rival a guild, should circumstances shift. Eliminating him to seize the gear would suffice. Qin Tian extended his right hand once more, smiling, let us forge a pleasant partnership. Fang Hong glanced at Qin Tian's hand and gripped it firmly, stating, tomorrow at this time, at the apothecary. In the next instant, before Qin Tian could respond, Fang Hong logged off. Standing in place, Qin Tian stared at the spot where Fang Hong had vanished, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A torrent of thoughts surged within him. Turning to an elderly man with graying hair beside him, he asked, Li Bo, do you find this fellow's words credible? Li Bo stepped forward, bowing slightly to Qin Tian. The only uncertainty lies in the strength of the alchemist Dino. My inquiries revealed that most NPCs in the novice village are of the first tier, with only the village chief and Dino exceeding that, their panel information not visible. Young master, I shall dispatch someone to probe further. Qin Tian nodded. Have a few level 1 individuals test the waters. Also, notify the guild members to work overtime tonight to expedite their leveling. We have a grand operation set for tomorrow night. Understood. Li Bo promptly logged off to begin organizing the team. In the real world, within a cramped rental room, Fang Hong removed his helmet, massaging his temples as a headache crept in. Unbeknownst to him, he had been immersed in the game for a staggering 12 hours. Entering the world of Shenyun was quite draining. The gaming helmet he used permitted a maximum of 8 continuous hours. Exceeding that threshold led to fatigue. It was time to invest in a gaming pod. Compared to the helmet, the pod was far more advanced, capable of infusing nutrients to restore vitality. A basic pod could sustain 3 days of continuous play, while a mid-tier one could last 7 days. As for top-tier pods, a month of online play was no trouble at all. However, the price of gaming pods far surpassed that of helmets, with the cheapest starting at 100,000 yuan. Mid-range and high-end pods were not available for general sale, reserved solely for the elite. Fang Hong's savings barely reached 4 figures. Yet, according to the black market exchange rate, a single gold coin in Shenyun was valued at 100,000 yuan. He schemed to acquire a gold coin swiftly, otherwise, as time passed, its value would surely depreciate. Rising from his seat, Fang Hong ambled to the kitchen, hastily consuming a snack before washing up and heading to bed. The following day, Fang Hong awoke feeling invigorated, noticing a marked improvement in his physical condition. When the world of Shenyun converged with reality, game data would completely melt. Currently, it only incrementally enhanced the player's physique. It would not be long before others uncovered this secret. Redonning his helmet, Fang Hong re-entered the realm of Shenyun, materializing in the forest where he had logged off the previous day. Surrounding him was a profound silence, devoid of any other players. Qin Tian must have ventured off to the level 2 Gale Rabbit territory for leveling, having failed to find any quests in the forest. At this point, Fang Hong had reached level 4, with an intelligence attribute of 23 points and a magical attack of 28 points. His level 6 fireball spell could inflict 45 points of fire damage, while his level 1 wind blade dealt 39 points of damage. With 2 rounds of skills, he could vanquish a fire-tailed wild bull, kill 3 level 3 fire-tailed wild bulls, gain 12 experience points. You have reached level 5, gaining 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After a period of hunting, Fang Hong had slain over 30 fire-tailed wild bulls and finally ascended to level 5. Furthermore, he had plundered 4 points of constitution, bringing his constitution attribute to 12 points, comparable to a warrior of the same level. The divine plundering talent truly proved advantageous. Fang Hong marveled. He opened his panel and allocated all free attribute points to intelligence. His fireball spell also advanced to level 7. It was time to turn in the quest. With this thought, he glanced at the time and made his way back to the novice village. At the apothecary's entrance, Fang Hong spotted Qin Tian standing not far off, surrounded by a throng of players. Li Bo had dispatched individuals to confront the alchemist, only for them to be obliterated by his magical skills without triggering any system warnings. He surmised that the alchemist's strength was nearly on par with the village chief and that he lacked area attack skills. The Longting Guild, with its multitude of members, surely had the means to dispatch him. Brother Zhanshen, you have finally arrived. Qin Tian greeted him warmly, a broad smile adorning his face. Fang Hong nodded coolly. Surveying the players behind Qin Tian, there were nearly 2,000 in total, with around 200 of them at level 5. Clearly, they had not logged off the previous night and had been leveling like madmen. With a proud expression, Qin Tian introduced Brother Zhanshen. These are the elite members of the Longting Guild. Nearly all the high-level players in the novice village are under my command. Just in case, over 100 others are lying in ambush at the resurrection point, keeping an eye on the village chief and his crew. This statement was undeniably a warning to Fang Hong not to attempt any tricks. Fang Hong chuckled inwardly. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the Longting Guild was destined to become the bottom dweller in Xinyun. I shall turn in the quest. You all must lure Dino out and ensure to detain him, he instructed before stepping into the apothecary. Inside, a few players were scattered about. By the second day, some had already managed to afford potions. Old man, I have come to turn in the quest, Fang Hong announced as he approached the counter, producing a bundle of fire tails. Upon hearing old man, Dino's expression soured momentarily. But as he beheld the materials, his demeanor shifted to one of satisfaction. 60 fire tails. Young man, I knew I had not misjudged you. Each one can be exchanged for a potion. Choose as you wish. May I exchange them for copper coins? Fang Hong inquired. These low-level potions held no utility for him. He was in need of currency. Dino furrowed his brow, then nodded in acquiescence. Generally speaking, that is not permitted, but considering you have brought so many fire tails, I shall make an exception this once. With a wave of his hand, 6 silver coins appeared on the counter. Here is your quest reward. Thank you. Fang Hong expressed gratefully, swiftly collecting the coins. He was now one step closer to acquiring the gaming pod. Fang Hong did not abandon the counter. Instead, he feigned selecting potions within the shop, gesturing discreetly to Qin Tian outside. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted as several fireballs detonated at the entrance of the apothecary. The Longting Guild had commenced their operation. Chapter 8. The Annihilation of the Longting Guild. Charge. Let us seize this apothecary, Qin Tian commanded. Chaos reigned around the pharmacy, with skills flashing and arrows whistling through the air, aimed directly at Dino. Seeking death, Dino cursed furiously and charged forth. Onlookers among the players gawked in astonishment at the spectacle. Raiding an NPC's possessions indeed took audacity. It had to be the Longting Guild. I've long harbored disdain for that unscrupulous old merchant. Why shouldn't I partake as well? Let us go, let us do this. The Longting Guild was renowned in the novice village. Observing their audacious heist, others swiftly joined in. Fang Hong chuckled softly, seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil. He slipped into Dino's bedroom. The supreme elixir was hidden within a concealed compartment beneath Dino's bed. In a previous life, Qin Tian had boasted to him about the escapade of pilfering the supreme elixir. Now, it would prove useful. Fang Hong shifted the bedboard and quickly discovered the hidden compartment. Inside, he found not only the supreme elixir but also 3 skill stones, a mana-suppressing potion, and 2 vials of unknown poison. He hastily gathered all the items, cast a fleeting glance around, and slipped out through the back door. Outside the apothecary, a rain of fire descended from the heavens, transforming the vicinity into a blazing inferno. The air thick with the horrific scent of charred flesh, an apocalyptic scene reminiscent of hell itself. Something was amiss. That old man was certainly not just level 10. Young master, the information is erroneous. We must flee. The cries of despair echoed as shimmering white light flickered, and members of the Longting Guild were instantaneously obliterated. Retreat. Quickly. Qin Tian's face paled, and he urgently commanded. Yet he too was struck by the fiery deluge, succumbing to death on the spot. Dino stood at the entrance of the apothecary, furiously unleashing one skill after another, indiscriminately attacking the players present. The might of a third-tier mage was on full display at that moment. The elite force of over 200 led by Qin Tian could not withstand even half a minute, vanishing one by one amidst the flickering white light. Those players merely spectating also suffered heavy casualties. At the novice village's resurrection point, Qin Tian stood there, his expression twisted in fury. Damn it, he spat through clenched teeth. Despite his caution, he had been misled by Fang Hong, compounded by his lack of familiarity with the game's settings, rendering him incapable of recognizing Dino as a high-tier NPC. Young master, Li Bo appeared from the resurrection point, his face pale. Those monitoring the resurrection point had communicated that they had not seen Zhanshen's figure, leaving uncertainty about his success. It was then that Qin Tian recalled the primary objective of this operation. Although the heist had failed, if Zhang Shun managed to steal the supreme elixir and complete the hidden quest, he would acquire legendary-grade equipment. The losses incurred by the Longting Guild would be negligible. Qin Tian hastily opened his friend's list only to find that Fang Hong had removed him, a foreboding feeling surging within. At that moment, Fang Hong had already departed the novice village. Ding! Player Dupu Tianxiao requests to add you as a friend. Upon seeing the notification, he promptly declined. Even if Qin Tian was slow to react, he must now realize that he had been played. Fang Hong glanced at the time and vanished from the spot. With the supreme elixir secured, the task was half accomplished. Next, he needed to devise a plan to eliminate Aaron. In the real world, in the capital city, within a luxurious villa. Crash! Bang! The sound of objects being smashed echoed incessantly. Qin Tian, ablaze with fury, vented his emotions. Zhang Shun, how dare you deceive me? Why? Do you hold a grudge against me? I have never even laid eyes on you. This is absurd. To develop the Longting Guild, he had invested 30 million in just 2 days. Now, over 200 elite members of the Longting Guild, along with more than 1,000 ordinary members, had been slaughtered. All had reverted to level 1. His 30 million investment had gone up in smoke. Most critically, following this debacle, the Longting Guild's reputation lay in ruins, and his own influence would surely falter compared to the foremost ranks. Qin Tian was indifferent to the financial loss. He could not accept such humiliation. Li Bo. Qin Tian called coldly toward the door. As the door swung open, Li Bo hurriedly entered, his eyes pained as he surveyed the shattered porcelain on the floor. Young master. The facial recognition system did not detect Zhang Shun's identity information. He must have altered his appearance by 30%. Qin Tian's expression grew frigid. He vowed that Zhang Shun would pay a grievous price, in both the game and reality. Li Bo remained silent, waiting patiently for Qin Tian's directives. He understood his young master well, calculating, ruthless, and fiercely vengeful. Having endured such significant losses, the young master would undoubtedly seek retribution against Zhang Shun. There are 2 matters. Qin Tian pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. First, place a bounty on Zhang Shun's head in the game, slay him once, and the reward will be 100,000 yuan, with no limits on the number of attempts or time frame. Second, inform Tang Yen to approach Zhang Shun and extract his true identity. In return, I shall grant her freedom. Li Bo lifted his gaze to meet Qin Tian's, hesitating over whether to voice his thoughts. Tang Yen hailed from an ancient martial arts family, a cultivated orphan, and the master had expended considerable resources to acquire such a skilled individual. Utilizing her against Zhang Shun seemed a gross misallocation of talent. Li Bo sighed inwardly. It was evident that the young master was blinded by rage, yet he also knew the young master's temperament well. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Li Bo acquiesced, bowing respectfully before exiting the room. Qin Tian's expression softened slightly as he reclined on the sofa, arms outstretched. A sinister smile crept across his face, his eyes glinting with malice. It had been quite some time since anyone dared to provoke him so brazenly. Zhang Shun, I hope you do not disappoint me. Under my torment, you must endure for a while longer. Meanwhile, Fang Hong learned of the bounty placed upon him by the Longting Guild, 10,000 for each kill. He regarded it with disdain. Tricking Qin Tian once was trivial. His revenge had only just begun. However, first, the task needed completion. From the alchemist Dino, he had pilfered not only the supreme elixir, but also a mana-suppressing potion and various poisons. He examined the items. Supreme elixir, rare, capable of instantly healing any injury, excluding soul damage. Mana suppression potion, advanced. When consumed, it seals magical power, releasing itself after 3 days. 100 poison potion, intermediate, composed of the venom of 100 different insects, exceedingly toxic. Bloodthirsty slime, intermediate, a failed product of blood essence elixir, capable of absorbing blood until the target perishes. Upon reading the descriptions, Fang Hong surmised that Dino was likely not a benevolent character either. Nevertheless, combining these concoctions would undoubtedly prove lethal for the gravely wounded Aaron. He carefully divided the supreme elixir in half. After hollowing it out, he meticulously ground and mixed it with several other ingredients. He then resealed the supreme elixir, restoring it to its flawless state. Once he completed his task, Fang Hong nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Chapter 9. Slaying Aaron, Plundering Talents. Fang Hong carefully stowed away the supreme elixir, which he had tampered with, and made his way into the forest. Within the woods, numerous players roamed in groups, their intentions clearly not aimed at leveling up, but rather to undertake the bounty tasks set by the Dragon Rising Guild. Fang Hong, wishing to avoid any altercations for the time being, deftly maneuvered around the players and headed towards the concealed cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by a familiar sight. It appeared that no one had yet discovered this place. As he stepped into the cave, a fireball flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings. In the glow of the flames, Aaron's pallid visage appeared even more haggard. Upon seeing Fang Hong, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Kid, you finally arrived. Do you have the item? Fang Hong stepped forward, revealing a milky white pill in his palm. The supreme elixir. Aaron reached out eagerly, his eyes filled with longing. However, Fang Hong quickly withdrew his hand. Watching Aaron warily, "What about my reward?" Aaron glared coldly at Fang Hong, incredulous that a mere novice adventurer would dare to toy with him. "Humph, I shall honor my promise." With a disdainful snort, Aaron produced a black shield from his storage space, its ominous glow indicating its extraordinary nature. The Guardian Shield. Fang Hong's joy was palpable. Observing his reaction, a subtle smirk crept onto Aaron's lips. Once he obtained the supreme elixir and regained his strength, he would swiftly eliminate this boy. His legendary equipment was not something to be easily relinquished. Aaron extended his hand, commanding, "Hand over the supreme elixir." Fang Hong nodded and passed the item to him, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, Aaron grabbed the pill and swallowed it whole. Fang Hong, witnessing this, stepped back a few paces and drew forth his rabbit bone staff. Though Aaron was gravely injured and the poison would undoubtedly claim his life, he remained wary of a potential last-ditch retaliation. Before long, the effects of the supreme elixir began to manifest, and Aaron's complexion slowly improved. Yet, in the next moment, his expression twisted in agony as he glared at Fang Hong. "You've tampered with it." Boom. Whoosh. Fang Hong wasted no time in responding, unleashing a fireball and windblade. As expected, Aaron's magical resistance was formidable, rendering his spells ineffective. "You're courting death," Aaron bellowed, summoning a lightning sphere in his palm. However, as the effects of the anti-magic pill took hold, the lightning sphere dissipated. Fang Hong exhaled in relief, his voice icy. "Aaron, cease your struggles. Today, you shall surely perish at my hands." Just as Aaron attempted to speak, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The two poisons rapidly sapped his life force. He was already gravely wounded and lacked the strength to resist. "You will regret this." In his final moments, Aaron managed to squeeze out a few words. A beam of dark light shooting forth and swiftly embedding itself in Fang Hong's heart. An ominous premonition surged within Fang Hong. Kill a level 7 archmage and gain 321. 100 experience points. Your level has increased to level 6, gaining 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Your level has increased to level 9, gaining 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. You are affected by Aaron's curse and cannot advance to level 10. Current experience points, 318, 500, 900. The Plunder talent has been triggered, granting you the growth type talent, Wrath of the Gods. A flurry of notifications flashed before him. The substantial experience reward for defeating a higher tier opponent had propelled Fang Hong to level 9, yet he could not progress further. Damn it, cursed once more. He cursed under his breath, hastily checking his negative status. Aaron's curse, cursed by Archmage Aaron, forever stuck at level 9. Note 1. Priests of level 7 and above can purify the curse. Note 2. Intelligence exceeding 1,000 points can dispel the curse autonomously. Seeing the notes, Fang Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Finding a level 7 priest in the novice village was nearly impossible, even if he did find one. Requesting assistance was not guaranteed to yield results. However, with his divine talent of Plunder, achieving 1,000 intelligence points was well within his grasp. Fang Hong then examined the newly acquired talent. Wrath of the Gods, growth type talent, currently at F grade, reduces skill cooldown time by 10 seconds. Upgrade conditions. Kill 10 level 1 monsters to upgrade to E grade. A growth type talent. Perhaps this would prove even more formidable than an SSS grade. In his previous life, Fang Hong had never heard of a growth type talent, but the mere F grade reducing cooldowns by 10 seconds spoke volumes of its potency. No wonder Aaron was able to ascend to the exalted ranks of the celestial tribe. He must have relied on the wrath of the gods. Fang Hong did not rush to depart. His gaze fell upon Aaron's corpse. In the world of Godfall, NPCs differed from players. They were real beings, and once dead, they could seldom be resurrected, causing all their belongings to drop. Fang Hong's attention was drawn to the ring on Aaron's hand. A storage ring. He removed it and investigated its contents. 20 skill stones, 2 skill books, 11 invisibility scrolls, and numerous high-level materials. Most importantly, there were 1,300 gold coins. A considerable fortune. Upon seeing the coins, Fang Hong's eyes lit up. At the current exchange rate, a single gold coin could likely purchase a basic gaming pod. If he could find a purchasing channel, he could even acquire a top-tier gaming pod. Regaining his composure, Fang Hong set aside thoughts of the gaming pod and began to organize his spoils. With Aaron's 20 skill stones, along with the 3 from the alchemist Dino, he gained a total of 23 skill points. The 2 skill books were as follows. Earth Shield, a basic mage skill that summons a shield of earth to resist damage equal to 50 times intelligence, consuming 5 mana points, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Slash, a basic warrior skill that inflicts 150 physical damage, consuming 5 mana points, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. The Earth Shield was a defensive magic skill, and Fang Hong immediately consumed the skill book. As for Slash, being a warrior skill, he could not learn it. Fang Hong then meticulously searched through the items in the storage ring, furrowing his brow in confusion. Where were the mage's equipment? Had they been taken away? Or did he simply not favor wearing gear? Most of the other items were merely sellable, completely useless to Fang Hong. His gaze landed on the black shield. Guardian shield, legendary level weapon. Requirements: Knight class, strength 500, physical defense 1000, magic resistance 500, health 1000. Additional attributes: Constitution 1000, strength 100, intelligence 50, agility 100. Divine protection, legendary level weapon skill that halves damage taken for 10 minutes, with a cooldown time of 1 hour. Note: sacrificing speed for formidable defense. Chapter 10, The Elven Saintess, Dispelling the Poison. Fang Hong gazed in astonishment at the attributes of the Guardian Shield. The immense boost in defense meant that any knight wielding this weapon would become a veritable mobile fortress. It is no wonder that in his previous life, Qin Tian was so full of vigor. With this remarkable equipment, even those with the most meager talents could ascend to greatness. Now, this splendid artifact was his. After securing the gear, Fang Hong's next objective was to seize intellect and lift the curse of Aaron. He could not allow himself to be trapped in the novice village. Fang Hong recalled a specific area within the village, a territory dominated by level 10 fire foxes. These creatures were adept in fire magic, possessed high intelligence attributes, and were first-tier monsters, perfect for leveling up and enhancing the skill of Divine Wrath. Fang Hong accessed his panel to allocate his free attribute points and skill points. He maximized all 3 of his skills and significantly boosted his intelligence. ID: Godslayer. LV 9. Class: Apprentice Mage. Talent: Plunder, Divine. Divine Wrath, F grade, can grow. Constitution: 12. Strength: 7. Intelligence: 43. Agility: 7. Luck: 1. Skills: Fireball Max, can upgrade to Explosive Flame after reaching level 10, costing 10 skill points. Windblade Max, can upgrade to Wind Slash. Earth Shield Max, can upgrade to Stone Armor. Equipment: Rabbit Bone Staff, common, magic damage 5. Novice Robe, common, physical defense 1. Negative status: Curse of Aaron. Free attribute points: 0. Skill points: 6. Remarkable. Fang Hong was immensely pleased with his growth. Now, dealing with level 10 monsters felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. With time still at his disposal, Fang Hong skillfully avoided players wandering at the forest's edge and ventured deeper into the territory of the fire foxes. At this stage, no one dared to tread here. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the dense thicket. Fang Hong gripped his staff, ready to unleash his skills. Yet, to his surprise, a young girl stumbled out from the foliage, falling right before him. An NPC? Fang Hong was taken aback and refrained from activating his skills. Instead, he cautiously approached. The girl's skin was pristine and smooth. Her features exquisite, with green hair and blue eyes. Pointed ears. She was an elf. Fang Hong recognized her identity, astonished. Elves were considered a noble race in Godfall, and he never expected to encounter one in the novice village. The elven girl appeared pale, gravely injured. Upon seeing Fang Hong crouched before her, she exhibited a hint of fear, her demeanor radiating vulnerability. Hurry! She was wounded, and could not have fled far. Shouts from a man echoed through the forest, soon followed by hurried footsteps. The elven girl trembled, her eyes pleading with Fang Hong to save her. She sensed that this human was different from the malevolent ones pursuing her. Fang Hong hesitated for a moment, then swiftly lifted the elven girl into his arms and scaled a large tree, hiding amidst the thick foliage. In the next instant, several figures burst forth from the underbrush, their gazes scanning the surroundings like hawks. Hush! Fang Hong signaled for silence. He activated the invisibility talisman he had acquired from Aaron. This item perfectly concealed his presence, rendering him undetectable to enemies. One man approached the tree where Fang Hong hid. The elven girl in his arms stiffened, gripping his arm in fear, barely daring to breathe. If discovered, she would undoubtedly become a plaything for these men. She could even be sold into slavery at an auction house. Fortunately, Fang Hong's invisibility talisman proved effective. The group searched the area, but found nothing. The leader of the men coldly declared, "The elven saintess is injured and has been poisoned. She cannot have escaped far. Conduct a thorough search of this forest." The group dispersed, meticulously searching. Elven saintess? Fang Hong was astonished to overhear their conversation. The girl in his arms was none other than the elven saintess. Once the men had moved further away, Fang Hong relaxed. The elven girl still clung to his arm. Her body was light, and a faint fragrance wafted into his senses, instilling a sense of tranquility and peace within him. Looking down at the elven girl, he reassured her. "You are safe for the moment." However, he noticed something was amiss with her complexion. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze became unfocused. Suddenly, Fang Hong recalled a specific item, the passionflower powder. It was a poison concocted by slave traders to enslave elves. This substance was exceedingly toxic, with the only antidote being the infusion of a man's essence into the mouth of the afflicted. The elven girl still retained a flicker of rationality, her eyes burning with urgency as she gazed at Fang Hong's face. "Please save me." As her words fell, the intertwining branches of the tree they were in formed a makeshift hammock. Fang Hong stowed the elven robe into his inventory. The elven girl shyly observed the unfolding scene. As an elf, this was her first close encounter with a human. Resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes, awaiting salvation. Without further ado, Fang Hong drew forth a dagger and leaned in to save her. In the next moment, crimson blood stained the leaves below. 2 hours later, the toxicity of the passion flower powder dissipated, and the elven girl regained her senses, her face reddening further. "Human, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you," she stammered, hastily searching for her elven robe. Fang Hong grasped her arm, smiling as he said, "It's all right, let us continue. The poison of the passion flower powder is not so easily cured." The elven girl swallowed hard. Then, the rustling of leaves grew louder, gradually becoming hoarse. Accompanied by the dissipation of the potent poison, tears of joy streamed down the elven girl's cheeks, forming tear-shaped pendants. Finally, after another 2 hours, Fang Hong had completely neutralized the effects of the passion flower powder. The elven girl wore a satisfied smile, drifting into slumber while still tightly embracing her savior's neck. As if enveloped in a profound sense of security, Fang Hong did not immediately depart. After 2 days of intense leveling, he too felt fatigued and succumbed to a deep slumber. When Fang Hong opened his eyes again, it was dusk. The elven girl had vanished, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance. Beside him lay a teardrop-shaped pendant and a vial of potion, pressed beneath a handkerchief. "My name is Anna. I will come to find you." "Anna?" Fang Hong whispered the name softly. In his previous life, he had never heard of Anna's existence. Surely, the rebirth had wrought changes. In this life, he had saved her. Fang Hong set aside his thoughts and turned his attention to the 2 items Anna had left behind. Elven tear, pendant, unique. Said to be formed from the tears of an elven maiden, a token of love. Source of the elves, special a product of the sacred relic of the elven race. Containing immense power, consuming it will increase intelligence by 100 points. Chapter 11, Acquiring the Game Pod. Reunion with an old friend. Fang Hong was astounded. Both of these items were legendary treasures. The elven tear could directly grant a 100-point increase in intelligence. However, to Fang Hong, the tears of the elf held far greater significance. Although devoid of any attribute enhancement, it was a cherished token of affection from Anna. Anna, the holy maiden of the elves, was destined to become the leader of her kin. In a previous life, the celestial tribe and its subordinate races had wrought devastation upon the lands of the elves. Their animosity towards the celestial tribe was as intense as that of the Blue Star inhabitants. It is worth noting that the elves were also formidable in strength. Fang Hong could forge an alliance with them to collectively oppose the celestial tribe. With utmost care, Fang Hong tucked the tears of the elf away and subsequently consumed from the Spring of Elves in one swift motion. You have utilized the Spring of Elves, Intelligence 100. The curse of Aaron has been weakened. Only a priest of level 5 or above, or an intelligence score of 500 can dispel it. The notification flickered briefly. The curse upon Aaron had been diminished. Fang Hong felt a surge of joy. This was an unexpected boon. His intelligence attribute now soared to 143 points. It would not be long before he could forcibly lift the curse, a task that would prove quite manageable. Suddenly, eerie howls of wolves echoed through the night. In the shadowy forest, pairs of glowing green eyes emerged. The Dark Moon Wolves, level 15 monsters, roamed in packs by night, hunting for prey. Fang Hong, wishing to avoid confrontation, promptly logged off, his figure vanishing into thin air. In the distance, a woman approached with measured steps. Clad in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her alluring curves. Armed with 2 daggers, she arrived at the tree where Fang Hong had just been, surveying her surroundings. She murmured, "Strange, the scent disappears here?" The woman was Tang Yen, ID, Little Wildcat. She was among the select few players to acquire a hidden class during her novice phase and had awakened an A-grade talent, Arcane Perception. Following Fang Hong's trail, she had reached this area. The wolf howls resounded once more, and the eerie green eyes of the forest made her uneasy. The Dark Moon Wolves must have logged off. I will return tomorrow. Aware that she was currently no match for the wolves, she swiftly logged off. In the real world, Fang Hong did not immediately rest. Instead, he opened his computer and logged into the forum. This was the most popular forum since the game's release, filled with numerous strategies uploaded by players. He casually clicked on several posts. Most strategies proved to be erroneous. Closing those threads, Fang Hong contemplated purchasing a game pod. Initially, he had intended to earn a single gold coin to buy the basic model. However, after slaying Aaron and acquiring a substantial amount of gold, Fang Hong now possessed enough funds to procure a top-tier game pod. Bidding 100 gold coins for a high-end game pod. Leave your game ID for contact. Once Fang Hong's post was made, it was quickly buried beneath others, yet it still garnered some attention. Soon, he received a flurry of replies. What a ridiculous joke. 100 gold coins. Do you even know what you're saying? Dream on. You can have anything in your dreams. Contact the East City Mental Hospital, 3878 XXX. Aside from one useful reply, the rest were mocking and derisive towards Fang Hong. ID, young master. Bro, do you really have that many gold coins? The name struck a chord with Fang Hong, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. An image of a confident, carefree young man surfaced in his mind. That person's real name was Zhao Yi. In a past life, when the army of monsters surged forth, Zhao Yi sacrificed himself to buy time for Fang Hong. If Zhao Yi were still alive, he he would undoubtedly stand beside Fang Hong, fighting against the celestial tribe to the end. Moreover, Zhao Yi's background was not simple. His family had military connections, wielding immense power, rendering a top-tier game pod inconsequential to him. Log in, I'll add you as a friend. Fang Hong replied to Zhao Yi and logged back into the game. In the next moment, he found himself perched upon a tree, the woven hammock of branches intact. Below him, a pack of dark moon wolves prowled. Ignoring them, Fang Hong opened his friend list, entered Zhao Yi's ID, and sent a friend request. The request was swiftly accepted. Young master, I have a game pod. Show me your gold coin screenshot. Fang Hong chuckled, not providing a screenshot. Instead, he initiated a trade, placing the guardian shield in the trade window. Zhao Yi, a knight who later acquired the hidden class of Earth Knight, vividly remembered the envious and yearning expression on his face when he first saw Qin Tian produce the guardian shield. Despite this, Zhao Yi did not exploit his family's influence to coerce Qin Tian into surrendering the equipment. Compared to that despicable Qin Tian, Fang Hong's little brother undoubtedly deserved this legendary weapon far more. In another novice village, Zhao Yi gaped in shock at the trade window, swallowing hard. The legendary weapon. The guardian shield. Only 1 copper coin. His finger hovered over the accept button, trembling slightly. How infuriating. A gentleman does not accept unearned rewards. Zhao Yi grasped his trembling hand with the other, his reason triumphing over desire as he resolutely declined the trade. He exhaled deeply, feeling considerably lighter, and immediately sent a message. Bro, what do you mean by this? He felt insulted and demanded an explanation from the Godslayer. Godslayer, you must have seen the attributes of the equipment. I wish to propose a trade. First, help me acquire a top-tier game pod. Second, I know you can investigate my background. Keep my identity confidential. Third, follow me and work for me. Damn. Zhao Yi cursed silently as he read the message. This guy was not only arrogant in his ID choice, but also in his demeanor. Moreover, he seemed to know about his background. The first 2 conditions are acceptable, but the third is non-negotiable. Propose a different one. Zhao Yi was eager for the guardian shield. Godslayer, if that is the case, fulfilling the first 2 conditions will suffice. Fang Hong initiated the trade once more. As before, the guardian shield was offered for merely 1 copper coin. Zhao Yi, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of numbness wash over him. Why was the other party so intent on giving him this item? Was there a scheme at play? Young master, aren't you afraid I might run off with the item? With my skills, even in the game, you would be powerless against me. Godslayer, want to give it a try? Zhao Yi felt a slight sting of indignation at the perceived disrespect. He decisively accepted the trade. Young master, I agree to your third condition, but under one premise. If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge you as my superior. Fang Hong smiled faintly. Godslayer. All right, I will send you the address. Deliver it to me promptly. Young master, no need. I've already traced your IP and obtained your information. The game pod will be delivered shortly. After sending the message, Zhao Yi chuckled triumphantly. The situation had been entirely turned around by a single statement. The Godslayer, whose real name was Fang Hong, was merely an ordinary person. Haha, his identity was exposed, and he must be in a state of panic. Slayer of gods, fine. The other party coolly uttered just 2 words before logging off. Zhao Yi was left bewildered. What on earth was going on with this person? Chapter 12, The Assassin. Tengyan. But soon, Zhao Yi's attention was redirected to the Guardian's shield. He caressed the shield, his eyes brimming with affection, undoubtedly. It was the most formidable piece of equipment in the game. Its only drawback was that he could not equip it yet, as it required 500 points of strength. Zhao Yi felt a restless yearning, akin to having married a beautiful wife but being unable to consummate their union. He opened his friends list, and as expected, Zhao Hongi was online. Dad, help me get a set of equipment or items that can increase my strength. Also, grant me access to the Skynet. I need to modify someone's information. He quickly received a reply from Zhao Hongi. Zhao, sure, go ahead and do it. Clearly, Zhao Hongi had immense trust in his son and promptly arranged everything. The following day, Fang Hong received a text message from Zhao Yi. His identity information had been modified, and only those of the highest rank had access to the most secure database. Furthermore, Zhao Yi gifted Fang Hong a villa valued at 30 million. It was not only equipped with a gaming pod, but also contained all the necessary items for daily living, providing an excellent means to conceal his identity. Fang Hong accepted it with composure. A legendary weapon was worth far more than this. The villa was located on the outskirts of Donghai City. Fang Hong took a taxi and arrived at his new home half an hour later. The security verified his identity. Under the envious and suspicious gazes of the driver, Fang Hong entered the villa. The villa spanned 3 floors, spacious and bright, designed with a minimalist elegance. It was furnished with various appliances and entertainment equipment. Having experienced the apocalypse, Fang Hong no longer craved luxury. He gazed around with indifference. He ascended to the 3rd-floor bedroom and finally spotted the gaming pod he needed. Filled with nutrient solution, with ample supplies stored in the nearby cabinet, it would suffice for a year of gaming. Fang Hong wasted no time and eagerly laid down in the gaming pod, entering the game. Identity binding successful. Welcome, adventurer slayer of gods, to the world of divine fall. The notification echoed, followed by a wave of comfort, as Fang Hong returned to the hammock. Boom. The sound of explosive flames and the din of battle reached his ears. Someone was approaching. Fang Hong immediately became alert. Anyone capable of appearing here was a top-tier player. Not far away, 3 crimson fire spirit foxes were attacking a woman. She was clad in black tight armor, her long hair flowing, with a delicate yet cold visage, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The woman was retreating, struggling to fend off the monsters. Tang Yen. Fang Hong recognized her at a glance. It made sense. If Qin Tian wanted to find him, only she could accomplish that. Tang Yen noticed Fang Hong log in, her eyes lighting up as she called out, "Brother, help me." Fang Hong remained motionless. He understood the other party's background. Tang Yen hailed from an ancient martial arts family. Adopted as an orphan, she was groomed to be a pawn in their game. Due to a contract with the Qin family, she was currently serving them. In a past life, Qin Tian had entrusted Tang Yen to Fang Hong to win him over. Fang Hong had never viewed her as a mere tool. Over time, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate, culminating in Tang Yen opening her heart to him and expressing her feelings. However, during a battle, she had shielded Fang Hong from the powerful strike of a 9th-tier warrior. Leaving her arms paralyzed, Tang Yen felt like a burden and silently drifted away from Fang Hong's side. Boom. A fireball flew toward her, and Tang Yen barely evaded it. Shouting once more, "Help! If you don't assist me, I'm going to die." Fang Hong smiled, understanding Tang Yen's character. Currently, they were still strangers. To grant her freedom, she needed to endure some hardship first. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fireballs struck Tang Yen in succession, at level 7. She was no match for the 3 fire spirit foxes. She was instantly killed. At the novice village's resurrection point, Tang Yen stood still, her icy gaze ablaze with fury. What a strange man. For the first time, her beauty was ignored by a man, and her meticulously planned heroic rescue turned against her, resulting in her demise at the hands of monsters. Tang Yan's goal in approaching Slayer of Gods was to complete Qin Tian's task and regain her freedom. Yet now, her curiosity about Slayer of Gods intensified, her eyes growing more resolute. "I will uncover who you are," and then Tang Yen left the novice village and swiftly returned to the location where Fang Hong had logged in. Upon entering the Fire Spirit Fox's territory, she was astonished to see Slayer of Gods effortlessly battling 2 Fire Spirit Foxes. How formidable! Tang Yen was stunned. This game was no simple endeavor. It felt akin to a real world. Beyond attributes, combat skills were also crucial. Slayer of Gods appeared battle-hardened, yet his combat techniques felt foreign to her. Unlike those of the ancient martial arts lineage, kill 10 level Fire Spirit Foxes to gain 20 experience points. Talent of Plunder activated, Intelligence 1. Successfully killed 10 first-tier monsters. The talent Wrath of the Gods upgraded to E-level, skill cooldown reduced by 20. Level up condition. Kill 100 first-tier monsters to upgrade to D-level. Notifications lit up. Fang Hong nodded in satisfaction. The Wrath of the Gods would undoubtedly grow into a formidable power. Onward. Fang Hong's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Tang Yen, yet he paid her no mind, focusing on hunting the monsters. Player Little Wildcat has sent you a party request. Fang Hong decisively declined, even deliberately letting 1 Fire Spirit Fox slip past him, charging toward Tang Yen. Boom. A fireball struck her, and the level 1 Tang Yen was instantly obliterated. Back at the novice village's resurrection point, Tang Yen was seething with rage. That bastard. It was evident that Slayer of Gods had done it on purpose. Tang Yen yearned for revenge against this scoundrel, but at her current level 1, it was clearly impossible. Moreover, she felt that even if she hadn't dropped to level 1, she would still be unable to defeat Slayer of Gods. For the sake of freedom, I shall endure. Clenching her teeth, Tang Yen suppressed her fury and re-entered the forest, heading straight for the Fire Spirit Fox's territory. Another Fire Spirit Fox attacked. As expected, she was again annihilated. In the world of divine fall, while death allowed for resurrection, it was incredibly draining on one's vitality. "I refuse to believe I can't deal with you today." Tang Yen steeled her resolve, determined to approach Slayer of Gods. After more than 10 attempts, Tang Yen resurrected once more, her complexion pale, seemingly at her limit. Nearby, a male player approached, sporting a self-assured grin. "Beautiful lady, are you being stubborn, or are you a masochist? How about I help you level up?" His expression was utterly lecherous. At this moment, Tang Yen was livid, coldly retorting, "Scram." "Oh, indeed, a little wildcat, just as your name suggests," he sneered. The male player extended his hand, intending to lift Tang Yen's chin. With a frosty expression, Tang Yen seized his joint and twisted it forcefully. Crack! The bone shattered instantly, accompanied by a shrill wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. In the next moment, Tang Yan's figure flickered like a mirage, and a glint of cold steel flashed as her dagger lunged towards the male player's groin, delivering a vicious twist. "Ah!" The man let out a pained scream. Transforming into a wisp of white light and respawning at the resurrection point, his expression dazed. "Humph, worthless." Tang Yen cast a scornful glance at him before turning to leave. Around the resurrection point, onlookers were left speechless. A level 1 assassin had just dispatched a level 5 warrior? The discrepancy in damage was utterly unreasonable. Do you think it's too late for me to switch to assassin now? Chapter 13, Plundering Talent Enhancement, Slaying the Fire Spirit Fox King. In the territory of the Fire Spirit Fox, Tang Yin returned once more, the ground littered with the corpses of monsters. Fang Hong was effortlessly dealing with 3 Fire Spirit Foxes. Player Zhan Shen has sent you a party invitation. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback. She promptly accepted and approached Fang Hong, her gaze as fluid as water. Brother, are you going to help me level up? Fang Hong picked up 2 fallen copper coins and replied nonchalantly. Go, help me attract monsters. Fang Hong swept through the monsters in this area, making the task of luring them quite manageable. Tang Yin felt that Zhan Shen wouldn't be so benevolent. I'm only level 1. A mere touch from the Fire Spirit Fox could obliterate me. Don't worry, I won't let you die, Fang Hong reassured her. Tang Yin rolled her eyes at his words. She didn't trust a single word from Zhan Shen, having met her demise at his hands numerous times. This guy is nothing but a demon. However, her beauty clearly held no sway over Zhan Shen. She could only demonstrate her utilitarian value to him. This time, Tang Yin did not hold back. She charged towards a distant Fire Spirit Fox. Boom. A fireball hurtled towards her, which she narrowly evaded with a roll. But in the next moment, 2 more Fire Spirit Foxes sprang from the bushes. Oh no. Now back at level 1, her agility significantly diminished. She struggled to contend with 6 monsters. Boom. Soon, another 2 fireballs came hurtling at her. Exhausted and unable to dodge, she shut her eyes, bracing for death. Bang. A sound erupted. Tang Yin opened her eyes, astonished by the scene before her. The fireballs and wind blades had accurately intercepted and obliterated the 2 attacks. How did he do that? Seizing the opportunity, she sprinted back, a desire to inquire from Zhan Shen welling up within her. Zhan Shen was undoubtedly a master. His command over skills and battlefield judgment was nothing short of flawless. Fang Hong glanced at Tang Yin, stating calmly, if you don't want to die, then get behind me. Tang Yin quickly took cover, wanting to ask, but hesitating. Once his skills cooled down, Fang Hong raised a hand, and fireballs and wind blades flew out once more. Whoosh. 1 Fire Spirit Fox was instantly slain. The remaining 5 Fire Spirit Foxes unleashed their skills. 5 fireballs surging towards Fang Hong with a wave of heat. Fang Hong did not even blink, allowing the skills to strike him. With his magic resistance, the Fire Spirit Fox's attacks could not penetrate his defenses at all. Tang Yin was once again left in shock. She glanced at Zhan Shen's panel on the party interface, struggling to believe what she saw. He was truly only level 9. Your party has slain a Fire Spirit Fox. You gain 10 experience points. Notifications flashed continuously. Normally, experience points would be evenly distributed among party members, reducing leveling efficiency. Yet Zhan Shen was extraordinarily powerful. Teaming up with him was akin to clinging to a giant's leg, yielding remarkably high efficiency. Noticing that Tang Yin was still in a daze, Fang Hong urged, don't just stand there. Continue luring monsters. Tang Yin snapped back to reality. She suddenly remembered her task and resolved to earn his trust by enticing more Fire Spirit Foxes. Kill a Fire Spirit Fox. Gain 10 experience points. Plundering talent triggered. Intelligence 1. Accumulated 100 kill points. Plundering talent effect enhanced. Killing normal monsters has a 20 chance to plunder their attribute points. 20%. Fang Hong was overjoyed. After the enhancement, the plundering probability had doubled. He surmised it wouldn't be long before he reached 500 points in intelligence. The next enhancement of the plundering talent required 1,000 kill points. The Wrath of the Gods still required 31 monsters. Filled with motivation, Fang Hong accelerated his pace in monster hunting. Meanwhile, Tang Yin found it increasingly difficult to keep up. She collapsed on the ground, panting, brother, can you slow down a bit? I can't take it anymore. While the rapid increase in experience points was exhilarating, the constant back and forth was undeniably exhausting. Fang Hong glanced at Tang Yin, offering her 2 choices: continue luring monsters, or he'd send her back to the novice village for free. You. Tang Yin gritted her teeth. What a heartless man. Bad guy. She silently cursed him, dragging her weary body to continue luring the monsters. Fortunately, Tang Yin had now leveled up to 4. Her agility significantly improved. She moved nimbly, weaving through the dense forest, trying to attract more Fire Spirit Foxes. Fang Hong dealt with them effortlessly. In the next moment, a cry rang out. Tang Yin looked up to see a massive Fire Spirit Fox engulfed in flames glaring furiously. She turned and fled, shouting, brother, save me, it's a boss. A boss. Excitement sparkled in Fang Hong's eyes. Finally, a boss had appeared again. Last time, he had plundered a wind blade from the Gale Rabbit King. What would it be this time? The Fire Spirit Fox King, leading 6 Fire Spirit Foxes, pursued Tang Yin relentlessly. Fang Hong swiftly intervened, launching a fireball at the foe. Boom. 233. A massive damage number appeared as the Fire Spirit Fox King emitted a pained howl, its eyes brimming with fury. This human had reduced a quarter of its health in a single strike. Yowl. The Fire Spirit Fox King let out an earth-shattering cry, unleashing its most powerful skill. Immediately, boom, a barrage of fireballs surged towards Fang Hong, and a rain of fire fell from the sky. The Fire Spirit Fox King was a boss above level 10, capable of executing intermediate skills. Fang Hong calmly activated a Earth Shield, remaining unfazed. The cooldown for the Earth Shield was still 24 seconds. But the cooldown for the Rain of Fire was not short either. Seeing the Fire Spirit Fox King open its gaping maw, Fang Hong summoned a wind blade, striking precisely. Whoosh! The Fire Spirit Fox King's body froze, its next skill forcibly interrupted. What a monstrous man! Tang Yin was astounded. The speed of the interception was astonishing, disrupting the enemy's casting. Zhan Xin was more formidable than she had imagined. If Qin Tian provoked this guy, he would surely pay a heavy price. Having been enslaved by the Qin family for so many years, Tang Yin began to anticipate a thrilling spectacle unfolding. Boom! A fireball struck true once again. As the anguished wail of the Fire Spirit Fox King echoed through the air, it collapsed to the ground, relinquishing 2 items, a staff and a pair of boots. Defeated a level 10 boss, earning 20 experience points. Looting talent activated, acquiring the skill Fire Rain. Fire Rain, level 1. Inflicts 130 intelligence-based fire magic damage to targets within a specified area, consuming 15 mana, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. A group skill. Fang Hong felt elated. Such collective abilities were exceedingly rare compared to single-target skills. In his previous life, even the most basic group skills were auctioned off, with only the highest bidders able to obtain them. He never imagined he would acquire Fire Rain in the novice village. Furthermore, the Fire Spirit Fox King had also dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Flame Staff. Common. Usable by first-tier mages, 10 magic damage, 5 fire magic damage. Gust Boots. Common. Usable by first-tier classes, 7 speed. Chapter 14. The Dragon Rising Guild, besieging the area boss. However, Fang Hong had yet to reach the first tier, and thus could not equip them at present. Tang Yin approached, her eyes sparkling with desire as she beheld the attributes of the Gust Boots. For an assassin, speed and physical damage were paramount attributes. Ignoring her outstretched, delicate hand, Fang Hong stored both items in his inventory. Don't be lazy, continue drawing aggro. You. Tang Yin stamped her foot, gritting her teeth. I curse you to remain single forever. She had never encountered such a man before. Typically, any man who laid eyes on her would go to great lengths to please her. Yet, Zhan Xin appeared indifferent, as if he were merely toying with her. Do you know me? Tang Yin inquired, bewildered, casting a wary glance at Zhan Xin. Seeing his disregard, she pouted and went to draw aggro. Fang Hong examined his panel. He still had 6 unallocated skill points from his last level up, which he could precisely apply to Fire Rain. Fire Rain, level 7, inflicts 160 intelligence-based fire magic damage to targets within a specified area, consuming 15 mana, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. With his current attributes, the damage of the level 7 Fire Rain surged to 256 points. 2 waves of Fire Rain would suffice to annihilate a group of Fire Spirit Foxes. After a considerable time, successfully killed 100 first-tier monsters. The talent Wrath of the Gods upgraded to D grade, reducing the cooldown time by 30 seconds. Upgrade condition. Kill 1,000 first-tier monsters to elevate to C grade. The notification flashed. The upgrade of Wrath of the Gods further diminished the cooldown time by 10 seconds. Fang Hong felt anticipation swell within him. It was evident that reaching SSS grade for this talent would yield staggering power. Moreover, the upgrade task posed no challenge for him. After dispatching 2 more Fire Spirit Foxes, Fang Hong turned to the astonished Tang Yin and urged her to continue. Tang Yin helplessly spread her hands, saying, "There are no more monsters, brother." Fang Hong scanned the surroundings, only to realize that he had obliterated all the Fire Spirit Foxes in the vicinity. Following this battle, Fang Hong's intelligence attribute reached 164. His agility also increased by 2 points. Regrettably, the scarcity of Fire Spirit Foxes and their low respawn rate could not keep up with Fang Hong's relentless slaughter. In the forest, there remained packs of Dark Moon magic wolves and other creatures. Yet, most monsters excelled in strength and agility, offering little assistance to Fang Hong. Zhan Xin. Tang Yin said playfully, I just received news that the Dragon Rising Guild is besieging a boss. Shall we lend our aid? She emphasized the word aid, her tone laced with sarcasm. Oh. Fang Hong glanced at Tang Yin. His first thought was that this might be a trap set by Qin Tian. Or perhaps Tang Yin intended to use him against Qin Tian. Based on his understanding of her, the latter seemed more plausible. Tang Yin had always sought to escape Qin's family's control and harbored great resentment towards Qin Tian, who coveted her. However, the contract lay in the hands of the latter, leaving her with no choice but to obey. Fang Hong found the boss intriguing and saw it as an opportunity to vex Qin Tian, a perfect 2-for-1 deal. He smiled and asked, what kind of boss? Unaware of Fang Hong's true intentions, Tang Yin explained, the Dragon Rising Guild has discovered a level 15 boss, the Earth Bear. The Unstoppable Guild has already organized a team to confront it. Shall we seize the opportunity? The Earth Bear? Fang Hong was taken aback. Qin Tian's luck was indeed extraordinary. In his previous life, the discovery and defeat of the Earth Bear was not attributed to the Dragon Rising Guild, but rather to another guild, the Overlord Guild. However, the Overlord Guild was later assimilated by Qin Tian. Fang Hong distinctly remembered that the Earth Bear guarded the path from the novice village to the level 1 city. The first to slay it would earn a substantial amount of free attribute points and a hidden realm scroll. Such rewards must not fall into Qin Tian's hands, especially that scroll. Fang Hong turned to Tang Yin and said, "Lead the way." At the forest's edge, a narrow path was overgrown with tangled vegetation, concealing the road beyond. Boom. Crash. The sounds of battle reverberated throughout the area. Hundreds of players were besieging a colossal black bear. The black bear stood upright, towering over 4 meters. Its massive frame causing devastation with each swipe of its claws, slaying several knight players in an instant. The knights at the forefront were filled with terror. The damage dealt by this boss was evidently beyond the capacity of players at their current stage. Qin Tian stood at the back of the crowd, his expression fervent as he shouted, "No one is allowed to retreat. Those who die in battle will be rewarded with 10,000. With such a generous offer, the crowd surged forward, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, charging recklessly at the boss. Beside Qin Tian stood a burly man clad in warrior attire. He observed the battlefield, where flashes of white light danced, his brow furrowing. "Unstoppable guild, this is too ruthless. We are not yet equipped to handle this boss." This man was the leader of the Overlord Guild, known as Overlord. He had discovered the hidden boss, and, realizing his guild was incapable of defeating it, sold the information to Qin Tian. Qin Tian glanced at Overlord, replying coolly, "A general success is built upon the bones of the fallen, and besides, my subordinates won't actually perish." Overlord frowned, disapproving of his perspective. Although it was merely a game, dying in Godfall would still severely drain one's spirit and vitality. No one could guarantee that frequent deaths in the game would not affect one's mental health in reality. Nevertheless, having already sold the information to the Dragon Rising Guild, he could only remain silent and continue to observe the unfolding battle. Boom. Suddenly, the Earth Bear slammed its arms heavily against the ground. Countless spikes of earth surged forth, instantaneously engulfing the archer and mage squads positioned behind. Cries of horror erupted. Flashes of white light signified the instant demise of numerous ranged classes. Qin Tian's countenance darkened. The ranged classes were pivotal, and they could not withstand such significant losses. Seeing the Earth Bear prepare to unleash another skill, he hastily commanded, "Mages and archers, spread out. Knights and warriors, move to the front to block the skill." The members of the Dragon Rising Guild bravely charged forward, momentarily suppressing the boss. Arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, while fireballs whistled through the air. Most attacks are utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of the Earth Bear, inflicting merely a point of force damage. Yet, with hundreds besieging it, Qin Tian believes that they will eventually wear down this formidable boss. After several rounds of assault, the Earth Bear's health has dwindled to half of its initial 2,000 points. Not far away, Fang Hong and Tang Yin hide in the underbrush, observing the unfolding scene. At that moment, the Earth Bear unleashes another area attack, instantly slaying over 20 archers and mages. Tang Yin bites her lip and turns to her companion, the God Slayer, inquiring, "Brother, can you handle this boss?" Fang Hong promptly shakes his head. As a regional boss, the Earth Bear possesses formidable defenses and various ranged skills. Even if he could vanquish it, the risk would be monumental, especially under Qin Tian's watchful gaze. However, Fang Hong understands that he need not confront the Earth Bear head-on. He is acutely aware of Qin Tian's mindset, sacrificing guild members to diminish the boss's health before delivering the final blow himself to reap the rewards. Thus, he patiently awaits the opportune moment to strike and claim the boss for himself. Chapter 15. Seizing the Boss. The despairing Qin Tian. Fang Hong closely monitors the battlefield. Soon, the Earth Bear's health drops to 300 points, enraging it as it breaks through the melee fighters' lines, charging towards the archers and mages in the rear. "You stay here," Fang Hong instructs before stealthily advancing. The rustling of grass goes unnoticed as everyone's attention is riveted on the Earth Bear. Young Master, Li Bo appears behind Qin Tian, announcing that the boss's health has plummeted to 30 points. Qin Tian nods and immediately commands, "Everyone, cease your attacks. Knights and warriors, hold the line." With a thunderous roar, the Earth Bear swings its colossal paws, mowing down players left and right. Qin Tian remains undeterred. He raises his knight's lance and seizes the moment to charge forward. Suddenly, a fireball hurtles towards him. Qin Tian rolls away just in time, narrowly evading the projectile. However, the fireball, with deadly precision, strikes the Earth Bear, causing a shocking number to appear above its head. Yet, the Earth Bear still stands, with a mere 3 points of health remaining. Qin Tian exhales in relief, thankful for the boss's high magic resistance. Otherwise, all their efforts would have been in vain. "You, go kill him," Qin Tian barks, hastening towards the Earth Bear. The novice mage's fireball has a 3-second cooldown, and he is confident he can eliminate the boss within that window. But suddenly, he hears a whooshing sound behind him. A blade of wind swiftly closes in on him. Does the God Slayer possess 2 skills? Qin Tian's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches the wind blade strike the Earth Bear, filled with fear and despair. His lance tip is a mere 10 centimeters from the Earth Bear when the announcement reverberates through the novice village. Novice Village announcement. Player Godslayer has slain the Novice Village regional boss. Earth Bear. The path to Silver City has been opened. Godslayer awarded. 10 free attribute points, 1 skill point. Players may leave the Novice Village and proceed to Silver City for class advancement upon reaching level 10. The announcement echoes through the Novice Village. No. Qin Tian roars in despair and fury, his eyes bloodshot. Godslayer, I will tear you to shreds. Boom. A fireball strikes him, silencing his voice as he is instantly transformed into a white light, meeting his demise. He killed the guild leader. He stole the boss. Scum. Let us eliminate him. The members of the Longting Guild curse as they rush towards Fang Hong. Fang Hong sneers, unleashing a rain of fire. Waves of white light flash as the weak players are systematically obliterated. In the next moment, a graceful figure appears, leaving trails of white light in her wake, Tang Yan. Without hesitation, she slaughters the players of the Longting Guild, seeking to earn the trust of the Godslayer. Within mere minutes, the remaining 100 members of the Longting Guild are decimated by the two. Only the formidable Ba Wan from the Xiong Ba Guild chooses to flee at the first opportunity. The money from Du Bu Tian Xia has already been deposited. There is no need to risk his life for Qin Tian. At the Novice Village's resurrection point, Qin Tian's expression is as dark as the night, his chest heaving violently as he gazes at the subordinates gathering around him, fury ablaze in his eyes. Uffed. Qin Tian, overwhelmed with rage, coughs up blood. Young master. Li Bo gasps, swiftly supporting the wavering Qin Tian. Qin Tian struggles to steady himself, his voice trembling as he asks, how much have we lost this time? After a lengthy silence, Li Bo sighs, conservatively estimated, 70 million. 70 million. Qin Tian's face turns pale, his teeth grinding in anger. Besides the financial loss, the two devastating blows have plunged the Longting Guild into chaos. After today, it will undoubtedly be challenging to reorganize. Qin Tian takes a deep breath, calming his rage as he coldly states, tell Tang Yan she has 2 days. Within 2 days, she must obtain the identity information of the Godslayer, or she will lose her freedom forever. With that, he dismisses his subordinates and logs off. Meanwhile, Fang Hong is busy collecting the rewards from defeating the boss, 10 free attribute points, 1 skill point. Furthermore, his plundering talent has triggered, and this time he has gained not just attribute points and skills, but 2 points of luck, the ability to plunder luck. Fang Hong is pleasantly surprised. In his eyes, these 2 points of luck are more precious than the Guardian's shield. Luck is a hidden fixed attribute determined upon entering the game, unable to be augmented by any means. 1 point of luck increases the success rate of probabilistic events by 1, including, but not limited to, monster drops, equipment enhancement success rates, critical hits, and the activation probabilities of hidden attributes. Most importantly, it also enhances the likelihood of triggering his plundering talent. Additionally, the Earth Bear has dropped a skill stone, a reinforcement stone, a piece of rare equipment, and a scroll. Earth Ring. Excellent. Usable by first-tier professions, 50 health, 2 constitution. This is indeed a rare piece of equipment. In the world of Shun Yun, equipment is categorized into 8 types: weapons, helmets, clothing, shoes, belts, wrist guards, rings, and necklaces. Among them, rings and necklaces have an exceptionally low drop rate. Only by defeating the corresponding level boss can one hope to acquire them. Alternatively, players with advanced forging talents can craft high-quality equipment. At present, Fang Hong cannot equip the Earth Ring. He then turns his attention to the scroll, the item he has longed for the most in the Novice Village. The Goblin's secret realm, hidden accessible from level 1 and above, it harbors the treasures of goblins. Fang Hong joyfully stowed away his belongings. Brother, why haven't you reached level 10 yet? Tang Yan inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. While clearing the remnants of fallen players, she had taken note of the level of Zhan Shun. Having accompanied Zhan Shun, she had already advanced to level 10. So why was he still at level 9? Fang Hong disregarded Tang Yan's question, allocating the attribute points he had gained to intelligence and enhancing Fire Rain to level 9, slightly increasing its damage. Once he had completed everything, he finally turned to her and said calmly, Tang Yan, let us converse privately. Huh. Tang Yan's eyes widened like a startled deer as she took a step back, a dagger materializing in her hand as she coldly fixed her gaze on Zhan Shun. How do you know my name? She had never revealed her identity to him. Fang Hong glanced at Tang Yan, his tone composed. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I am aware you were sent by Qin Tian. What is his intention? Tang Yan scoffed at Zhan Shun's words. Mean you no harm? You have killed me 17 times. She sheathed her dagger but remained on guard, stating, Qin Tian wants me to extract your identity information in exchange for my freedom. She revealed the truth without reservation. The fact that Zhan Shun knew her identity indicated he must possess significant influence in the real world. Deceiving him would likely lead to exposure. Chapter 16. The contract in hand, awaiting the fair lady. Fang Hong scoffed softly. He was all too familiar with Qin Tian's nature. In his previous life, Qin Tian had entrusted Tang Yan to him, yet still withheld her freedom, intending to surveil him covertly. When Fang Hong probed, Qin Tian pretended ignorance and handed over the contract to appease him. You know very well he would not grant you the contract, would he? Fang Hong derisively mocked. You. Tang Yin fumed, yet she dared not strike. For a mage, engaging an assassin in close quarters was taboo, but she felt powerless against Zhan Shun. Ding. Player Zhan Shun requests to add you as a friend. Tang Yin, perplexed, accepted the request. Fang Hong continued. My true name is Fang Hong. I have sent you my address. Deliver it to Qin Tian and see if he will grant you your freedom. He provided Tang Yin with an old address. Confident that due to Zhao Ye's alterations to his identity information, Qin Tian would not trace him. Tang Yin regarded Fang Hong with confusion. What do you mean by this? Fang Hong understood her skepticism regarding why he would provide her with identity information. Was it a ruse? Perceiving her thoughts, Fang Hong replied, the identity information is accurate. I merely wish to assist you. Assist me? Tang Yan's confusion deepened. Fang Hong elaborated, but do not harbor excessive hopes. Qin Tian will not simply let you go. Wait for me a moment, Tang Yin stated, promptly logging off. Fang Hong recognized that she intended to relay the information she had acquired to Qin Tian in hopes of securing her freedom, yet she was destined for disappointment. Fang Hong opened his friend list, which contained only 2 names, Gongzi and Xiao Yi Mao. At that moment, Xiao Yi was online. Fang Hong sent him a message. Zhan Shun, I require your assistance. Gongzi, speak freely. Zhan Shun, are you acquainted with Qin Tian from the Qin family in the capital? I seek a woman close to him. Fang Hong provided Xiao Yi with Tang Yan's information. Gongzi, a member of the Tang family? The ancient martial arts clan is not to be trifled with. Brother, do not let beauty cloud your judgment. Zhan Shun, you think too much. Gongzi, we are all men. What is there to be embarrassed about? Rest assured, I can resolve this with a single call. After sending the last message, Xiao Yi logged off. In the real world, within the grand estate of the Qin family in the capital, Tang Yin handed over Fang Hong's identity information to Qin Tian. Li Bo, how is the investigation proceeding? Qin Tian's gaze was filled with malice as he asked coldly. Li Bo, seated before the computer, furrowed his brow. Young master. It is rather troublesome, he stated seriously, turning the monitor towards Qin Tian. On the screen, a few large characters appeared. Insufficient permissions, unable to query. No. This is impossible. Qin Tian's eyelids twitched violently, disbelief etched across his face. Insufficient permissions indicated that this individual was no mere nobody. Qin Tian could not accept this reality. Beside him, Tang Yin grew impatient, urging, I have given you the information. Can you return the contract to me? Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, a glimmer of ruthless intent flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. He then donned a friendly smile, appearing affable. Tang Yin, to extract information so easily. It seems Fang Hong holds you in high regard. Tang Yin felt repulsed by his gaze and took a step back, extending her hand as she coldly demanded, give me the contract. Qin Tian remained unmoved, calmly stating, how about this? You remain by Fang Hong's side to monitor him. When the time is ripe, I will naturally restore your freedom. No, Tang Yin categorically rejected, her eyes filled with derision. From this day forth, I shall not do anything for you, young Master Qin. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? The smile vanished from Qin Tian's face, replaced by a frigid glare. Just as he prepared to issue a threat, the telephone on the table suddenly rang. Li Bo answered the phone, his demeanor instantly turning grave. Yes, understood. He is here. I will pass him the phone. After saying this, Li Bo covered the receiver and murmured, it's Zhao Yi from the old city. What? Qin Tian exclaimed. Hastily taking the phone, his tone shifting to one of utmost respect, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Young Master Zhao, it is indeed you. Qin Tian smiled broadly, nodding repeatedly. 6 seconds later, as Qin Tian listened to the busy tone emanating from the receiver, his smile completely faded. He looked at Tang Yin, inhaling deeply, striving to suppress the fury swelling within him. The Qin family is no longer your master. You may leave at any time. Tang Yin was taken aback. She instinctively felt that the earlier phone call must have been connected to Fang Hong. Without further inquiry, she turned and departed. Regardless, escaping the grasp of the Qin family was her long-held aspiration. Once she had left, Qin Tian sank onto the sofa, his face as pale as death. Li Bo, bewildered, promptly asked, young master, what did he say to you? Qin Tian took a deep breath, regaining some composure. Fang Hong has Zhao Yi backing him. The Qin family must swallow this pride. Eagerly, Tang Yin re-entered the game. Indeed, Fang Hong awaited her at the same spot. Was this all you're doing? Tang Yin scrutinized Fang Hong, intrigued by his identity. This individual seemed to be someone even Qin Tian would not dare to confront. Gongzi, all set. The contract will soon be delivered to your residence. Fang Hong was taken aback by Zhao Yi's swift actions. He nodded and said, your contract is now in my possession. Here is my address. Come over immediately. Upon hearing Fang Hong's words, Tang Yin's complexion turned pale, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. She realized how naive she had been. Regaining her freedom felt as unattainable as a daydream for someone like her. Out of the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's lair. Tang Yin had resigned herself to fate. She turned to Fang Hong, her expression impassive, and said, Master, I shall return shortly. Before Fang Hong could utter a word, her figure vanished from the spot. Was there truly such urgency? Fang Hong pondered, bemused. He held the goblin's secret realm in his hands, intending to enter alongside Tang Yan. Within that realm, there were numerous level 15 goblin mages. If all went well, by conquering this dungeon, he could amass 500 points in intelligence through his plundering ability. However, entry into the goblin's secret realm required a first-tier level, necessitating players to be above level 10. He needed to entrust the leadership to Tang Yan and follow her inside. He decided to wait for her return. Casting a glance at the spot where she had disappeared, Fang Hong resolved to return to the territory of the fire spirit fox and continue grinding for intelligence attributes. You have successfully slain 1,000 first-tier monsters. The talent Wrath of the Gods has been upgraded to grade C, and skill cooldown time has been reduced by 40. Upgrade requirement: slay 10,000 second-tier monsters to advance to grade B. The notification flashed before him. After a day and night of relentless combat, Fang Hong had finally elevated Wrath of the Gods to grade C. The forthcoming challenge would not be as simple. He needed to eliminate 10,000 second-tier monsters, which were of levels 30 to 60, none of which resided in the novice village. Time was of the essence. Fang Hong had to leave the novice village promptly. At present, he had plundered a significant amount of attributes, raising his intelligence to 231 points, taking a step closer to the formidable 500 threshold. It was time to log off and rest. Chapter 17, True Freedom. Upon returning to the real world, it was midday, and Tang Yan's contract lay quietly on the table. Fang Hong resolved to return this item to her, granting her freedom. After a quick shower and a light meal, he lay down on the spacious bed in his bedroom, succumbing to a deep slumber. As evening approached, the doorbell chimed, rousing Fang Hong from his dreams. Tang Yan. Only Zhao Yi and Tang Yan knew of this place. There were certainly no outsiders. He descended the stairs to open the door. To his astonishment, a stunning woman stood at the threshold, gazing at him with a slightly dazed expression. Tang Yan. Fang Hong recognized her, a smile blossoming on his face. Memories of their joyful moments spent together in a previous life flooded back, as if they had transpired only yesterday. Yet, the thought of Tang Yan's silent departure made him furrow his brow slightly. Are you Fang Hong? Tang Yan inquired, her uncertainty palpable. The man before her was strikingly handsome, starkly contrasting with the cold, ruthless figure she had known in Godfall. He seemed even more dashing now. Feeling the intensity of Fang Hong's gaze, her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced. Please, come in, he urged, naturally pulling her inside his home. As Tang Yan stepped into the villa, she curiously surveyed her surroundings. The simple yet cozy decor lacked the ostentation of the Qin family, creating an inviting atmosphere. Wait here for a moment, Fang Hong said as he entered the bedroom. Not long after, he returned, holding Tang Yan's contract. This arrived at noon. Tang Yan's eyes fixated on the contract in Fang Hong's hands, her fists clenched tightly, and her lips pressed together. I will heed your commands, but I also have my limits. There are certain things I will not do, and you cannot force me. Fang Hong regarded her with confusion. Subsequently, he firmly extended the contract towards her. Stop overthinking it. Haven't you always desired freedom? From this day forth, you are free. What? Tang Yan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she looked at Fang Hong. Aren't you going to enslave me? Fang Hong shook his head. Tang Yan stared at the contract in her hands, a melange of emotions swirling within her, a hint of disappointment surfacing. She was uncertain of what to do next, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her face. Having been raised by an ancient martial arts family, she had learned combat skills, treated as a pawn and a commodity. Freedom was an alien concept to her. Even with the contract in her possession, should the Tang family discover it, they would capture her and sell her once more. Gazing at Fang Hong's countenance, she made a resolute decision. A dagger slipped from her sleeve into her grasp as she stepped forward, lightly slicing across Fang Hong's fingertip. A drop of blood fell onto the contract. Fang Hong was taken aback, casting a startled glance at Tang Yan. What are you doing? Tang Yan smiled sweetly, raising the bloodstained contract. From this moment on, you are my master. Fang Hong was perplexed. Don't you desire freedom? With a tearing sound, Tang Yan ripped the contract apart before his eyes. For me, the ability to choose my own master is true freedom. From now on, I can only belong to you, and you shall never sell me to anyone else. In the next moment, Tang Yan stepped closer, nearly pressing against Fang Hong, tilting her head to gaze up at him, her warm breath brushing against his chest. Master, you have slain me 17 times, and you must compensate me 17 times. Wait for me in the bedroom. Fang Hong's heart raced. Tang Yan, feeling the atmosphere, blushed and hurried into the bathroom, listening to the sound of running water from within. Fang Hong's mind conjured images of Tang Yan's exquisite beauty and alluring figure. He chuckled softly. In this life, he vowed to protect her well and never let her leave again. Returning to the bedroom, after a while, the door opened. Tang Yan emerged with damp hair. Clad only in Fang Hong's loose shirt, her long, elegant legs exposed to the air, breathtakingly beautiful. Her bashful face was as flushed as a budding flower, accentuating her perfect curves and pert backside, perpetually testing the boundaries of a man's restraint. Master, 17 times. Tang Yan's body trembled slightly from nervousness and shyness. You had better not regret it. Fang Hong chuckled, tossing aside the covers. Spots of crimson appeared on the sheets. 3 hours later, Tang Yin lay on Fang Hong's chest, her eyes half closed, gasping for breath. I never imagined you could be so formidable, master. Despite being a martial arts expert, her body was far beyond the average. Yet she found it overwhelming. Don't rush. This is merely the first time, Fang Hong whispered in a devilish tone beside her ear. Tang Yin bit her lower lip, defiantly lunging at him once more. The following morning, Tang Yin limped out of bed, furrowing her brow as she made her way to the bathroom. Fang Hong couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. In this life, it seemed this little wildcat had indeed been conquered by him. After a simple breakfast, a mid-tier gaming pod was delivered. Tang Yin disliked spending prolonged periods within the game. This was more than sufficient for her. Fang Hong re-entered the game, materializing in the territory of the Fire Spirit Fox. With a cry, the Fire Spirit Foxes, numbering in the hundreds, had respawned within a day, and the nearby creatures shrieked as they charged towards Fang Hong. Fire rain. Fang Hong remained composed, unleashing his skill. A shower of flames instantly engulfed several Fire Spirit Foxes. Their heart-wrenching cries echoed as they were swiftly annihilated by Fang Hong. You have slain a level 10 Fire Spirit Fox, gaining 20 experience points. Plundering talent activated, Intelligence 1. Accumulating 1,000 points of slaughtering experience enhances the effect of the plundering talent. There exists a 20 chance to seize attribute points from ordinary monsters upon slaying them, and a 1 chance to acquire their special attribute points. You have unlocked a new effect. Effect 4. Doubling the equipment drop rate upon defeating bosses, with a 1 chance of dropping rare-grade equipment from ordinary monsters. Upon reaching 100,000 points of slaughtering experience, the plundering talent can be elevated. Current slaughtering points stand at 13. Fang Hong gazed in astonishment at the notification. In the realm of Godfall, the drop rate of items, particularly equipment, is notoriously low. Bosses serve as the primary source for acquiring gear. However, now he could also obtain equipment from ordinary monsters. Moreover, as his talent further developed, the quality of the dropped equipment might also improve. Suddenly, a horde of fiery spirit foxes came rushing towards Fang Hong with shrill cries. He dismissed the panel and focused on the battle. Fireballs, wind blades, and rain of fire. 3 skills were unleashed in rapid succession. Under the might of his formidable attack power, the fiery spirit foxes were vanquished before they could even draw near. Soon, Fang Hong reaped 21 points of intelligence and 3 points of agility, along with 2 pieces of equipment, a leather armor with 5 defense and an iron sword inflicting 7 physical damage, both of which were common items. Fang Hong stowed them away. My master. Just then, a graceful figure approached. Tang Yin surveyed Fang Hong from head to toe, her face radiant with joy. Fang Hong felt a bit awkward. Master sounded peculiar. Just call me brother. He had never regarded Tang Yin as a servant or a slave. Not a chance. Tang Yin pouted, wrapping her arms around his. You look even better in reality than in the game. Fang Hong was at a loss for words and swiftly changed the subject. Have you advanced to the first tier? Tang Yin nodded enthusiastically, pride illuminating her features. I am now a first-tier shadow assassin. With her promotion, she had also learned 2 new skills. However, she was acutely aware of Fang Hong's strength. Even as a first tier, she was no match for him. Master, this is what you requested. Tang Yin produced 100 intermediate mana restoration potions and handed them to Fang Hong. This was a special request of his. His talent, Wrath of the Gods, could reduce skill cooldowns by 40, but mana consumption was too rapid, outpacing recovery. Fang Hong retrieved the Goblin's Secret Realm scroll and presented it to Tang Yin. Let us depart. Tang Yin nodded and invited Fang Hong to join her party before tearing the scroll. Buzz, a radiant light enveloped them, and with a ripple in space, they were teleported to an unfamiliar grove. A gentle breeze rustled through, carrying the fragrance of flowers. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air. Entering the Goblin's Secret Realm. Dungeon difficulty, normal. Completion condition, obtain the Goblin Treasure. An S rank or above rating will yield additional rewards. The notification flickered. In the world of Godfall, dungeon difficulties are categorized as normal, hard, heroic, hell, and mythical. The higher the difficulty, the more challenging the completion conditions become. Tang Yin curiously surveyed her surroundings. Is this the dungeon? It doesn't seem so perilous. No sooner had she spoken than a band of goblins emerged from the thicket. Intruders! A goblin soldier bellowed angrily, charging at them with a spear. Leave it to me. Tang Yin's eyes sparkled. Having just advanced to the first tier, she was eager to impress Fang Hong. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. Whoosh! A goblin archer concealed in the shadows loosed an arrow, instantly reducing her health by over 100 points. As an assassin, her health was already quite low. This ambush nearly cost her life. Master, aren't goblins supposed to be the weakest? Why are they so strong? Tang Yin exclaimed in shock, hurriedly consuming a low-level health potion and retreating behind Fang Hong. Observing the advancing goblin soldiers, Fang Hong acted decisively. Boom! A rain of fire engulfed a dozen goblin soldiers in an instant. 354, 351, 356, accompanied by the piercing screams of the goblin soldiers. Damage numbers flashed repeatedly. Following this, A fireball and a wind blade struck. Boom. Whoosh. 389, 391. A goblin archer was swiftly eliminated. With Fang Hong's 254 intelligence attribute, these monsters, possessing only 600 health points, were utterly defenseless against his 2 assaults. Despicable human, how dare you harm the great goblin race? Die! The remaining goblin soldiers shouted in fury, charging toward Fang Hong. Be careful, master. They are all level 15 monsters, Tang Yin instinctively warned. Standing his ground against the goblin soldiers' onslaught, Fang Hong wielded his staff, channeling elemental earth energy. In the next instant, a wall of earth materialized before him. Clang! Several spears struck the earthen barrier, causing it to tremble before dissipating into nothingness. Fang Hong swiftly retreated. As the cooldown for Rain of Fire elapsed, he unleashed it once more. Boom! Flames consumed the goblin soldiers, depleting their life force in an instant. They collapsed. Howling in agony, you have slain one level 15 goblin soldier, earning 15 experience points. Plundering talent activated, strength 1. Plundering talent activated, strength 1. Fang Hong glanced at the notification. His strength attribute increased by 2 points. Though strength held little significance for him, it was better than nothing. Within the goblin secret realm, numerous goblin mages lurked, though their locations remained unknown. Equipment, Tang Yin exclaimed, noticing a spear on the ground and excitedly picking it up. It was a common first-tier spear with 9 physical damage. Neither could equip it, so Fang Hong stored it in his inventory for future sale. After clearing the battlefield, Tang Yin sighed and tactfully suggested, I'll go lure some small monsters, master. Could you give me the Gale Boots? The Gale Boots enhanced speed by 7 points, making them perfect for her. Without hesitation, Fang Hong bestowed the Gale Boots and the finely crafted Earth Ring upon Tang Yin. These items held little value for him. He could easily regain his attributes by slaying more monsters, but they were ideal for Tang Yin. With a charming smile, Tang Yin quickly donned the gear and proceeded to attract monsters. However, the sounds of their earlier skirmish had already drawn nearby goblins. Intruders. Identify the intruders. Capture them. Kill the man. Spare the woman. Dozens of goblin soldiers surged from the woods, their furious cries echoing. Tang Yin stepped forward to divert their attention. Rain of fire. Flames roared, and screams reverberated as goblin soldiers fell one after another. Their cooperation became increasingly seamless. Tang Yin adeptly utilized her new skills, dispatching a lone goblin soldier without sustaining any damage. 2 hours later, the nearby goblin soldiers had been eliminated. Only a sea of corpses and scattered loot remained. Tang Yan's eyes sparkled as she rummaged through the corpses of goblins, collecting coins while muttering about frugality. Meanwhile, Fang Hong assessed the attributes he had just plundered. 179 points in strength, 15 points in constitution, 9 points in agility, and a mere 3 points in intelligence. As a mage, he had now surpassed all players, his strength reaching an astonishing 187 points. Even a level 30 warrior, dedicated to maximizing their stats, would not possess such formidable attributes. Moreover, Fang Hong had acquired an additional 5 points in attack speed and 2 points in physical critical hit rate, both of which were exceptional attributes. He felt he could even wield his staff like a melee mage. I have no use for these, Tang Yin remarked, approaching him with over a dozen pieces of equipment she had gathered from the battlefield. At Fang Hong's gesture, she pocketed the coins, casting a puzzled glance at his level. Master, why are you still at level 9? She asked, noting that she had just reached level 15. Fang Hong shook his head, disinclined to explain. He recalled that this dungeon housed goblin mages, and there were quite a few of them. Once his intelligence reached 500 points, he could break the curse and level up normally. The world of Godfall was fraught with peril, especially from the nefarious human factions with their inscrutable methods. They were the minions of the Celestial Clan. Fang Hong resolved to elevate his level swiftly, aiming to avoid provoking those adversaries for the time being. Chapter 19, Goblin Village. Curse lifted. Fang Hong and Tang Yin ventured deeper into the dense woods. Soon, they encountered level 20 goblin warriors and archers. I'll lure them over. Tang Yin volunteered eagerly, darting forward. Whoosh. A glimmer of cold light flashed as she struck a goblin warrior in the neck. 81 damage wasn't particularly high. Woman, you're seeking death. The goblin warrior roared, swinging its longsword at her. Startled, Tang Yin hastily retreated, exclaiming, Master, this creature is clearly stronger. Fang Hong distanced himself, wielding his staff to cast Fireball and Windblade. Boom. Whoosh. 426, 431. With 1,200 health points, the level 20 goblin warrior withstood his 2 spells. Then, a rain of fire descended, instantly reducing the goblin warrior's health to 0, and it fell to the ground with a cry. You have slain a level 20 goblin warrior, earning 20 experience points. The demise of their comrade enraged the remaining goblins. Whoosh. Arrows whistled through the air, targeting Fang Hong and Tang Yin. Noticing Tang Yin nimbly dodging, Fang Hong shouted, Get behind me. Whoosh. The earth trembled, forming a shield that blocked most of the incoming arrows. Fang Hong quickly retreated to increase the distance. He downed a potion for intermediate mana recovery. Fireball. Windblade. He repeatedly unleashed his spells at the approaching monsters. 360, 422, 431, as various spells intertwined. Damage numbers danced above the goblins' heads, and they fell one by one. Nonetheless, Fang Hong remained cautious. With only 230 health points, he could not endure 2 strikes from a level 20 goblin archer. Finally, the last goblin archer was slain. Tang Yin sighed in relief. Master, should we proceed further? Several times, she had narrowly avoided being struck by arrows, forced to hide behind Fang Hong. He nodded. Let us continue. But let us only draw 10 monsters at a time. Understood, Tang Yin agreed, drinking a health recovery potion while awaiting her health to regenerate. Deep in the woods, only level 20 goblin warriors and archers remained. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yin would strike at any isolated goblin. After a considerable time had passed, no goblin was in sight. Tang Yin had reached level 18, while Fang Hong continued to plunder attributes, significantly enhancing his stats. His strength had increased by 157 points, agility by 21 points, constitution by 20 points, and intelligence by 6 points. Additionally, he gained 7 points in attack speed, 2 points in physical critical hit, 1 point in luck, and 3 skill points. Fang Hong's strength had soared to 344 points, though his intelligence lingered at only 263 points. He suddenly felt an urge to charge into melee combat with the monsters. After Tang Yin finished clearing the battlefield, she sat down, somewhat fatigued, and inquired, Master, what shall we do next? Let us rest for a while, Fang Hong replied. He had become accustomed to high-intensity battles, but Tang Yin struggled to keep up. How delightful, she exclaimed, stretching languidly and reclining beneath Fang Hong. Her form-fitting leather armor accentuated her graceful figure, prompting Fang Hong to avert his gaze. At this moment, his priority was to enhance his strength and acquire intelligence attributes. It was not the time for leisure. As dusk descended, flickering flames illuminated the woods. They had arrived at the goblin village. Tang Yin spotted goblin knights patrolling the perimeter, riding upon war wolves. Simultaneously, she observed robed goblins. Master, new creatures have appeared, she warned. Compared to the goblin warriors and archers, the goblin knights and mages posed a far greater threat. Yet, Fang Hong felt exhilarated, declaring, You stay here. Finally, I found the goblin mages. He rose, immediately casting fireball, targeting a goblin knight on the outskirts of the village. Boom. 397. Damage numbers appeared above the goblin knight's head, indicating a high magic resistance. Intruder. We have an intruder. The attacked goblin knight bellowed furiously. Boom. A massive fireball soared from the village, illuminating the surrounding woods and revealing Fang Hong's figure. Human. Attack. Tear that wretch apart. The goblins roared with fury, charging forward. The ground trembled slightly as a vast horde of goblins, including 500 knights and 1,000 mages, surged forth. Tang Yin gasped. Be careful, they possess a charged skill. This skill cannot be interrupted. If the mages are approached by the knights, they are doomed. Whoosh. Countless incantations whirled through the air. Fireballs, wind blades, and arrows intertwined, instantly enveloping Fang Hong's position. Be cautious, Fang Hong warned Tang Yin. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, disregarding the attacks overhead, and charged into the goblin army. Boom, 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 swish, swish, swish. 1-1-1. The spell struck Fang Hong, but could not pierce his defenses. Each hit merely deducted 1 health point. He only needed to be wary of the incoming arrows. With his current agility, he moved faster than even Tang Yin. The shadow assassin. He flipped over, maneuvering past the goblin knights, and plunged into the midst of the mages. Humph. Foolish human. One goblin mage sneered disdainfully as Fang Hong approached. It perceived the human mage before it as reckless as a moth drawn to a flame, utterly oblivious to the consequences. Yet, in the very next moment, Fang Hong swung his staff, not to cast a spell, but to deliver a forceful blow upon a goblin mage. Thud. 301. The goblin mage's incantation was abruptly interrupted, and a colossal number floated above its head. The one who had been mocking was now rendered speechless, staring at Fang Hong in disbelief. A human warrior wielding a mage's weapon? Thud thud. The staff struck twice more, and the goblin mage collapsed instantly. Fang Hong moved through the goblin mage's ranks with the grace of a wolf among sheep, his movements fluid and unrestrained. A torrent of fire rained down. The staff continued to strike, leaving chaos in its wake as the goblin mages floundered, helpless and in disarray. The goblin knights realized the gravity of the situation, but the disorganized throng of their comrades severely hindered their advance, preventing them from leveraging the advantage of a charge. Tang Yin stood at a distance, astonished. A melee mage. The phrase echoed in her mind. My master is truly an extraordinary being, she mused with a tinge of admiration. Initially, she had intended to assist, but it now appeared that she would only be a burden. Leaning comfortably against a tree, she watched her experience points soar, reveling in the sheer delight of leveling up effortlessly. Surely, other players would never dare to dream of such fortune. The air was thick with cries and curses, the battlefield a cacophony of chaos. Fang Hong effortlessly navigated through the goblins, his staff ruthlessly striking the goblin mages. You have slain a level 20 goblin mage. earning 20 experience points. The Plunder talent has been triggered, Intelligence 1. Ding. Your intelligence has reached 500 points, forcibly lifting the curse of Aaron. Chapter 20, Elite Boss. Treasure awaits. Fang Hong heard the notification. Your level has risen to 10, earning 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. You have reached the maximum level for novice mages. Please proceed to a nearby city for promotion. A wave of relief washed over Fang Hong. As if a heavy burden had been lifted. At last I am free, he exclaimed joyfully. He swiftly dispatched the remaining goblin mages. Despicable human, you will pay for this. As the goblin mages fell, the remaining goblin knights charged at Fang Hong with fury. Fang Hong smiled with satisfaction. A storm of fire engulfed the area ahead. 789, 791, 799. Enormous damage numbers materialized. The goblin knights, boasting 1600 health points and 120 magic resistance, could not withstand Fang Hong's assault. What? Is this fellow a warrior or a mage? The goblin knights were filled with dread. This human before them clearly surpassed their understanding. Terrifying speed, formidable magic, and impressive physical attacks. This could not possibly be the prowess of a mere level 10. Thunderous roars. Another barrage of fire descended, and the goblin knights fell in droves. Just then, a furious roar echoed. Stop! Human! How dare you harm my kin? Today, I shall rend you limb from limb. A fierce wind swept through as a massive broadsword swung toward Fang Hong. His expression grew serious. With no time to evade, he summoned an earthen shield. Bang! The shield shattered, and the tremendous impact sent Fang Hong flying. He was taken aback, with an intelligence attribute of 517 points. The earth shield should have absorbed around 500 points of damage. This meant that the opponent's physical attack exceeded 500 points. Master! Tang Yin cried out in alarm upon seeing the sudden appearance of the boss. The Goblin Chieftain, level 25, elite class. Slaying it would yield the goblins treasured secrets. The chieftain, witnessing the demise of his brethren, felt his veins swell with rage as he bellowed, Human, you shall not be forgiven. With a swing of his great sword, the Goblin Chieftain unleashed a devastating sword slash. Remaining composed, Fang Hong's gaze sharpened as he meticulously observed every movement of his foe. Whoosh! A blade of wind struck the Goblin Chieftain, interrupting his skill. 613. The chieftain was taken aback. This human skill had drained a tenth of his health. Worse still, he was now plunged into a state of confusion. The Goblin Chieftain, far more intelligent than ordinary creatures, sensed the strength of his adversary. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Hong quickly distanced himself and unleashed a fireball. Boom! 609. The attack struck true once more. Enraged, the Goblin Chieftain charged forward, his speed significantly exceeding Fang Hong's. Yet, every time he attempted to strike, Fang Hong interrupted him with spells, retaliating fiercely with another skill. Damn it! The Goblin Chieftain cursed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Wind slash. Just then, another fireball soared toward him. The Goblin Chieftain roared, bracing himself to absorb the blow with his back. Die! The chieftain's face contorted in agony. But he successfully unleashed his skill. Confidence flickered in his eyes as he envisioned Fang Hong's demise. Fang Hong was mildly astonished. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly clumsy creature possessed some wit. Whoosh! The great sword, accompanied by a tempest, descended like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf everything. Fang Hong attempted to evade, but it was too late. He swung his staff, summoning an earthen shield. Bang! As expected, the shield shattered. 519. Damage numbers appeared above Fang Hong's head. He observed the scene with calmness. Fortunately, he had plundered over 100 points in constitution, or he would have been doomed. You still live. The Goblin Chieftain was taken aback. In the next instant, a wave of terror washed over him. Fang Hong smirked coldly, declaring, It is time to end this. With a flourish of his staff, a tempest of fire enveloped the Goblin Chieftain. 511. Following that, a fireball and a blade of wind hurtled toward the chieftain. 611. 615. The Goblin Chieftain's health plummeted, leaving him with barely 100 points remaining. Fang Hong charged forward without hesitation. The Goblin Chieftain, confused at first, soon revealed a cruel smile. He had long sought to approach this human, and now, to his surprise, the warrior was delivering himself right to him. Nearby, 2 surviving goblin knights frantically shouted warnings. Chief, be careful. He is not a mage. Not a mage? It seemed they had been thoroughly intimidated by humans. How could this be possible? The Goblin Chieftain disregarded their words, raising his great sword above his head, poised to strike. Thud! The ground trembled. Fang Hong evaded the strike and swung his staff with all his might against the Goblin Chieftain. 101-93. A resounding crash. The colossal form of the Goblin Chief crumpled to the ground. In his final moments, the last thought echoing in his mind was, This fellow is truly not a mage. Defeated the elite boss Goblin Chief, earning 120 experience points. Talent of Plunder activated, Strength 10, Physical Crit 1, Attack Speed 1. You have cleared the Goblin Secret Realm, normal. Overall Evaluation SSS. Additional rewards, Level 1 Life Stones X5, Level 1 Mana Stones X5. The notification flashed by. Fang Hong felt a tinge of disappointment. It would have been preferable if this boss had been a mage. Nevertheless, the SSS rating granted him extra enchanting stones. These two types of stones could be embedded into garments. With level 1 life stones augmenting health by 10 points, and level 1 mana stones enhancing mana by the same amount. Enchanting stones of the same level could also be synthesized into higher grades. However, akin to enhancement stones, the higher the level, the lower the success rate. Fang Hong had no immediate plans to utilize them. Standard equipment has 1 enchanting slot, rare items feature 3, while the highest tier artifacts can accommodate up to 6 stones. His current gear was still inadequate. Not far away, the 2 surviving goblin knights, witnessing the demise of their leader, were engulfed in despair. Human, you shall pay dearly for harming our great goblin clan. The Demon King will not let you off. Fang Hong could not be bothered to argue, casually activating his skills to eliminate them. The battle concluded. Tang Yin joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, I have acquired 10 gemstones." She obediently presented her findings. Fang Hong accepted the enchanting stones without hesitation and then turned his attention to the goblin chief's loot. A longsword. A treasure chest. The longsword was a level 1 exquisite item, dealing 10 physical damage and granting 2 strength, suitable only for selling. Fang Hong eagerly opened the treasure chest. You have uncovered the goblin's secret treasure, receiving 10 skill stones, Starlight set X1, Fire Phoenix set X1, Source Stone X1. Chapter 21, Second Profession. Player rankings indeed. There was a Source Stone. Fang Hong was thrilled. This was his primary objective for coming here. The conditions for the Source Stone's appearance were exceedingly stringent. It would only be granted as an additional reward in a hidden dungeon if the evaluation reached S or above. After clearing the dungeon, the goblin's secret realm would vanish. The Source Stone has one significant function. It allows the user to obtain a second profession. Fang Hong initially intended to choose Priest, benefiting from a high intelligence attribute boost. However, now, with his strength reaching an astonishing 344 points, he decided to opt for a physical damage-dealing class. You have utilized the Source Stone, unlocking your second profession. Current available professions: Knight, Warrior, Archer, Assassin, Priest. Fang Hong had 4 choices. The Archer was a ranged attack class, akin to the Mage's role. The Knight leaned towards defense, with limited skill damage enhancement. Thus, only the Warrior and Assassin remained. Assassin. Without hesitation, Fang Hong chose the Assassin profession. Mages are most vulnerable when enemies close in. The Assassin class specializes in inflicting lethal damage only upon getting close. Fang Hong could already envision the despair on an enemy's face after laboring to reach him, only to discover he was an assassin. You have become an Assassin apprentice, acquiring the skill, Assassinate. Assassinate, level 1, inflicts 100 strength 50 agility physical damage to enemies. Consumes 5 mana points, cooldown 5 seconds. Fang Hong utilized the skill stones he had just obtained from the treasure chest, converting them into 10 skill points to upgrade the skill. Assassinate Max can be upgraded to Critical Strike. Fang Hong upgraded all 5 of his existing skills to their maximum level. He had 5 skill points remaining. After promotion, each skill upgrade would require 10 skill points. Therefore, many players would focus on enhancing 1 or 2 skills. Fang Hong was not inclined to follow this path, relying on 2 powerful talents. He was confident in acquiring more skill points. Fang Hong then inspected the 2 sets of equipment, both of rare quality. Fire Phoenix Crown, rare, 100 mana, 2 intelligence. Fire Phoenix Belt, rare, 100 health, 2 intelligence. Fire Phoenix Bracers, rare, 10 magic damage, 2 intelligence. Set attributes: 100 mana, 10 magic damage, 1 magic crit. Note: the legendary Fire Phoenix set embodies the power of the divine bird. Starlight Boots, rare, 10 speed, 2 strength. Starlight Belt, rare, 5 physical defense, 5 magic resistance, 2 strength. Starlight Bracers, rare, 10 physical damage, 2 strength. Set attributes: 100 health, 10 physical damage, 1 physical crit. Note: this set was forged under Starlight, infused with the power of the stars. Fang Hong was quite satisfied. Both sets of equipment possessed commendable attributes, representing the pinnacle of rare gear at this stage. The enhancement to critical hit rate was particularly notable. Master, this set of equipment is astonishing, Tang Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Please take it. Fang Hong generously handed the Starlight set to Tang Yin. Although he could use both, the hassle of switching back and forth was too cumbersome. The Fire Phoenix set was sufficient. System announcement: the number of level 1 players has reached 10,000, and the leaderboard is now open. Suddenly, a series of system announcements rang out, causing quite a stir among the players. The leaderboard? Tang Yin blinked. Fang Hong had anticipated this. Every novice village harbored a formidable regional boss, guarding the path to the city. With the vast number of players in Huaxia, it was feasible to defeat the boss at a significant cost. Master, I made it onto the leaderboard, Tang Yin said jubilantly. Let me see. Fang Hong curiously opened the leaderboard to check. There were 3 leaderboards: level rankings, equipment rankings, and pet rankings. Level rankings. First, Child of Darkness, Assassin, level 30. Second, Young Master, Earth Knight, level 26. Third, Demon Emperor's Descent, Holy Mage, level 26. 4th, Butcher, Berserker, level 25. 5th, Zhang San, Dragon Knight, level 25. 10th, Little Wildcat, Shadow Assassin, level 22. As expected, at the very bottom of the level rankings appeared Tang Yan's ID. The 3 leaderboards only displayed the top 10. In contrast to the level rankings, the other leaderboards were not filled. Currently, only one player possessed a pet, that being Zhang San's mount, an elite-level Earth Dragon. The equipment rankings only listed items of epic quality or above. Equipment rankings. 1st, Guardian Shield, Legendary, Holder, Young Master. 2nd, Dragon Tooth, Epic, Holder, Child of Darkness. 3rd, Judgment Spear, Epic, Holder, Zhang San. With the current prowess of the players, it is utterly impossible to vanquish the epic-level boss. The equipment listed on the leaderboard has been acquired through hidden quests, all bearing familiar names. Fang Hong's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the IDs on the leaderboard. In his previous life, those privileged individuals considered themselves superior. When calamity struck, the majority of them not only failed to take the lead in resistance, but also degenerated into mere lackeys of the Heavenly Clan. Fang Hong resolved to settle accounts with each of them. Tang Yan looked at the leaderboard with some confusion. Master, what is the situation with the player ranked first? He is merely an ordinary assassin, but is astonishingly 3 levels ahead. Aside from the Child of Darkness, the other players on the list all possessed hidden professions. Fang Hong replied calmly, nothing particularly special. That individual has a talent for experience enhancement. The Child of Darkness is among the few players endowed with an S-class talent, allowing him to double his experience gain. Surely he, like me, is unable to level up due to his inability to advance. Otherwise, his level would be even higher. Tang Yan nodded. To her, Fang Hong was a mysterious and formidable being, so knowing such secrets was hardly surprising. Master, you are the strongest, she said earnestly. In just a day, she had effortlessly risen to level 22, securing her place on the leaderboard, a testament to Fang Hong's might. The level leaderboard merely ranks players by their levels and does not reflect their true strength. Fang Hong shifted his focus from the leaderboard to Tang Yan, stating, I am heading to the city to advance. All right, Tang Yan replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. I will log off to prepare a meal. Come find me when you're done. With a graceful motion, she vanished. Fang Hong smiled softly, departing from the goblin's secret realm and making his way to the nearest Silver City. According to his recollection, there was a location outside Silver City where one could acquire a hidden profession for mages. At present, Fang Hong's strength was comparable to a Tier 2 powerhouse, fully capable of clearing the trials and unlocking a hidden profession. Chapter 22. The Conspiracy of Qin Tian and the Opening of the Magic Temple. In the Novice Village, Qin Tian had just slain a fire-tailed wild bull and reached level 7. Damn that Godslayer, he cursed through gritted teeth. If it hadn't been for being killed by Godslayer twice, he would have already completed his class advancement and perhaps even made it onto the leaderboard. Qin Tian gazed at the level leaderboard. The IDs displayed were mostly familiar to him, but one name left him astonished. Little Wildcat. Tang Yan had reached level 22. Qin Tian found it unacceptable. To him, she was merely a slave, a tool. He never imagined that after breaking free from his control, she would find a path to success. Moreover, Tang Yan had a hidden profession, something she had never disclosed to him. A surge of inexplicable rage welled up within Qin Tian. He felt he had been played by Tang Yan. However, the leaderboard bore no trace of Godslayer's ID. Qin Tian scoffed. I thought you were a formidable opponent, but it seems you're nothing special. After learning that Godslayer had Zhao Yi backing him, he dared not seek revenge and could only vent his frustrations through words. Closing the level leaderboard, Qin Tian opened the equipment leaderboard, instantly captivated by the top-ranked item. Legendary. He swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with greed. Yet, when he saw the ID of the holder, his excitement waned. Zhao Yi's background was beyond the reach of the Qin family. Beside him, Li Bo also noticed the guardian's shield and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Li Bo, what's the matter? Qin Tian inquired. Li Bo withdrew his gaze, looking at Qin Tian. Young master, do you remember that hidden quest of Godslayer? The reward was a legendary level weapon, and there is only one such item on the leaderboard. Qin Tian's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that Godslayer's equipment was taken by Zhao Yi? In that case, the absence of Godslayer's name on the leaderboard might indicate he was killed once. Li Bo shook his head. Zhao Yi is a military figure. He would not resort to such actions. I suspect Godslayer has struck some sort of deal with Zhao Yi using this equipment, perhaps seeking protection in return. Damn that Godslayer. Qin Tian seethed. The guardian's shield was rightfully his. He had incurred heavy losses to assist Godslayer in completing the hidden quest, leading to the disbandment of the Longting Guild. And for what? Godslayer had designed everything, only to have it benefit someone else? Qin Tian was deeply perplexed and furiously enraged. Yet, due to Zhao Yi's presence, he dared not lay a hand on Fang Hong. Li Bo, observing Qin Tian's contorted expression, smiled slightly and said, Young master, while our Qin family cannot afford to offend Zhao Yi, there are those who are unafraid of him. Qin Tian's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting the ancient martial arts families? but upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely. The ancient martial arts families rarely involved themselves in worldly matters. They would not act against Zhao Yi. Young master, you misunderstand. I am an outcast from the ancient martial arts family and am well acquainted with their methods. Young master, do you think the ancient martial arts families cultivate orphans solely for profit through slavery? Their true purpose is to monitor the movements of various families. Tang Yin believes she has gained freedom through the contract, but in reality, the ancient martial arts family will never grant her freedom. Li Bo's words sent a chill down Qin Tian's spine. For the Qin family, the ancient martial arts family loomed like an insurmountable mountain, as high as the Qin family appeared in the eyes of ordinary people. If the ancient martial arts family desired to obliterate a family like theirs, it would be a matter of utmost ease. Qin Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He looked at Li Bo and asked, "So you mean to use Tang Yin to incite a conflict between the ancient martial arts family and the military?" No, Li Bo shook his head, confidently pointing to the sky. Merely having Tang Yin is insufficient. What is crucial is this game, this world of divine calamity. Seeing Qin Tian's confusion, he elaborated. I have verified through various channels that divine calamity is not merely a game, it resembles a real world. In divine calamity, enhancements in strength will reflect in reality. The ancient martial arts family is not driven by greed for money or power, but if they can enhance their strength, they will undoubtedly be interested. That makes sense. Qin Tian nodded repeatedly, his expression filled with excitement. The allure of gaining strength through gameplay would be irresistible to the ancient martial arts family. If they could persuade Zhao Yi to abandon his protection of Fang Hong, everything would fall into place. Fang Hong was as good as doomed. Tang Yin was merely a minor character. Zhao Yi would never jeopardize his standing for her against the ancient martial arts family. Li Bo, I leave the matter of contacting the Tang family to you. Li Bo smiled faintly, his expression darkening. Young master, if we aim to drag the Tang family into this, why not involve all the ancient martial arts families? Then let us proceed as you propose. You understand them better than I do, Qin Tian agreed. He was well aware of Li Bo's background. Li Bo had once been an orphan raised by the Du family, but after sustaining severe injuries, his strength dwindled to nearly nothing. To the Du family, Li Bo was akin to a discarded dog, devoid of value, and thus cast aside. Later, Qin Tian's father fortuitously saved Li Bo, who thereafter devoted himself loyally to the Qin family. Meanwhile, Fang Hong had arrived at the outskirts of Silver City. This metropolis, a first-tier city, was far more bustling than the novice village. At the city gates stood a contingent of soldiers, while a throng of players moved to and fro, all hailing from the nearby novice villages. Upon reaching level 10, players could seek the guidance of various professional mentors within the city to ascend to the first tier, though this did not extend to hidden professions, which required the completion of specialized quests for advancement. Fang Hong gazed at the city gates, but chose not to enter. Instead, he followed an overgrown path leading to the ruins adjacent to Silver City. Before long, he beheld dilapidated structures. Judging by the scale of the ruins, this site must have once been grander than Silver City itself. This area harbored no monsters. Players had ventured here a few times, only to discover the absence of hidden quests, leading to their subsequent abandonment of the place. This must be the location. Fang Hong halted before a crumbling edifice, brushing away the dust from a weathered stone tablet. Four prominent characters emerged. Temple of Magic. In his previous life, Fang Hong had fortuitously entered the trials of the Temple of Magic and successfully unlocked the hidden profession, Judgment Mage, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Back then, he barely passed 3 challenges. Undoubtedly, the more trials one overcame, the more formidable the acquired profession. Within the Temple of Magic, the difficulty of the trials was tailored to the player's level. Presently, Fang Hong was merely at level 10, yet his attributes and skills were exceptionally powerful. Perhaps today, he could conquer the trials of the Temple of Magic. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the desolate hall, approaching a shattered statue. He sliced his palm, touching it. Buzz. The surface of the statue shimmered, emanating a potent magical aura. Temple of Magic trial initiated. Do you wish to enter? Enter. Chapter 23. The trial begins. Frenzied Plunder. Without hesitation, Fang Hong plunged into the trial. A surge of spatial energy enveloped him, and his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear in a mysterious and ancient expansive hall. First challenge. Eliminate 10 mage puppets. Current mage puppet attributes. Health 200, magic attack 40. In the empty hall, 10 mage puppets materialized out of thin air. As magical energy surged, they launched their attacks. Fireballs, water arrows, and wind blades all targeted Fang Hong. The first challenge's puppets were utterly incapable of breaching Fang Hong's defenses. With a mere flick of his hand, a rain of fire descended, instantly annihilating all 10 mage puppets. Defeated 10 level mage puppets. Plunder talent activated. Intelligence 1. Defeated 10 level mage puppets. Plunder talent activated. Gained 1 skill point. The notifications flashed by. Although the mage puppets were not classified as monsters, and thus did not drop items or grant experience points, they possessed attributes that could trigger the plunder talent. First challenge completed. Second challenge. Eliminate 100 level 10 mage puppets. As the announcement echoed, the hall filled with a massive swarm of mage puppets. Fang Hong acted decisively, plundering 21 points of intelligence, 3 skill points, and 1 point of magic crit. It appeared that aside from hidden professions, farming attributes here was also an excellent option. Second challenge completed. Third challenge, eliminate 10 leader-level mage puppets. 10 equipped leader-level mage puppets emerged in the hall. Unlike the previous 2 challenges, these 10 possessed boss-level strength. Typically, a player would find it quite challenging to contend with even a single boss of equivalent level, let alone 10. However, Fang Hong was an exception. With a rain of fire, he swiftly engulfed all 10 leader-level bosses, even achieving a one-hit kill. Defeated 10 leader-level bosses, Plunder talent activated, Intelligence 1, gained 1 skill point. The same notification continuously illuminated the screen. To Fang Hong's surprise, each of these 10 leader-level mage puppets yielded him attribute points and skill points. The latter was precisely what he lacked. Onward. As he approached the 4th challenge, Fang Hong was keenly aware that he was about to face 100 leader-level mages. In his previous life, he had faltered here. However, circumstances were different now. Effortlessly, with a single fire rain skill, he obliterated all 100 leader-level mage puppets. Defeated 10 leader-level bosses, Plunder talent activated, Intelligence 1, gained 1 skill point. Fang Hong clenched his fists. Indeed, another 100 points of attributes and 100 skill points. 4th challenge completed. 5th challenge, eliminate 10 elite-level mage puppets. Attributes, health 1200, magic attack 160. This time, the elite-level mage puppets adorned splendid armor, exuding formidable prowess. Yet, Fang Hong felt no pressure. Once his skills cooled down, he unleashed fire rain again. 919, 921, 917, the damage numbers flashed by. One cast of fire rain was insufficient to eliminate the elite-level mage puppets. They retaliated, hurling various spells at Fang Hong. Fang Hong chuckled, summoning fireballs and wind blades. Boom. Whoosh. In an instant, he shattered 2 elite-level mage puppets. Once the cooldown ended, he unleashed fire rain once more, vanquishing the remaining 8 elite-level mage puppets. Defeated 10 level elite bosses, Plunder talent activated, Intelligence 1, gained 1 skill point. Defeated 10 level elite bosses, Plunder talent activated, Strength 1, Magic crit 1. Magic crit. Fang Hong was elated. Would the next challenge feature 100 elite-level foes? 5th challenge completed. 6th challenge, eliminate 10 lord-level mage puppets. Attributes, health 2500. Magic attack 320. Fang Hong frowned. Why were there only 10? This significantly reduced the attribute points he could plunder. Boom. Several massive fireballs struck Fang Hong, barely breaching his magical resistance. He retaliated with fire rain, quickly following up with a fireball and a wind blade, instantly eliminating 1 lord-level mage puppet. With all his skills on cooldown, he sheathed his staff and drew 2 daggers, charging at a mage puppet. Assassinate. 570. The physical defense of mages was generally low, and a massive damage number appeared. The glint of Fang Hong's daggers flashed as he plunged them into the joints of the puppet mage, taking down another. The wooden eyes of the puppet mage seemed to express confusion, unable to comprehend how a mage could wield daggers with such devastating physical damage. Defeated 10 lord-level bosses. Plunder talent activated, Intelligence 10, gained 3 skill points, acquired skill, Thunderstrike. Basic skill. Fang Hong found himself momentarily preoccupied, concentrating on vanquishing the remaining adversaries. After a brief interval, he successfully accrued 21 points in intellect, 12 skill points, 3 points in constitution, and 2 points in magical critical damage. Once he completed his tasks, he hastily allocated his skill points to elevate his Thunderstrike to its maximum level. Thunderstrike Max inflicts 195 points of lightning magic damage based on intellect to foes, consuming 5 mana points, with a cooldown of 3 seconds, and can be upgraded to Thunderstorm. After dismissing the interface, Fang Hong surveyed the desolate hall, furrowing his brow. Was it over? According to the patterns of the trials, the next wave of puppet mages should have materialized by now. If the trial were either successful or failed, he ought to awaken his hidden profession. After an extended silence, the notification finally chimed. Level 6 completed. Final phase commenced. Just as Fang Hong's impatience began to mount, a new prompt resounded. Eliminate the level 10 epic mage puppet. Attributes, health 6000, magical attack 640. This time, the mage puppet was singular, yet it embodied an epic stature. Its intellect attribute reached 640, slightly inferior to Fang Hong's. With a thunderous roar, 2 colossal fireballs hurtled towards Fang Hong, one after the other. 2. Fang Hong's expression grew grave as he swiftly summoned an earthen shield. Bang! The earthen shield was instantly shattered by the first fireball, while the second struck Fang Hong directly, searing pain engulfing his entire being. 1242. Fang Hong's health plummeted from 1450 to just above 200 points. Just one more hit, and the trial would come to an end. At last, he had encountered a worthy opponent. A resolute glimmer shone in Fang Hong's eyes. The mage puppet displayed a hint of disdain, wielding its gem-encrusted staff and unleashing another spell. Now was the moment. Fang Hong fixated on the mage's movements. In the next heartbeat, he unleashed his Thunder Strike. Chapter 24. Spell Combo, God-Slaying Mage. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning struck with precision, interrupting the mage puppet's attack. 652. Damage numbers floated above the puppet's head. Though it could not achieve an instant kill, it was more than sufficient. He merely needed to land 10 hits to defeat it. The mage puppet's spell was disrupted. A flicker of confusion crossing its gaze before rapidly gathering magical energy once more. As an epic entity, it possessed more than a single spell. Whoosh. A blade of wind whistled towards him, and Fang Hong once again thwarted the mage puppet's spell. This was soon followed by a torrential rain of fire. The mage puppet writhed in agony. For a mage, having their spell interrupted was akin to teetering on the brink of ecstasy, only to be abruptly pulled back. The ground trembled violently. The mage puppet abandoned its magical assault and charged directly at Fang Hong. Fang Hong was taken aback. Despite being an epic boss, as a mage, how formidable could its physical attack and resistance truly be? Such an action was nothing short of suicidal. Standing firm, Fang Hong smiled faintly, calmly stowing away his staff and equipping 2 daggers. In the next instant, Fang Hong made his move. Assassination. Utilizing the assassin's skill, he appeared before the mage puppet in an instant. The daggers plunged mercilessly into the puppet's throat. 1220. Crimson numbers of damage materialized. A critical hit. With a physical critical rate of less than 10, Fang Hong was astonished that this strike had triggered one. Fear and disbelief filled the mage puppet's eyes as its health dwindled by over 2,000 points. It was time to conclude this. Fang Hong's icy voice resonated. His daggers shimmered with a cold light, each strike meticulously aimed at the puppet's vital points. In this moment, his mastery of the battlefield and extensive combat experience from his past life were on full display. The mage puppet, in a flurry of panic, wildly swung its staff. Each time it attempted to cast a spell, Fang Hong ruthlessly interrupted it. As an epic being, it had never felt so constrained in its existence. 201. 217. The mage puppet's health rapidly diminished until it shattered, fragments strewn across the floor. Its head tumbled to Fang Hong's feet, eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. Given another chance, it would never approach this human again. Defeated a level 10 epic boss, triggered talent acquisition, obtained B-grade talent, spell combo, luck 4. To his astonishment, yet another talent. Fang Hong's heart soared as he eagerly examined his newfound acquisition. Spell combo, B-grade talent, grants a 50 chance to trigger a combo effect when casting spells. No wonder the previous puppet could unleash 2 fireballs simultaneously. However, this talent was merely B-grade and could not further enhance like the wrath of the gods. In addition to the new talent, Fang Hong also received 4 points in hidden attributes. All trials completed, awaken hidden profession. At that moment, a notification sounded. The trials of the magic temple had concluded, and Fang Hong had passed with ease. A beam of light enveloped him, and he felt a powerful and ancient magical force surge into his being. The magic flowed like a warm current, spreading throughout his limbs. You have received the blessing of the magic temple, intelligence 100, gained 10 skill points. Fang Hong gazed at the interface in delight. His intelligence had significantly increased, and his magical damage had reached terrifying heights. Moreover, 10 skill points were quite advantageous. Detected Wrath of the Gods talent, advanced hidden profession, God-Slaying Mage, level 1. God-Slaying Mage. Hidden profession, increases magical critical rate by 10 points, gains an additional 4 points in intelligence, and 1 skill point per level. You are about to exit the trial space. A series of notifications flashed by. Fang Hong regained his senses to find himself standing before a weathered stone tablet. Such a powerful hidden profession. Eagerly, Fang Hong scrutinized the details of the God-Slaying Mage, filled with both astonishment and excitement. Not only did it come with hidden attribute bonuses and a 10-point increase in magical critical rate, but it also provided an additional 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point for each level gained. To put it into perspective, a typical level 1 profession only receives 8 free attribute points and 1 skill point upon leveling up. While the difference may seem minor at level 1, what about at level 100 or level 1000? In his past life, Fang Hong's profession as a judgment mage granted him a mere 2 points in intelligence for each level up. Yet it was sufficient to establish him as a formidable player within the world of divine downfall. The God-Slaying Mage, by its very name, promised immense power. First, let's enhance the skills. Fang Hong opened his interface. He had accumulated a total of 138 skill points and decided to elevate all his mage skills to the novice level. In the world of divine downfall, professions of the 13th tier can learn novice skills. Those of the 46th tier can learn intermediate skills. And those of the 79th tier can learn advanced skills. Above the 9th tier lies the extraordinary existence. Extraordinary players have a greater probability of comprehending ultimate skills, even forbidden incantations. However, as one's level ascends, the requisite skill points for upgrading abilities soar dramatically. Many players, even in the later stages, find themselves reliant on their long-cultivated low-level skills due to an insufficiency of skill points. However, Fang Hong remains unconcerned about such predicaments. Possessing the talent of Plunder, his skill points flow abundantly. Consuming 10 skill points, Fireball is upgraded to basic, explosive flame, consuming 10 skill points. Windblade is upgraded to basic, wind slash, consuming 10 skill points. Earth Shield is upgraded to basic, stone armor, consuming 10 skill points. Fire Rain is upgraded to basic, falling fire, consuming 10 skill points. Thunderstrike is upgraded to basic, thunderstorm. With 50 skill points, Fang Hong elevates all 5 of his skills to the basic level. Further advancements for basic skills require 10 skill points each. After contemplation, Fang Hong determines that upgrading Fire Rain would be the most advantageous course of action. Upon completion, the attributes of his skills appear rejuvenated. Explosive Flame, level 1, inflicts 210 intelligence and fire magic damage to the target, consumes 10 mana, 3 seconds cooldown. Wind Slash, level 1, inflicts 210 intelligence and wind magic damage to the target, consumes 10 mana, 3 seconds cooldown. Stone Armor, level 1, absorbs damage equal to intelligence x 110, consumes 10 mana, 30 seconds cooldown. Falling Fire, level 9, inflicts 246 intelligence and fire magic damage to targets within range, consumes 30 mana, 10 seconds cooldown. Thunderstorm, level 1, inflicts 210 intelligence and lightning magic damage to the target, consumes 10 mana, 3 seconds cooldown. Subsequently, Fang Hong surveys his experience points. At level 10, he possesses an astonishing 370,000 experience points. Once he completes his ascension to the assassin class, he will be able to commence normal leveling. Originally, Fang Hong intended to venture into Silver City in search of a mentor for personal advancement. However, as he gazes upon the desolate ruins, a thought suddenly surges within him. If a temple of magic exists, could there not also be a similar trial for the assassin class? Currently a hidden class, the Godslayer Mage. He is not averse to acquiring an additional hidden profession. He scours the dilapidated structures around him, attempting to uncover clues. Ding! At this moment, a private message chimes. It is from Tang Yen. Little Wildcat. Master, it's time to eat. Godslayer. All right, I'll be there shortly. After replying to Tang Yen, Fang Hong surveys the vast expanse of the ruined city. It seems unlikely to discover clues in such a short span of time. He logs off. Chapter 25, City Building Order, Dark Night Temple. In the real world, dusk has fallen. After a day and night of battle, Fang Hong, nourished by nutrients, feels no fatigue, though his mouth bears a bland taste. Tang Yen is busy in the kitchen. Listening to the sounds, Fang Hong steps into the bathroom and quickly takes a cold shower. Feeling instantly refreshed, the power he attains in the world of Godfall subtly enhances his physical constitution in reality. After changing into clean clothes, he makes his way to the dining room on the first floor. Tang Yen, clad in a white silk camisole, busies herself at the dining table. The hem of her dress sways gently, revealing her long, fair legs, accentuating her alluring figure. Hearing his approach, Tang Yen smiles. Master, come and eat. The table is laden with 6 dishes and a bowl of meat soup. Fang Hong, well acquainted with Tang Yen's culinary skills, is flooded with nostalgia. Just the 2 of us. Let us prepare fewer dishes next time, he advises, settling at the table and picking up his chopsticks to earnestly enjoy the meal. Tang Yen rests her chin on her hands, gazing at Fang Hong with eager anticipation. Master, how does it taste? Delicious. Fang Hong praises without hesitation. Tang Yen's culinary prowess is exceptional, more than sufficient for a 5-star restaurant. Really? Tang Yen beams, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Then I shall cook for you every day from now on. After dinner, Fang Hong relaxes on the sofa, watching the news on television. Tang Yen sits cross-legged beside him, leaning against his shoulder. The news is reporting on events in Godfall. Oh, a particular news segment captures Fang Hong's attention. Breaking news, Zhang San, president of the Dragon King Guild, has obtained a city building order, set to establish a city in 1 week. Is the city building order already available? Fang Hong is taken aback. Such an order requires the defeat of a Tier 3 Lord-level boss to drop. Given the current strength of players, even with thousands attacking, it remains entirely unattainable. It must be a reward from a hidden quest. Fang Hong involuntarily offers a moment of silence for the opposing party. 1 week later, on the day of city construction, the city will inevitably be destroyed. Establishing a city in the world of Godfall represents an open challenge to the evil faction. At that time, a 12-hour beast tide will ensue, which current players cannot hope to withstand. Master, Tang Yen nestles closer, her cheeks flushed. I want Fang Hong. Inhaling her faint fragrance, feels a fire ignite within him. He pulls Tang Yan's soft form into his embrace, whispering in her ear, Woman, you are playing with fire. Tang Yen trembles, burying her head deeper into Fang Hong's chest, her ears growing warm. She knows she cannot contend with her master, yet the sensation is somewhat addictive, prompting her to lean in for a kiss. Her melodious voice echoes in the room, gradually turning husky. As the night deepens, Tang Yen rests on Fang Hong's chest, utterly exhausted, and drifts into slumber. Fang Hong observes this scene, sighing in resignation. Yet he understands that Tang Yen has reached her limits, unable to bear his desires. His thoughts drift to the elven saintess Anna. Perhaps, together they could satiate his cravings. At this moment, Gentle breathing reaches his ears. Tang Yan's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Yet her lips curl into a satisfied smile. Not wishing to disturb her rest, Fang Hong gently lifts her and carefully extricates himself. MHM. Tang Yan instinctively lets out a soft sound. Fang Hong gently cradles her and places her on the bed, tucking her in with a blanket. He then heads to the bathroom for another cold shower, extinguishing the lingering flames within him. Better to enter the game. Fang Hong reclines into the game pod, re-entering the world of Godfall. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself amidst the ruins, continuing his search for the traces of the assassin temple. At long last, within a dilapidated structure, he discovers a stone tablet that appears familiar. After wiping it clean, four prominent characters emerge. Dark Knight Temple. The name suggests a connection to assassins. Nearby stands a relatively intact statue. An elf? Fang Hong is astonished. The statue before him depicts an elven woman, somewhat damaged, yet her pointed ears are unmistakable. However, the aura she emanates is entirely different from Anna's. It is dark and sinister. This must be another elven race, the Dark Elves. Anna belongs to the Nature Elves. Compared to the Nature Elves, the Dark Elves hold a greater reverence for power, willingly allowing the dark forces to corrupt their very essence. They exhibit a brutal and bloodthirsty nature, enslaving other races to serve them. However, as Fang Hong is aware, in the current world of Divine Fall, nearly all Dark Elves who refuse to join the evil faction have been eradicated. Touching the statue and smearing it with his blood, he sensed the flow of magical energy within him, yet there was no response. It appeared to differ from the method of activating the magical temple. He replaced his weapon with a dagger and tried again. This time, there was a reaction. A dark aura surged from the statue, as if filled with murderous intent. The trial of the Night Temple has commenced. Do you wish to enter? Fang Hong's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately chose to enter. The space rippled, causing him to vanish from his previous location, only to reappear in a pitch-black, tranquil corridor. You have entered the corridor of death. The further you advance, the richer the rewards. The prompt appeared. This trial was entirely unlike that of the magical temple. A corridor of death? Since it is a trial, it surely would not lead to death. Fang Hong murmured, casually stepping into the depths of the tunnel. Suddenly, a cold flash zipped past, and a shadow lunged at him. Fang Hong discerned the figure. It was an assassin puppet, its level and attributes unknown. He did not dare to underestimate it, raising his staff to unleash a massive fireball. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted as the assassin puppet was blown apart into countless fragments. Fang Hong nodded, since he could dispatch it in a single blow. It posed no threat to him. Onward. With the talent of Wrath of the Gods, Fang Hong's cooldown time was remarkably swift. He hurled a gigantic fireball deep into the tunnel, illuminating his path. To his astonishment, countless assassin puppets stood silently like statues along the tunnel's sides. It seemed that unless approached, these puppets would remain dormant. This was intriguing. Fang Hong chuckled softly. This trial was specifically designed for assassins. Assassins lacked ranged attack capabilities and could only engage in close combat. However, Fang Hong was unique, possessing two classes, allowing him to strike these targets from a distance. Conquering the trial of the Night Temple would surely be a leisurely and delightful endeavor. What awaited him at the end? Fang Hong mused as he advanced. As a Godslayer mage, his intelligence attribute had reached an impressive 778 points, delivering damage comparable to that of a boss. Boom, boom. A torrential rain of fire engulfed the entire tunnel. Notifications flickered incessantly. Kill the assassin puppet, talent absorption triggered, strength 1. Kill the assassin puppet, talent absorption triggered, agility 1. In a brief span of time, Fang Hong lost count of how many assassin puppets he had slain. Yet, his strength increased by 24 points, agility by 17 points, and physical critical hit rate by 1 point. Fang Hong pressed onward, unleashing another rain of fire. Kill the assassin puppet, talent absorption triggered, physical critical hit 1. Kill the assassin puppet, talent absorption triggered, strength 1. As he ventured deeper, the number of assassin puppets dwindled, yet their health significantly increased. Consequently, the attributes he could absorb became even more bountiful. Before long, Fang Hong had amassed 117 points in strength, 75 points in agility, 3 points in physical critical hit rate, along with a basic assassin skill, lunge. In the distance, a faint light flickered, indicating he was nearing the tunnel's end. He quickened his pace, relentlessly reaping attributes. An epic-level opponent? Upon reaching the corridor's terminus, he beheld a door radiating white light, guarded by a pitch-black assassin puppet. A sly smile crept across his face as he unleashed his skills with abandon. Boom. At last, the final assassin puppet was vanquished. Kill the epic-level assassin puppet. Talent absorption triggered, acquired B-grade talent. King of Strength. King of Strength, B-grade talent. Physical damage increased by 50. Fang Hong surveyed the notification with immense satisfaction. With the King of Strength augmenting his abilities, his physical attacks now rivaled his magical prowess. Trial of the Corridor of Death completed. You have received the blessing of the Night Temple, Strength 70, Agility 30. You have awakened the hidden class, Nightmare Assassin. Nightmare Assassin, physical critical hit rate 10. Each level up grants an additional 3 points in strength, 2 points in agility. You have learned the basic skills of Nightmare Assassin, Death Whirlwind, Shadow Strike. Death Whirlwind, Level 1. Approach the enemy and deal damage 10 times. Each attack inflicting 11 points of physical damage with a mana cost of 5, cooldown of 5 seconds. Shadow Strike, Level 1. Transform into a shadow to swiftly approach and attack the enemy, inflicting 110 points of physical damage with a mana cost of 20, cooldown of 20 seconds. At present, Fang Hong possessed no additional skill points and could not enhance his skills. It was time to level up. He opened his panel to review his experience points, which stood at a staggering 370,000. Fang Hong promptly chose to upgrade. Upon reaching level 1, each subsequent level up granted 8 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Furthermore, thanks to the bonuses from both the Godslayer Mage and Nightmare Assassin classes, he would additionally receive 4 points in intelligence, 3 points in strength, 2 points in agility, and 2 skill points with each level. Compared to ordinary players, Fang Hong's single level up equated to their advancement of 2 levels. Your level has risen to 10. You have gained 8 free attribute points, 3 skill points, intelligence 4, strength 2. Notifications continued to flash. Fang Hong ultimately reached level 29, needing only 7,000 experience points to attain level 30. Upon reaching level 30, he could proceed with his second class advancement. However, only a few minutes had passed since his first class promotion. This time, Fang Hong opted not to allocate all his free attribute points to intelligence, but instead distributed them evenly among strength, intelligence, and agility. Once everything was complete, he re-evaluated his panel. ID, Godslayer. LV, 29. Class, First Tier Godslayer Mage. First Tier Nightmare Assassin. Talents, Plunder, Divine, Wrath of the Gods, C grade. Can Grow, Spell Combo, B grade. King of Strength, B grade. Constitution, 175. Strength, 711. Intelligence, 958. Agility, 342. Luck, 8. Mage Skills, Fire Eruption Level 1. Wind/Level 1, Stone Armor Level 5. Thunderstorm Level 1, Fire Meteor Max, can be upgraded to Fire Meteor Shower, 100 skill points. Assassin Skills, Lunge Level 1, Assassination Level 1, Death Whirlwind Level 1, Shadow Strike Level 1. Equipment, Flame Staff, Novice Dagger, Fire Phoenix Set. Free Attribute Points, 0. Skill Points, 9. Gazing at his panel, Fang Hong realized that his power had become utterly formidable. He was now comparable to a level 60 warrior or mage of the 3rd tier. His only shortcoming lay in his Constitution attribute, which was a mere 175 points. However, the defensive capabilities afforded by his other attributes, combined with defensive skills and the influence of agility, effectively compensated for this deficiency. Moreover, as his strength surged, bolstered by the king of power talent, his physical attacks began to eclipse even his magical assaults. Just then, a notification chimed, signaling that Fang Hong had received a private message from Zhao Yi. Young master, how have you leveled up so swiftly, now ranked 2nd on the leaderboard? Fang Hong opened the level leaderboard. First place, Child of Darkness, Assassin, level 30. Second place, Godslayer, Godslaying Mage, level 29. Third place, Young Master, Earth Knight, level 28. Indeed, Fang Hong had ascended to the 2nd position on the leaderboard. Fortunately, the rankings did not disclose secondary professions, allowing his Nightmare Assassin to remain concealed, a secret weapon that must not be revealed lightly. Zhao Yi had been relegated to 3rd place. The first position was still held by the Child of Darkness, who remained stagnant at level 30. The trials for the 2nd tier promotion at level 30 were notoriously challenging, requiring most players with hidden professions to form a party to succeed. It was remarkable that the Child of Darkness was merely an ordinary assassin. Young Master, Fang Hong, it is time to fulfill our wager. If you can defeat me, I, Zhao Yi, shall recognize you as my superior. Otherwise, you shall be my subordinate. Zhao Yi fixated on the chat window, having awaited this day for an extended period. He greatly admired Fang Hong's prowess, believing that if Fang were to become his ally, he would undoubtedly assist him in reaching the pinnacle of success. Zhao Yi understood that Godfall was more than just a simple game. It held the power to impact reality, and strength in the real world would mirror itself within the game. He was filled with confidence. Since childhood, he had been compelled by his grandfather and uncle to practice martial arts, even mastering ancient martial techniques. Defeating an ordinary person posed no challenge at all. Godslayer, very well. Let us meet in Silver City in half an hour. Fang Hong readily acquiesced. Given Zhao Yi's fervent desire to become his subordinate, he saw no reason to decline. The cities were interconnected via teleportation arrays, allowing him to transfer to Zhao Yi's location at the cost of 10 silver coins, a hefty sum, though negligible for Zhao Yi. Fang Hong closed the chat window and gazed towards the tranquil, enigmatic end of the tunnel, drawn by the luminous door that appeared to be the exit. Upon stepping through, he found himself enveloped in a thick mist. It seemed as though the door led to an unknown realm, instilling within him a profound sense of danger. Turning back was futile. He had no choice but to press onward. Stone Armor. The earth element coalesced into rocky armor, tightly encasing Fang Hong. Whoosh! As he took a step forward, the mist swirled violently, and a fierce wind assaulted him, causing his entire body to sting. The stone armor proved ineffective. 10-10. Damage numbers floated above his head. True damage. This ominous mist was extraordinarily peculiar, capable of penetrating both physical defenses and magical resistances. Though it dealt a mere 10 points of damage each second, with Fang Hong's health hovering around 1,800 points, he could not withstand it for long. Caution was paramount. With limited healing potions, he dared not take unnecessary risks and decided to retreat. Just then, a notification echoed in his ears. You have discovered a hidden map, the Land of Death. Chapter 27. Unprecedented Rewards. Crushing Zhao Yi. Detected that you possess the blessings of the Magic Temple and the Night Temple. You have obtained Death's Decree X1, Contract Scroll X1, Soul Stone X1. A hidden map? Fang Hong pondered. In his previous life, he had never heard of the Land of Death, and the rewards it offered were equally unfamiliar. He examined the attributes of each item. Death's Decree, a pass to enter the Land of Death. Refining it will imprint your soul within. Your current strength is too weak to refine. Land of Death, a sacred ground of the Dark Elves. Imbued with strange and formidable powers, no life other than Dark Elves can survive here. The Dark Elves have sealed countless powerful monsters, compelling them to submit to their clan. Contract Scroll can be used to establish a soul contract with any being, ensuring eternal loyalty. Soul Stone allows your game attributes to merge with the real world. Excluding equipment bonuses, I can merge my attributes with reality in advance. Fang Hong marveled at the peculiar stone in his hand. A mix of astonishment and delight flooding through him. Under normal circumstances, players' attributes could only integrate into reality on the day the world of Godfall descended upon the real world. He never anticipated that in this lifetime, he would obtain the Soul Stone and achieve this feat ahead of time. Fang Hong was certain that no one had acquired a Soul Stone in his previous life. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly sparked great turmoil. Use. He eagerly activated the Soul Stone. Buzz. The Soul Stone transformed into a stream of black energy, merging into his body, yet nothing else transpired. Will it take effect? Fang Hong murmured. It seemed that only returning to the real world would validate its true efficacy. He was not overly anxious, redirecting his focus to the other two items. Death's Decree would grant him unrestricted access to this area and apparently could be refined to establish ownership. Regrettably, his current strength was insufficient to accomplish that. As for the Contract Scroll, its power was even greater, enabling him to forge a soul contract with any being, ensuring their loyalty to him. What if the other party were of the Celestial clan? Fang Hong envisioned the scenario, realizing he would be invincible in the mortal realm. However, considering the godlike power of the Celestials, he understood he had yet to grow strong enough to challenge them and might be annihilated before the contract was sealed. His health had dwindled to just over 300. Fang Hong was taken aback, unwilling to linger. Within the mist, faint roars echoed, clearly indicating the presence of lurking formidable monsters. In the next moment, he hastily used Death's Decree to teleport away. Buzz. Accompanied by a ripple in space, Fang Hong reappeared amidst the ruins. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Today's endeavors had been remarkably fruitful, as he not only acquired 2 hidden professions, but also significantly enhanced his attributes. Death's Decree. Contract Scroll. Soul Stone. Each a rare and invaluable treasure. Ding. At that moment, Zhao Yi sent another private message. Young master, I have arrived in Silver City. Where are you? Godslayer, await me at the arena. Fang Hong closed the chat window and swiftly made his way to Silver City. At this point, his agility attribute had surpassed 300 points, granting him a speed that was astonishingly swift. The arena served as a venue for players from various cities to engage in friendly duels, where death bore no penalties. 10 minutes later, Fang Hong arrived at the Silver City arena. He spotted a young man casually leaning against a stone pillar, approximately 18 or 19 years old. Possessing handsome features and an exuberant youthfulness, the young man nonchalantly chewed on a blade of grass, whistling at passing beauties, drawing the attention of other players. Yet, he remained unperturbed, continuing his antics. This individual was Zhao Yi. Fang Hong had previously witnessed the Zhao family's strict and traditional upbringing, leaving him astounded at how such a rebellious and mischievous youth had emerged from it. Fang Hong leaped into the arena and called out, Zhao Yi, come up. Zhao Yi was exchanging flirtatious glances with a voluptuous beauty when he heard someone call his name. Spitting out a blade of grass, he scrutinized Fang Hong on the stage. Are you Fang Hong? Having seen Fang Hong's true appearance before, he recognized him. Interesting. Zhao Yi leaped onto the stage, curiously examining Fang Hong's visage. There were many handsome players, but you are the first I have encountered who has intentionally lowered his aesthetic appeal, yet it has rendered you more austere. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Fang Hong was flooded with nostalgia. He drew his staff and calmly stated, let us not waste words, let us begin. All right. Zhao Yi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as a long spear materialized in his hand. In the spirit of fairness, I shall not employ the Guardian's shield. Feel free to strike. Fang Hong shook his head, replying nonchalantly, "Should I take the initiative, you shall have no chance of victory." At these words, Zhao Ye's eyelids twitched. No one had ever dared to be so audacious in his presence. Without further ado, Zhao Ye charged at Fang Hong. The spear surged forth like a dragon breaking through the ocean. Its speed was extraordinary, and its angle was so cunning that it seemed utterly unavoidable. Fang Hong stood still, showing no intention of dodging or casting any spells. Humph, arrogant, Zhao Ye thought disdainfully. To equip the Guardian's shield, he had allocated all his free attribute points to strength. Bolstered by his innate talents and the hidden class bonus of Earth Knight, his strength had reached a staggering 500 points. Perhaps this strike would be enough to obliterate the fragile mage. Just as Zhao Ye closed the distance, and the spear was about to strike, Fang Hong calmly raised his staff to gently parry. Clang! The staff tilted slightly upwards, deflecting the spear's trajectory. The immense disparity in power instantly numbed Zhao Ye's grip. Before he could react, Fang Hong's staff struck his head. Thud, thud. Two significant damage numbers appeared above Zhao Ye's head, 907 and 911. Zhao Ye transformed into a beam of white light, reappearing at the edge of the arena platform. He stared at Fang Hong, astonished and confused, exclaiming, "You're cheating. How can a mage possess such strength?" Fang Hong chuckled, not convinced. "Let us have another go." All right. This time, Zhao Ye resolved to give his all. Jumping back onto the stage, the Guardian's shield appeared in his grasp. With physical defense at 1,000, magical resistance at 500, and health at 1,000, along with other attribute bonuses, Zhao Ye felt utterly confident. This time, his opponent would never breach his physical defenses. However, Fang Hong was a Godslayer mage. Boom, boom. With a flick of his staff, two massive fireballs shot forth, one after the other, hurtling towards Zhao Ye. Spell combo. 1424, 1439. The fireballs exploded, flames roaring, as terrifying damage numbers materialized above Zhao Ye. He gasped in shock. Had it not been for the Guardian's shield providing substantial health and magical resistance, a single fireball might have annihilated him. What was going on with this person? Zhao Ye began to feel anxious. As he saw the wind slice through the air and thunderstorm descend, he immediately activated his equipment skill, God's Guardian. For the next 10 minutes, he would take half damage, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Whoosh. Boom. 708, 711. Fang Hong's attacks were merciless, the surging magical waves thunderously crashing. Zhao Ye lamented. Although the Guardian's shield boasted impressive attributes, it had a fatal flaw. It reduced the user's speed by 100 points. He had effectively become a target for Fang Hong. Boom. With another fireball striking, Zhao Ye transformed into white light, respawning at the platform's edge once more. Chapter 28, Taming Zhao Ye. Tavern meeting beside the arena, Zhao Ye lay on the ground, his gaze vacant. He could accept defeat, but the events that had just transpired hardly qualified as a contest. It could only be described as a one-sided annihilation. Was this still the same game? Cheating. This person must be using hacks. Zhao Ye rose to his feet, pointing at Fang Hong and angrily shouting, "You're cheating. I'm reporting you." Fang Hong frowned, realizing that the crushing defeat had significantly affected Zhao Ye. He glanced at the furious Zhao Ye and calmly remarked, "Your understanding of the world of Godslayer should exceed mine. If you doubt it, we can continue." Zhao Ye fell silent. Indeed, in the world of Godslayer, hacks did not exist, because this was more than merely a game. The authorities had confirmed that it was a real world. To avoid unnecessary panic, they had refrained from announcing this information. Godslayer had sparked an unprecedented gaming frenzy worldwide, to the extent that the authorities deemed it impossible to prevent people from entering it. Hacks were simply impossible. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Ye soon donned a friendly expression, smiling as he approached Fang Hong. "Boss, teach me how to play. How did you become so ridiculously strong?" Understanding Zhao Ye's character, Fang Hong refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, "Let us find a small tavern to talk." "All right," Zhao Ye joyously replied, hurrying to follow. In the world of Godslayer, cities were replete with inns, taverns, and casinos, and dining and lodging could even reflect in reality to some extent. Before long, Fang Hong brought Zhao Ye to a lavish tavern, reserving a private room to avoid interruptions. "Boss, are you sure you're treating me to this meal?" Zhao Ye gazed at the menu, unable to suppress a gulp. Fang Hong nodded, smiling, "Order whatever you wish. Since you call me boss, it's only fitting that I treat you." "Hee hee, then I won't hold back," Zhao Ye replied with a sly grin. Zhao Ye had long heard that the food in Godslayer was delectable yet exorbitant, only payable with in-game currency. He had never been willing to spend silver coins on food and drink. Now, his newly recognized boss appeared quite affluent, causing his eyes to light up as he ordered the most expensive dishes available. Soon, an array of unprecedented culinary delights adorned the table, their aromas tantalizing. Zhao Ye eagerly dug in, stuffing his mouth with food and mumbling, "Boss, did you bring me here for something specific?" He knew Fang Hong wouldn't invite him to such an expensive and private room without reason. In stark contrast to Zhao Ye's voracious eating, Fang Hong maintained an elegant demeanor. Fang Hong glanced at Zhao Ye and said, "Indeed, I do have something to discuss. How many people do you currently have under your command?" Zhao Ye paused, eyeing Fang Hong warily. While I'm willing to gamble and acknowledge you as my boss, I won't disclose information that involves national secrets. Fang Hong lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip. This was indeed a sensitive topic, but it could not be easily explained in a few words. He set down the teacup and said, "You have seen my information. I am neither a spy from another nation nor have any intention to harm you. What I am about to say, you must listen to carefully." Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes at Fang Hong. However, Fang Hong's next statement caused him to sit up straight. "I am aware that you are vying for the position of commander of the Longyin Corps in the Northern Military District. I am indifferent to your current plans. However, it is imperative that you eliminate Sun Etienne, even if it means leveraging the connections of your grandfather and uncle." Fang Hong emphasized Sun Etienne's name. Zhao Yi abruptly stood up, glaring at Fang Hong with skepticism in his eyes. "Who exactly are you?" His reaction was entirely justified. The information Fang Hong had just divulged was classified. The Longyin Corps was a specialized unit formed exclusively for the realm of Xinyun, which is still in the planning stages and has yet to be finalized. Even many high-ranking officials in the military were scarcely aware of it. While Fang Hong seemed to possess all the knowledge, Fang Hong provided a plausible explanation. Locking eyes with Zhao Yi as he spoke, "I possess a unique gift that allows me to foresee the future." "Really?" Zhao Yi scrutinized Fang Hong. He recalled how Fang Hong had acquired legendary equipment in the novice village, which made him somewhat inclined to believe. The world of Xinyun was shrouded in mystery, and such a talent was not entirely unfathomable. Moreover, he had conducted a thorough investigation into Fang Hong and found no suspicious elements in his life trajectory. With Fang Hong's humble origins, it was inconceivable that he could know such matters. Zhao Yi resumed his seat, curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What transpires in the future?" Fang Hong mysteriously shook his head, indicating he could not divulge more at that moment. "Very well," Zhao Yi murmured, setting aside his curiosity to continue his meal. He mumbled, "Boss, if you require assistance, I shall rally the Longyin Corps." Given his capabilities, securing the position of commander of the Longyin Corps would be a trivial matter. Fang Hong regarded Zhao Yi thoughtfully. In his previous life, Zhao Yi had refrained from utilizing familial connections to avoid disputes within the Longyin Corps, ultimately allowing Sun Etienne to ascend to the commander's position through his relationships. However, Sun Etienne turned out to be a scoundrel, ultimately defecting to the forces of evil, which indirectly led to the destruction of the Longyin Corps and the subsequent apocalypse of the Blue Star. In Fang Hong's eyes, Sun Etienne could not be allowed to remain. Yet, this needed to be accomplished without inciting unnecessary conflict with the military. "Boss, there is another matter." Zhao Yi set down his chopsticks and addressed Fang Hong. "Have you heard? Someone intends to establish a city in a week and has sought my assistance. I have decided to take a look." Fang Hong immediately knitted his brow and replied coldly, "Do not involve yourself. Do not go." The first individual to successfully establish a city would receive hidden rewards, enabling the city to continuously produce skill stones. This was a reward Fang Hong was determined to obtain. Zhao Yi was perplexed, unable to comprehend the magnitude of Fang Hong's reaction. He clarified, "Boss, I do not genuinely intend to assist." After Zhang San obtained the city establishment decree, he seemingly made a deal with the lord of a certain city. "I wish to observe and learn, to accumulate experience for future city building." "What?" Fang Hong exclaimed. This could potentially involve not just a transaction with the city lord, but a deal with the forces of evil. The cities in Xinyun, even the novice village, had been influenced to some degree by the forces of evil, or rather, the celestial beings. Fang Hong had not anticipated that Zhang San would establish connections with the forces of evil so swiftly. With their assistance, Zhang San would undoubtedly be able to create the first player city. Fang Hong could not permit such an occurrence. He must thwart Zhang San, even if it meant making an enemy of the forces of evil ahead of time. Chapter 29, A Sweet Date, The Tang Family Strikes. Observing Fang Hong's reaction, Zhao Yi inquired, "Boss, is there something amiss?" "Nothing," Fang Hong replied, offering no further explanation. He resolved to handle the situation personally. Zhang San had garnered support from the Zhang family, a colossal entity with significant influence across multiple domains, and a chaebol family in Goryeo. Given Zhao Yi's current status and power, he was no match for the Zhang family. Conversely, Fang Hong had integrated game data and was unafraid of the Zhang family. "Zhao Yi, I have some equipment here that I can sell you at market price." As he spoke, Fang Hong produced the equipment he had acquired from recent monster slayings. With a clatter, over 100 pieces of equipment scattered across the ground, most being of the first tier and of ordinary quality. "You possess so much," Zhao Yi exclaimed. No wonder Fang Hong had leveled up so rapidly. He must have slain countless bosses to amass such a collection. Yet, in the next moment, the excitement in Zhao Yi's eyes waned. "Boss, may I purchase on credit? I currently lack sufficient pocket money." Zhao Yi had spent a substantial sum on the Guardian Shield. Nearly 100 million. His entire savings had been depleted to elevate his strength attribute to 500 points. Fang Hong, presently unfazed by financial concerns, nodded and said, "That's fine. Just pay me back when you can. I will log off now and contact you later." With that, Fang Hong logged off. Zhao Yi gazed at the heap of equipment on the ground, elated. With these items, he could rapidly expand his influence. "Oh, I forgot to mention to the boss." Zhao Yi suddenly recalled that the Tang family had contacted him yesterday, seeking his guardian shield. Naturally, Zhao Yi had promptly declined. The Tang family was an ancient martial arts clan with formidable power, yet in the real world, Zhao Yi held no fear of them. He harbored a faint suspicion that there might be Qin Tian's influence behind this matter. That rascal Qin Tian. Never mind. I will wait for the boss to log on before informing him. Zhao Yi secured the equipment and departed from Silver City. In the real world, as the sun rose, Fang Hong snapped his fingers, and a small fireball ignited at his fingertips. The attributes had truly integrated into reality. Fang Hong was elated, brimming with excitement. He retracted his magical power, allowing the fireball to dissipate. Otherwise, even this small fireball could obliterate the entire room. Besides the attributes and skills of a mage, Fang Hong's physical attributes had also seen a marked enhancement. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Fang Hong experienced no discomfort in this transformation. In his previous life, despite being a mage, he possessed strength that far exceeded his current self, and mastering the changes in his body was effortless for him. With heightened attributes came sharpened senses. He distinctly heard the sound of running water from the second floor. Tang Yin was taking a shower. A mischievous smile crept across Fang Hong's face. Utilizing his exceptional agility, he descended the stairs silently and entered the bathroom. Ah! Tang Yin was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure. However, her voice soon transformed, becoming melodious and captivating, leaving a lingering impression. 2 hours later, the bathroom door swung open. Tang Yin languidly slumped in the bathtub, her face flushed and her gaze dreamy, weakly uttering, "Master, how have you become even more formidable than yesterday? Perhaps you could find me a sister to serve you together?" Tang Yan's words were sincere. She had exhausted all the techniques she had learned online, yet she continually found it impossible to satisfy Fang Hong, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Moreover, if this continued, she would likely find herself overwhelmed. Fang Hong offered no reply, gently lifting Tang Yin and placing her on the sofa, drawing her alluring form. He spoke softly. "You rest for now. I'll prepare breakfast." "All right," Tang Yin replied shyly, lowering her gaze. The intoxicating sensation still lingered within her, refusing to dissipate. As she listened to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, a blissful smile blossomed on her face. Her master had never treated her like a mere tool. In this moment, Tang Yin once again experienced true freedom. How wonderful it was to be the woman of her master. Ding dong. At that moment, the phone on the table chimed, and a message popped up on the screen. Curiosity piqued, Tang Yin glanced at it. The next second, her smile vanished, and her body trembled slightly. At midnight. By Top Park. At the end of the message was a leaf symbol, the emblem of the Tang family, a unique, hidden weapon. The Tang family. Instinctively, Tang Yin clenched her fists, biting her lip with desperation and sorrow filling her eyes. The Tang family had ultimately tracked her down. Bai Ta Park was in the city center, not far from here. She felt she had no choice but to comply. The new phone had betrayed her, clearly indicating that the Tang family was aware of her whereabouts. If she refused, it could jeopardize Fang Hong's safety. Moments later, the kitchen door swung open, and Fang Hong emerged with a simple breakfast. Tang Yan's face regained its calmness as she silently deleted the message. The table was set with 2 poached eggs and 2 bowls of hot congee, simple yet wholesome. Tang Yin felt elated. This was the first time she had tasted a meal prepared by Fang Hong himself. Thoughtfully, she split the poached egg with her chopsticks. Gazing into Fang Hong's eyes as she asked, "Master, will you also enter the Godfall world tonight?" Fang Hong nodded, unaware of any peculiarity in Tang Yin, as he heartily sipped his congee. He was currently at level 29, just a step away from advancing to tier 2, and planned to complete his promotion task tonight. Tang Yin moved closer to Fang Hong, earnestly pleading, "Could you spend the day with me?" She had a premonition that after tonight, she might have to return to the hell of the Tang family, forever leaving Fang Hong behind. Fang Hong looked at her with some confusion. The early stages of the game were crucial, but he didn't want to refuse her. After a moment's thought, he nodded, "Then let's go for a walk." "Thank you, master," Tang Yin exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on Fang Hong's cheek, her face flushed with joy as she began to enjoy her breakfast. She silently resolved that tonight, regardless of the outcome, she would give Fang Hong an unforgettable evening. Lin City was a third-tier city, not particularly bustling, yet it had everything one would expect. However, due to the global craze sparked by the Godfall world, the once lively streets had grown eerily quiet, with only a few scattered pedestrians passing by. Fang Hong relished this tranquility and peace. He took Tang Yin to an amusement park, where they enjoyed roller coasters, haunted houses, and bungee jumping, savoring all the attractions. Later, they visited a cinema to watch a domestic comedy film. After dinner, as night fell, they returned to the villa. "I'm going to take a shower," Tang Yin announced, clutching a plush toy that was as tall as she was, bouncing toward the bathroom. Fang Hong had won it for her at a balloon game, and she adored it. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, Fang Hong could hardly wait. He stripped off his clothes and joined Tang Yin for a romantic bath. That night, Tang Yin exerted every effort to please Fang Hong, yet she still overestimated herself. Continuous waves of pleasure and blissful sensations stimulated every nerve, causing her to forget all her worries. as if she were soaring among the clouds. Ultimately, her consciousness began to fade, and she fell asleep in Fang Hong's embrace, her face reflecting both happiness and a hint of pain. Fang Hong gazed at the beauty in his arms, feeling utterly content. Tang Yin had undergone significant changes, becoming more like an ordinary woman. Suddenly, Fang Hong heard footsteps outside, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. He approached the window, scanning the empty courtyard, and quickly spotted the intruder hidden among the flower beds. A family of ancient martial artists. It must be someone from the Tang family. Chapter 30. The Power of Fireball Technique. Instantly slaying Earth-level warriors. Fang Hong smirked, feeling unsurprised. Tang Yin was but a pawn cultivated by the ancient martial family to control the powerful families of the secular world. They would certainly not allow her to escape their grasp. Qingtian. It appeared that he was behind this matter. Fang Hong now understood why Tang Yin had been so clingy today. The Tang family must have contacted her. The beauty in his arms stirred, letting out a pained groan. Fang Hong quickly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Tang Yin gazed longingly at Fang Hong's handsome profile, tears shimmering in her eyes. Master, I'm so sorry. The days spent with you have been the happiest of my life, but I can never escape the clutches of the Tang family. Please forget me. Fang Hong felt her cold lips brush against his, tears falling onto his face. Then, he felt an emptiness in his embrace. Tang Yin donned a tight black outfit, 2 daggers strapped to her wrists, and picked up the plush toy from the bed. With tears in her eyes, she cast a final glance at Fang Hong before quietly leaving the villa. In bed, Fang Hong opened his eyes, fury flashing through him. You woman. Once again you depart from my side without a word. It seems you still require a lesson. In his past life, Tang Yin had left without a word, leaving Fang Hong heartbroken as he searched for her in vain. This time, he would never allow history to repeat itself. He dressed quickly and headed downstairs. Come out. Fang Hong said calmly. The intruder had not left with Tang Yin, suggesting that their purpose here was to confront him. Impressive, you actually noticed me. A figure emerged from the shadows, a slender, cold-faced middle-aged man, smirking as he regarded Fang Hong. A mere ordinary person dares to covet a slave nurtured by the Tang family? What audacity! As he spoke, a dagger appeared in the man's hand, with murderous intent apparent. Fang Hong remained composed. Get out. I have no desire to soil my villa with your presence. He stepped slowly into the courtyard. The man hesitated for a moment, intimidated by Fang Hong's imposing aura. However, sensing no flow of true energy from Fang Hong, he assumed he was just an ordinary person. Humph, ignorant fool. In a fit of rage, the man lunged forward like a wraith. Bang! Fang Hong punched, and the man was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Fang Hong's attributes in the game were comparable to those of top-tier Earth-level warriors in reality. The man before him was barely an Earth-tier fighter, no match for him. Cough, cough. The man collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, mingled with shattered internal organs, his face pale. The severity of his injuries was beyond hope. He struggled to grasp his last breath and asked, Who are you? The Tang family has provoked those they cannot afford to offend. With a snap of his fingers, Fang Hong conjured a flickering flame that danced at his fingertips, soaring towards the man's body. Boom. In an instant, the flames engulfed the man, reducing him to ashes before he could utter a single cry of anguish. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the remains without leaving a trace. Fang Hong, without a glance back, pursued the direction in which Tang Yin had departed. At the White Tower Park, the hour was midnight. The park lay silent and shrouded in darkness. The dim streetlights cast a faint glow, intermittently interrupted by the distant howls of stray dogs. Beneath the flickering light, a scar-faced man sat upon a bench, cradling an ancient sword in his arms. Wisps of smoke curled around him, with cigarette butts strewn across the ground. He gazed into the shadows beyond the light, a grin revealing his yellowed teeth. Tang Yin, my dear, you still arrive with impeccable punctuality. In the darkness, Tang Yin's silhouette emerged, clutching an adorable plush doll. The acrid scent of smoke made her wrinkle her nose, fixing her steely gaze upon the scar-faced man. She spoke with icy resolve. I am free now. Do you seek me for something? Free? The scar-faced man glanced at the toy in her grasp, a mocking laugh escaping his lips as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. You must remember, you are merely a dog trained by the Tang family. If a dog refuses to heed its master's command and cannot bite, its only fate is death. Freedom? Humph. Death is the only freedom you, wretched creature, will ever know. Tang Yin bit her lip, her eyes brimming with humiliation and fury. She gently placed the plush doll on the clean bench, her hands sliding down to reveal 2 gleaming daggers. Today, she would fight for her freedom. The scar-faced man noticed her movements, yet his expression remained one of disdain. If you wish to see Fang Hong unharmed, it would be wise to behave. At the mere mention of Fang Hong's name, Tang Yin trembled, overwhelmed by anxiety. She dared not move, her face etched with despair. Fine, I will go with you. The scar-faced man smirked triumphantly, ready to taunt her further when a light chuckle echoed from behind. Who goes there? He shouted, spinning around to draw his ancient sword. Under the streetlight's glow stood a strikingly handsome young man. Cold sweat broke out on the scar-faced man's brow, He had not perceived how close the newcomer had approached. Master Tang Yan's eyes filled with tears upon seeing Fang Hong. Surprised and elated, she quickly realized the gravity of the situation and cried out, "You must escape. This man is dangerous. You are Fang Hong." The scar-faced man was taken aback by Tang Yan's words. "How are you still alive? What of Tang Bao?" Fang Hong's gaze turned frigid as he fixed it upon the scar-faced man. "You will soon meet him." The scar-faced man extinguished his cigarette, his expression darkening as he tightened his grip on the sword. Tang Yan moved protectively in front of Fang Hong, glaring defiantly at the scar-faced man. "You promised you wouldn't harm my master." "Foolish girl," the scar-faced man sneered ominously, advancing swiftly. His agility far surpassed that of the men from earlier in the courtyard. Fang Hong, calm and composed, drew Tang Yan into his embrace, whispering, "Leave this to me." Feeling the solid warmth of Fang Hong's chest, Tang Yan momentarily forgot to resist. A sudden wave of inexplicable security washing over her. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Hong conjured a small fireball that hurtled toward the scar-faced man. "What is this?" The scar-faced man wondered, instinctively swinging his sword at the fireball. Such a diminutive sphere of flame should be extinguished immediately, yet his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the fireball detonated, engulfing the scar-faced man in a torrent of flames, instantly reducing him to ashes. Though small, the fireball's power rivaled that of a grenade. Tang Yan nestled against Fang Hong, astonished, gazing up at him. "Master, are you a descendant of the ancient martial arts?" Yet, she quickly sensed something amiss. Among the various ancient martial families, she had never heard of such a peculiar technique. Could it be the fireball technique from the realm of divine demise? Had a game skill been transported to reality by her master? "Tang Yan," Fang Hong exclaimed angrily. "This is the second time. If you dare wander from my side again, I shall break your legs and confine you." Tang Yan laughed, feeling not fear but an unprecedented sense of safety. She was under her master's protection. But what did he mean by the second time? Tilting her head, she asked, "Have I seen you before?" Fang Hong did not respond. The concept of reincarnation was not something easily explained. "Come, let us return home." Chapter 31, The Daughter of the Long Family. On the way home, Fang Hong carried Tang Yan on his back. "Master, our location has been compromised. Should we relocate?" Tang Yan knew the Tang family's ways. Having lost two formidable experts overnight, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Fang Hong. Fang Hong fell silent, contemplating his next course of action. Now that the attributes of divine demise had merged with reality, he felt little fear. Only the dispatch of a celestial-level warrior from the Tang family could pose a threat to him. Such warriors typically did not meddle in family affairs and would likely not act on this matter. However, passive defense was not Fang Hong's style. He sought to take the initiative. Suddenly, he recalled another ancient martial arts family, the Long family. In his past life, the Long family was the first and only ancient martial family to be annihilated by the forces of evil. They upheld their ancestral teachings, battling against the malevolent faction and the monstrous hordes until death. The valiant sacrifice of the Long family's elite 7,000 had dealt significant losses to their foes. In a fit of rage, the evil faction slaughtered the entire Long family, including the elderly, young, and infirm, totaling over 30,000 souls. It was said that none died on their knees. They were all heroes of humanity. "Do not worry, I will find a way," Fang Hong spoke solemnly. This time, he intended to save the Long family. He possessed the essence of the supreme pill, capable of rescuing the gravely injured head of the Long family, thereby establishing an alliance. The Tang and Long families were arch-rivals, and the head of the Long family's injury was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy by the Tang family. Sensing Fang Hong's focused contemplation, Tang Yan refrained from pressing further, obediently resting on his back. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Hong immediately entered the world of divine demise. The failure of the Tang family's operation tonight meant they would likely refrain from sending more people for the time being. Fang Hong needed to level up to 30 as quickly as possible and find a way to contact the Long family. As for Tang Yan, after parting ways with Fang Hong previously, she had fortuitously received an S-level hidden quest to deliver a message to an elder. In his past life, Fang Hong had never heard of this quest. It seemed that the butterfly effect of his rebirth had granted Tang Yan a significant opportunity as well. They split paths, with Fang Hong heading to the dark cave outside Silver City to level up. The dark cave was a labyrinthine dungeon of 4 layers, teeming with undead monsters. The weakest among them were level 25 skeleton soldiers. The undead's propensity to respawn made it an ideal location for Fang Hong to level up and acquire attributes. As Fang Hong entered the first layer of the dark cave, he beheld an overwhelming sight of skeleton soldiers. Several player teams, all in their 20s, struggled against them in combat. Ignoring the others, Fang Hong swiftly made his way deeper into the cave. The skeletal warrior was caught off guard, watching helplessly as a human figure flashed past him. A bowman felt a gust of wind at his back and caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. He paused momentarily, turning to the warrior beside him and inquired, "Captain, did you see that? It seemed like someone just ran by. You must be seeing things." These are all level 25 skeletons, and even the top-ranked experts dare not venture too deep. the warrior captain replied absent-mindedly, his focus unwavering as he dealt with the skeletal foes before him. The defense line was precarious, and he had no intention of wasting words. Meanwhile, Fang Hong had already arrived at the entrance to the second level of the dark cave. Stone armor. The rocky armor enveloped Fang Hong as he stepped into the second layer. It was densely populated with level 30 skeletal warriors and skeletal archers, among the weakest monsters of the second tier. Slaying them would not only elevate his level and plunder attributes, but also enhance the talent level of his Wrath of the Gods ability. Boom. Thud. The sounds of battle reached Fang Hong's ears from a distance. Players? He was astonished to discover that someone dared to enter the second level. He made his way toward the source of the sounds, and soon spotted an adorable female priest, with a pure and sweet appearance and a mature figure. She was no less striking than Tang Yan. However, the petite beauty seemed somewhat irritable, wielding a white holy hammer and resolutely battling the surrounding skeletal warriors. Despite her exceptional skills, her attack power was insufficient, leaving her in a perilous situation. What a coincidence! Fang Hong marveled at the petite beauty before him. He recognized her as Long Ting, the treasured daughter of the Long family. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to contact the Long family. And now he unexpectedly encountered Long Ting. Come help me. Long Ting noticed Fang Hong and immediately sent a party invite. Player Little Dragon Girl has sent you a party invitation. Would you like to accept? Accepted. Fang Hong joined the party and viewed Long Ting's party panel. Little Dragon Girl, Soul Priest, level 30. She possessed a hidden profession and had such a high level as a priest. Fang Hong glanced at the level rankings and found himself relegated to third place. The top-ranked player, the Dark Sun, was still at level 31. Having advanced to the second tier. Hey, don't just stand there. Come help me, uncle. Long Ting shouted. She had been struck by 2 arrows, her health rapidly dwindling, and she quickly cast a healing spell. Uncle? Fang Hong was at a loss for words, touching his face. Although he had lowered his appearance by 30 years, he hardly looked that old. As Long Ting was about to be overwhelmed by the skeletal warrior, Fang Hong finally took action. Firefall. He unleashed his skill, engulfing the surrounding skeletal warriors in a raging inferno. 2278, 2274. Terrifying damage numbers flashed before him. The level 30 skeletal warriors and archers had only a little over 2,000 health points each, and they fell in droves. You have killed a level 30 skeletal warrior, gaining 30 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, strength 1. Notifications continued to flash. Long Ting gazed in amazement at the sea of flames before her, exclaiming, Uncle, you're so strong, so fast. Strong referred to Fang Hong's terrifying damage, while fast indicated her rapid experience gain. With a moment to catch her breath, Long Ting carefully examined Fang Hong's party panel and gasped, You are the Godslayer? My goodness, how is your mana so high? When players form a party, they can see each other's basic information and status panels, which aids in coordination. Just average, Fang Hong replied casually, picking up 2 pieces of equipment from the ground. As level 30 second-tier monsters, the dropped equipment was also second-tier. Long Ting felt that Godslayer was being overly modest. Simultaneously, she noticed the 2 pieces of equipment and asked, Uncle, don't ordinary monsters not drop equipment? She was quite aware of this fact. Fang Hong inspected the equipment, all of ordinary quality, and stored them in his storage ring. Saying, what can I say? Being so handsome even has the heavens favoring me. Long Ting assessed Fang Hong's appearance, noting a certain aloofness and detachment that made him quite pleasing to the eye, but she felt he hardly reached the level of being favored by the heavens. Long Ting continued, Uncle, could you help me complete my promotion task? I need to kill a level 30 elite boss. Fang Hong looked at the adorable Long Ting, and, since she had already called him uncle, he found it hard to refuse. That's wonderful. Long Ting was overjoyed. With Godslayer's terrifying strength, coupled with her healing ability, they could undoubtedly accomplish the promotion task with ease. Chapter 32, Promotion Task, Sweeping the Dark Cave. Fang Hong nodded, then shifted his tone. However, I need you to answer a few questions. What is your name? Where do you live? Who else is in your family? What do you want to do? Long Ting furrowed her brows, taking a step back and eyeing Fang Hong warily. Fang Hong smiled gently, observing her clear and innocent gaze, and said, Don't misunderstand. I was merely reminded of an old friend. Her name was Lu Ruyue, and you resemble her so much from her youth. Hearing Fang Hong's words, Long Ting's eyes widened. You knew my mother? Your mother? Fang Hong feigned confusion as he looked at Long Ting. Long Ting nodded eagerly, her face lighting up with surprise and joy as she lowered her guard. Uncle, my name is Long Ting. You might have heard of me. But my mother passed away when I was very young. A hint of sadness crossed her face. Fang Hong felt a pang of guilt for deceiving such a naive and lovely girl. However, he was not a bad person. For the Long family, he was about to become their benefactor. With this thought, Fang Hong felt at ease. He looked at Long Ting and pretended to suddenly remember. Oh, so you are Ting Ting. I didn't realize you had grown up so much. Long Ting nodded obediently, truly treating Fang Hong as an elder. She pouted, Please help me complete the task. Afterward, I will surely thank you properly. No problem. Fang Hong readily agreed. Long Ting's promotion task was to defeat an elite boss above level 30. Indeed, such a creature existed in the second layer of the dark cave. Fang Hong continuously unleashed his skills, transforming the cave into a purgatory for monsters. Clearing out the skeletal warriors and archers. You have killed a level 30 skeletal archer, gaining 30 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, agility 1. Your level has increased to level 30, gaining 8 free attribute points, 3 skill points, for intelligence, 3 strength, 2 agility. Promotion task unlocked. Godslayer Mage Tier 2 promotion task. Kill a level 30 or above epic boss. Nightmare Assassin Tier 2 promotion task. Kill a level 30 or above epic boss. Notifications flashed by. Fang Hong had finally reached level 30 and unlocked the promotion task. Fortunately, both tasks required him to kill a level 30 epic boss, allowing him to complete them both in one go. Fang Hong continued to sweep away the remaining skeletal warriors and archers, searching for the second layer boss's presence. Finally, as the last skeletal archer was vanquished, 2 formidable bosses emerged. Skeleton Captain, elite level 30. One was a skeletal warrior captain, and the other, a skeletal archer captain. Uncle, be cautious. Do not eliminate them too swiftly. Long Ting urged anxiously. The promotion quest permitted assistance, yet the final blow must be delivered personally. With Fang Hong's terrifying damage output, she harbored concerns that these colossal skeletons might inadvertently be incinerated by a fireball. Rest assured, Fang Hong replied. He swiftly unleashed explosive flames and wind slash, instantly obliterating the skeletal archer with comparatively lesser health. Defeating a 30-level elite boss grants 120 experience points. Plunder talent activated. Gaining 2 strength, 1 skill point, and 1 attack speed. A hidden attribute was acquired, which was quite commendable. Uncle, please slow down. Long Ting implored. Pained to witness the skeletal archer captain's swift demise. Fang Hong, eyeing the skeletal warrior captain, meticulously monitored its health bar and struck with caution. Soon enough, its health plummeted to just over 100 points. Fang Hong paused, casting stone armor and positioning himself protectively in front of Long Ting to deliver the final blow. All right. Love you. Long Ting exclaimed, promptly casting a holy light spell. A radiant beam enveloped the skeletal warrior captain's bones. A dismal damage of 12 emerged. Long Ting pouted. As a priest, my damage is a tad insufficient. Please bear with me. Fang Hong stifled a laugh, thinking it was hardly a mere understatement. 3 minutes later, the boss's health hit 0 and it crumpled to the ground. Fang Hong seemed to perceive a sigh of relief emanating from the creature. Its hollow eye sockets radiating a sense of liberation, as if it were saying, at last, I am free from the torment of this voluptuous lowly priest. I leveled up. Long Ting chirped joyfully. The experience accumulated during this time, coupled with the completion of her class transition quest, propelled her to level 31. Long Ting now harbored a budding intuition. If she continued to accompany Fang Hong, she might just surpass the Child of Darkness and ascend the leaderboard. She blinked her sparkling eyes adorably. Uncle, shall we continue hunting monsters? My healing capacity is immense. I can undoubtedly meet your needs. Let us proceed. Fang Hong nodded, collecting the gear dropped by the 2 bosses. A pair of bracers and a wizard's hat, both of exceptional quality. Noticing Long Ting's disinterest, he casually stowed them in his storage ring and moved towards the entrance of the 3rd level. Fang Hong's promotion quest required the defeat of epic-level bosses, which could only be found deeper within the cave. Long Ting closely followed Fang Hong into the dark cave's 3rd level. Here, the monsters were notably more potent. All at level 35. Skeletal knights, skeletal assassins, and a scant few skeletal mages awaited them. Whoosh. Upon entering, a barrage of magical attacks surged forth. Fang Hong positioned himself in front of Long Ting, ready to cast stone armor, when a beam of holy light illuminated him, forming an elliptical shield of light. Holy shield. This was Long Ting's skill. Whoosh. The magical projectiles struck the holy shield, causing ripples, and the shield flickered before shattering in an instant. Long Ting pouted in disappointment. My skill is too weak to withstand the attacks of level 35 monsters. Fang Hong smiled reassuringly, then unleashed stone armor and summoned fire meteor. The level 35 monsters could not withstand his onslaught, swiftly falling before him. Even the mightiest skeletal knight had merely over 2,000 health. And the fragile skeletal assassins and mages were even less formidable. Uncle, you are amazing. Long Ting exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she watched her experience points soar. Defeating a level 35 skeletal mage grants 80 experience points. Plunder talent activated, gaining 1 intelligence. Plunder talent activated, gaining 1 constitution. Notifications continued to appear, and Fang Hong's attributes consistently improved. Soon, he had swept through the 3rd level of the dark cave, where 3 elite-level bosses emerged. All were skeletal captains, their imposing figures radiating ferocity. Long Ting, hiding behind Fang Hong, anxiously inquired, there are 3 this time. Can you still protect me, uncle? Fang Hong did not respond. He raised his staff, and fire meteor descended. 2024, 2516, 1032. 3 damage numbers appeared, leaving Long Ting agape, murmuring, I was mistaken. It is you who is the true boss. Chapter 33, Defeating Elite-Level Bosses. The 3rd level elder in black robes. Fang Hong regarded the bosses as one would observe ants. The magic defense of the skeletal knight captain was approximately 1,000, with 20,000 health. The skeletal assassin captain possessed 2,000 strength, 500 agility, and 13,000 health. As for the skeletal mage captain, its intelligence surpassed 200, with 12,000 health. He could easily manage them. Human, die, the night boss bellowed, charging at Fang Hong with a long spear. Buzz. Earthy magic swirled, forming rock armor that enveloped Fang Hong. The assassin boss moved with greater speed, darting beside Fang Hong, poised to deliver a fatal strike. A glint of cold light flashed, aimed directly at Fang Hong's throat. Long Ting's small face turned serious as she cast Holy Shield. Crack. The thin shield shattered instantly. The assassin boss was right beneath Fang Hong's nose. Unperturbed, Fang Hong raised his staff and struck down on the assassin boss's wrist. 825. The assassin boss's skill was forcibly interrupted. Boom. In the next moment, Fang Hong unleashed Lightning Storm, triggering a spell combo, and 2 lightning orbs shot towards the assassin boss. One after the other. 2507, 2498. The assassin boss's health plummeted dramatically, and it frantically retreated in panic. Simultaneously, the knight and mage bosses launched their attacks. Bang, bang. The rock armor shattered, and considerable damage numbers appeared above Fang Hong's head. 704. Fortunately, after clearing the second and third levels of the dark cave, his constitution had significantly improved, allowing him to barely withstand a strike from the level 30 elite boss. Ting Ting heal. Fang Hong urged Long Ting, quickly creating distance and focusing on the assassin and mage bosses. These two posed the greatest threat to him. Whoosh. Boom. Fang Hong unleashed wind slash and explosive flames, targeting the assassin boss. 2517, 2499. Flames soared into the sky, and the wind howled. The assassin boss's health bar was instantly obliterated. Defeating the level 35 elite boss skeletal assassin Captain grants 320 experience points. Plunder talent activated, gaining 20 strength, 10 agility, and 1 physical critical hit. Fang Hong had no time to inspect the dropped equipment. The mage and knight boss's attacks came crashing down simultaneously. He could not evade and took the hits head on. 711, 918. 2 significant damage numbers appeared above Fang Hong's head. Fortunately, a warm, white radiance enveloped him, bathing him in a healing light that restored 500 points of health. After consuming another health potion, he felt he could endure a little longer. At that moment, the eyes of the skeletal knight captain flickered with the fire of souls. It roared and charged towards Long Ting. "Ah, uncle, save me!" Long Ting cried out in a panic, turning to flee. "You foolish girl, you should be running towards me." Fang Hong sighed in exasperation. Once his skills had cooled down, he unleashed them once more. 2 explosive fireballs, 2 surging wind slashes, and 2 thundering lightning orbs surged toward the night boss. Fang Hong could not tell whether it was his good fortune or Long Ting's. Miraculously, the spell combo triggered 3 times. Boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, shaking the entire third-level cavern. The night boss's 20,000 health points were instantly depleted. With a mournful wail of resentment, it collapsed behind Long Ting. "You have defeated the level 35 elite boss, Skeletal Knight Captain, and earned 320 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Constitution 30, Luck 1. Luck again." This hidden attribute was precisely what Fang Hong desired most. Now, his luck had reached a remarkable 9 points. It was truly astonishing. Long Ting let out a sigh of relief, patting her full chest and angrily kicking the skeleton. Just then, Fang Hong grimaced in pain as he was struck again by the mage boss. His health had dwindled to just 1,000 points. "Be careful," Long Ting exclaimed, hurriedly attempting to heal him. "Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to attack," Fang Hong remarked coldly as he eyed the boss. As his skills cooled down once more, he decisively took action. "You have defeated the level 35 elite boss, Skeletal Mage Captain, and earned 320 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Intelligence 20, Skill points 10. "Uncle, you're so strong," Long Ting marveled. She dutifully gathered the 3 drops from the bosses and handed everything to Fang Hong. 30 skill stones, 10 equipment enhancement stones, and 3 enchantment stones. Furthermore, there were 3 pieces of high-quality, Tier 2 equipment. Bone Dagger, fine, physical damage 50, strength 7, agility 5. Bone Patterned Robe, fine, physical defense 50. Intelligence 6, constitution 5. Handbone Staff, fine, magic damage 50, healing effect 50, intelligence 5. "This is for you." Fang Hong handed the handbone staff, suitable for a priest, to Long Ting. The enhanced healing effect was an exceedingly rare attribute for the priest class. "Thank you, uncle." Long Ting gratefully accepted the equipment, promptly replacing her ordinary staff. "Shall we venture to the 4th level?" she inquired excitedly, waving her newly acquired gear. Fang Hong nodded. He located the entrance to the 4th level of the dark cavern. Upon entering, to his surprise, there were no monsters here. The 4th level was remarkably spacious, with a raised platform resembling an altar at its center, upon which lay a figure. It was an old man, hunchbacked and clad in a black robe. He held a staff, seemingly preparing to cast a spell. Adventurers, this is not a place for you to tread. Leave at once if you wish to live. The black-robed elder warned, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Fang Hong disregarded the warning, taking a moment to assess the elder's condition, and his eyes gleamed with realization. Long Ting also noticed and exclaimed with excitement. This old man is a level 60 tier, 3 undead mage, an epic boss. Let's take him down. Upon hearing Long Ting's words, the black-robed elder visibly panicked. Very well, Fang Hong replied with a grin, seizing the opportunity to launch an explosive fireball towards the platform. Boom. The flames erupted but only took away 1 point of the elder's health. Fang Hong's attack evidently could not penetrate his defenses. The elder, who had been tense, finally relaxed. His arrogant laughter echoing throughout the cavern. Do you think the two of you can kill me? I'll give you one last chance, if you don't want to die. Leave immediately. The threatening voice was icy. At that critical moment of resurrecting the undead lord, he did not wish to be disturbed. Fang Hong, with a look of disdain, quietly drew out the bone dagger and opened his panel. He allocated the 30 skill points he had just acquired to upgrade his assassin skill, Death Whirlwind. The black-robed elder appeared puzzled. A dagger? Isn't this lad a mage? Chapter 34, Mad Exploitation, Power Surge. Whoosh. In the next moment, Fang Hong moved, his form becoming a blur as he swiftly ascended the platform. Seizing the moment while the elder was momentarily distracted, he unleashed his skill. Whoosh. The dagger sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, enveloping the black-robed elder in a whirlwind of blades, delivering 10 successive strikes. 34, 35, 34. A flurry of damage numbers appeared, with the death whirlwind inflicting nearly 350 points of damage. This old man had a staggering 2,000 physical defense. However, Fang Hong possessed the Wrath of the Gods talent, which reduced skill cooldowns by 40. Assassinate, Shadow Strike, Death Whirlwind. He alternated his skills, each attack dealing approximately 300 points of damage. The elder's health, however, was at 50,000. Fang Hong was prepared to grind him down. Damn adventurers, the black-robed elder roared, raising his staff high, but Fang Hong interrupted his casting. You, seeking death, come forth, my undead minions. The black-robed elder abandoned his attack and began summoning monsters. With a ripple of spatial energy, a horde of terrifying skeletons emerged from the ground. Level 40 monsters. He was an undead mage, and although he could not move for the moment, his summoning skills were still at his disposal. Go, tear those two adventurers apart. The black-robed elder commanded with a savage glare. Fang Hong, undaunted, felt a surge of excitement. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of skeleton monsters emerged, yet not a single one posed a threat to him. Ting Ting, step back, Fang Hong warned, swiftly switching to his staff to unleash an area attack. Boom. The monsters within the radius were instantly engulfed in flames, letting out agonized wails as they fell in droves. Only the high-health, high-defense skeletal knights could barely withstand this assault. But even they would not survive the subsequent meteor strikes. You have defeated a level 40 skeletal warrior, earning 130 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Strength 1. Notifications continued to flash. Within just a few cooldowns of the meteor strike skill, the monsters were annihilated. Uncle, I've leveled up again. I'm top of the leaderboard. Long Ting exclaimed excitedly, unable to wait to boast to Fang Hong. She had now reached level 33, surpassing the Child of Darkness. Fang Hong nodded, his expression calm, before turning to the astonished black-robed elder. You continue. What? The black-robed elder looked utterly bewildered, not comprehending the meaning of this statement. Fang Hong threatened, continue summoning, or I will kill you. You. The old man in the black robe glared fiercely at Fang Hong, his body trembling with rage. Adventurer, this is the first time I have encountered such a ludicrous request. Very well, I shall indulge you. This time he summoned an entire army of 5,000 skeletal monsters. Although the human before him was formidable, he was but a solitary figure, certainly no match for such a horde of undead minions. However, soon the old man found himself engulfed in despair. Fang Hong deftly alternated between two area of effect skills, their cooldown times remarkably swift. Before the skeletal creatures could even close the distance, they were mercilessly dispatched. You have slain a level 40 skeleton mage, gaining 130 experience points. Talent of Plunder activated. Intelligence 1, Skill Point 1. You have successfully killed 10,000 Tier 2 monsters, elevating the Wrath of the Gods talent to be rank, reducing skill cooldown by 50. Next stage upgrade condition. Slay 100,000 Tier 3 monsters to ascend to a rank. The Wrath of the Gods had leveled up. Fang Hong felt a surge of joy. His power had significantly increased once more, allowing him to unleash skills with even greater frequency. The 5,000 skeletal monsters stood no chance and fell one after another. Countless pieces of equipment littered the ground. Long Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly assisted Fang Hong in clearing the battlefield. Fang Hong quaffed a mana restoration potion, casting a glance at the incredulous old man in black. What are you waiting for? Continue summoning. The old man felt darkness envelop him, realizing he was being toyed with by this human. Damn it, let us see how long you can endure. He could not fathom that Fang Hong had no limits. Gritting his teeth, he summoned another 10,000 skeletal monsters, which densely filled the 4th level. This time, you will undoubtedly perish, the old man declared with malevolence, though doubt lingered in his heart. Boom. The sounds of battle erupted once more. The old man in black glowered at Fang Hong. It was not an illusion. The damage inflicted by the young man and the cooldown of his skills had evidently intensified, becoming quicker and more potent. The 10,000 skeletal monsters barely lasted 15 minutes before being annihilated once again. Wow, I've leveled up yet again. It feels like I'm on a rocket, Long Ting exclaimed, vowing she had never experienced such joy in her life. She dashed around the open space, gathering the spoils of battle. Fang Hong's gaze remained fixed on the pale-faced necromancer, his eyes ablaze with determination. Continue. Gulch. The old man in black struggled to swallow. A flicker of fear crossing his face as he weakly uttered, I have run out of mana. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant light enveloped him, instantly revitalizing his spirit. It was the soul priest's skill, spirit nourishment, which could restore mana based on the target's percentage. You have mana now. You should listen to your uncle, Long Ting said with a smile, her gaze directed at the old man as if to say, no need to thank me. The old man suppressed his fury, realizing that these two humans intended to extract his last vestiges of value before ultimately terminating him. Yet he dared not refuse. He found himself in a predicament where he could not rise, knowing disobedience would surely lead to his demise. He cast a glance at the towering altar, gritting his teeth. This was a pivotal moment for the resurrection ritual, and he must bear the humiliation. Once the Death Lord was revived, he vowed to torment these two detestable humans, converting them into undead servants. Buzz. Another 10,000 skeletons emerged. Fang Hong noticed the old man's intent to stall for time and resolved to eliminate this wave of monsters before dispatching the old man without further delay. Fang Hong continued his onslaught. Soon, the 10,000 skeletal monsters were obliterated once more. Furthermore, Fang Hong's attributes surged dramatically within a short span, granting him a staggering 5,000 attribute points and 200 skill points. His constitution reached 1,255, strength 3,037, intelligence 2,901, and agility 1,306. With his strength significantly amplified and bolstered by the king of strength talent, his physical damage soared to a terrifying 4,555 points, far surpassing his magical damage. He could no longer discern which of his two classes held precedence. Uncle, shall we continue slaying monsters? Long Ting inquired eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. She had leveled up to 35, surpassing the second-ranked Dark Sun by 3 levels. This unprecedented rate of advancement sparked fervent discussions across the Godfall forum. Long Ting declined all friend requests from strangers, remaining blissfully unaware of the happenings outside. Fang Hong replied, this fellow has reached the end of his rope. There is no need to continue torturing him. All right, Long Ting said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she cast a sympathetic glance at the old man in black. Adventurer, do you wish to kill me now? It is too late. The old man cackled maniacally, his eyes wide with madness. I hereby declare, awaken, Death Lord. Chapter 35, Ascension to Tier 2, Talent Upgrade Stone. Buzz. A torrent of magical energy swirled around the altar, coalescing into a shadowy figure. Fang Hong sensed an exceedingly terrifying aura, one he had only previously encountered from Aaron. The Death Lord must also be of Tier 7. He had to be stopped. Without hesitation, Fang Hong launched his assault, an array of skills surging forth. Foolish adventurer. It is too late for you to act. The old man's face was etched with disdain and contempt, appearing unfazed by Fang Hong's attacks. Yet in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Fang Hong's target was not him, but rather the eerie corpse atop the platform. Adventurer, stop! The old man cried, his face ashen. But it was too late. Boom, whoosh, bang. The resounding echoes of spells triggered a barrage of skills upon the corpse. Although no damage was inflicted upon the body, the necromantic spell of the black-robed elder was interrupted. A surge of formidable magic surged forth, instantly becoming frenzied. A massive vortex of magical energy erupted within the cave. The old man coughed up blood, his complexion turning a ghastly hue, his demeanor growing weak. He propped himself up with his withered staff, struggling to stand. Adventurer, I will tear you to shreds. The old man howled in a twisted rage. Years of painstaking effort and dedication had been obliterated. Even if he were to kill these two humans, it would not quell his fury. Crack! A colossal sphere of black magic coalesced before the old man, forming a pitch-black orb. Dark attribute magic, annihilation. Fang Hong's expression grew grave. This was an intermediate skill, requiring a Tier 4 or higher to wield. For a Tier 3 necromancer to forcibly cast, it would severely drain his life force, inflicting irreversible damage. This necromancer had gone mad. Fang Hong remained vigilant, focusing intently on the old man's movements. Seizing the opportune moment, he unleashed all his skills once more, erupting flame, wind slash, thunderstorm, fire meteor, and even triggered 2 spell combos. Surely one of these skills would disrupt his casting. Boom. The echoes of explosions reverberated through the cave as magic clashed violently. Indeed, the old man's forcibly cast skill was interrupted. He coughed up blood again, his life force plummeting rapidly. 1092, 1104. Above the head of the cloaked elder, numerous damage numbers floated ominously. He gazed at Fang Hong in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. Just moments ago, the adventurer before him couldn't even penetrate his magical resistance. How could he have grown to such an extent in such a brief span of time? What was even more alarming was Fang Hong's mastery of skill interruption techniques, which was evidently unparalleled. It was over. Fang Hong let out a cold smirk, then seized his dagger. Shadow Strike. In an instant, he closed the distance, activating his skill. The glint of cold light flashed, and the cloaked elder emitted a series of anguished, piercing cries. 4592, 4604, 4587. The cloaked elder, a necromancer, inherently possessed low physical defense. He could not withstand the full force of Fang Hong's assassin skills. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at Fang Hong, filled with resentment. Before collapsing to the ground, you have slain a level 60 epic boss, the Undying Mage, gaining 16,960 experience points. The Plunder talent has been triggered, intelligence 50. Skill points 10, spell critical 1. You have acquired the Undying Mage's basic skill, Dark Orb. You have completed the promotion quest, successfully advancing to a level 2 Godslayer Mage. You have completed the promotion quest, successfully advancing to a level 2 Nightmare Assassin. Your level has increased to 31, gaining 8 free attribute points, 3 skill points, intelligence 4, strength 3, agility 2. Your level has increased to 32, gaining. Notifications continued to illuminate the screen. Fang Hong had plundered a wealth of attributes from the cloaked elder, alongside acquiring a basic skill of the dark arts. Moreover, the promotion quest had been seamlessly completed, catapulting his level to 35, second only to Long Ting. He now stood at the second position on the leaderboard. With his class upgraded to level 2, he would gain an additional 12 base attributes with every level he ascended. His power had experienced a significant enhancement once again. Uncle, your promotion quest was actually to kill an epic boss? Long Ting observed Fang Hong's level up, astonished. Fang Hong nodded, turning his gaze towards the items dropped by the cloaked elder. 30 skill stones, 100 enhancement stones, 10 enchantment stones, and a single black diamond gemstone. Yet, no equipment had dropped. A talent upgrade stone, Fang Hong exclaimed, his eyes fixated upon the diamond gemstone. Basic talent upgrade stone can elevate a talent below a rank by 1 tier. Fang Hong felt an exhilarating rush. Talent upgrade stones were exceedingly rare and precious, with only a 0.1 drop rate from bosses of epic level or higher. Even in the late stages of the game, they were coveted treasures, highly sought after yet rarely available. Fang Hong faced 3 choices: B-rank talent Wrath of the Gods, B-rank talent Spell Combo, and B-rank talent King of Strength. Since Wrath of the Gods could be upgraded through completing quests, he did not wish to squander the talent upgrade stone on it. After contemplation, he deemed the King of Strength talent unsuitable as well. Possessing the God-level Plunder talent, he could acquire strength attributes and lacked physical damage. Ultimately, Fang Hong resolved to upgrade the Spell Combo talent. If he could later obtain a talent that amplified magical attacks, his magical damage would become extraordinarily formidable. Firmly decided, he promptly utilized the talent upgrade stone. You have used the talent upgrade stone, elevating Spell Combo talent to a rank. Spell Combo, a rank talent, has a 60 chance to trigger a combo effect when casting magical skills. I've added you as a friend. I'd like to play together in the future. Long Ting approached, her face beaming with anticipation as she gazed at Fang Hong. Sure, Fang Hong readily accepted her friend request. Long Ting chuckled. After meeting Fang Hong, she had soared 5 levels within half a day and even acquired a fine staff. She stifled a yawn, glanced at the time, and reluctantly said, Uncle, it's getting late. I need to log off. Wait a moment. Fang Hong grasped her arm and produced the essence of the supreme pill. I've heard that the patriarch of your family has suffered grave injuries and is on the brink of death. This can heal his wounds. Long Ting looked puzzled. But this is a game, not reality. She had heard of some elders who secluded themselves for cultivation, ultimately succumbing to madness. Could this happen in a game too? Fang Hong explained, the content of the Godfall world can reflect back into reality. This is the essence of a rare elixir, which can certainly be used to heal injuries. Although Godfall had not fully integrated into reality, it had begun to subtly enhance players' physical qualities. Various factions on Blue Star, including ancient martial families, had discovered this secret. However, the Long family had remained secluded, living in the mountains and ignoring worldly affairs, thus unaware of this matter. Only Long Ting was an exception. Her charming appearance endeared her to all, earning her the affection of the entire Long family. During one descent from the mountain for supplies, she had been gifted a low-grade gaming helmet, which allowed her the fortune to enter the Godfall world. Chapter 36, Refining the Death Order. Is what you say true? Long Ting asked, half convinced, scrutinizing the remnants of the elixir in her hand. Fang Hong urged, let your grandfather give it a try. It's just logging into a game. There's nothing to worry about. Alright. Long Ting cautiously stowed the item away, saying, regardless of its efficacy, thank you. I'll log off now. See you tomorrow. Fang Hong pulled her back again, slightly exasperated. We're in a dungeon. Monsters might respawn. Quickly return to town before logging off. This item is crucial for your grandfather. Long Ting stuck out her tongue, took out a return scroll, and understood that her uncle was indeed meticulous in his actions. But you're more talkative than my father. Fang Hong looked at the rebellious girl with a hint of a headache. Oh, right. Uncle, what is your name? Long Ting suddenly remembered that she still didn't know the name of the Godslayer. Fang Hong. He answered candidly. Once he saved the patriarch of the Long family. The lie about knowing Long Ting's mother would no longer matter. Fang Hong. Long Ting murmured, committing it to memory. I'll remember. Uncle, goodbye. With that, she tore the return scroll and vanished from sight. Fang Hong resumed tallying his spoils. A heap of over 200 pieces of equipment lay on the ground, all of tier 2. Among them were 7 pieces of exquisite quality, boasting decent attributes, yet none suited a mage or assassin. Fang Hong gathered everything, intending to sell them. Next, he approached the altar. Upon the elevated platform lay the corpse of a young man, strikingly handsome, appearing as though he were merely asleep. Out of curiosity, Fang Hong unleashed a wind slash. Whoosh. 0. The powerful wind slash struck the corpse without inflicting any damage. The individual was indeed deceased. However, Fang Hong had a premonition that this corpse might still hold some value. He attempted to place the body in his inventory or storage ring, but to no avail. Could it be that he wasn't truly dead? Living beings could not be stored in the inventory. Yet he couldn't simply carry a corpse around. A spark of inspiration struck Fang Hong as he recalled the realm of death. Previously, his strength had been insufficient to refine the death order. However, he has now ascended to the 2nd tier, his attributes significantly enhanced, and success might just be within reach. Fang Hong produced the death order and endeavored once more to refine it. Ding! Accompanied by a prompt, a thick mist materialized out of nowhere, enveloping him. His health and mana began to deplete rapidly. To be cautious, Fang Hong sent a message to Tang Yan, requesting her to trade him 100 bottles each of basic health and mana potions. Each potion could restore 10 points of health and mana per second. The duration of the potions could stack, perfectly countering the absorption rate of the death order. After a considerable time, the prompt sounded again. You have refined the death order. Becoming the master of the land of death, the death order cannot be traded or discarded. Fang Hong calculated in his mind. The entire process consumed 10,000 health points and 10,000 mana points. Holding the token, he felt a connection to the land of death while sensing the presence of hundreds of formidable beings. These entities were imprisoned by the Dark Elves. Fang Hong could not help but marvel at the immense power once possessed by the Dark Elves. Unfortunately, they were now on the brink of extinction at the hands of the evil faction. Fang Hong turned his gaze to the corpse upon the altar, with a mere thought. The body vanished, successfully being absorbed into the land of death. Indeed, Fang Hong acquired yet another formidable ability. As long as the target offered no resistance, he could claim them for his domain. At that moment, Zhao also sent a message. Zhao boss, I've been framed. The Guardian's shield is lost. A surge of murderous intent welled up in Fang Hong's eyes. He discovered that Zhao's level had plummeted to level 1, banished back to the novice village. A first-tier player, upon their first death, would only drop to level 10. Only through repeated deaths would they return to the novice village. Zhao, who did this? Zhao, it was Zhang San. That bastard set me up. I received an invitation to visit their city building, only to be ambushed. Fang Hong sighed, realizing his oversight. The allure of legendary grade weapons was too great. He had underestimated the greed of those players, still acting with the mindset from his previous life. But he vowed not to make such a mistake again. Fang Hong, focus on leveling up. In 2 days, we will seek revenge. 2 days hence, Zhang Sen would use the city building token. He had already colluded with the evil faction. The beast-tied siege was entirely under their control, merely a staged performance. Success was all but guaranteed. Yet, Fang Hong had no intention of acquiescing to them. Buzz. In the next moment, a flash of light illuminated the surroundings as Fang Hong activated the death order, entering the land of death. The area remained shrouded in mist, with a chilling wind howling. However, this time, he did not suffer any actual damage. The corpse of the undying lord lay quietly nearby, emanating a faint aura, and aside from that, nothing seemed amiss. Fang Hong took a deep breath and ventured deeper into the mist. Clang! The sound of clashing iron chains rang out, followed by a furious roar. Fang Hong was astounded by the scene before him. Deep within the mist, robust iron chains bound hundreds of powerful beings. They were elites from various races as well as fearsome beasts, totaling over 700, the majority at level 46. Those below level 4 had been consumed by the eerie mist, reduced to mere skeletal remains. Fang Hong's arrival captured their attention. Clang! The chains rattled ominously, a powerful aura radiating outward, causing the surrounding mist to churn and distort. Release me, filthy dark elves, you have sullied the elven race. I curse you to dwell forever in darkness. tormented by hellish shadows. The air was filled with insults and curses, their voices brimming with anger and disdain. You are not a dark elf. A massive, fearsome blood-red wolf discerned Fang Hong's silhouette, expressing confusion. Oh, what a delightful human. A bewitching succubus, with an alluring figure and captivating beauty. Cast a flirtatious glance at Fang Hong. She seductively proposed, if you free me, I promise to reward you handsomely. Clang. A tremendous crash echoed as one of the iron chains snapped taut. A blood-eyed giant ape, covered in pure white fur, nearly pressed its face against Fang Hong's. Bellowing, human, release me, and you shall gain the protection of the blood-eyed magic ape clan. Free me. I can slay 100, no, 1,000 foes for you. Boy, I advise you to let me go quickly, or I shall swallow you whole. A cacophony of pleas, temptations, and threats reverberated in Fang Hong's ears. It felt as though a swarm of flies buzzed incessantly, prompting him to roar. Silence. Several powerful beings furrowed their brows, yet trapped in their predicament. They could only suppress their murderous intent. Observing the scene settle into silence, Fang Hong nodded in satisfaction and produced a contract scroll. I can release one of you, but you must sign a soul contract with me. Chapter 37. Signing the contract, Zhongsan's city? Laughter and curses erupted around him. Kid, are you jesting? Humph. Even the dark elves cannot bend my will, let alone a weakling like you. My patience has limits. Release me at once, or I shall make you endure unspeakable torment. Fang Hong disregarded their words. He possessed only one contract scroll and must bind the strongest among them to intimidate all present. The infernal magic wolf, the succubus, and the blood-eyed magic ape were all among the most formidable of the 6th tier, their strengths being relatively equal. 7th tier? Fang Hong's gaze was drawn to a colossal sea turtle that resembled a small mountain. It had reached the 7th tier and bore no chains. Fang Hong grew cautious. With his current strength, he was no match for a 7th tier creature. The monsters imprisoned by the dark elves were at least elite-level bosses. The giant sea turtle sensed Fang Hong's gaze, slightly extending its neck and raising its massive head, calmly stating, I came here of my own volition. The dark elves cannot bind or enslave me, so do not think you can do so either. Haha, cowardly turtle. The infernal magic wolf derisively retorted. Rumble. The ground trembled as the giant sea turtle stood, its sturdy limbs like stone pillars, its massive body resembling a palace. A terrifying aura emanated from it. It gazed down at the infernal magic wolf and coldly declared, My patience does not imply I lack temper. Should you dare to insult me again, I will crush you without mercy. The infernal magic wolf remained unfazed by the giant sea turtle's threat, continuing its mockery. Am I wrong? The celestial race descends. The evil faction rises, ravaging our world. Yet you, this cowardly turtle, hide in your shell, clinging to life in the land of death. Humph. Even those filthy dark elves understand the need to resist. The surrounding beasts regarded the giant sea turtle with disdainful expressions. The giant sea turtle's eyes flickered, its demeanor shifting before it ultimately sighed. Say what you will, I merely wish to survive. With that, the giant sea turtle withdrew into its shell, ignoring everything outside. Fang Hong suddenly developed an unexpected fondness for the hellish demon wolf. Yet, its power was insufficient to instill fear in other beings, leaving Fang Hong somewhat perplexed about whom to contract with. I am willing. A faint voice resonated. It was a western dragon, resembling a lizard with wings sprouting from its back. 3rd tier? Fang Hong was taken aback. This black dragon was the sole survivor of its tier and had reached the pinnacle of level 100. However, it appeared to be on the brink of death. The black dragon weakly implored, Please, forge a soul contract with me. I am willing to serve you. Take me away. Fang Hong remained silent, retracting the contract scroll. It was impossible to contract with all present beings, and he concocted a plan. I offer you one last opportunity. Perform 3 tasks for me. Should you find them perilous, you may refuse. I will not compel you to violate your racial ethics. Complete my 3 assignments, and you shall be free. Otherwise, you will remain eternally confined in this lightless abyss. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Countless eyes were fixed on Fang Hong, their hearts in turmoil. At last, a succubus spoke up. Human, I choose to trust you. I vow by my name that the succubus clan shall fulfill your 3 tasks. I concur, with one precedent set. Other formidable beings quickly followed suit in agreeing to Fang Hong's terms, save for the giant tortoise. Excellent. In 2 days' time, I shall release you, Fang Hong declared with conviction. In the next moment, he unfurled the contract scroll. You have acquired a pet, Black Dragon Ace. Your pet has ascended the rankings, currently holding the 1st position. Fang Hong examined the attributes of the Black Dragon. Ace, Dragonkin, Tier 3, Epic Quality. The Black Dragon was considerably more powerful than Zhongsan's Earth Dragon. Let us depart. With a mere thought, the chains binding the Black Dragon were instantly loosened, and he led it away from the realm of death. 2 days later, in the Imperial City, a new settlement established by Zhongsan. Beneath the towering walls, a congregation of 100,000 players gathered. A towering figure wielded a massive shield. The Guardian Shield, atop a yellow-scaled Earth Dragon. This man was none other than Zhongsan, the president of the Royal Guild. Zhang Sen affectionately caressed the guardian's shield, an item he had painstakingly seized from Zhao Yi. If only my mount were that epic black dragon, Zhang Sen mused, recalling the black dragon that had recently topped the pet leaderboard. Its master was Zhang Shan, who had also surged to the second position on the level rankings, surpassing him. Its strength must be formidable. However, Zhang Shun had declined all friend requests, leaving Zhang Sen unable to reach out. Rumors circulated that Zhang Shan shared a close bond with Zhao Yi. Having usurped Zhao Yi's equipment, Zhang San had effectively made an enemy of Zhang Shun. Once the Imperial City is established, I shall be the first player to do so, and then I will surely find you, Zhang Shun. Zhang Sen contemplated as he plotted to seize the black dragon. In the next moment, the notification chime finally rang out. Announcement: player Zhang San is establishing the Imperial City and will face a beast tide attack. Endure for 12 hours to succeed in city building. Announcement: player Zhang San. 3 consecutive system announcements echoed throughout the world of Godfall. Zhang San and his Imperial City became the focal point of player attention. They gathered around the city, eager to witness this grand event unfold. It is about to begin. Pride radiated from Zhang San, his demeanor calm and confident. He had already brokered a deal with an NPC from a level 3 city. This beast tide would not be overly formidable. Oh whoa, rumble, roars echoed. The earth trembled as the beast tide surged forth from the forest. They were all level 5 gale wolves, unique to the novice village. Members of the Royal Guild were at least level 20. These creatures posed no threat to them. Zhang San, mounted on the earth dragon, brandished his spear, exuding an air of confidence. Brothers, today's battle shall be recorded in history. Let us witness the rise of the royal clan together. Charge with me. Slay, slay, slay. A chorus of 10,000 Royal Guild members roared in unison, their battle cries shaking the heavens. The onlooking players felt a chill run down their spines. Zhang Sen led the charge. The feeble beast tide was swiftly annihilated, like leaves swept away by an autumn wind. Meanwhile, in the forest behind the beast tide, a colossal black dragon was poised to strike, emanating a terrifying aura. The nearby gale wolves kept their distance, unwilling to approach. Fang Hong and Zhao Yi sat atop a great tree, observing the distant battle. Zhao Yi clicked his tongue. Boss, this beast tide is far too weak. Even with the black dragon, we wouldn't stand a chance against the Royal Guild. Fear not, Fang Hong replied casually. He was not particularly invested in the battle scene, merely reclining against the tree, eyes closed in meditation, awaiting the opportune moment. Fang Hong planned to strike once the beast tide concluded, allowing Zhang San to experience the bitter sensation of falling from grace. Chapter 38, The Slaughter of the City. The Royal Guild's doom. The beast tide continued to pour forth. At this moment, the strongest monsters on the battlefield were level 15, null warriors. The 12-hour limit was nearing its end. Fang Hong took a deep breath, glancing at Zhao Yi's anxious expression, and said, "It has begun. Boss, it's just the 3 of us." Before Zhao Yi could finish, he suddenly felt an unbearable pressure. Crack. A rift in space appeared, and terrifying beasts, powerful otherworldly beings emerged in succession. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind howled. Even the earth trembled beneath their might. Zhao Yi cowered behind the black dragon, awestruck by the scene unfolding before him. Armored giants of the giant race. Ferocious blood-red demon wolves, exquisitely beautiful yet alluring succubi, and fearsome tigers wreathed in flames and adorned with wings. Before them, even the black dragon, Ace, appeared submissive. "Hey there, handsome. What would you like me to do for you?" The succubus purred, sensually stretching her lithe form and enticingly fluttering her long lashes as she inquired. Fang Hong maintained his gaze fixed on the direction of the Imperial City, extending a finger. In a cold tone, he commanded, "Slaughter the city." At his behest, everyone's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Having been imprisoned for so long, they were eager to quench their thirst for vengeance with the blood of their enemies. "Declare war," Fang Hong instructed Zhao Yi. He bore no grudges against Zhang San. It was only fitting that Zhao Yi declare war on his behalf to lend legitimacy to their actions. Zhao Yi took a moment to regain his composure, hesitantly asking, "Did you summon all these monsters?" Fang Hong nodded, his voice grave. "In God's fall. These creatures are merely a trifle. Are you afraid now?" Rather than feeling offended, Zhao Yi was filled with exhilaration. With these terrifying beings at their disposal, conquering even a level 4 city would be a walk in the park. Announcement: player Gongzi has declared war on the Imperial City. Announcement: player. The system notifications reverberated 3 times throughout the world of Godfall. The chat channels erupted in fervor. Zhao Yi ignored the discussions of the players, his gaze fixated on the hellish demon wolf. "Boss, that red wolf looks stunning." "Oh, humans, your taste is rather commendable." The infernal wolf's ability to articulate startled Zhao Yi. He scrutinized the creature with growing exhilaration and inquired, "Brother Wolf, may I perch upon your back?" Fang Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. His relationship with these beings was merely one of collaboration. He had not tamed them. Should the infernal wolf take offense, it might very well strike Zhao Yi down. At that moment, the infernal wolf appraised Zhao Yi, perceiving the purity in his gaze, and nodded. "Kid, I like you, but this is a one-time concession." Zhao Yi was overjoyed, and amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he ascended onto the wolf's back. "Boss, let us depart," he exclaimed, patting the wolf's fur. "Brother wolf, onward. Let us slay." With a howl, the infernal wolf unleashed a mighty cry toward the heavens. In the next instant, it sprang forward with incredible swiftness, a crimson phantom darting ahead. The other ferocious beasts and alien races swiftly followed suit. Fang Hong, astonished, marveled at the unexpected bond Zhao Yi had forged with the creature. He mounted his black dragon, and as the tempest swept across the land, the duo soared skyward, heading straight for the Imperial City. Within the Imperial City, Zhang Sen had just withstood the final wave of beastly onslaught when he heard the system notification. "Zhao Yi, you truly dare to come," he sneered. Zhang San was well aware that Zhao Yi would not relent, and today, he was likely to cause a ruckus, so he had made thorough preparations. Hidden within the city were a cadre of Tier 3 guards, elite warriors from the Level 3 city of Lakeside City. Though only 10 in number, they could easily overpower players at this stage. However, Zhang San believed that the Royal Guild could handle Zhao Yi on its own without outside assistance. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Trees in the forest collapsed, and an overwhelming pressure filled the air, as if some dreadful entity were approaching the Imperial City. The guild members congregated at the city front were struck with terror, an immense dread welling up within them. Massacre! A furious roar erupted from the forest. Immediately, hundreds of monstrous and terrifying beings emerged in response. "What are those? Boss." "They are all boss-level entities." The crowd erupted in exclamations of shock. "I can't see their stats. They must be at least Tier 4. What do we do? How can we fight this? I want to go home." The scene descended into chaos as some cowardly guild members logged off immediately. "Do not log off. Hold your ground. The city defense battle is almost over." Zhang Sen bellowed in anger. He kicked his earth dragon beneath him, but the once proud creature now cowered like a frightened pup, its tail between its legs. Trembling in fear, Zhang Sen realized that this wave of enemies was beyond his capacity to handle and quickly sent an SOS to the elite guards concealed within the city. Unbeknownst to him, those guards had long since fled. "Zhang San, did you not expect retribution to arrive so swiftly?" A booming voice rang out as Zhao Yi, mounted on the infernal wolf, charged directly at Zhang San. "Zhao Yi." Zhang San glared furiously at him, but his attention was soon drawn to the massive, imposing crimson wolf beneath Zhao Yi. His eyes brimmed with envy and jealousy. He could not comprehend why Zhao Yi always seemed to acquire the finest things. Zhang San's expression darkened as he attempted to placate Zhao Yi, saying, "I will return the Guardian's shield to you, and in addition, trade you 100 gold coins. Consider it even. How does that sound?" Zhao Yi scoffed, regretting now. "It is too late. Zhao Yi, you know the power behind me. If you dare to destroy the Imperial City today, it will be a fight to the death." Zhang San tried to impose pressure. "Our relationship has long since reached that point," Zhao Yi replied coldly, patting the infernal wolf beneath him. "Brother wolf, tear that fellow apart." He was now only level 12. Hardly a match for Zhang San. A trivial matter. The infernal wolf transformed into a crimson blur. Crunch. The sound of crunching echoed as the earth dragon's head was bitten off, killing it instantly. "My earth dragon." Zhang San gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Pets do not possess the same resurrection ability as players. Before he could mourn, he felt a searing pain in his chest as the infernal wolf tore him apart. In an instant, he was split in two. Zhang San's consciousness faded, his vision turning white as he vanished into the light. Instant kill. "Brother wolf, you are ferocious. And I like it." Zhao Yi, having avenged himself, praised with fervor. He urged the infernal wolf to continue their assault on the Imperial City. Despite the Royal Guild boasting 100,000 members, they were no match for the enforcers summoned by Fang Hong. All were ruthlessly slaughtered, transformed into beams of white light. They believed that rebirth would conclude their ordeal, unaware that the nightmare had only just begun. Fang Hong soared above the resurrection point on his black dragon. As the white light flickered, he beheld the relentless stream of players reappearing and waved his hand. "Dare to lay a hand on my little brother?" Firefall. Boom. The newly resurrected players had no time to react before they were instantly slain. Their screams echoed incessantly. Zhang Sen too was killed by Fang Hong, and upon resurrecting, he glared at the system notification, seething as he gazed at the man riding the dragon above. Slashing God. "We have no grievances or enmity. Why attack the Imperial City?" Fang Hong chuckled softly, raising his hand to unleash Firefall once more, killing Zhang Sen again. "Now, don't we have a grudge? Ah, you bastard, I will kill you." Zhang Sen cursed, descending into madness. Chapter 39. The Destruction of the Imperial City. The Dragon Clan's Pact. Fang Hong maintained an impassive demeanor, activating skills whenever cooldowns expired. The resurrection point was ablaze with flickering white light, and the air was filled with screams and curses. Many players, having been slain too many times, fell to level 1 and were sent back to the novice village. "Boss, the Imperial City has been cleared." Zhao Yi arrived at the scene, observing the spectacle before him with a sense of melancholy. It was a unilateral slaughter. Fang Hong, noting his expression, spoke gravely. "Remember, showing mercy to enemies is the greatest cruelty to oneself." Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. He and Zhang San had irreparably severed ties, with no chance for reconciliation. Half an hour later, no members of the royal guild remained alive at the resurrection point, countless items strewn across the ground. Zhao Ye's eyes sparkled as he rushed to assist Fang Hong in collecting the spoils of war. Boss, you've struck gold. The value of these items and the piles of copper and silver far exceeds 1,000 gold coins. The second matter. Fang Hong turned to the fearsome beasts and alien races behind him and stated, guard the vicinity outside the novice village. Prevent any players from leaving for a month. Better to kill wrongly than to let one escape. With a month's loss of development time, Zhang San will inevitably fade into obscurity within the world of Godfall. The royal guild shall vanish henceforth. No problem. The infernal wolf nodded in agreement. The succubus turned to Fang Hong and asked, handsome, what is the third matter? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Hong replied, eliminate as many of the evil faction as possible. It is for your own good as well. Understood. Take care, human. I hope we may meet again one day. Goodbye, young lad. Everyone bid farewell to Fang Hong and dispersed. Zhao appeared quite reluctant. Boss, are we just letting them go? These individuals could be formidable allies. Fang Hong shook his head. Such strong-willed individuals are not easily subjugated. They have been imprisoned by the Dark Elves for so long, yet still refuse to yield. They are clearly resilient. We shall revisit this when our strength is sufficient to conquer them. Now, let us proceed to the city lord's mansion. Fang Hong led Zhao to the heart of the imperial city, locating the vast altar and swiftly demolishing it. Announcement. Player Zhan Shun has destroyed the imperial city altar. The imperial city has fallen. Announcement. Player. The system's notifications rang out thrice, capturing the attention of the entire world. The global chat channel buzzed with discussions. The imperial city has actually fallen. I recall the royal guild was established with funding from the Zhang family, right? Who would dare oppose them? Zhan Shun. That enigmatic player on the leaderboard. The siege was initiated by Gongzi. I know him. He has military connections, and it seems Zhan Shun is aligned with him. How many players did they bring? They captured the imperial city in just an hour. It must have been a surprise attack. Constructing a city requires resisting a beast tide for 12 hours. The royal guild must have suffered considerable losses. At this moment, players observing the battle began to share their accounts. I was just outside the city. The beast tide was weak, and the royal guild barely sustained any losses. The attackers were only Zhan Shun and Gongzi. I saw it too. Just the two of them. But they were accompanied by hundreds of boss-level monsters. Bosses. Ultimately, it was still the beast tide that destroyed the imperial city. No, I believe those bosses are under the command of Zhan Shun and Gongzi. You're getting more outrageous by the minute, brother. The global chat channel was rife with speculation regarding how the imperial city had been obliterated. Players present attempted to clarify, but no one believed them. Meanwhile, Fang Hong and Zhao returned to Silver City. Boss, what is our plan now? Zhao inquired, clutching the guardian shield tightly. Fang Hong replied, you should expedite the establishment of the Longing Guild. In the coming days, I will search for a tier 3 boss. If it drops a city building order, I will establish the city immediately. The first player to establish a city will receive hidden rewards, and I don't intend to miss out. All right, Zhao replied confidently. Over the past few days, he heeded Fang Hong's advice and leveraged his grandfather's connections, successfully becoming the commander of the Longing Legion. Sun Etienne was appointed as the chief of staff. Out of curiosity, Zhao privately investigated Sun Etienne and discovered something amiss about him. However, the incident involving the Imperial City delayed his actions against Sun Etienne. Boss, I must get back to my duties. After Zhao finished speaking, he turned to leave. Fang Hong opened his friend list and noticed Tang Yin had already logged off. Previously, she had received a hidden quest and had been gaming all night, determined to complete it without his assistance. It seems she was unwilling to be merely ornamental and desired to contribute. Ding! A message from Long Ting suddenly lit up. Little dragon girl, uncle, where are you? Fang Hong surmised that the effect of the Supreme Pill's essence was at play. Zhan Shun, I am at the teleportation point in Silver City. How is old Master Long? Little dragon girl, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. In the next moment, Long Ting emerged from the teleportation point. Many players had reached level 10, and Silver City was bustling with activity. The area near the teleportation point crowded with people. Uncle, Long Ting greeted with a sweet smile as she ran towards Fang Hong. Just as he was about to speak, Long Ting suddenly put her hands on her hips, puffing up with indignation. You went to siege the city without taking me along. Fang Hong found it amusing. This little beauty indeed had a talent for theatrics. Next time something arises, I will certainly seek your assistance. How is your grandfather's condition? Long Ting, recalling her grandfather, replied joyfully, he is much better now. In a while, he will fully recover. He intended to thank you in person, but he hasn't even left the novice village yet. As she spoke, she grasped Fang Hong's hand. Uncle, where do you live? We want to personally express our gratitude. Come to my house. Fang Hong was taken aback. Long Ting's grandfather, Long Zhangwo, was the esteemed elder of the Long family, a highly respected figure in the realm of ancient martial arts. As for her father, Long Yuan, he was the current head of the family. At the pinnacle of the heavenly level, Fang Hong dared not let these two esteemed figures visit him directly. After a moment of contemplation, he said. You need not be overly courteous. To be honest, I have matters to discuss with your Long family as well. Feel free to speak, Long Ting confidently declared, thumping her chest as if the Long family could handle anything. Fang Hong continued, I have offended the Tang family. They have been pursuing me relentlessly of late. And I wish. Oh, that Tang family. Long Ting interrupted, filled with righteous indignation. Uncle, rest assured. I will inform my grandfather right away and annihilate the Tang family to avenge you. She was about to log off when Fang Hong stopped her, exclaiming, wait. It was not that Fang Hong looked down on the Long family from the earlier incident where the Tang family dared to plot against Old Master Long. It was evident that the strengths of both families were fairly matched. I do not wish to ask for your assistance in avenging me. I merely seek refuge in your home for a while, to avoid the storm. In truth, Fang Hong desired peace to focus on gaming, as the Tang family posed no threat to him. I see, Long Ting blinked. So, does that mean I can play with you every day? Without hesitation, she replied. No problem. The doors of the Long family are always open for you. Long Ting sent Fang Hong her address and phone number before hastily logging off. Fang Hong's request was modest. Having saved Old Master Long, it would not be excessive to enjoy the hospitality of the Long family for a lifetime. Of course, he would not actually do so. Ding. Little Wildcat. Master, dinner is ready. Zhan Shun. All right, I'm logging off. Chapter 40. A pleasant dinner. Visiting the Long family. In the real world, Fang Hong opened the gaming pod and stretched his stiff body. Over the past few days, he had noticeably experienced a significant boost in stamina. After taking a shower, Fang Hong headed to the dining room. Tang Yin was busy at the table, her face beaming with joy upon seeing him. Master, everything is ready. She wore a floral apron tied with a light blue ribbon, accentuating her perfect figure. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath, she wore only a small tank top and black stockings on her long legs, clearly having dressed with care. This woman was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Fang Hong approached and embraced her. Tang Yin shyly replied, not so fast, let us eat first. Fang Hong inhaled deeply, savoring her fragrance. He lifted her up. Tang Yan's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed as she clung tightly to his neck, offering no resistance. 2 hours later, Tang Yin lay softly on the bed. Fang Hong gently kissed her forehead and murmured, don't get up, I will bring dinner over. Master, my hidden quest concerns the elven race. A beautiful elf mentioned that she had relations with a player. If it's in the game, can I satisfy you? Fang Hong was taken aback. An elf? Could it be her? Tang Yin, oblivious to the subtle changes on Fang Hong's face, continued, that elf is truly exquisite. Had she not already lost her virtue, I would undoubtedly have bound her and offered her to my master. Fang Hong pondered for a moment, deciding against disclosing anything about Anna to Tang Yin. The memory of the beautiful elven saintess stirred something within him, igniting a fervent gaze. Tang Yin bit her luscious lips and closed her eyes, embodying a willingness to embrace death. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Fang Hong remarked, all right, I shall not torment you further. Rest for now while I fetch dinner. Master, wait. I have something wonderful to show you. Tang Yin grasped Fang Hong's arm, her expression shrouded in mystery as she mimicked his gesture and snapped her fingers. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished. Huh. Fang Hong gazed in astonishment at the now sunken bed. This was the skill of a shadow assassin, invisibility. Your attributes have merged with reality? The hidden quest's reward is a soul stone? Tang Yin shook her head, her expression peculiar as she looked at Fang Hong. I believe it has something to do with you, master. Whenever we indulge in merriment, especially during the climax, I experience a strange sensation. Me? Fang Hong furrowed his brows, realizing that his attributes had only recently integrated and should not have such an effect. Could it be due to the reincarnation power within him? He had long suspected that even before the arrival of Divine Fall, his abilities in the game would gradually seep into reality without the need for soul stones. Ding. At that moment, Long Ting sent a message. Fang Hong recalled the matter at hand and said, by the way, we need to move out tomorrow, so please prepare your belongings. If we don't leave, we might face disturbances from the Tang family. He only wished to focus on enhancing his strength in the world of Divine Fall. Where are we going? Tang Yin had no particular demands regarding their residence. She would be content as long as she was with Fang Hong. To the Long family. The Long family? Tang Yin expressed surprise. Master, you actually know someone from a martial arts clan? The Long family was a prominent and powerful lineage in the ancient martial arts world, even more formidable than the Tang family in her eyes. Indeed, I saved the old patriarch of the Long family, and he has graciously offered us accommodation, Fang Hong explained. After dinner, Fang Hong and Tang Yin nestled on the sofa, watching television without entering the game. A new segment caught Fang Hong's attention. The Zhang family from Korea had placed a bounty of 10 billion on the heads of the God Slayer and Young Master. The Zhao family publicly declared that should any harm befall the God Slayer and Young Master, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Huaxia nation. They would promptly initiate military actions against the Zhang family. Fang Hong remained indifferent to the bounty announcement. His strength far surpassed any assassin sent by the Zhang family, posing no threat whatsoever. However, Tang Yin appeared concerned. Master, what have you done in the game to warrant such a high bounty from the Zhang family? She had not been online when Fang Hong and Zhao attacked the imperial city, thus unaware of the events that transpired. Fang Hong casually replied, "Oh, I merely eliminated a faction of the Zhang family in the Divine Fall world." Tang Yin leaned against his shoulder, refraining from further inquiries. Tomorrow, they would move to the Long family, and with their protection, although the Zhang family was powerful, they would not dare to act recklessly on another's territory. The following day, Tang Yin rose early to pack her belongings. As Fang Hong had only recently moved into the villa, aside from some daily necessities and 2 sets of clothes, the only items requiring transport were the 2 cumbersome gaming pods. The Long family's estate was located on Baiyun Mountain, beyond the reach of the moving company services. Fang Hong had to pay a substantial sum to secure a truck. He called Long Ting to explain the situation and informed her that they would arrive by 3 in the afternoon. By afternoon, 4 individuals stood at the foot of the mountain, an elderly man, a middle-aged gentleman, and a young couple. The elder, with hands clasped behind his back and a vibrant demeanor, was none other than Long Jiangua, the patriarch of the Long family. Beside him stood the middle-aged man with distinct features and a resolute expression, the current head of the family, Long Yuan. Long Ting and her brother, Long Tian, were stationed nearby. Long Tian, in his early 20s, yawned and appeared quite impatient. "Father, who are these 2? Are they worthy of our personal reception?" Long Yuan shot him a stern glare, stating, "Do not ask what you should not." "All right," Long Tian replied lazily, his mind elsewhere. Just then, a car pulled up at the base of the mountain, and a young couple emerged, carrying luggage. "Grandfather, is that him?" Long Jianguo inquired. Long Ting curiously examined the 2, shaking her head. The woman radiated elegance and grace, stunningly beautiful to the point of evoking a twinge of jealousy within her. As for the man, Long Ting had never encountered anyone so handsome. She thought to herself how splendid it would be if her uncle looked like him. Blushing at the thought, she shook her head vigorously. "What am I thinking? Uncle is an elder." Long Tian, seeing that the newcomers were not the individuals he was expecting, hastily approached them. "This is private property, not a place for your leisure. Please leave at once." Fang Hong glanced up at the 4, ultimately fixing his gaze on Long Ting. "I am searching for her." "Me?" Long Ting pointed at herself, appearing quite perplexed. She certainly did not recognize him. Upon seeing her confusion, Fang Hong sighed and reminded her, "Godslayer." "Uncle," Long Ting exclaimed, stepping closer for a better look. The man before her stood 10 centimeters shorter than the Godslayer in the game, yet there was indeed a resemblance. He appeared considerably younger as well. She suddenly realized. "Uncle, you've altered your appearance?" Tang Yin glanced between Fang Hong and Long Ting, bemused by the girl's perception. Given her physique, it seemed impossible that Fang Hong was merely a few years older. He could not possibly belong to the same generation. Chest without brains, Tang Yin mused, momentarily envious of Long Ting's impressive curves, but now feeling a sense of balance. Chapter 41. The Long family's adopted daughter, Sisterly Blossoms. Long Jian stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "I did not expect Mr. Fang to be so youthful. Truly, heroes emerge from the young." Fang Hong discerned his identity and stepped forward. "Old Master Long, you flatter me. Your injuries have yet to heal. Why come personally to receive me?" "Haha, you saved my life. I cannot neglect my benefactor." Long Jianguo replied with a hearty laugh, clearly fond of the young man before him, handsome, humble, and polite. "Please, come up the mountain." Long Jianguo gestured, then turned to Long Tian, instructing, "Go, take our benefactor's belongings back home." "All right." Long Tian reluctantly cast a glance at the small truck behind the car, laden with the 2 large gaming pods. Long Jianguo led Fang Hong and Tang Yin up the mountain, with Long Yuan following behind, scrutinizing the pair. Initially believing Fang Hong to be a master of ancient martial arts from a secluded clan, he now perceived that the young man lacked any flow of true energy within him. As for the woman by his side, although she had practiced martial arts, her strength was feeble. Furthermore, Long Yuan noted the enamored expression on his daughter's face, seemingly taken with Fang Hong. At her age, she was most susceptible to the sweet words of men. Long Yuan resolved to keep a watchful eye on Fang Hong, ensuring that this married man would not steal away his precious daughter, Ting Ting. The Long family is nestled at the foot of the White Cloud Mountain. As an ancient lineage, it has evolved into a bustling town, almost secluded from the outside world. They are entirely self-sufficient, leading a tranquil and leisurely life, seldom venturing far from the vicinity of the White Cloud Mountain. "How beautiful!" Tang Yin marveled at the scenery along the way, captivated by the ambience of Long family town. Smoke rose gently from chimneys, children frolicked by the roadside, young laborers returned from the fields carrying their hoes, and several elders proudly displayed their bountiful catches of fish. Happiness radiated from every face. The arrival of Fang Hong and Tang Yin piqued the curiosity of some locals, and upon seeing the family head, many approached to offer their greetings. Soon, a grand residence came into view. "Please, come in." Long Jianguo invited the 2 into a spacious living room, where the furniture exuded a sense of antiquity yet remained clean and tidy. He sat down and remarked, "We seldom have guests. Please forgive our simple hospitality." "Old sir, you are far too kind," Fang Hong replied, surveying his surroundings with a smile. Long Family Town has a wonderfully warm atmosphere. Long Jingwo laughed heartily, clearly pleased by the compliment. At that moment, a steward brought in a pot of tea, placing it reverently on the table before departing. Long Jingwo personally brewed the tea. Gazing at Fang Hong as he said, "Mr. Fang, no words can adequately express my gratitude to you. I raised this cup of tea in lieu of wine to honor you." Just as Fang Hong was about to return the courtesy, a cup of tea suddenly flew toward him, enveloped in a powerful surge of true energy. It was evident that the elder was testing him. Remaining calm, Fang Hong effortlessly caught the teacup without spilling a single drop. He cautiously sipped. Excellent tea. Fang Hong, a tea enthusiast, found Long Family's leaves to be exceptional, invigorating his spirit with every sip. Long Jingwo smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "Mr. Fang," Long Yuan interjected, "I have heard that you are being pursued by members of the Tang family and wish to take refuge here for a time?" Fang Hong nodded. "Uncle, is it convenient for you? You saved my father's life. You are a benefactor to the Long family. Stay as long as you wish." Long Yuan readily agreed. "Thank you, uncle, and thank you, old sir." Fang Hong promptly expressed his gratitude. In truth, the younger generation had another request. Tang Yin is an orphan raised by the Tang family. I happened to rescue her, and I hope you can grant her an identity to completely free her from the Tang family. Long Yuan glanced at his father, seemingly seeking his approval. Long Jingwo pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Tang Yin deeply before nodding. Then, "Tang Yin, would you be willing to become my goddaughter?" "Ah, this." "I." Tang Yin momentarily faltered, glancing anxiously at Fang Hong. "What are you hesitating for?" Fang Hong urged, pushing her toward Long Yuan and presenting her with a cup of tea. Tang Yin obediently knelt and respectfully said, "Godfather, please enjoy this tea." "Ha ha ha, splendid." Long Yuan accepted the tea, taking a small sip before retrieving a jade hairpin from a drawer. "This hairpin is a gift for you, as a token of our meeting." Long Ting suddenly popped out, exclaiming, "Dad, didn't you say this was my dowry? You're not married yet. We'll prepare something else for you in due time." "Humph, you're biased." Long Ting shot a glare at her father, then warmly embraced Tang Yin, sweetly calling her sister. Tang Yin smiled and nodded, feeling a warmth in her heart. She wished to present Long Ting with a gift as well, but she had nothing of value on her. "When the game starts, I'll gift you something from the world of the Xinyun," she promised. "That would be wonderful," Long Ting exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Long Yuan glanced at the sky. "It's getting late. Accommodations have been arranged. You should go rest." "Sister, I'll take you." Long Ting grabbed Tang Yan's hand and led her outside, turning back to her father to say, "Dad, I want to sleep with my sister." "No way," Long Yuan promptly refused. He could see that Fang Hong and Tang Yin shared a close bond. Whatever was to be done or not done had likely already transpired. Now that his goddaughter was with Fang Hong, if his biological daughter also developed feelings for him, it would be a troubling situation. Long Jingwo chuckled heartily. Sisters should be together to chat and bond. Ting Ting, take them to rest. Soon, the three departed from the living room. Long Yuan looked at his father with curiosity. "Father, are you trying to matchmake between Ting Ting and Fang Hong?" Long Jingwo nodded. "This young man is extraordinary. I've been to the world of Xinyun, and I fear a significant upheaval is on the horizon. Perhaps he is the hope for the revival of our Long family. Fang Hong is merely an ordinary person." Long Yuan frowned, convinced that Fang Hong had never practiced martial arts. "An ordinary person?" Long Jingwo chuckled lightly, tapping his finger on the table. Crack. The teacup Fang Hong had just used shattered instantly, tea spilling across the surface. Long Yuan stared in shock, wide-eyed. Long Jingwo sighed. That was Fang Hong's doing. "This. You were deceived. I was nearly fooled myself. His methods are quite mysterious." Long Jingwo sensed that Fang Hong's abilities might be connected to the Xinyun. Long Yuan approached to inspect the broken teacup in bewilderment. "Is this truly the work of that young man?" Long Jingwo replied earnestly. "I have conducted my inquiries. His background is remarkably clean. After recovering from his injuries, he reached out to an old acquaintance to ascertain Fang Hong's identity. His personality and conduct indeed suggest a vendetta against the Tang family. Most importantly, he has gained the favor of military forces and the Zhao family. If there were any issues with his character, the Zhao family would never associate with him." Long Yuan fell into silence. In truth, while other matters were easy to discuss, the thought of both his goddaughter and biological daughter becoming involved with Fang Hong left him feeling perplexed. In ancient martial families, it was not unusual for men to have multiple wives, but it was rare for sisters to share a husband. "What progress has been made on the order for the gaming pods?" Long Jingwo inquired. Having witnessed the extraordinary nature of Xinyun, he immediately deduced that this game would significantly impact the various factions on Blue Star, potentially leading to a major reshuffling of power. The Long family must seize this opportunity. Although they had lived in seclusion, they had also made many enemies, and this game could enhance their power in reality. Long Yuan replied, "Our funds are limited. We have only ordered 30,000 gaming helmets. The gaming pods will only be allocated to core family members. That is sufficient for now. Once we secure more funds, we will convert everything to gaming pods." Long Jingwo instructed before turning to leave. He intended to log in and upgrade, departing from the novice village. Chapter 42. The Beginning of Cohabitation. Seeking the level 3 boss, Long Ting led Fang Hong and Tang Yin to their accommodations, a secluded farmhouse courtyard. Fang Hong's purpose for coming here was to avoid disturbances, and this location suited him perfectly. Master, will we be living here from now on? Tang Yin surveyed her surroundings. Long Ting, playfully smiling, replied, Sister, this is our home. It is uncle who is the outsider, not the master, pointing at Fang Hong. Fang Hong couldn't help but chuckle. The two young women had only just met, yet they seemed to bond effortlessly. Tang Yin laughed heartily, affectionately linking her arm with Fang Hong's. You are not an outsider, my dear. You should refer to him as brother-in-law. Ting Ting. I refuse. Long Ting retorted, her cheeks flushed. Fang Hong playfully pinched the young beauty's cheek and turned to Tang Yin, saying, You are now a daughter of the Long family. You can no longer call me master. Then I'll simply call you Fang Hong, Tang Yin replied, leaning closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear as she whispered, but in bed. You shall remain my master. Before Fang Hong could react, she seized Long Ting's hand and dashed away. What a little wildcat, Fang Hong mused. Watching the retreating figures of the two women, his spirits lifted. He entered his new abode, which, though modest in size, exuded a rustic elegance. With a living room and 2 bedrooms. The soundproofing, however, left much to be desired. If Long Ting were to stay, it would certainly complicate matters. He pondered a plan as he organized his luggage and familiarized himself with the surroundings, ensuring the 2 gaming pods were properly set up. As night fell, having just arrived, Fang Hong was graciously treated by the butler, who brought a steaming hot dinner. Wow, you all started without me, Long Ting exclaimed as she rushed in. With Long Tian trailing behind her, laboriously carrying a massive gaming pod, casting a glare at Fang Hong. Fang Hong felt perplexed. This lad seemed to harbor some animosity towards him. While eating, Long Ting nonchalantly instructed, Brother, please take my things to the bedroom, then you can head back. No, I intend to stay here, Long Tian replied, setting down the gaming pod, his eyes narrowing at Fang Hong, as if he were a villain who had abducted his sister. Long Ting tilted her head. There are only 2 bedrooms. Where will you sleep? In the living room, Long Tian answered without hesitation. Although sleeping on the floor was far from comfortable, he felt the need to keep a watchful eye on Fang Hong. That won't do, Long Ting declared, setting her chopsticks down and placing her hands on her hips. Go home and sleep. Otherwise, I shall inform grandfather that you pilfered his wine. You. Long Tian recalled the sting of their grandfather's belt and had no choice but to relent. He shot a warning glare at Fang Hong, growling. If you dare to bully my sister, you shall regret it. Afterward, he turned to Long Ting, gently advising, Sister, should he ever lay a hand on you, just tell me. I will deal with him. Long Ting rolled her eyes at Long Tian, and soon after, he departed. Fang Hong sighed, realizing that he truly was an outsider in the Long family. Tang Yin placed a piece of braised pork into Fang Hong's bowl, comforting him with a smile. It's all right. Sooner or later, you will become a part of the Long family. Noticing her smug expression, Fang Hong decided to teach her a lesson that evening. After dinner, Long Ting suggested, Sister, let us log on. All right, Tang Yin replied, though her joy was tinged with resignation. Long Ting was now inseparable from her, making it difficult for her to enjoy private moments with Fang Hong. Perhaps. Tang Yin glanced at Fang Hong, then at Long Ting. Growing up in an ancient martial arts family, she understood their ways. Allowing Long Ting to reside here likely aimed to foster a bond between her and Fang Hong. Moreover, it was evident that Long Ting harbored feelings for him. Would the 2 sisters together be able to make him surrender in the future? What are you thinking about? Fang Hong inquired, noticing the peculiar look in Tang Yan's eyes. Nothing, master. Oh no, I mean, Fang Hong. I'm logging into the game now, she stammered, clearly flustered, as she hurried into the bedroom to log into Divine Fall. The night in Long Family Town was exceptionally quiet. Fang Hong sensed someone stealthily entering the yard and couldn't help but chuckle. It was undoubtedly Long Tian. It seemed he needed a lesson. In a previous life, Fang Hong had known Long Tian, whose character mirrored Zhao's. Both were martial arts enthusiasts. Unfortunately, Long Tian's talent was mediocre, and he had not achieved significant success in the martial arts realm. If given the opportunity, Fang Hong intended to assist his young brother-in-law. He quietly slipped out of the window and leapt onto the rooftop. With a flick of his hand, a gust of wind extinguished the lanterns in the yard. The wind felt oddly sinister. Where did it come from? The surroundings plunged into utter darkness, silence enveloping the scene. Long Tian nervously swallowed, whispering to himself, I, Long Tian, am filled with righteousness. Surely, I shan't encounter a ghost. He pressed his ear against the door. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down his spine. Abruptly, 2 fireballs materialized in the yard, hovering ominously. Ghost fire, Long Tian exclaimed, his voice trembling as he frantically pounded on the door. Sister, open the door. Your house is haunted. With a thunderous roar, the fireballs blazed brighter, inching closer to Long Tian. Ghost, don't kill me, he shouted in panic, attempting to flee. In a moment of desperation, he collided with a pillar and fell unconscious. The loud crash startled Fang Hong, who leapt down from the rooftop. Laughing at the sight of Long Tian, who had always been terrified of ghosts. As it was early autumn, the night was not particularly cold. Fang Hong decided to ignore him and returned inside to enter the gaming pod, logging into the world of Divine Fall. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Fang Hong found himself in Silver City, where players bustled around the teleportation array. Ding! A message from Zhao appeared. Young master, the Zhang family has placed a bounty on you. But don't worry, they wouldn't dare act in reality. They are most likely to create trouble for you in the game. Stay vigilant. Fang Hong chuckled. As far as reality was concerned, the Zhang family could do nothing to him in the game. He opened his friend list, noting that Zhao had already logged off, and Tang Yin had taken Long Ting to pursue her hidden quest. Fang Hong resolved to find a Tier 3 boss to obtain a city-building permit. Given his current strength, he was fully capable of soloing a Tier 3. From his memory, he recalled that the area surrounding Silver City was primarily populated by low-level monsters, with only the border near a Level 2 city hosting a Tier 3 boss known as Moonshadow Gorge. Within the gorge roamed monsters exceeding Level 60. Master, shall I take action? Asked his black dragon, Ace. Fang Hong shook his head and raised his staff. Firefall. The terrifying damage numbers flashed, 6359, 6361. The anguished cries echoed as the colossal body of the stone giant crumbled to pieces. A swift kill. Kill a level 60 stone giant, earning 660 experience points. The talent of Plunder has been triggered, Intelligence 1. The talent of Plunder has been triggered, Constitution 1. Notifications continued to flash. Fang Hong's intelligence and constitution attributes steadily increased. Soon, over 300 stone giants were vanquished. Fang Hong's level rose to 36. He collected the dropped equipment, all of which were of ordinary quality, Tier 3, though only a handful. Riding the black dragon, Fang Hong soared above the canyon, hunting more stone giants. As dusk approached, the ethereal moonlight cast a silvery glow upon the mist-shrouded Moonshadow Canyon. By this time, Fang Hong had slain over 2,000 stone giants, encountering only one boss-level creature, which yielded no city-building decree. Ding! Fang Hong received a message from Tang Yin. Little Wildcat, Master, breakfast is ready. Privately, Tang Yin still habitually referred to Fang Hong as her master. Godslayer, on my way. After replying, Fang Hong commanded the black dragon to descend and find a safe spot to log off. Sister, I'm serious. This place is haunted. You all should move in with me and leave Fang Hong here. Long Tian lamented to the two women, completely oblivious to Fang Hong entering the living room. Uncle! Long Ting exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Fang Hong. Long Tian immediately fell silent, casting a wary glance at Fang Hong. Did someone hurt you? Fang Hong feigned concern, observing his swollen forehead. Long Tian frowned slightly, sensing mockery in Fang Hong's tone. Don't mind my brother. He just fell and bumped his head. Long Ting shot a glance at Long Tian. Dinner's ready, Tang Yin announced, setting the dishes on the table. Wow, it smells amazing. Long Ting quickly took her seat, obediently distributing chopsticks. Long Tian shamelessly plopped down at the table. Fang Hong was well aware of Tang Yan's culinary skills, which could undoubtedly win over their appetites. Long Tian took a bite of the dish, his eyes widening as he turned to Fang Hong with a more hostile gaze. This guy, aside from his looks, is entirely unworthy of my newly acknowledged sister. He continued, Sister, little sister, I'm not making this up. This place is haunted. You should really move out. Fang Hong glanced at Long Tian, chuckling softly. A martial artist like you, afraid of ghosts? Bang! Long Tian slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Fang Hong. Since you're so brave, why don't you stay here yourself? Enough with the noise, Tang Yin interjected, halting the argument. There are no ghosts in this world. Perhaps you just misinterpreted something, or someone is playing tricks. She shot a glance at Fang Hong. Tang Yin suspected this matter might involve Fang Hong. Skills from Godfall in reality could indeed startle an ordinary person. Fang Hong calmly sipped his porridge. Tang Yin changed the subject. The gaming helmets ordered by the Long family have arrived, and the old man wishes to invite you to give a lesson to everyone. Me? Teach a class? Fang Hong's skills had been honed through countless life and death battles, making it difficult to explain them to others. Tang Yin clarified. Just teach them some basic game operations. Everyone knows you're the top-ranked Godslayer, and they all admire you. I don't admire him. Long Tian interrupted, his gaze filled with provocation. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, Fang Hong, you're so formidable in the game. You must be quite strong in reality as well. How about we have a spar? Before Fang Hong could respond, Long Ting stood up angrily. Brother, don't be ridiculous. Uncle is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly be your opponent? Although Fang Hong's attributes had merged with reality, he still appeared to be just an ordinary person. Long Tian ignored Long Ting, defiantly raising his chin. So, are you up for it? Fang Hong set down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and calmly replied, a mere spar seems rather dull. Let us raise the stakes. If you lose, you must acknowledge me as your elder brother. Deal. But if you lose, stay away from my sister and me. Long Tian readily accepted, brimming with confidence. Fang Hong nodded in agreement. Let us head to the training arena. Long Tian pulled Fang Hong outside. Long Ting panicked, tugging at Tang Yin and complaining, Sister, why aren't you stopping them? Don't worry, Fang Hong isn't foolish. Tang Yin replied calmly, following out to watch the spectacle. Long Ting was bewildered. Woo, everyone has gone mad. At Long Family Town, training arena. Each morning, the Long family members would engage in morning exercises. And this morning was no exception. Upon hearing that Fang Hong and Long Tian were to spar, nearly everyone gathered to watch. Long Tian hopped onto the platform. He grabbed a broad sword from the rack and swung it vigorously a couple of times. Weapons are blind, Fang Hong. It's not too late to admit defeat. Fang Hong remained silent, leisurely ascending the stage without selecting a weapon. Overestimating yourself. Long Tian scoffed, charging forward without further ado. Fang Hong stood still, smiling calmly at the front, as if witnessing a slow-motion replay from a film. Long Tian's movements unfolded frame by frame before his eyes. In just a glance, Fang Hong discerned dozens of lethal attack trajectories. Believing Fang Hong was paralyzed with fear, Long Tian struck at him with the back of his sword, holding back 30% of his strength. You shouldn't have held back. Fang Hong's voice rang out. The next moment, Long Tian found his sword gone from his grasp. Before Long Tian could process what had happened, a heavy palm struck his chest. Long Tian struggled to sit up, his mouth agape in astonishment as he beheld Fang Hong holding his broadsword. It took him a moment to regain his wits. How did you do that? You lost, Fang Hong stated calmly, returning the broadsword to Long Tian. Long Tian performed a nimble roll and sprang to his feet, eyes blazing as he shouted, "Brother-in-law, teach me that move." "I can't teach you," Fang Hong declined. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach. Rather, the combat techniques forged through life and death battles were simple and unadorned, lacking anything to impart. The spectators watched with grave expressions. Several experts furrowed their brows in contemplation, mentally replaying Fang Hong's movements. "Uncle, he's so strong." "Sister, did you know this beforehand?" Long Ting was equally astonished. Nearby, in a pavilion, Long Zhangwo and Long Yuan observed the entire sparring match. Long Zhangwo turned to Long Yuan and asked, "Did you see that clearly?" Long Yuan trembled with rage, glaring fiercely as he cursed. "Who doesn't know that I was renowned in my youth, a prodigy? How did I end up with a fool like Long Tian?" Long Zhangwo sighed. Indeed, Long Tian's martial talent was quite ordinary. "Son, how do you think Fang Hong compares to you?" "Compared to me?" Long Yuan pondered with a furrowed brow, eventually concluding, "If I don't use my true energy, I wouldn't be his opponent. That kid's moves resemble those of a soldier emerging from the battlefield. Each strike feels like it could be deadly, as if he's fought countless battles. How could someone so young possibly have experienced so much?" Long Zhangwo also fell into silence. On the platform, Long Tian clung to Fang Hong's leg. "Brother-in-law, if you teach me, I'm willing to marry my sister off to you." Cough. Fang Hong was taken aback, coughing in shock. Is that something one can just blurt out in public? After Long Tian finished speaking, he felt something was amiss, left momentarily dumbfounded. "Should I call you brother-in-law or sister-in-law from now on?" "Enough," Fang Hong interjected, fearing that Long Tian might utter something even more absurd. "If you truly wish to learn, then enter the Shenyun world and challenge monsters that surpass your level. In the midst of life and death, you will gradually comprehend and refine your skills." "Mr. Fang, we won't really die, will we?" Someone below curiously inquired. The audience sat cross-legged on the ground, intently listening to Fang Hong's teachings, addressing him now as Mr. Fang. In the realm of ancient martial arts, being called Mr. signifies a profound respect. Fang Hong patiently elucidated, "Of course, you may die, but only within the game. However, do not perish too many times, as it will harm your body." "Interesting," Long Zhangwo nodded in approval from his pavilion. "So, this young man has honed his skills through battles in the game. Had he been born into a family of ancient martial artists, he would undoubtedly be a prodigy in martial arts." After hearing Fang Hong's words, Long Yuan felt a surge of eagerness. He too wished to enter the Shenyun world and experience it for himself. In the training arena, nearly all members of the Long family gathered together, listening to Fang Hong's speech through a loudspeaker. Fang Hong generously shared his gaming experiences, monster-slaying techniques, and insights, aiming to enhance the combat abilities of the Long family. He spoke tirelessly from morning until noon, his throat dry from the exertion. "All right, this is all I can teach you. There may be some subjective elements. You need to enter the game personally to verify and comprehend." "Thank you, Mr. Fang." The crowd responded in unison, their tone respectful. Everyone was eager to depart and prepare to enter the world of Shenyun to review what they had learned. Fang Hong looked at Long Tian, who was following him like a shadow, and said helplessly, "Now that they have all entered the game, if you don't hurry, you'll be left behind." "Oh right." Long Tian suddenly realized, as the son of the Long family head, he couldn't afford to lag behind. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. "Brother-in-law, I'll come find you later." Long Tian hurriedly left. Fang Hong sighed in relief, having finally finished his lecture and shaken off Long Tian. He returned to his residence with the two women, had a simple lunch, and then re-entered the Shenyun world in search of the third-tier boss. Chapter 44. Reunion with Anna, the Land of Elves. Fang Hong wandered in the Moonshadow Canyon for 3 days, traversing from the eastern to the western side, nearly exterminating all the monsters there. He had already reached level 50, surpassing the second-ranked Dark Sun by more than 10 levels, which caused quite a stir. During this time, Fang Hong had encountered 7 third-tier boss-level leaders, but none had dropped the city-building decree. Nevertheless, his strength had significantly increased, with his attributes rising by over 1,000 points, and he had acquired a new skill, Earthquake. Earthquake, basic skill, level 1, deals 190 intelligence-based earth magic damage to targets within range and slows their movement speed, consuming 50 mana points, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Furthermore, Fang Hong's assassin skills had all been upgraded to max. Under the influence of the Strength King talent, his physical damage far exceeded his magical damage. As Fang Hong rode his black dragon, he surveyed the desolate canyon below and felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that no bosses would respawn for the time being. Ding. At that moment, Tang Yin sent a message. Little Wildcat. Master, I'm in trouble. Orcs are attacking the elves. Hurry. Fang Hong's expression grew serious. Orcs were a formidable force cultivated by the evil faction, all being monsters of tier 3 and above level 60. Their elite creatures were comparable to boss-level leaders. And the orc chieftain was even a lord-level existence. During the elves' golden age, they would not fear them. However, due to the downfall of the dark elves, the elven clan had been affected to some extent, and their strength had diminished. Slay God, send me the coordinates. Tang Yin quickly relayed the location. Eternal Forest. Fang Hong recalled this place. It was not far from the novice village where he resided. Was it truly Anna's elven tribe? He felt a flicker of anticipation. In a sense, the elven saintess Anna was the first woman he had encountered in the Xunyun world. He had to save her. Ace, our target is to the southeast. Let us go. Fang Hong commanded. The Eternal Forest was one of the most perilous regions in Xunyun, filled with mystery and home to countless powerful beings. In his past life, even at the pinnacle of level 9, Fang Hong rarely ventured there. It was said that within the Eternal Forest lay a temple where the gods resided, though the authenticity remained to be seen. The land of elves was located on the outskirts of the Eternal Forest, surrounded by level 60 tree spirits. As he approached, Fang Hong became increasingly cautious, ordering the black dragon to lower its altitude and slow its speed. Ace scanned the surroundings warily and warned, Master, this place feels very dangerous. Even more so than the land of death. Fang Hong nodded, sensing a slight pressure in the air. Rustling. Below, shadows danced among the trees, and the sounds of battle echoed. A group of grotesque humanoid monsters was attacking a tree spirit. Orcs. Fang Hong instantly recognized those wicked and savage creatures. Without hesitation, he activated Firefall. Boom. Flames erupted within the forest, enveloping the orcs and tree spirits. Instant kill. Killed a level 60 orc soldier, gained 660 experience points. Killed a level 75 magic tree, gained 810 experience points. Loot talent triggered, luck 1. Notification messages flashed. Fang Hong glanced at them before descending to collect the dropped equipment. The appearance of orcs signified that he was very close to the land of elves. Fang Hong pressed on, eliminating every orc he encountered. Ahead, the trees grew denser, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. The coordinates given by Tang Yin were right here. Yet as he surveyed the area, all he could see were lush green forests. Ace remarked, Master, I sense spatial energy fluctuations here. There is a hidden entrance. The enormous dragon's eyes sparkled with light. You can sense spatial energy? Fang Hong expressed mild surprise. Indeed, the Black Dragon clan possesses a heightened perception of space. Ace said proudly, lifting his head. In the next moment, amidst the surrounding spatial fluctuations, 3 figures materialized out of thin air. Tang Yin, Long Ting, and a beautiful elf. Elven race. Ace immediately became vigilant, his eyes filled with hostility. Seeing that they were not dark elves, his expression softened somewhat, and he lay back down. The nature-loving elves lived in peace, secluded within the forests, leading carefree lives, entirely different from the dark elves. Fang Hong gazed at the elf before him, her flowing green hair, smooth skin, and enchanting features. It was indeed Anna. Uncle, Long Ting exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Fang Hong. She had not seen him for 3 days and missed him dearly. Benefactor? It's truly you. Anna recognized Fang Hong, her eyes sparkling with tears of surprise and joy. Benefactor? Tang Yin soon comprehended the situation. She approached Fang Hong's side and feigned jealousy, exclaiming, Master, so you are the adventurer who took Anna's first experience. Fang Hong chuckled awkwardly and clarified, the circumstances were extraordinary. I had to save her. Tang Yin stepped forward and embraced him, whispering, I'm just a bit upset. Had I known, I would have served you alongside her. Recently, she seemed to be on the verge of being overwhelmed by you. She was indifferent to how many women surrounded Fang Hong, as long as he held her dear in his heart. Long Ting, tilting her head in confusion, inquired, What are you two secretly discussing? Uncle, do you know Anna? It's a long story, Fang Hong replied, opting not to elaborate further. Observing the intimate rapport between the two women and Fang Hong, Anna felt a twinge of envy mixed with shyness. Noticing Anna's change in demeanor, Tang Yin grasped her hand and cheerfully declared, Now, we truly are good sisters. Me too. Long Ting chimed in, eager to join the camaraderie despite her lack of understanding. Fang Hong interjected to restore order, let us address the pressing matter. How many orcs are there? Can they breach the elven territory? At the mention of orcs, Anna's expression darkened. You should flee quickly. The fate of the elven race is already sealed. She cast a glance at the black dragon behind Fang Hong and sighed. Although the third-tier black dragon was formidable, it was but one. Rather than allowing them to perish in vain, it would be better to send them away immediately. Anna, Uncle is incredibly capable. He will surely help you drive away the orcs. Long Ting proclaimed, her admiration for Fang Hong evident. Tang Yin also offered reassurance. Do not worry. No matter how powerful the enemy may be, as long as we unite our efforts, we shall find a way to overcome the challenges. Anna gazed at Fang Hong, who remained composed, and upon seeing the determination in his eyes, reluctantly agreed. Benefactor, follow me. With that, she stepped forward and gently waved her hand, causing a spatial fluctuation that revealed a concealed teleportation portal. Anna led the way, with Fang Hong and the others closely following, including the black dragon, AC, who squeezed in awkwardly. You have discovered a hidden map, the Land of Elves. The notification appeared. Similar to the Land of Death, this was also an uncharted territory. However, unlike the Land of Death, shrouded in mist and infused with an eerie atmosphere, the Land of Elves thrived with vitality, filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, resembling a paradise. The most striking feature was a towering ancient tree, its crown vast and lush, radiating a vibrant green light that nearly enveloped the entire Land of Elves. That is the Tree of Life, Anna explained to Fang Hong. It is the sacred relic of the elven race. Unfortunately, our other sacred relic, the Spring of Elves, has been stolen, preventing the Tree of Life from nurturing new elves. Worry creased her brow as she continued. Now, the tribe is reduced to just over 1,000, while tens of thousands of orcs have discovered the Land of Elves and could attack at any moment. As the elven saintess, Anna felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and helplessness for being unable to protect her kin. Why not leave? Fang Hong inquired. The elves possessed superior strength compared to the orcs, yet their numbers were insufficient to withstand the orc horde. Anna shook her head, gently caressing a drooping branch of the Tree of Life with a resolute gaze. The Tree of Life is our mother. Without her, there would be no elven tribe. We vow to defend her with our lives. At that moment, a squad of fully armed elven patrols passed by, their expressions indicating they were prepared to face death alongside the Tree of Life. Chapter 45, The Orc Army, Plundering Talent Enhancement. Tang Yin turned to Fang Hong and asked, Master, can we withstand tens of thousands of orcs? Fang Hong nodded. As long as there are no bosses above the epic level, we can manage. Anna watched Fang Hong's calm demeanor, feeling a flicker of hope rekindle within her. At this juncture, Fang Hong sensed that the hidden map was not as stable as the Land of Death. Spatial rifts might be emerging, likely due to the loss of the Spring of Elves. Benefactor, follow me. Anna led Fang Hong and the others to the outskirts of the Land of Elves, where the elves had already established a defensive line. Boom. Bang. Strange sounds erupted as the surrounding space grew increasingly unstable. The orcs were attacking from outside. The weak points of the spatial barrier were on the verge of collapsing, with numerous terrifying fissures appearing in the sky. Elven archers stood atop the tree walls, drawing their longbows taut, ready to fire at any moment. Anna looked at Fang Hong, her eyes filled with tenderness. If we cannot hold them back, I will lead some to cover your retreat. You must escape as swiftly as possible. Do not worry. Nothing will happen. Fang Hong reassured her, holding Anna's small hand gently. Their gazes locked, and Anna's cheeks flushed as she shyly nodded. Gazing at the man she loved, she felt an overwhelming sense of reliance and trust in Fang Hong. Perhaps he could truly change everything. Suddenly, Anna recalled the prophecy. Crack! A thunderous roar shattered the space as the battle cries echoed. The orc army surged forth like a tide, seemingly endless, their numbers far exceeding 10,000. Overwhelmed, Anna's face paled, her gaze filled with despair. Fang Hong swiftly commanded, Anna, lead the elite skirmishers to slow the orc advance. The elves primarily consisted of mages and archers. If the orc horde breached their defenses, the consequences would be dire. After issuing his orders, Fang Hong turned to Tang Yin and Long Ting, instructing, you stay back and provide cover for them. The elves are living beings in this world. Unlike players, they can truly perish. I want to fight alongside you. Tang Yin protested. Long Ting tightened her grip on her staff, declaring, Uncle, I can heal you. My healing power has increased. No need. Fang Hong shook his head. These ordinary monsters do not pose a threat to me. Roaring mightily, the black dragon soared into the sky, charging at the orc army. Master, may I engage in battle? The black dragon AC asked eagerly. This time, Fang Hong did not refuse. Very well, let me witness your prowess. AC roared joyfully, eager to prove itself before Fang Hong. In the next instant, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of black flames, engulfing the orcs below. The battlefield filled with the anguished cries of the suffering. Fang Hong also brandished his staff, powerful magic surging within him as he unleashed area of effect spells. Meteor fire, earthquake, hundreds of orcs fell. The devastating damage plunging the orc army into chaos. That human is formidable. The elves atop the tree walls observed in awe as one man and one dragon managed to halt the advance of the orc horde, even if only for a fleeting moment. Anna's heart steadied as she watched Fang Hong standing atop the black dragon, freely casting spells. Perhaps there was still hope. She commanded loudly, "Archers and mages, attack with all your might. We cannot allow the orcs to breach our defenses." While Fang Hong's strength was immense, he could not entirely repel the tide of enemies, as many orcs circumvented his attacks and charged toward the tree walls. Long Ting waved her staff, bestowing various enhancement buffs upon the elves. Tang Yin acted as a scout, wandering through the forest to investigate enemy movements. Meanwhile, Fang Hong was caught up in the heat of battle, his spirit soaring amidst the roaring flames, howling winds, and earth-shaking tremors, as thunder rumbled from the heavens. The orc army suffered heavy casualties. He watched with delight as notifications flashed before him. Killed a level 60 orc warrior, gained 220 experience points. Plunder talent activated, Strength 1. Plunder talent activated, Constitution 1. Fang Hong's attributes were continuously on the rise. The battlefield below was littered with the bodies of orcs. Yet the orcs mercilessly trampled over their fallen comrades, charging forward with cold determination. "Humans, this is our grievance with the elves. It would be wise for you to remain uninvolved." A thunderous voice boomed. A towering orc, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive hammer, emerged from a rift in space. The orc chieftain, a pinnacle of the third tier, a level 100 boss. Fang Hong's expression turned serious. He realized that with his current strength, he could not defeat this opponent in a short span of time. He resolved to swiftly harvest the lives of the orc warriors to plunder more attributes. In the next moment, Fang Hong unleashed his myriad skills once again. "Damn humans!" The orc leader roared, his gaze fixated on the black dragon hovering in the air. As a warrior, he found himself powerless against an aerial foe. "Warriors, slay that human and his dragon. The rest, charge with me." The orc leader commanded coldly, leading his forces towards the distant elves. Immediately, a battalion of over 1,000 elite orcs launched an assault against Fang Hong. All were level 70 elite monsters, ranged attack classes. Whoosh, boom, arrows whistled, spells flew, and the black dragon became the target of their onslaught. Ace, startled, quickly soared into the sky to evade, exclaiming, "There are too many of them. I can't hold on for long." Fang Hong pondered for a moment and commanded, "You distract the orc leader. I will handle them myself." With that, he leaped to the ground. "Master, please be careful." Ace raced towards the orc leader, instantly catching up and unleashing a breath of black flames. However, it could only delay the orc leader's advance, unable to defeat him alone. "If only I hadn't been trapped in the land of death for centuries. My strength would not have waned. I could have crushed this fiend with ease." Ace lamented, yearning for a direct confrontation. Yet, its current power was insufficient to face the orc leader head-on. Provoked by the black dragon, the orc leader felt a significant threat and resolved to swiftly eliminate the group of elves before turning his attention to the flying lizard. Ignoring the black flames behind him, he grit his teeth and charged forward. Meanwhile, Fang Hong had infiltrated the ranks of the orc elites, wielding his daggers with ghostly finesse, reaping their lives. Blood splattered. The anguished cries echoed as countless elite orcs fell, their corpses strewn across the ground. "You killed a level 70 orc elite archer, gaining 507 experience points. Plunder talent activated. Strength 1. Plunder talent activated, attack speed 1. Your kill points have reached 100,000. Plunder talent enhanced." The notifications flashed by. Fang Hong was elated. His plunder talent had finally leveled up once more. Quickly dispatching the two orcs nearby, he opened his panel. Talent, Plunder. Attributes, Godly, Unique. Effect 1. Killing ordinary monsters has a 30 chance to plunder additional attribute points, with a 2 chance to plunder hidden attributes. Effect 2. Killing boss-level monsters allows you to permanently acquire 2 of their skills, talents, or special attributes. Effect 3. Doubling the drop rate of monsters, enhancing the quality of items by 1 level. Effect 4. Killing monsters accumulates kill points. The stronger the monster, the more points earned. When points reach a threshold, talents can be enhanced or new effects unlocked. Current points, 117,000. Next enhancement requires 1,000,000 points. Compared to the initial enhancement, the existing 3 effects had seen significant improvements. What astonished Fang Hong the most was the third effect, enhancing the quality of dropped items by 1 level. This meant that if he were to slay an epic boss, there would be a high probability of obtaining legendary equipment. "Damn humans, die!" A furious roar resounded as Fang Hong was surrounded by a multitude of elite orcs. Fang Hong smirked coldly. These creatures were merely a means to gain attributes, skills, and equipment. He flickered away, transforming into a shadow, countless glimmers of cold light flashing in his wake. The slaughter commenced. You killed a level 70 orc elite warrior, gaining 507 experience points. Plunder talent activated, Strength 3, Skill Point 1, Attack Speed 1. With the upgrade of his talent, the attributes plundered were even more plentiful. He also acquired hidden attributes. Furthermore, the items dropped by the orc elites had improved in quality, each piece being exquisite equipment. Fang Hong felt confident. He was fully capable of forging a powerful elite army. Soon, he had eliminated all nearby enemies and soared to assist the elves. Chapter 46, Slaying the Orc Leader. The Elven Pact. At this moment, the elves' defense had been breached, suffering heavy losses. The orc leader was entangled with Ace. However, the relentless assault of over 10,000 orc warriors forced the elves to retreat, clearly at a disadvantage. Their objective was the Tree of Life. They could not afford to retreat any further. Anna gritted her teeth. Even if it meant death, she was determined to protect the Tree of Life. The remaining 700 or so elves, upon hearing her words, resolutely stood their ground and engaged the orcs in battle. Ace, go support the elves. I will handle this foe. Fang Hong's voice rang out as he advanced to the front lines. The black dragon roared as it charged towards the orc warriors. With Ace's assistance, the elves' pressure visibly alleviated, halting the advance of the orc horde. The orc leader, having battled Ace for some time, was now covered in wounds. He wiped the blood from his lips and coldly regarded Fang Hong, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he spoke. Human, cease your struggles. It is all in vain. You cannot prevent the extinction of the elven race, just as you cannot avert the impending doom of humanity. You are mistaken, Fang Hong replied, his gaze icy as he shook his head. In his past life, he had been unable to stop this calamity, but in this life, he would turn the tide and alter everything. Fang Hong tightened his grip on his dagger and stated softly, I longed for you to witness the fall of the celestial race. Yet alas, you shall meet your demise here today. The fall of the celestial race? Huh. What a joke. The orc leader laughed heartily, full of disdain. Fang Hong, uninterested in further banter, immediately launched his attack. Whoosh. A flash of cold light, and the shadow strike was unleashed. The orc leader remained unmoved, watching the scene unfold with indifference. Humph, if you were to join forces with that black dragon, I might exercise caution, but alone, you are no match for me. As his words faded, Fang Hong had already arrived before the orc leader. His dagger aimed at his neck. 26, 516. Critical hit. Blood gushed forth as the terrifying damage number floated above the orc leader's head. The orc chieftain's mocking laughter abruptly ceased as he clutched the wound on his neck, retreating in shock. How could your damage be so formidable? Following his battle with the black dragon Ace, the orc chieftain's health had already plummeted below 40,000. This strike had nearly claimed his life. Die, death whirlwind. Fang Hong bellowed, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow, enveloping the orc chieftain in a myriad of icy glimmers. Roll. Battle armor. The orc chieftain roared, golden lights swirling around him in a desperate attempt to withstand Fang Hong's onslaught. The clang of metal echoed incessantly, yet his health continued to dwindle rapidly. Soon teetering on the brink of death, coughing, the orc chieftain spat forth a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground, his gaze fixed coldly on Fang Hong. A sinister grin etched on his face. You're still alive? Fang Hong furrowed his brow, bewildered that the enemy's health bar had not yet reached zero. The orc chieftain struggled to rise, glaring defiantly at Fang Hong. Human, I foresee that you will become a thorn in the side of both the evil faction and even the celestial clan, destined to meet a gruesome end. With that, he swiftly turned and charged toward the Tree of Life, a black talisman appearing in his hand. No. Fang Hong realized the orc chieftain's intent to target the Tree of Life. Withering Rune. Anna also noticed the orc chieftain's move, her complexion drained. Benefactor, please stop him. Before Anna could finish her plea, Fang Hong's attack had already struck the orc chieftain, 2 bolts of lightning hitting him in succession. Boom. With a resounding roar. The orc chieftain was utterly vanquished. Yet in his final moment, he activated the Withering Rune, hurling it toward the Tree of Life. You have slain the level 100 boss. Orc chieftain, gaining 2,827 experience points. Your level has increased. The Plunder talent has been triggered, Strength 50, Constitution 50, gaining the talent, Savior. The notifications flashed by in an instant, leaving Fang Hong no time to review them. No. Anna wailed in despair, collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide with terror. The Withering Rune was already affixed to the trunk of the Tree of Life. Buzz. The rune detonated, dark magic surging forth, suffused with an aura of malevolent decay, instantly enveloping the trunk of the Tree of Life. Rustle. In an instant, the leaves withered, the branches rotted, and the vitality of the Tree of Life was rapidly drained. The orc army immediately retreated. However, the surviving elves felt no joy. They knelt on the ground, their expressions hollow, utterly dejected. Tang Yin approached the weeping Anna, attempting to console her. It's all right. At least you and your kin are still alive. There is still hope. Anna lifted her head, tears streaming down her face. The profound helplessness and despair in her eyes piercing Tang Yan's heart. You don't understand. The Tree of Life is the essence of the nature spirits. If it dies, we will perish as well. The nature spirits will vanish forever. Tang Yin was taken aback, unable to accept this grim reality, and turned to Fang Hong. He was their sole hope. If he failed, all would be lost. As the withered leaves fluttered down, Fang Hong's heart ached. He too did not wish to witness Anna's demise. He approached the withering Tree of Life, inspecting its attributes. Tree of Life, the sacred relic of the elf clan, from which the elves are born and share its life energy. Negative status, withering. Detected that you are the master of the land of death. You can sign an elven contract to share your life force with the tree of life. However, please note that upon your death, you will still experience excruciating pain upon resurrection. There is a chance. Moreover, this is a sacred relic. Ignoring the final warning, Fang Hong initiated the elven contract with the tree of life. Life sharing. Do not reject me, he whispered to the tree of life. The tree of life, a unique entity with its own consciousness and soul, would be his only hope if it consented. Ding. The tree of life agrees to sign the elven contract with you. Do you accept? Warning. The tree of life is rapidly withering. Its vitality is ebbing away. I accept. The game had not yet melded with reality, and Fang Hong did not hesitate. Buzz. A surge of verdant energy enveloped Fang Hong and the tree of life. Then, Fang Hong felt a splitting headache as his health plummeted. Master, what's wrong? Tang Yin gasped, quickly checking the team panel. Long Ting hastily cast a healing spell. Holy light enveloped Fang Hong, restoring a portion of his health, and he gulped down a health potion. Yet it was but a drop in the bucket. Fang Hong's suffering remained unabated, a deep pain that resonated with his very soul. His complexion turned pale, and a growing dizziness overwhelmed him. Master, the land of death. The black dragon Ace rushed over, urgency lacing his voice. The elves share a common origin. The mists of the land of death are the source of the dark elves. Perhaps they can revive the tree of life. Hearing Ace's words, Fang Hong gritted his teeth. In the next moment, he and the tree of life vanished. Entering the land of death. Chapter 47. Godly talent, immortal and indestructible. The mist's world. The colossal tree of life emerged in the land of death. Endless mist seemed to find its home, converging frantically toward the tree of life. Fang Hong looked on with relief, but he could no longer hold on. His body softened, and he collapsed, unconscious. The commotion roused the slumbering giant tortoise. It extended its head, sensing the sudden influx of energy, muttering to itself, such pure life force. Accompanied by a dark, evil energy, what is this? Driven by curiosity, it made its way toward the source of the opposing energies. The tree of life. The withering rune. The giant tortoise gasped. Simultaneously, it spotted the unconscious Fang Hong, piecing everything together. This young man had forcibly entered into an elven contract with the tree of life, prolonging its existence. The giant tortoise's expression softened, radiating brilliance. It transformed into an elderly man with a weathered face. At that moment, the mist from all directions surged toward the tree of life, being absorbed by it, barely resisting the damage brought forth by the withering. Not enough. The old man shook his head, looking at Fang Hong with a deep sigh of resignation. If I were at my peak, I would certainly intervene to save you. But now, I am but a shadow of my former self, burdened by a mission, unable to assist. The old man's face revealed an expression of regret as he turned away, unable to bear to watch. Fang Hong's willingness to sacrifice himself for the tree of life deeply moved him. Were it not for his mission, he would undoubtedly risk his life to save both Fang Hong and the tree of life. As the old man walked a short distance, a corpse emerged from the mist, capturing his attention. An undying lord. Why is it here? The old man looked puzzled. Then a glimmer of excitement crossed his face as he gazed at the unconscious Fang Hong. It seems your luck is quite extraordinary. Your fate is not yet sealed. The Undying Lord, a pinnacle level 9 being of the necromancer faction, was known as the closest existence to a god. He possessed an exceedingly fearsome talent, immortality. If he could merge the corpse of the Undying Lord with Fang Hong, both Fang Hong and the Tree of Life would be spared from peril. With this thought, the old man raised his hand, and the body of the Undying Lord soared towards him, hovering above Fang Hong. Xiangui, how dare you? A furious roar echoed as a wisp of remnant soul drifted from the corpse. It was the soul of the Undying Lord. The elder, known as Xiangui, was not taken aback. He sneered coldly. Undying Lord, you are indeed still alive. However, your demise today will prove to be exceedingly valuable. With that, the elder pointed his finger, and a force of profound ice coalesced into deep blue icicles, aimed directly at the wisp of remnant soul. Old fool, cease this at once. The Undying Lord exclaimed in horror, yet he could not detach himself from his corpse, forced to watch helplessly as the icicles approached. In the next moment, the icicles pierced the remnant soul, instantly freezing the intangible spirit. Humph, had you been in your prime, I might have harbored some trepidation, but now, you are merely a pitiful, lingering wretch. The elder scoffed disdainfully, manipulating the Undying Lord's corpse while casting his spells. A radiant light enveloped Fang Hong. The elder's expression shifted to one of gravity as he began to extract the essence from the corpse, infusing it into Fang Hong's body. Immortality is indeed a divine attribute. Realizing the Undying Lord's talent, the elder gasped, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic hue. Ultimately, he restrained himself. The allure of divine attributes was too great. No wonder the Undying Lord dared to defy the celestial clan with his 9th-tier body in his heyday. Possessing such a talent, it was nearly impossible to slay him. You, young man, are indeed fortunate, the elder sighed. Without further hesitation, he poured the entirety of the essence into Fang Hong. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he shattered the corpse of the undying lord, stripped of its divine essence, causing blood and flesh to rain down. Fang Hong radiated with brilliance. There is still a remnant soul? The elder exclaimed in astonishment. He sensed that within the light and shadows lingered a trace of the undying lord's remaining spirit. At that moment, the brilliance completely merged into Fang Hong's body. Not good. The elder's complexion paled. This cunning being had concealed such a trick. It was too late to intervene. Haha, old fool. Thank you. I rather fancy this new body. The voice of the undying lord resonated. You seek death. The elder roared in fury. To his disbelief, after so many years, the undying lord had managed to split his remnant soul into two. Young man, I apologize. The elder gritted his teeth, disregarding his old wounds, forcefully extracting his own soul power, attempting to enter Fang Hong's body to thwart the undying lord. If this fiend were to be resurrected, Fang Hong would be utterly doomed, and the surrounding area would be left in ruin. Bang! The elder's soul power struck Fang Hong and was immediately rebuffed. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What is happening? Undying lord, was this your doing? The elder exclaimed incredulously. The power of reincarnation. How can this be? The voice of the undying lord emanated from within Fang Hong. Human. What exactly are you? Xiangui, you old bastard, you knew of this and still tricked me. The undying lord cursed, though his voice grew increasingly feeble until it faded entirely. The elder was bewildered, uncertain of what transpired within Fang Hong. He stepped closer to investigate. Fang Hong remained unconscious, seemingly having escaped danger. The power of reincarnation? What could that be? The elder pondered, recalling the undying lord's words, filled with confusion. The human before him harbored a great secret, yet he could not unravel it. Well, as long as he lives, that is sufficient. The elder dismissed further thoughts, redirecting his attention to the tree of life. At that moment, the tree of life had sprouted new leaves, vibrant and full of vitality, reborn anew. Not only that, the mists of the land of death had completely dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming life force, revitalizing the desolate earth. The elder, satisfied, remarked, "This place is no longer a land of death, but a land of life. This young man is indeed extraordinary." Fang Hong had acquired the divine attribute of immortality. Moreover, he had forged a pact with the tree of life, sharing its vitality. As long as the tree of life existed, he would be an immortal being. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the realm of the elves outside. Tang Yin and Long Ting gazed in astonishment at Fang Hong's sudden disappearance. The two women immediately logged off to check on Fang Hong's condition. No matter how they called out, they could not awaken him, but his breathing remained steady. A sense of foreboding settled within them. The attributes of divine fall could merge into the real world. It was possible that their master was in danger. Returning to the game, Tang Yin quietly stood guard at the spot where Fang Hong had vanished, filled with regret. If it weren't for her, he would not have faced such tribulations. Ace comforted them, saying, "Do not worry. I have a soul contract with the master. I can sense that he is temporarily unharmed." However, Fang Hong's soul fluctuates between strength and weakness. Ace silently prayed within. Just then, Anna suddenly awoke, looking around in confusion. Am I not dead? Previously, as the tree of life vanished, the elves had all fallen unconscious. Since she had awakened, it meant that both the tree of life and Fang Hong had escaped danger. Did you all die too? Anna asked in bewilderment, looking at Tang Yin and Long Ting. Bang! Long Ting stepped forward and gently tapped Anna's head. What nonsense are you speaking? You are alive, and the elves have awakened. Uncle saved you all. Ace explained. The master brought the tree of life into the land of death. The land of death. Anna gasped, astonished that he could enter the sacred ground of the dark elves. Ever since the dark elves had angered the evil faction, they had been nearly exterminated, and the land of death had lost contact with other elven races. It was unexpected that Fang Hong could enter. Anna was curious. She turned to the black dragon Ace, but the great dragon had closed his eyes and lay down, signaling that he had no intention of explaining. She did not press the matter further. Meanwhile, in the land of death, Fang Hong slowly awakened, shocked to discover the addition of two new talents. Talent: Savior, A class. When receiving a fatal blow, you will retain 1 point of life and become invincible for 3 seconds. Talent: Immortality, Divine class. After your death, as long as your body or soul is not completely destroyed, absorbing a substantial amount of life energy will allow you to resurrect. Chapter 48. Subduing the Elven Clan. Fang Hong vaguely recalled that the Savior talent had been plundered from the Orc chieftain. The elder elucidated the events that had transpired. Are you saying that this immortality talent belongs to the Undying Lord, and you used his corpse to save me? Fang Hong found it hard to believe. To wake from unconsciousness only to discover he had gained a divine class talent felt like a dream. The elder smiled and nodded. You have turned misfortune into fortune today. With immortality, alongside the shared life force from the Tree of Life, you will have an endless supply of life energy. If you can find the Spring of Elves to nurture it, you will become the first immortal human. The elder felt a tinge of emotion within. Apart from the youthful figure before him, the only beings capable of attaining immortality are likely the so-called deities of the celestial clan. Fang Hong remained silent for an extended period, accepting the implications of this revelation. However, his subsequent words left the elder astounded. "Old man, do you suggest that I possess the opportunity to slay a god?" The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered such a shocking assertion. "Young man, do not act recklessly," he warned earnestly. "The methods of the celestial clan are unfathomable. They might very well possess the means to eliminate even you. Focus on your personal advancement. While killing them may be unattainable, survival should not pose a significant challenge." Fang Hong nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Opposing the celestial clan was not an unfamiliar endeavor for him. It was a course he had embarked upon in his previous life. In this lifetime, his ambition was to obliterate the celestial clan entirely. Regardless of how formidable and lofty those terrifying entities may be, if they possess vitality, they can be vanquished. Just like him. Despite his indomitable talent for immortality and the pact with the Tree of Life, should anyone destroy the Tree of Life and erase his soul, he too would meet his demise. In this world, nothing is absolute. There is one more matter, the elder cautioned. A remnant soul of the undying Lord has merged with your being. You must remain ever vigilant. Can you sense it now? Remnant soul? Fang Hong closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself, but detected no anomalies. On the contrary, after forming the elven contract with the Tree of Life and sharing its essence, his body brimmed with vibrant vitality. "Well, I shall return to rest now. Take care." The elder gazed deeply at Fang Hong, then moved to the edge of the land of death. Transforming back into the giant turtle, he fell into a heavy slumber. This fellow certainly does not resemble the desperate survivalist described by the infernal wolf, Fang Hong mused as he observed the giant turtle's silhouette. With a flicker of thought, he departed from the land of death. "Master, uncle, benefactor," 3 women exclaimed in unison, their eyes glistening with tears as they rushed into Fang Hong's embrace. Tang Yin sobbed softly, genuinely worried that something might have befallen him. Fang Hong was touched, gently patting the 3 and reassuring them. "Do not worry, I am perfectly fine." At that moment, Anna regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily withdrew from Fang Hong's embrace. Although they had shared an intimate bond, it was under the influence of the love flower powder, and now she felt somewhat bashful in his presence. "Master, we have cleared the battlefield and discovered something remarkable." Tang Yin recalled an important matter and presented 2 items to Fang Hong. "This is the drop from the Orc Chieftain, the City Establishment Order. Epic grade equipment." Fang Hong gasped in astonishment, gazing at the black insignia with sheer delight. The City Establishment Order has finally been obtained. Its drop rate is exceedingly low. Even with my double drop talent, it took the defeat of 8 Tier 3 bosses to acquire just 1. Once the city is established, Fang Hong can proceed with his next plan, to cultivate his own faction. Fang Hong then examined the other drop, an epic grade belt. Bloodforged belt. Epic, Tier 3, Health 1000. Physical defense 100, Magical resistance 100, Constitution 80. Its attributes were straightforward yet potent, bestowing players with significant enhancements, though it required Tier 3 for equipping. Additionally, this battle had yielded over 1,000 equipment enhancement stones, more than 500 various enchanting stones, and 1,000 skill stones. Tang Yin presented all the drops to Fang Hong. "Benefactor, I wish to catch a glimpse of the Tree of Life." Anna approached, her gaze pleading. She understood that the Tree of Life had escaped peril, yet she yearned to witness it for herself to find solace. Fang Hong nodded, addressing the assembled elves. "You may accompany us, but do not resist whatever may transpire next." The elves nodded in agreement. The battle that had unfolded could only be described as devastating. With the original 1,300 combatants now reduced to around 600, a loss of more than half. In the next moment, Fang Hong's consciousness connected with the land of death. With a mere thought, he transported everyone to the land of death. A gentle breeze rustled through, and verdant trees enveloped them. The colossal Tree of Life had transformed the land of death into a vibrant sanctuary, a striking contrast to its former desolation. Perhaps, it would be more fitting to name this place the Land of Life. "The Tree of Life has grown even more powerful," Anna exclaimed in delight, caressing the sturdy trunk. She could vividly sense the immense life energy emanating from it. If they could locate the elven spring, the Tree of Life could once again birth new elves, perhaps even reclaiming its former glory. Anna gazed at Fang Hong with fervent eyes. She stepped forward and suddenly knelt down. Fang Hong was perplexed. "What are you doing, benefactor?" Anna said solemnly, looking up at Fang Hong. "We swear our loyalty to you in the name of the honor of the elven race. We shall never betray you. We swear our loyalty to you in the name of the honor of the elven race. We shall never betray you." All the elves knelt on one knee, speaking in unison. Fang Hong's heart swelled with mixed emotions. He had previously aided the elven race in hopes of forging an alliance against the forces of evil. Little did he know that today he would tame the nature spirits. Now, with the Tree of Life bound by an elven contract with Fang Hong, any elves born in the future would pledge their allegiance to him. Fang Hong stepped forward to assist Anna to her feet, then addressed the gathered elves. You shall remain here for the time being, focusing on enhancing your strength. As you command, Anna replied with a smile. Fellow kin, go and familiarize yourselves with our new home and establish a new village. The group dispersed. Under the tree of life, only Fang Hong and Anna remained. Anna looked up. Entranced by Fang Hong, her cheeks flushed. You have saved me twice and rescued my kin. How may I repay you? Fang Hong understood Anna's intentions and drew her into his embrace, leaning slightly closer. A sweet melody filled the air as the dense branches of the tree of life arched downward, creating a secluded little treehouse, thoughtfully forming a large bed. After a prolonged moment, Anna stepped back, feeling slightly breathless, and softly said, I wish to become your woman, to remain by your side forever, just like Tang Yen. Fang Hong smiled gently, placing the elven tear he had gifted her around her neck, unfastening her elven battle robe. Anna's skin was as flawless as jade, a manifestation of nature's most exquisite creation. Benefactor, I desire. 2 hours later, Tang Yen and Long Ting sat upon a branch, playfully teasing the little birds that perched in their hands. Humph, that scoundrel. It has been so long, and he still hasn't emerged. Something undoubtedly embarrassing must have transpired. Ding. Tang Yen received a message from Fang Hong. Godslayer invites you to enter the land of death. Do you accept? Master? Tang Yen glanced at the invitation. Then at Long Ting, who evidently had not received any news. Her face flushed instantly. Without hesitation, she vanished from her spot. Long Ting tilted her head in confusion, and upon realizing that Tang Yen had ventured to the land of death, she could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Humph. Uncle and the others are off having fun without me. In the land of death, Tang Yen found herself in a quaint treehouse, where her gaze was immediately drawn to the peacefully slumbering Anna. Witnessing this serene scene, her heart raced, and she felt overwhelmed by the presence of such a formidable creature, prompting her to turn and flee. However, she was swiftly caught by Fang Hong. Thinking of escaping, she glanced at Anna, feeling a tinge of shyness at having an outsider present. Under Fang Hong's eager gaze, she delicately began to remove her gear. In the next moment, melodious sounds reverberated within the treehouse. Finally, Tang Yan's voice, tinged with pleading, resonated. Master, please call Ting Ting as well. Fang Hong paused. Don't let your imagination run wild. She is the cherished jewel of the Long family. If Long Yuan finds out, it will be disastrous. Tang Yan smiled and clarified. The ancient martial families are different from ordinary folk. Since my grandfather permits her to stay with us, he surely wishes to foster a beautiful union and draw you closer. Noticing Fang Hong's hesitation, she batted her eyelashes and said, If you cannot voice it, I shall assist you. They would discuss it later. Fang Hong rose and turned to his two women, pondering that they were still too inexperienced and needed gradual acclimatization. After tidying up, he tucked Anna in and departed the perilous realm alongside Tang Yan. A flash of light enveloped them, and they appeared amidst the forest. Long Ting lay atop a large stone, dozing. Sensing their approach, she opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Fang Hong and Tang Yan, instantly puffed up in indignation. Uncle, sister, where have you been? It took you so long to find me, and you Haven Tea even replied to my messages. Tang Yan laughed, taking her little hand and comforting her. Next time, I promise to bring you along. Really? Long Ting's face lit up with anticipation. Fang Hong coughed awkwardly. This girl was too naive, likely to be sold out by Tang Yan while helping her count the money. As the two women engaged in typical girl talk, he opened his friends list and sent a message to Zhao Yi. Time to get down to business. Zhan Shun, is the city building order in hand? How is Long Yin's preparation coming along? Soon, Fang Hong received a reply. Gongzi, boss, the Long Yin Guild has been established with around 5,000 members. However, we encountered some issues, and the leveling speed is slower than expected. The warriors eligible to join Long Yin were all elite, brimming with potential. Moreover, the guild had received substantial financial backing from its inception, highlighting the officials' attention. Zhan Shun, what issues? Fang Hong inquired with curiosity, reasoning that these individuals should be exceptionally competent, thus their leveling pace ought to be extraordinary. Gongzi, the Zhang family has hired some players to harass us near our novice village. Some have just leveled up to 10 and left the village, only to be killed back to level 1. The mention of the Zhang family raised a red flag for Fang Hong. Official operations were typically shrouded in secrecy. How did the Zhang family learn of the novice village's location? Sun Etienne? The name crossed his mind. In his past life, Sun Etienne had competed fiercely with Zhao Yi for the position of Game Guild leader, emerging victorious. Now, Zhao Yi had usurped his position. Zhan Shun, what about Sun Etienne? Gongzi, boss, I was just about to inform you. I gathered substantial incriminating evidence against him and submitted it to the higher-ups, anticipating his removal. However, he was protected by He Hu. After investigation, I found that He Hu had no prior connections with Sun Etienne and had committed no misconduct. Zhao Yi was baffled. Zhan Shun, the leader of the He Hu Guild, Fan Wei, is affiliated with the Zhang family, with whom we share a deep enmity. Gongzi, impossible. That would be a grave offense. Does he have the audacity? Fang Hong refrained from elaborating. In truth, Fan Wei had long been recruited by the Zhang family and had concealed it skillfully, even climbing to the position of guild leader. His methods may be questionable, yet he possessed considerable capability. In his previous life, Fan Wei had led He Hu against the beast tide, earning significant merit for the nation of Huaxia. However, today's developments left Fang Hong quite displeased. Engaging directly with the military while still in office would lead to considerable complications. This matter would have to be set aside. Zhan Shun, direct Long Yin to split up and level up near the surrounding level 1 cities. Within 7 days, I want them to advance to tier 2. Gongzi. Understood. I will arrange that immediately. Boss, you must be cautious. The Zhang family has hired many top-tier players who are scouring for your whereabouts, aiming to send you back to the novice village. After reading the message, Fang Hong remained unfazed. With his current strength, even if players banded together, they couldn't bring him down. The pressing concern was how to establish a city, relying solely on Long Yin. It would be challenging to withstand the assault of the beast tide. Previously, when Zhang San colluded with the evil faction, the monsters that attacked during city construction were of relatively low level. However, should Fang Hong attempt to establish his own city, the evil faction would undoubtedly mobilize to thwart him, dispatching even more formidable monsters. Fang Hong turned to the two women who were still whispering and inquired, "How is the Long family's progress in leveling?" "Huh," Long Ting exclaimed, caught off guard by Fang Hong's question, her face inexplicably flushed. "Our family has gone a bit mad. Especially my brother, who is constantly challenging level 10 monsters, despite being only level 1. He insists on not leaving the novice village until he can defeat monsters above his level and has died 4 or 5 times each day to prove his point." Fang Hong nodded, aware that the Long family members, after attending his lectures, sought to hone their skills through life and death battles. Yet, this approach was rather extreme. With level 1 attributes, they would struggle to breach the defenses of level 10 monsters, inflicting merely 1 point of forced damage each time. Even he found it challenging. It seemed he could not rely on the Long family for the time being. However, their endeavors were not entirely misguided. Pushing boundaries might greatly benefit their future gaming journey. Currently, aside from the Long family, Fang Hong had over 600 elves at his command, all at tier 3, but their numbers were limited. He would need to seek their assistance. He recalled the formidable beasts and alien creatures he had released and wondered if they would comply. For now, Fang Hong decided to set this matter aside, intending to reach level 60 and advance to tier 3. Presently, he was at level 53, ranking first on the leaderboard, 12 levels ahead of the Son of Darkness. "Let's go level up," he proposed to the two women, inviting them to join his party. "Yay!" Long Ting exclaimed excitedly. She was currently at level 37 and had fallen off the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Tang Yin was at level 31, entirely focused on completing the hidden tasks of the elf tribe, leaving her little time to level up. Now that her tasks were complete, she not only gained the friendship of the elves, but also received 2 gifts from the Spring of Elves as rewards, one for Long Ting and one for Fang Hong. Fang Hong had previously used this item and could no longer benefit from it. As an assassin, the intelligence attribute offered Tang Yin little assistance, so she decided to keep the item for now. Chapter 50, Leveling Up, Treasures of the Empire of the Setting Sun. The trio mounted the black dragon and departed from the realm of the elves, entering the eternal forest. The forest was teeming with monsters exceeding level 60, primarily tree spirits, with the occasional fleeing orc encountered. Defeat 75-level corrupted tree spirit to gain 270 experience points. Slaying a level 60 orc warrior grants 220 experience points. Plunder talent activated. Intelligence 2. Notifications continued to pour in. Although the experience points were divided amongst the team, Fang Hong's speed in defeating monsters was impressive. "Uncle, I've leveled up." Long Ting exclaimed joyfully. Tang Yin also felt a sense of satisfaction, having not had the chance to accompany Fang Hong for several days. "Master." At that moment, AC's deep voice resonated. "I sense an imminent promotion. I shall find a place to focus on my breakthrough." Fang Hong nodded in agreement. The Black Dragon AC, a tier 3 epic pet, would experience a significant enhancement in power upon reaching tier 4. Thus, I shall escort you to the land of death once you ascend. Assist the elves in rebuilding their homeland. As you command. The Black Dragon vanished, leaving the 3 to proceed on foot. "We managed to escape. Stay vigilant and do not reveal our whereabouts." Suddenly, a low voice echoed through the forest, followed by the rustling of footsteps. "Orcs?" Fang Hong was taken aback, surprised to find remnants of orcs here. Estimating their numbers, he discerned there were over 5,000 orcs, likely having rendezvoused with the orc troops in the forest. Otherwise, such a multitude would be implausible. "What should we do?" Long Ting whispered. Fang Hong chuckled. "What else can we do? Experience points are being offered to us." With that, he raised his staff and unleashed a group skill toward the source of the sound. Boom! Flames engulfed the forest, and the earth trembled violently. The anguished cries of the orcs reverberated alongside the notifications that continuously illuminated the surroundings. Slaying a level 60 orc warrior grants 220 experience points. Plunder talent activated, Strength 1, Agility 1. You have successfully slain 100,000 tier 3 monsters. The Wrath of the Gods talent has leveled up. Wrath of the Gods, growth talent to grade. Skill cooldown reduced by 60. Next phase requirement. Slay 10 tier 4 lord level bosses alone to elevate to S grade. Fang Hong felt elated. The Wrath of the Gods had leveled up again, and the task for Ascension was merely to kill 10 bosses, a far easier feat than slaying 100,000 monsters. Is this what you call humanity? Despicable. How dare you slay my brethren? A furious roar erupted. A towering orc engulfed in flames charged out from the forest. He looked at Fang Hong, skepticism evident in his eyes. You, a tier 2 adventurer, how could this be? Another orc chief. Tang Yin gripped her dagger tightly, retreating behind Fang Hong. A level 100 lord level boss far exceeded her combat capacity. Do not worry, leave it to me, Fang Hong replied calmly, simultaneously raising his staff and activating several skills. Flame burst, wind slash, thunderstorm. Humph, overestimating yourself. The orc chief sneered at the seemingly feeble human before him. Stone skin. He cast a defensive skill. A series of explosions erupted as the skills struck the orc chief, terrifying damage numbers appearing. 10, 219, 10, 0, 85, 10, 114. The spell combo triggered twice, instantly depleting the orc chief's health by 50, 000. The orc chief tumbled to the ground, covered in dirt, his hair a disheveled mess. A deep-seated fear welled within him. Is this tier 2? Attack. Kill him. Realizing he was no match for Fang Hong, he hastily retreated to his squad, angrily issuing commands. Shameless wretch. Fang Hong looked down disdainfully at the orc chief, who had abandoned his armor. With another flourish of his staff, a rain of fire meteorites descended from the heavens. 13, 298, 13, 274, 13, 301. The level 60 orc warriors, possessing only 5,000 health points, were annihilated in an instant. Slaying a level 60 orc warrior grants 220 experience points. Plunder talent activated, physical crit, rate 1. Notifications continued to flash. Fang Hong eliminated the surrounding orcs, leaving only the orc chief barely alive. The orc chief stared intently at the scattered exquisite equipment on the ground. Whether out of greed or fear remained uncertain. Now it is your turn. Fang Hong smirked, raising his staff. Thud. The orc chief knelt, pleading for mercy. This was the first time Fang Hong encountered such a situation. Hero, I am willing to surrender my treasures. Please spare my life. He trembled, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Fang Hong scoffed. Compared to his brother, this one seemed utterly spineless. However, Fang Hong's interest was piqued. What treasures? Sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, the orc chief hastily replied, This is a treasure map I stole from my clan. It is said to conceal the riches of the long-extinct Sun Empire. Very well. Fang Hong acknowledged. He then struck without mercy, unleashing a thunderstorm. In the realm of divine descent, bosses and NPCs invariably dropped items upon their demise. Human, you do not keep your promises. The orc chief panicked upon seeing the impending attack, turning to flee. But he was no match for the speed of lightning. The raging thunderball struck his back instantaneously, its immense power draining his final health points. The orc chief collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of life, filled with terror. Slaying the level 100 lord level boss, orc chief, grants 827 experience points. You have leveled up. Plunder talent activated, strength 50, constitution 50, physical crit, rate 1. A notification flashed as Fang Hong ascended to level 58, merely 2 steps away from the coveted level 60. Regrettably, this time he did not acquire a new talent. Fang Hong glanced at the loot dropped by the orc chief and discovered an ancient-looking scroll. Treasure of the Sun Empire, heroic level secret realm. Rumored to harbor the treasures of the extinct Sun Empire, accessible to those over level 60. A heroic level dungeon. Fang Hong was thrilled. The last time he and Tang Yin completed the normal difficulty goblin secret realm, they received 2 sets of rare equipment and a source stone. The rewards from a heroic level dungeon would undoubtedly be even more bountiful. Fang Hong collected the other items dropped by the orc chief. 10 equipment enhancement stones, 10 enchantment stones, and an epic grade giant axe. Mountain Splitter Blood Axe, epic grade, usable by tier 3 warrior class, physical damage 100, strength 100, agility 60, armor penetration 2. Hidden attributes? Fang Hong was astonished. 2 points of armor penetration could negate 2 points of physical defense from the target. Master, I have noticed that your recent drops from ordinary monsters have all been of exquisite quality, Tang Yin remarked, clutching a pile of equipment gathered from the battlefield. Her curiosity piqued. It is related to my talent. Take what you need, Fang Hong replied. He intended to prioritize selling the remaining equipment to allies, the Long family, Zhao Yi, and the elves. In the world of divine descent, gold would become increasingly valuable later on, and Fang Hong did not plan to offer it freely. Naturally, he would provide a discount on the prices. Chapter 51, Tier 3 Promotion Task, Ambushed. 2 days later, Fang Hong, persuaded by Tang Yin, took a day to rest. He ascended to level 60, firmly securing his position at the top of the rankings, with both Tang Yin and Long Ting also making their appearances on the leaderboard. He had also triggered a 3rd-tier promotion quest. Godslayer Mage Tier 3 Quest. Slay 2 epic bosses of level 60 or higher. Nightmare Assassin Tier 3 Quest. Slay 2 epic bosses of level 60 or higher. As before, both quests could be completed in a single attempt. However, setting aside the method of vanquishing third-tier epic bosses, most players of hidden classes were oblivious to their whereabouts. Even Fang Hong was not entirely confident in tackling higher-tier bosses. His previous victory over the undead mage had been purely a stroke of luck. Fang Hong recalled a hidden quest from his past life, where 2 bosses resided, and now, with his formidable strength, he felt ready to explore. Let us return to town. I must undertake my promotion quest. The trio tore apart their return scrolls. In a flash of white light, they emerged from the teleportation circle in Silver City. The bustling crowd around them instantly erupted in excitement at Fang Hong's presence. Godslayer. Yes, it's him. We finally caught you. Over 1,000 players surrounded Fang Hong and his companions. Fang Hong gazed at the man leading the charge. Clad in an assassin-esque garb, a smile curving his lips. It was none other than the perennial second best, the Child of Darkness, whose reputation preceded him. Oh. The Child of Darkness is surprised, scrutinizing the Godslayer. Do you know me? Fang Hong did not respond. His icy gaze swept over the crowd, recognizing them as some of the top players. You saw the Zhang family's bounty, and now wish to assassinate me? The Zhang family, unable to exact vengeance on Fang Hong in the real world, resorted to the game instead. The Child of Darkness shrugged. Godslayer, I harbor no grudge against you, but you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Kill him. As he spoke, he produced a piece of talisman paper and tore it asunder. A peculiar energy enveloped Fang Hong, instantly freezing the magical power coursing through him. A magic sealing talisman array. The Zhang family actually invested so heavily? Fang Hong was taken aback. This item was akin to a magic sealing potion, capable of sealing the target's magical power, a rare item that sent shivers down the spines of all mages. Moreover, the talisman array was more direct in its application than the potion, and far more costly, 10,000 gold coins for a single use. In the real world, that was worth 1 billion. His skills are sealed. Attack now. The Child of Darkness commanded coldly, swiftly retreating a step. In an instant, countless skills rained down upon Fang Hong. The damage numbers were ludicrously low, failing entirely to breach Fang Hong's defenses. Long Ting, as a priest with high magical resistance, sheltered behind him, weathering the initial onslaught. Tang Yin's defenses were notably lower. Had it not been for a few unfortunate souls teleporting in to block the attackers from behind, she might have met her demise right there. Fang Hong's expression remained grim. He understood that only by leaving the teleportation circle could he ensure their safety. Die. Fang Hong's murderous intent surged as he brandished his staff, plunging into the fray. The Child of Darkness smirked. Initially, he had been concerned when the damage inflicted by Godslayer amounted to a mere 1 point, but he never anticipated his opponent would deliver himself right into their hands. Drawing out dual daggers, he vanished, reappearing behind Fang Hong, and struck fiercely at his back. Critical hit. Die. The Child of Darkness roared, his face contorted with glee, convinced he was about to slay Godslayer. I am the true #1 expert. Fool. Fang Hong scoffed disdainfully, taunting, you assassins always prefer to strike from behind. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, effortlessly evading the Child of Darkness' attack, and swung his staff with force. Boom. 6,455. The terrifying damage number materialized. The Child of Darkness stood frozen, his health plummeting below 3,000 in an instant, vanishing in a flash of white light. This person is a mage? Was his final, bewildered thought before he perished. Fang Hong's movements were fluid as he surged into the crowd, akin to a wolf among sheep. Help me. This guy is dangerous. His physical damage is outrageous. Report him. We need to report him for cheating. Don't kill me. I was wrong, please. Cries for help, curses, and pleas for mercy filled the air. Over 1,000 players could not endure even 10 minutes before Fang Hong sent them all back to the resurrection point. They wore expressions of horror, unable to comprehend how a mage could possess such high physical damage and rapid attack speed. But it was not over yet. Fang Hong's figure, brimming with menace, charged from a distance, the magic sealing talisman array having expired. Fire meteor. No. The Child of Darkness sensed the impending danger, but it was too late to flee. Flames engulfed an area of 100 meters in an instant. Newly resurrected players screamed as they were instantly obliterated once more. Godslayer, I realize my mistakes. Spare me. The Child of Darkness, filled with terror, pleaded desperately. He had only just reached level 50, and after being slain once, his level had plummeted to 30. Fang Hong had no intention of showing mercy, determined to send them back to the novice village. Halt! Who dares to cause trouble in Silver City? A furious shout rang out as a squad of elite cavalry charged toward Fang Hong. Fang Hong regarded the newcomers with disdain. In the world of Godfall, the rulers of major cities were all from evil factions. They typically did not interfere in minor disputes among players. It was evident that this cavalry was specifically targeting him. However, as Silver City was a level 1 city, the cavalry within were only tier 2, under level 60, and posed no challenge to Fang Hong. He swung his staff, and 2 lightning orbs roared forth, striking the leading cavalryman. A single blow obliterated him, ensuring his permanent disappearance. Slain a level 55 elite boss, the cavalry captain, earning 1,120 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Constitution 10. Following the death of the cavalry captain, the remaining cavalrymen were enraged and charged at Fang Hong. Unmoved, Fang Hong wielded his staff. A merciless rain of fire quickly engulfed them, leaving not a single one of the 100 cavalrymen alive. Notifications flashed continuously. Slain 50 level elite cavalrymen, earning 460 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Strength 1. Warning, the Lord of Silver City has placed a bounty on you, officially declaring you wanted. A bounty? Fang Hong paid it no mind. The Lord of a level 1 city was hardly a concern for him. Gradually, an increasing number of guards flooded the streets. With their intervention, the Child of Darkness and his group seized the opportunity to flee the resurrection point, hastily departing Silver City. Fang Hong's wrath shifted toward these guards. Boss, I've come to rescue you. Just then, Zhao Yi's voice echoed from afar as he charged forward with a group of men. The guards of Silver City? Zhao Yi soon realized that those attacking Fang Hong were not players, but NPCs. He had just received word that Fang Hong was ambushed by players in Silver City and had rushed over immediately. The surrounding guards noticed Zhao Yi and bellowed. They are in league with that Godslayer. Attack. Long Yin kill. Zhao Yi shouted, brandishing the Guardian's shield, leading the charge and directing his team to engage the enemy. The individuals accompanying us this time are all level 40 Dragonhide elites, barely adequate to contend with these guards. Zhao Yi, do not engage with them, retreat. Fang Hong commanded. While minor skirmishes are manageable, their current strength is insufficient to instigate a full-scale war against the malevolent faction. Opportunities for vengeance abound. We must head to Silver Frost City. With that, Fang Hong led Zhao Yi and the others to the teleportation point, where they found Tang Yin and Long Ting. In a flash of white light, they vanished without a trace. Chapter 52, S-Class Hidden Quest, The Secret of the Divine Fall. Silver Frost City, a level 2 city, is more prosperous than Silver City, with players scattered about the streets. Surrounding it are monsters of level 60 and above. Generally, players consider venturing here only after advancing to the 3rd tier. Boss, how did you end up in a scuffle with an NPC? Zhao Yi inquired with curiosity. I'm not entirely sure. Fang Hong speculated that it might be related to the destruction of the Imperial City. If that is the case, Zhao Yi should also be targeted by the evil faction. Yet nothing has occurred on his end. Fang Hong dismissed the thought and stated, I have 2 matters to address. First, once I complete my promotion task, I will seek a resource-rich location that is easy to defend and establish a city there. Zhao Yi nodded, his expression tinged with concern. We may have disrupted the Zhang family's plans. They will likely come to create obstacles, won't they? Indeed, they will. Hence, I must assign you a second task. Fang Hong continued. You are to locate the hellish magic wolves near the novice village and request their assistance in defending the city. As long as the terms are reasonable, they should agree. Zhao Yi's eyes brightened at the prospect. Those fearsome creatures, all above tier 4, would undoubtedly ensure the success of the city's establishment. Understood. I shall go immediately, he exclaimed eagerly, turning to depart. Fang Hong then turned to the 2 women, his expression serious. I have matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you for level grinding. Tang Yin nodded in understanding. Master, go ahead, do not worry about us. Be cautious, and if you encounter danger, contact me immediately. Fang Hong offered a final reminder before bidding farewell to the 2 women. Once he was out of sight, Tang Yin fixed her gaze resolutely on Fang Hong's retreating figure, silently vowing to never again become a burden. Ting Ting. Let us hunt level 60 monsters and learn the dragon family's leveling techniques. After a period of comfort, she was eager to break free from her complacency, to elevate her strength and assist Fang Hong. Sister, are we truly going? Long Ting, a soul priest, questioned, aware of her limited combat prowess. Meanwhile, Tang Yin had just reached level 50, making it challenging for her to defeat level 60 monsters. However, upon witnessing Tang Yin's determined expression, Long Ting chose to remain silent and support her sister in her endeavor. After Fang Hong's departure, he did not leave Silver Frost City. Instead, he arrived at a dilapidated mansion within the city. The estate was vast yet in disrepair, with a decaying gate askew and weeds overtaking the courtyard, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. As Fang Hong stepped inside, the architectural features hinted at a once glorious past, indicative of a wealthy family. Suddenly, a wine bottle shattered before him. From the decrepit loft came an impatient voice. Another debt collector? Take what you want, but do not disturb me. Fang Hong chuckled at the shards strewn about. The quest was indeed still active. He ascended toward the loft, the wooden stairs creaking ominously beneath his feet, as if they might collapse at any moment. Did you not hear what I said? Leave. The man, noticing Fang Hong's entrance, grabbed another bottle and hurled it at him. Fang Hong easily dodged while sizing up the man before him. He reeked of alcohol, his hair and beard unkempt, his clothing tattered, resembling a beggar. Greetings. I am an adventurer. I was passing by and, out of curiosity, decided to take a look. An adventurer? The beggar's tone softened slightly. We have no treasures here, nor do we welcome outsiders. Please leave. Fang Hong found a relatively clean spot to sit. It seems you are in debt to someone? He remarked. In that case, since our meeting must be fate, I possess 10 gold coins that may assist you. As he spoke, he produced the coins and offered them forward. The beggar did not reach for them, instead regarding Fang Hong with a wary gaze. What is your intention? Fang Hong pressed the coins into his hand, smiling. Everyone faces hardships, but that is no reason to give up. I may not be able to save you, but I can alleviate your immediate plight. In his past life, Fang Hong had generously assisted the beggar here, thereby triggering a hidden quest. The beggar's eyes sparkled momentarily before settling into a self-deprecating smile. Young man, I once shared your youthful naivety, but I like you. Come, share a drink with me. He seized a nearby bottle of fresh wine and tossed it to Fang Hong. Fang Hong accepted without hesitation, downing the contents in a single gulp, sighing in satisfaction. Ah, refreshing. The beggar chuckled, taking a small sip himself. A glimmer of vitality began to return to his murky eyes. Young man, would you care to hear a story? I am all ears, Fang Hong replied, aware that the quest was about to commence. The beggar took another hearty swig and carefully scanned the surroundings to ensure they were alone before commencing his tale. This world is known as the continent of celestial scars, once home to countless powerful races. Though wars raged, most people led ordinary lives until a game called Divine Fall emerged. The beggar's voice was slow and reminiscent. Fang Hong furrowed his brow. Knowing the tragic history of the continent of celestial scars, his heart heavy with concern for the future of Blue Star, fearing it might descend into a similar fate. But why are you recounting these events? The beggar's gaze grew somber as he continued. On the day Divine Fall merged with reality, a group of self-proclaimed celestial envoys descended. They ruthlessly slaughtered various races, ultimately conquering this land. Then, their malicious grasp extended toward another world. The beggar downed his drink. Noticing Fang Hong's bewildered expression, he offered a wry smile. As a second-tier adventurer with such a wealth of gold, you must possess considerable potential, hence my willingness to share more with you. Young man, do not doubt. Things are precisely as you suspect. Fang Hong remained silent for a moment. If what you say is true, is there any way to avert this calamity? The beggar shook his head, his eyes filled with deep resignation. The Celestials are lofty, wielding divine power that mere mortals cannot hope to combat. Fang Hong regarded him intently, his gaze resolute. Shall we simply submit to slaughter? I am determined to seek vengeance and exact retribution upon the Celestials. The beggar observed Fang Hong in silence for a long while before letting out a gentle sigh. If you can assist me with one task, I will divulge the strategy to counter the Celestials, though I cannot guarantee it will succeed. Upon hearing this, Fang Hong adopted a serious demeanor. My wife and children were slain by 2 powerful demon guardians. If you can eliminate them and avenge me, I shall reveal the secrets to oppose the Celestials. Ding. You have triggered S-Class Hidden Quest, the Merchant's Revenge. Do you accept? The prompt appeared, signaling a return to the course of events. Accepted. Fang Hong unhesitatingly accepted the quest, not merely for the reward, but for the secrets the beggar spoke of. Chapter 53, Demon Territory, Epic Boss. You have accepted an S-tier hidden mission, the Merchant's Revenge. Mission requirement: eliminate 2 demon guardians to avenge the merchant's wife and children, with no time limit. The beggar rummaged through his pockets and produced a crumpled map, which he handed to Fang Hong. This was the map leading to the demon territory. One could only enter by following the marked route. Within lay thousands of demon warriors and 2 demon guardians, both at level 3. If you can attain level 100, you may confront them alone. Fang Hong disregarded the beggar's counsel. He had ventured here in pursuit of his promotion mission, firmly believing that his strength would suffice. Rest assured, I shall avenge you, Fang Hong vowed, tucking the map away. The beggar ceased his chatter, leaning against a pillar, reverting to his former despondency as he resumed drinking. Before long, Fang Hong departed from Silverfrost City. The location marked on the map was a concealed spot within the nearby forest. The forest was serene and profound, teeming with monsters of level 60 and above, fire bats, spider-men, water elementals, and earth dragons. Fang Hong chose not to provoke them. Making his way toward the demon territory, he found himself reminiscing about the flying prowess of the black dragon, Ace. Walking was far too slow. Navigating through the forest, Fang Hong vanquished dozens of monsters, acquiring 3 pieces of exquisite equipment. At last, he reached his destination. The trees around him had thinned considerably, and an eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of any signs of monster activity. Keeping vigilant, Fang Hong stepped into a massive waterfall, aware that it served as a teleportation point. Ding! You have discovered a hidden map, demon territory. The notification chimed. Fang Hong suddenly materialized in a stone forest, with the roaring waterfall still echoing behind him. Clang! Boom! Distant sounds of battle resonated. Fang Hong was taken aback. The noise resembled 2 factions engaged in fierce combat. Besides demons, were there other races involved? He quickened his pace. Upon emerging from the dense woods, a vast plain unfolded before him, with a magnificent black city standing in the distance. Before the city, a throng of demon soldiers battled fiercely, their numbers exceeding 1,000. George, your men can hardly hold on. Surrender, A burly demon clad in heavy armor declared. George scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. Evan, do not rejoice too soon. It is not over yet. However, his soldiers were already at a disadvantage. Fang Hong concealed himself, astonished by the scene. He had encountered numerous races, yet he had never witnessed members of the same race turn against one another. The two demons conversing were both demon guardians, formidable level 70 epic bosses. With a staggering health pool of 120,000 and attributes reaching 8,000, they excelled in dark magic and melee combat. Fang Hong resolved to eliminate one of them first. He stealthily approached, as the battle raged on, nearing its conclusion, with no one noticing his arrival. George and Evan swung their fists, cursing and directing the fray. Soon, the last demon soldier under George's command fell, meeting a gruesome end in a pool of blood. Evan laughed triumphantly, proclaiming, "You have lost." But the next moment, he sensed an impending threat, his laughter abruptly ceasing. A surge of magical energy caused George to turn, witnessing a tempestuous wind, flames engulfing the area, and bolts of lightning flashing. Numerous attacks converged upon Evan. "Who is it?" Evan bellowed, an instant magical shield manifesting around him. Crash! The magical shield shattered with a resounding crack. Colossal damage numbers floating above his head. 8,593, 17,180, 8601. Fang Hong's spells triggered twice, landing a critical hit. Evan's health plummeted by a third. Before he could react, Fang Hong's figure closed in rapidly. A glimmering dagger flashed. 9798, 9769, 19501, 19483. More terrifying damage numbers appeared, leaving Evan utterly flustered as he stumbled backward in panic. It was only then that he discerned the assailant's appearance. A human. Evan's voice brimmed with disbelief. How could such a seemingly frail human inflict such dreadful damage? "Your defense is commendable," Fang Hong remarked, observing the demon guardian retreat further, and he drew forth his staff, poised to deliver the final blow. "Ha ha!" George's mocking laughter echoed from the side, filled with malicious glee. "Evan, if I assist you in slaying him, will you acknowledge me as the city lord?" "What do you say?" "Agreed." Evan responded without hesitation, aware that he could not contend with this human alone. With a furious roar, George soared into the air, wielding a massive greatsword and striking down upon Fang Hong with formidable force. Stone armor. Boom. 2010. The rocky armor shattered, revealing a minor damage number above Fang Hong's head, prompting him to stagger back a step. Witnessing this, a wave of fear surged within George. Fang Hong decided to eliminate the other adversary first. Skills activated once more. A barrage of magical attacks hurtled toward Evan. "The cooldown is so swift," Evan exclaimed, hastily summoning nearby demon soldiers as shields. Boom. A series of explosions erupted, with demon soldiers perishing en masse. Evan too suffered 2 blasts from the lightning storm, his health dwindling to below 10,000. In a state of panic, he turned to flee towards the city behind him. Shadow crows. Sensing Fang Hong's approach from behind, Evan activated his skill, splitting into numerous crows that flew off in different directions. Fang Hong dispatched one with a wave of his hand, yet the crow vanished, clearly not the true form. The dark magic was indeed treacherous. Without hesitation, Fang Hong unleashed Fire Meteor, engulfing a dozen crows. Ah! A shriek pierced the dusk as all crow duplicates dissipated, leaving Evan's corpse lying on the ground. "You have slain a level 70 epic boss, Demon Guardian, gaining 9,120 experience points. Talent Plunder activated. Strength 100, Intelligence 100, Luck 1. Fang Hong felt a twinge of disappointment. He had failed to plunder any skills or talents this time. He turned his gaze toward the other boss. George displayed no sorrow for the death of his kin. Rather, he appeared elated, remaining utterly still. Observing this, Fang Hong shifted his attention to the demon soldiers. Earthquake. The level 60 demon soldiers possessed a mere 10,000 health, utterly incapable of withstanding his assault. Instantly, agonizing screams filled the air as hordes of demon soldiers fell. "You have slain a level 60 demon soldier, gaining 660 experience points. Talent Plunder activated. Strength 5, Skill Point 1. Notifications continued to flash. Fang Hong relentlessly slaughtered the demon soldiers, amassing a substantial amount of attributes and skill points. Before long, the ground outside the city was awash with blood, leaving only the demon guardian George still standing. Magic destruction. George suddenly unleashed his skill. A peculiar energy emanated from the surroundings, causing the elemental magic around Fang Hong to descend into utter chaos, rendering it nearly unmanageable. The mage's skills were completely sealed. Fang Hong quietly savored this familiar sensation, akin to the influence of the anti-magic array, yet far more potent. He silently donned dual daggers. George, observing Fang Hong's calm demeanor, recognized his own inferiority. He unleashed his skills merely to demonstrate his own worth. "Human." George stepped forward, urgency in his voice. "You must be here for the Demon King's treasure, right? I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life, and I shall present you with the treasure map." Fang Hong was momentarily taken aback. How could yet another creature be begging for mercy? He chuckled softly, taunting. You. Do you have collusion with the orc chieftain? Orcs? Those filthy beasts. George spat disdainfully. Human. Do not insult me. I am of the esteemed demon race. Esteemed? Fang Hong shook his head and raised his hand to activate a skill. His objective was the promotion task. Eliminating the opponent was evidently more advantageous than subduing him, and the treasure map would naturally drop. Ah, cursed human, you shall regret this. Chapter 54, Martial Talent. 3 tasks completed. Kill the level 70 epic boss, Demon Guardian, and gain 9,120 experience points. Talent Plunder triggered. You have acquired B-rank talent, Martial Magic. You have successfully completed your promotion task, advancing to a 3rd-tier Godslayer Mage and a 3rd-tier Nightmare Assassin. A notification emerged. Fang Hong achieved a trifecta, completing 2 promotion tasks alongside a hidden quest. Furthermore, he had plundered a new talent, Martial Magic, B-rank talent. Your physical attacks additionally inflict 50 magical damage. Normal attacks consume 10 mana points, while physical skills consume double the mana points. Fang Hong felt elated. This talent significantly amplified his damage, rendering his physical attacks all the more lethal. However, it seemed that the status of the mage as his primary class was precariously hanging by a thread. At this rate, he would indeed transform into an assassin. I have accumulated so many skill points. Fang Hong inspected his panel and discovered that he had amassed over 3,000 skill points during the past few days. This was ample to upgrade all existing skills to their maximum potential, with plenty to spare. Level up. Fang Hong immediately set about enhancing his skills. Once completed, he found he still had 2,240 skill points remaining. Upon reaching the 4th tier, he could elevate his basic skills to intermediate, which required 100 skill points. This was still far from sufficient. Fang Hong's attention shifted to the loot dropped by the boss. As expected, it was legendary. He picked up the black armor, feeling immensely satisfied. Shadow armor, legendary grade armor. Requirements: no class restrictions, available from 3rd tier. Physical defense 800, magical resistance 800, strength 100, intelligence 100. Additional attributes: constitution 1000, strength 50, intelligence 50, agility 50. Note: forged by a master blacksmith of the dwarven race, this lightweight armor emanates a faint black aura. Fang Hong promptly equipped the shadow armor and replaced all his inferior gear, including the blood-forged belt dropped by the orc chieftain. His power surged once again. City construction order? Fang Hong noticed a black token lying on the ground, mildly astonished. He had anticipated another drop. He swiftly gathered all his belongings and proceeded to inspect Evan's corpse. In addition to the usual drops, he found a 3rd-tier legendary spear, which boasted impressive weapon skills. Regrettably, the assassin class could not equip it. Fang Hong intended to sell the spear to Zhao Yi. By the way, where's the treasure map? He suddenly recalled George's words, sensing that the latter did not appear to be lying. Yet, there was no sign of it on the ground. Pondering this, Fang Hong walked towards the nearby city, intending to investigate further. The city before him was ancient, yet remarkably well-preserved, boasting complete facilities. Level 1 city walls. Fang Hong gazed at the towering black walls. Should he utilize the construction order, he could directly seize control of the city. The demon territory was exceedingly concealed, making it an ideal location for development. The only drawback was that the surrounding monsters were all above level 60, currently posing a challenge for players. Fang Hong entered the city. The Life Temple, Potion Shop, Blacksmith, Tailor, every building was surprisingly of high grade, indicating that the quality of produced items would receive an enhancement. He resolved to seize this place as swiftly as possible. With such a scale of infrastructure, the city's development would accelerate rapidly. With this thought, Fang Hong made his way towards the central lord's mansion. The surroundings were utterly deserted, shrouded in a deathly silence, likely due to all the demon soldiers being slain by him outside. Before long, an ancient castle came into view. Dim flames flickering, enveloped in an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Fang Hong entered and searched the premises, but found no clues regarding the Demon King's treasure. He rummaged through other buildings in the process. Eventually, he discovered a hidden treasury, filled with an abundance of ores, herbs, leather, and other materials. There were also over 2,000 sets of 3rd-tier fine gear. Unfortunately, the quality of the items and equipment bore no resemblance to what the Demon King's treasure should contain. Fang Hong sighed. It seemed this matter would have to wait. He took all the equipment from the treasury, leaving behind a plethora of materials due to limited storage space. For the time being, no players would likely uncover this place. Time to turn in the quest. Fang Hong was exceedingly curious about the secret the beggar had mentioned. He exited the city, severed the heads of Evan and George, using them as proof of task completion. Upon returning to Silverfrost City, night had fallen. The streets were shrouded in darkness, with only a few scattered players and pedestrians, occasionally interrupted by the patrol of 3rd-tier guards. Fang Hong headed straight for the abandoned mansion. The beggar remained inebriated, dozing against a pillar. Upon hearing the footsteps, he opened his eyes and, seeing Fang Hong, lowered the wine bottle he had been holding aloft. "Why are you back?" Fang Hong smiled. "I have completed the task." The beggar looked at him in confusion. Without further ado, Fang Hong produced the two severed heads and casually tossed them onto the floor. George, Evan. The beggar leaped up, excitement coursing through him, his drunkenness vanishing in an instant. He stared at the bloodied heads, his body quaking uncontrollably. It's them. Haha, it's really them. Ahaha. The beggar, in a frenzy, wept tears of joy, kneeling on the ground, clutching the necklace around his neck tightly. Marie, did you see? These two traitors have finally perished. The great vengeance is avenged, now. I can be with you without regrets. Seeing this, Fang Hong quickly interjected, offering solace. Once a life is lost, it cannot return. The living must continue onward. Please accept my condolences. Matters concerning the celestial race weighed heavily upon him. He was eager to uncover that secret. The beggar appeared oblivious to Fang Hong's words. And after a long silence, he finally wiped his tears and stood up. Young man, thank you. Please grant me a moment. Fang Hong nodded, watching as the beggar ascended the stairs. Soon, the sound of flowing water could be heard. After a while, a middle-aged man descended the staircase, dressed in resplendent attire. With a handsome visage and an air of noble elegance, he stood in stark contrast to the disheveled figure from earlier. Fang Hong furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Are you the beggar from just now?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by the affront, and replied, "I shall uphold my promise. Let me now share with you the tale of my wife and the demon race." The man spoke at length, and Fang Hong listened intently. It turned out that his wife was not of human descent, but rather a princess of the demon clan. Long ago, the malevolent faction was under the command of the demon god of the demon race, with the demon clan merely a branch of the demon race in the mortal realm. However, as the celestial tribe rose to power, their allegiances shifted, and they came to regard the demon clan as their adversary. Although he and his wife and child managed to escape the clutches of the malevolent faction, they were betrayed by two subordinates, resulting in the deaths of Mary and their child. Yet, he survived due to his family's ties to the malevolent faction. In the ensuing days, he exhausted his wealth seeking vengeance for his wife and child, assassinating many dark humans affiliated with the malevolent faction in Silverfrost City. He even committed acts of justice against his own kin. However, he found himself powerless against the demon guardians of his enemies, which led him to beseech Fang Hong for assistance. As they conversed, they made their way to the teleportation point in Silverfrost City. Fang Hong was perplexed. What did this have to do with opposing the celestial tribe? The man's expression grew grave as he pointed towards the teleportation point, cautioning, "What I am about to disclose may plunge us into peril. We must always be prepared to flee." Fang Hong nodded. The man took a deep breath and continued. Long ago, the demon god was a formidable counterpart to the celestial tribe, yet for reasons unknown, the demon god fell, and the celestial tribe ascended. If you could embody the demon god, you would be able to confront them. Chapter 55, The Celestial Tribe Descends. The golden cicada escapes its shell, the demon god? Fang Hong furrowed his brow, having never heard of such a figure before. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "How does one ascend to become a demon god?" The middle-aged man cast a glance at the overcast sky, swallowed hard, and whispered, "If you can break through to the 9th tier, achieving the extraordinary, and fuse with the demon soul, demon eye, demon wing, and demon armor, you will attain the power of the demon god to oppose the celestial tribe." As he spoke, he produced a black jade box from his bosom and handed it to Fang Hong. "This contains a fragment of the demon soul left by my wife. According to her, if you accomplish what I instruct, you can become the demon god." Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than thunder rumbled ominously. Torrential rain began to pour. The man's countenance darkened as he gazed skyward, indifferent to the icy raindrops, his eyes ablaze with hatred. In the next moment, a fierce wind howled past, suffusing the air with a terrifying pressure, as if capable of obliterating all existence. Fang Hong's eyes widened in shock. A familiar sensation surged within him. The memory of his past demise vivid in his mind. The aura of the celestial tribe. Boom. Thunderclaps reverberated as dark clouds roiled overhead, revealing a colossal, stunningly beautiful woman's face in the sky. Heavens, this is a deity. Quickly, let us prostrate ourselves before the divine. The sacred bloodline of the celestial tribe, bestowed upon them by the gods, compelled the inhabitants of Silverfrost City to emerge from their shelters, kneeling in reverence. "We must leave. She cannot lock onto the teleportation space of the Tianhan continent," the man urged, shoving Fang Hong. Yet Fang Hong remained motionless. The celestial tribe must have been lured here by the demon's soul. Now that they were discovered, fleeing would only serve as a temporary reprieve. They would eventually be hunted down. A plan began to form in his mind. Then, Fang Hong fixed his gaze on the familiar visage, a staff appearing in his hand. "You are mad." The man gasped in shock at Fang Hong's actions. To confront the celestial tribe as a mere mortal was the mark of insanity or folly. Fang Hong remained silent, gripping the staff tightly, slowly raising it towards the heavens, his eyes ignited with fierce rage. "Ha!" The man, witnessing Fang Hong's defiance, erupted into wild laughter. He recalled the legend, gazing skyward and shouting, "Do you remember the prophecy? It shall soon come to fruition." Crack! Two bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, one pale and feeble, the other brilliant and radiant. Fang Hong's tempestuous energy, caught amidst the celestial lightning, stirred not a ripple, utterly incapable of withstanding it. In his past life, as a ninth-tier powerhouse, he could only hope to graze the celestial tribe's skin by sacrificing his life to unleash forbidden spells. In an instant, Fang Hong was engulfed by the blinding light. Everything around him vanished, and the man beside him also disappeared without a trace. Cough. Fang Hong coughed up a mouthful of blood, the gift of salvation activating as he clung to a mere point of life. Simultaneously, a vast surge of life energy enveloped him, healing his wounds. The elven contract, shared life. Oh, you are still alive? A low, disdainful voice resonated, the celestial tribe gazing down upon Fang Hong with evident displeasure. Boom. Another bolt of lightning descended, transforming into a monstrous serpent that gaped its fearsome maw wide. Fang Hong was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes fixed on the lightning serpent. Just as the attack was about to descend upon him, he connected with the realm of death and vanished. Boom. A violent explosion echoed as everything surrounding the teleportation point was consumed by blinding white light, dissolving into nothingness. Humph. Mere ants, the colossal visage in the sky scoffed. Before the clouds churned and gradually dissipated, the wind ceased, the rain abated. The sky remained somber, as if nothing had transpired. Only two deep craters and the vanished structures around the teleportation point attested to the divine visitation. In the streets, people remained prostrate, trembling in awe. In the realm of death, within a cozy little treehouse, Anna busied herself with handicrafts. Benefactor. Her eyes widened in delight upon seeing Fang Hong suddenly appear. He composed himself, embracing the approaching Anna tightly, feeling a surge of relief at the success of his plan. The celestial tribe would now believe him dead. How do you feel? Have you recovered? Fang Hong inquired, relaxing slightly. Anna's cheeks flushed, her gaze downcast, too shy to meet his eyes. At that moment, a figure flashed into view. The elder tortoise appeared before Fang Hong. Young man, what transpired outside? I sensed the aura of the celestial tribe. The elder scrutinized Fang Hong, his tone tense. Fang Hong was perplexed. The realm of death was an isolated space, entirely cut off from the outside world. How could he know? Indeed, the celestial tribe has descended, he replied, producing the black jade box and opening it. Buzz. A surge of soul energy pulsed forth, a purple remnant soul floating out, exuding a mysterious and potent aura. Demon soul, fragment of treasure, when fused with the demon soul, demon eye, demon wing, and demon armor, can elevate you to the status of demon god. Currently available for fusion. Its attributes match the description of the beggar, a fragment of the incomplete demon soul. This is the demon soul. The elder stared in disbelief at the purple remnant soul in Fang Hong's hand. Old man, do you recognize this? Fang Hong asked, astonished. It seemed the elder harbored secrets of his own. The elder nodded. I am aware of your intentions. In truth, not only the demon god's power, but also the might of the former imperial clan and the demon sage can contend with the celestial tribe. However, gathering all the treasures is akin to scaling the heavens. It is likely that you may spend your entire life in vain pursuit. Fang Hong, taken aback, inquired, isn't the celestial clan the mightiest of races? Humph, certainly not. The elder scoffed disdainfully. Originally, the celestial clan was the weakest among the divine races, but alas, they were treacherously plotted against, leading to their utter annihilation. Fang Hong furrowed his brow. This world seemed to be far more intricate than he had imagined. The elder continued, young one. This demon soul is indeed a treasure of great significance, yet should you attempt to fuse with it now, the celestial clan will sense it and will stop at nothing to obliterate you. I advise you to reach the extraordinary realm before making such considerations. Fang Hong nodded, stowing the demon soul away. He was well aware that the projection of the celestial clan had come specifically for this treasure. Furthermore, the path to ascend as a demon god was fraught with stringent requirements. Not only must one attain the extraordinary realm, but one must also gather the demon eye, demon wing, and demon armor, 3 treasures that are no small feat to procure. Fang Hong gazed at the elder, contemplating another matter. I intend to establish a city in the realm of demons, yet I fear the forces of evil may cause disturbances. Could you lend me your assistance? The elder regarded Fang Hong thoughtfully for a moment before shaking his head. I bear a heavy responsibility and cannot vacate this place. With that, he vanished into a corner of the land of death, resuming his slumber. Fang Hong was not taken aback. He had not harbored excessive expectations. At that moment, Anna stepped forward, glancing towards the direction the elder had departed. Benefactor, I may be able to persuade the Xian turtle. The Xian turtle? Fang Hong exclaimed, surprised. Do you know that individual? Anna shook her head. Not quite. I merely heard tales of him in my childhood. Rest assured, I will succeed. Await my good news. With a shy kiss on Fang Hong's cheek, she dashed away before he could react. Fang Hong felt a flicker of doubt, yet he dismissed it. At present, he was uncertain whether the celestial clan had already taken their leave. He resolved to linger in the land of death for a while, to avoid drawing attention. Chapter 56, Establishing a Sect. The plan of Old Master Long, a fierce wind swept above the small treehouse as the black dragon soared through the sky. Fang Hong's pet had finally awakened. Master. Ace dove down, creating a whirlwind as he joyfully landed on the ground, nuzzling Fang Hong with his massive head. His form appeared even larger, with scales now tougher and glimmering like metal. Fang Hong affectionately patted Ace's head. Have you leveled up? Ace nodded enthusiastically, declaring, I am now at level 100, early stage of tier 4. If I level up once more, I can regain my peak power. For a black dragon. Reaching level 200 remained a distant goal. Ding. Just then, a chat notification chimed. Tang Yin had sent a message of concern. Little Wildcat, you haven't logged off in several days. You should take a break. Slayer agreed. In the real world, the sun had just risen. Fang Hong took a deep breath of the fresh air, stretching lazily as his bones cracked. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. Tang Yin had prepared a meal. Upon exiting his bedroom, he immediately spotted Long Tian seated at the dining table, devouring his food ravenously. Good morning, brother-in-law. Long Tian greeted with a cheerful smile. Brother. Long Ting emerged from the opposite bedroom. You're here to mooch again. Every time Tang Yin logged off, Long Tian would suspect she was cooking and rush over to Fang Hong's home for a meal. Tang Yin had long since grown accustomed to this. After breakfast, Long Tian suddenly sat up straight and addressed Fang Hong with seriousness. Grandfather asked me to find you yesterday. He wishes to see you when you have time. Yesterday? Fang Hong asked, puzzled. Long Tian sheepishly scratched his head. I was busy slaying monsters, and seeing you both online, I forgot. Fang Hong nodded. Old Master Long would not summon him without cause, indicating some important matter was at hand. Is he available now? He should be practicing martial arts at home. Come, I will take you there. Fang Hong followed Long Tian to the Long family estate. The courtyard was expansive, adorned with an array of flora, exuding a certain charm. Long Zhangwo, clad in loose training attire, appeared to have just concluded his morning practice, diligently pruning a shrub in front of his study. Grandfather, Fang Hong has arrived. Long Tian announced as he pushed open the wooden door. Long Zhangwo shot him a glare before turning to Fang Hong with a smile. Mr. Fang, are you adjusting well to your stay here? The environment is lovely, and everyone is very friendly. I must thank the old master for his hospitality, Fang Hong replied courteously. Residing with the Long family had spared him numerous troubles. Not to mention, the assassins from the Zhang and Tang families would undoubtedly refrain from causing trouble here. Which was reason enough for Fang Hong to express his gratitude. Haha, that's wonderful, Long Zhangwo chuckled. However, his gaze quickly shifted to his unworthy grandson, and his smile vanished. What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be training? All right, I understand, Long Tian mumbled, exiting the courtyard and closing the door behind him. Leaving just the two of them, Long Zhangwo meticulously continued his pruning while saying, I hear you plan to establish a city and have that Zhao brat assist you in managing it? Indeed, that is the current plan, Fang Hong responded. Long Zhangwo continued. Coincidentally, Long Tian and the others have also left the novice village. They could assist you in city building while learning some experience in the process. Learning experience? Fang Hong was taken aback. Long Zhangwo set down his shears, gazing contentedly at his handiwork. I too wish to establish a city. Fang Hong was surprised, but found it to be a positive development. In the world of Godfall, the first 3 players to build cities would receive additional rewards. Now, with 2 city-building tokens in hand and the ambitions of the Long family as allies, it was possible to secure all the rewards. I actually possess 2 city-building tokens. I could sell one to the Long family, Fang Hong proposed. Long Zhangwo laughed heartily. No need. I have a city-building token as well. When the time comes, if possible, I would ask Mr. Fang to help us fend off the beast tide. Old master, where did you acquire it? Fang Hong inquired, intrigued. Recalling that Long Zhangwo had spent less than half a month in the novice village and likely hadn't even left it yet. Oh, is this item rare in the game? Long Zhangwo looked at Fang Hong and explained, I completed a hidden class quest in that world, becoming a martial saint, which also allows me to establish a sect. A sect? Fang Hong was taken aback. What kind of hidden quest had Long Zhangwo received? In the world of Godfall, there were 6 primary classes: warrior, knight, assassin, archer, mage, and priest. Hidden classes were extensions of these 6 systems. For instance, Fang Hong, as a god-slaying mage, was still fundamentally a mage, while the nightmarish assassin remained an assassin. However, the concept of establishing a sect, as mentioned by Long Zhangwo, was entirely a different system altogether. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. It seemed that Long Zhangwo had encountered an extraordinary opportunity comparable to the demon soul in the novice village, which likely explained why he had not left for so long. Moreover, this elder had never treated Godfall as merely a game, but rather as a reality to be engaged with. Long Zhangwo slowly clasped his hands behind his back, his expression turning grave. This is merely the initial step of my grand plan. I intend to unite all the ancient martial clans. I have a premonition that the world of divine descent will exert an extraordinary influence on reality. Fang Hong chuckled, surprised that he had discerned this in such a brief span of time, exhibiting a remarkable decisiveness. It seems that my arrival at the Long family was indeed fortuitous. Long Zhangwo gazed intently at Fang Hong, unable to fathom the depths of this enigmatic young man. Initially, He had observed Fang Hong sparring with Long Tian, believing that Fang Hong's combat skills had been honed in the world of divine descent. However, after experiencing the encounter firsthand, he realized the matter was far more intricate than he had presumed. The ancient martial experts of the Long family, irrespective of their innate talents, undoubtedly had a higher starting point than Fang Hong and had all, to varying degrees, faced life and death battles. Yet, their progress was negligible. Clearly, even if Fang Hong is a prodigy of martial arts, his combat prowess was not something that could be cultivated overnight. He evidently harbors some secrets within him. Come, let us converse in my study, Long Jiangwo remarked, leading the way to the study behind him, with Fang Hong following closely. Long Jiangwo gestured toward a nearby chair, saying, Mr. Fang, please have a seat. I have a plan I wish to discuss with you. State whatever is within your capacity. I shall comply, Fang Hong replied readily. The next moment, Long Jiangwo uttered something astonishing. Originally, I intended to facilitate a union between you and Tingting, to eventually entrust the weighty responsibilities of the Long family to you. Fang Hong was taken aback at his words. The ancient martial clans place immense importance on bloodline inheritance, adhering to stringent protocols. Although the Long family advocates harmony and equality, this principle is confined to the family itself. Should an outsider like Fang Hong assume power, it would undoubtedly meet with fierce opposition from many. Long Jiangwo continued, observing Fang Hong closely. However, I have since altered my perspective. He paused, his expression grave. The ancient martial world of Huaxia has been fragmented for far too long. Mr. Fang, your potential is boundless. I believe you can reintegrate these disparate forces, uniting them as one. Chapter 57, The Alliance Leader? The heroic secret realm awaits. Fang Hong immediately rose from his chair, astonished as he regarded Long Jiangwo. Old master, I am still quite young. I fear I may not command respect. The nation of Huaxia is home to dozens of ancient martial clans, each proud and unruly. To become the leader of the ancient martial alliance, one must possess not only status, but also the ability to defeat them. Moreover, it is not a matter of one-on-one combat, but rather a full-scale engagement of both factions. Each clan possesses its own foundation. Although Fang Hong's strength is formidable, he is still not sufficiently equipped to single-handedly conquer all the ancient martial clans. Even in a confrontation with Long Yuan, victory remains uncertain. Long Jiangwo spoke with unwavering confidence. Mr. Fang, I have never misjudged a person in my life. You are the sole candidate in my eyes. There is no rush to commence. I will first impart to you the Long family's ultimate techniques. Noticing Fang Hong's hesitation, he continued, should unforeseen circumstances arise, and the world becomes chaotic, the ancient martial world of Huaxia must unite to confront the challenges ahead. The attributes of divine descent are capable of influencing reality. It will not be long before you may surpass even me. The position of the alliance leader has remained vacant for a century, aside from you. I cannot conceive of anyone more suitable. Fang Hong fell silent, unsure of how to counter this proposition. Moreover, the suggestion was indeed alluring. He had witnessed the might of ancient martial artists firsthand. In his past life, the elite of the Long family had valiantly stood against the vanguard of the evil faction. If he could unite all the clans of Huaxia, they might collectively withstand the onslaught of malevolence. Under his leadership, success was not beyond reach. As for himself, if he could grow strong enough to resist the celestial beings, the future of Blue Star would be irrevocably transformed. Very well, I accept, Fang Hong stated earnestly. In this life, he is extraordinarily fortunate. Survival does not pose a challenge. Yet, the profound culture of Huaxia deeply influences him. As a true man, he must stand tall and protect his homeland. I knew I had not misjudged you, Long Jiangwo replied with satisfaction, retrieving a time-worn ancient tome from his robe and presenting it to Fang Hong. This is the Long family's ultimate technique. I have verified its efficacy, even in the world of divine descent. Thank you, Fang Hong responded, carefully stowing the ancient book. By the time he returned to his residence, it was already afternoon. Tang Yin and Long Ting had both immersed themselves in the game. As Fang Hong perused the ancient tome, he discovered it was a set of intricate martial cultivation techniques known as the returning dragon formula. Fortunately, with Long Jiangwo's explanations and Fang Hong's formidable physical and intellectual attributes, he quickly grasped the basics. The only drawback was that the returning dragon formula could only be practiced in the real world. That can wait for another time, Fang Hong thought as he secured the tome. He returned to his bedroom, reclined in the game pod, and logged into the world of divine descent. In the land of death, Fang Hong observed several elves bustling beneath the tree of life, yet Anna was nowhere to be seen. After pondering for a moment, he summoned the black dragon Ace and departed from that place. The duo vanished in an instant, reappearing near the teleportation point of Silver Frost City. Surrounding them were immense craters, remnants of the former structures, and teleportation array now reduced to ash. The air still pulsated with a terrifying energy. Fang Hong could not help but recall the beggar. Even now, he was unaware of the man's name. Nevertheless, vanquishing the demon guardian could be considered fulfilling his long-held wish. He wondered how many more would perish in the struggle against the celestial beings. Clenching his fists, he acknowledged the long journey ahead of him. Presently, he was only at level 60 of the 3rd tier. Upon reaching the 9th tier, if fortune favored him, he might stand a chance against the celestial beings. Perhaps even slay them. Ambition ignited within Fang Hong's heart. Master, what transpired here? Ace inquired, his form trembling. The devastating aura instilled a primal fear deep within his soul. Fang Hong chose his words carefully, as the arrival of the celestial beings was too shocking and might frighten Ace. He leaped onto the dragon's back and commanded, "To the eternal forest." Fang Hong intended to explore the treasures of the Sunset Empire within that mysterious realm. The teleportation point of Silver Frost City had been destroyed. Fortunately, Ace had awakened just in time, or much time would have been wasted. He sent a message to Tang Yin and Long Ting, preparing to bring them along to level up. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Eternal Forest, he found the 2 women waiting there. They dared not venture deeper, content to hunt some level 60 monsters nearby. "Uncle, what did my grandfather want with you?" Long Ting exclaimed joyfully as she approached Fang Hong. He ruffled her hair, saying, "Do not concern yourself with adult matters, dear child." I'm not a child," Long Ting retorted, hands on her hips, puffing in indignation. Fang Hong's gaze momentarily dropped before quickly averting. Indeed, she was no longer a child. Tang Yin stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and inquired, "Master, shall we venture to the Eternal Forest to level up?" "No, this time we shall conquer a secret realm, where the monsters are more densely packed," Fang Hong replied while inviting the 2 women to join his party. The treasures of the Sunset Empire lay within a heroic level secret realm, accessible only to those of at least the 3rd tier, and he recommended players of the 4th tier or higher explore it. Confident in his own strength, he decisively shattered the scroll. Buzz. The energy of space rippled outward, enveloping the 3 of them and the black dragon Ace. In the blink of an eye, their figures materialized in a desolate desert. In the distance, an ancient city lay partially buried beneath the yellow sands. Ding! Your party has entered the 3rd tier heroic level secret realm, treasure of the Sunset Empire. An S rating or higher will yield additional rewards. Note, the secret realm will vanish upon the death of all members or upon acquiring the treasure. The wind howled, and the swirling sand stung Fang Hong's face. Suddenly, the sand beneath their feet began to shift. S sensed danger and took to the skies immediately. Roar! A colossal worm emerged from the ground. It was a level 60 desert worm. "Ace, hold your ground. I shall handle the monsters that follow," Fang Hong commanded, halting the black dragon with its gaping maw. Only by personally vanquishing monsters could one loot attribute points and gain kill credits. Boom! A barrage of fiery meteorites descended. The immense desert worm writhed in the inferno, quickly reduced to ashes. Killed a level 60 desert worm, gained 220 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Constitution 1, Skill Point 1. "Master, has your damage output increased?" Tang Yin observed the soaring experience points, feeling an insurmountable distance from Fang Hong. Moments earlier, she and Long Ting had struggled against the level 60 monsters, a perilous endeavor. In contrast, Fang Hong effortlessly dispatched hordes of foes. "Just luck. Fate has favored me throughout my life," Fang Hong remarked, sensing the disappointment in Tang Yan's demeanor, chuckling lightly. Long Ting, however, gleefully trotted over to collect the loot. This was her favorite part. "Ace, let us proceed," Fang Hong commanded, pointing towards the abandoned ancient city half buried in the earth. As they journeyed, the black dragon descended closer to the ground. Desert worms, hidden beneath the sand, erupted forth. But all were ruthlessly slain by Fang Hong. "Uncle, there are level 70 flame lizards ahead." In the nearby desert, massive red lizards sprawled lazily in the sun, seemingly devoid of any inclination to attack. However, Fang Hong had no intention of letting these attribute points slip away. Fiery Meteor. Chapter 58. Hidden Entrance. Escape from the Labyrinth. Flames roared as a vast expanse of flame lizards was engulfed. Their anguished cries echoed continuously. The flame lizards, possessing high fire resistance, crumbled like paper under Fang Hong's onslaught. Effortlessly obliterated. Killed a level 70 flame lizard, gained 253 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Intelligence 2. Plunder talent triggered, Constitution 1, Skill Point 1. Hiss. An enraged chorus erupted from a distance, the flame lizards incensed by Fang Hong's attacks. They launched massive fireballs soaring into the sky. The black dragon Ace met the volley of hundreds of fireballs with an air of superiority, allowing the flames to explode upon him. Boom. Ridiculous damage numbers flickered. The magical attacks of the flame lizards could not breach his defenses. The creatures here were pathetically weak. Ace's large eyes brimmed with disdain, seemingly relishing this ticklish sensation. Fang Hong remained silent. A level 100 epic black dragon that could not withstand the attacks of mere level 70 monsters would bring shame upon the dragonkin. "Uncle, I've reached level 56. Long Ting's delighted voice rang out. At this rate, in 2 days she would achieve level 60 and unlock her 3rd tier promotion quest. "I too have leveled up," Tang Yin smiled warmly. Soon, this area was entirely devoid of flame lizards, with no monsters in sight. He directed Ace to continue towards the abandoned ancient city. As they proceeded, an eerie silence enveloped them, with nary a monster to encounter. Tang Yin cast a vigilant glance downward, her instincts warning her of something amiss ahead. Let us land. Fang Hong signaled for Ace to descend. The treasure of the Sunset Empire surely lay hidden within this forlorn city. Whoosh! Ace flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind of yellow sand as it landed steadily on the ground. The structures before them had long succumbed to the ravages of time, exceedingly fragile. Aside from the pervasive sands, there were no signs of life. No monsters lurking within the city? Fang Hong mused, somewhat taken aback. Look over there. A building has emerged. Long Ting pointed excitedly at a spire resembling a bell tower, the tallest structure in the area that had not been completely engulfed by sand. Let us investigate. Ace, maintain aerial surveillance, Fang Hong instructed. He intended to approach on foot, believing it might be easier to uncover clues that way. The sound of their footsteps was swallowed by the wind, and the drifting sands quickly erased their tracks. Suddenly, Fang Hong felt a disturbance beneath his feet as the surrounding sand began to flow. He hastily warned, "Step back," but it was too late. Long Ting had already stepped into the quicksand, slowly sinking. "Uncle, I'm going to fall," she cried out, struggling to escape, but found no foothold to leverage. "Don't move," Fang Hong commanded. He understood all too well that if one were to inadvertently fall into quicksand, struggling would only hasten one's descent. One must await the assistance of companions. "Give me your hand." Fang Hong grasped her hand, and under his formidable strength, Long Ting's sinking slowed. With a sudden surge of power, he yanked her free. "Master." At that moment, Tang Yan's innate magical perception came into play. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the sensations around her, discovering that the peculiar feeling emanated from beneath the quicksand. "I sense an entrance below, as if it were a well. A multitude of eerie magical energies is surging forth from it." Upon hearing this, Fang Hong pulled both women back a dozen paces. The ground trembled. The sand quaked violently. The flow of quicksand accelerated, forming a pit at Long Ting's previous position, gradually widening to reveal an entrance. It appeared to be a breach in the roof. Fang Hong illuminated the depths with fire, discovering no immediate danger, and leapt down. Once steady, he caught both women as they followed. They glanced around to find themselves within the grand hall of a palace, where numerous corridors stretched into the distance, leading to dark and unknown destinations. The air was chill, starkly contrasting with the desert environment. "Let us explore," Fang Hong proposed. He casually chose a corridor and led the way inside. The corridor was lengthy, with the firelight illuminating only the immediate vicinity, its end shrouded in profound darkness. At that moment, Tang Yin halted, furrowing her brow, an unsettling sensation that they were being watched by unseen eyes coursing through her. Fang Hong sensed the unease as well, sniffing the air. Drawing upon his wealth of experience, he swiftly raised his staff, casting a fiery meteor that engulfed the corridor ahead. Hiss! A sharp hissing arose, akin to a wail of anguish. A host of ghostly creatures writhed in the flames, their forms contorted in agony. Killed an 85-level mist spirit, gained 303 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, intelligence 1, skill point 1. Indeed, they were of the spirit race. They are transformed from the souls of the tragically deceased, adept at concealment, masters of magical arts, and immune to 50% of physical damage. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be soldiers of the Empire of the Setting Sun. Fang Hong felt a twinge of regret. If only the plundering talent could seize racial traits as well. The unique characteristic of the Ghost Clan is the bane of physical classes, comparable to an A-grade talent for players. Whoosh! Arrows of water shot forth from the distance, and the hidden water mist spirits revealed themselves, launching a fierce assault on Fang Hong. The damage numbers were pitifully low, barely breaching Fang Hong's magical resistance. In the narrow corridor, Fang Hong stood at the forefront, shielding his beloved from the onslaught of water arrows. Buzz! A gentle radiance enveloped him, instantly restoring his health to full. "Uncle, how's my milk production?" Long Ting proudly puffed out her chest, awaiting praise. Tang Yin teased, "Indeed, quite impressive. Your sister's is nowhere near yours." Long Ting blushed and lightly punched her. "Sister, stop teasing me." Fang Hong ignored their banter and continued pressing forward, clearing away the water mist spirits in the corridor. The dying hisses echoed, and his experience points soared rapidly. Fang Hong reveled in the rewards of his plundering. In a brief span of time, he acquired 107 points of intelligence, 23 points of agility, 29 points of constitution, and 11 points of strength, along with numerous skill points and hidden attributes. At last, they emerged from the corridor into a spacious hall, yet countless corridors loomed before them. Fang Hong halted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the labyrinthine layout. "Uncle, why are there halls underground?" Fang Hong shook his head and looked up at the large hole in the ceiling. Calling out Ace, a colossal dragon had appeared at the opening, gazing downwards. "Haven't you found the exit?" Long Ting was puzzled. "How did you get up there?" The next moment, realization dawned upon her. "We're lost." Fang Hong surveyed the entrances to the corridors, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed the challenge of this secret realm lay in navigating the maze. With no clues in sight, he opted for another corridor, with the two women closely following. The water mist spirits surged forth again. After dispatching them, Fang Hong walked for a while, only to find himself back at the starting point. 2 hours later, the three sat on the floor of the hall. They had tried every corridor, each time returning to the hall, as if they were interconnected. Do you have any thoughts? Fang Hong inquired. Tang Yin closed her eyes to sense her surroundings, frowning. Long Ting decisively shook her head. Master, you could try destroying this place. Ace's voice echoed from above. Fang Hong hesitated. He recognized this seemed to be the only option, provided he wouldn't be buried alive. Feeling somewhat helpless, he began to observe the hall once more. Suddenly, he was struck by a revelation. There were no supporting pillars or other structural elements here. How could such a vast hall remain intact under the relentless pressure of sand over the years? Fang Hong swiftly made a judgment. He randomly selected a corridor, unleashing a tempest of skills, thunderstorm, wind slash, and explosive flame. Boom. The hall trembled violently, sand cascading down from the ruptured opening. A gust of wind rushed through the corridor. Wind. Fang Hong's spirit surged. The source of the wind should be the exit. Let us go. Chapter 59. Crushing the monsters. The trail of the orcs. Fang Hong led the way, with the two women closely behind. Water mist spirits still roamed the corridor, but their numbers had noticeably dwindled. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 water arrows struck Fang Hong, deducting a mere 2 points from his health. In just half a day, his intelligence had surged by over 1,000 points, and his magical resistance had greatly increased. Explosive flame. Fang Hong attempted to demolish the surrounding passages. Boom. Flames erupted in the corridor, resonating with a tremendous roar. The surroundings trembled, yet the areas struck by the flames remained unscathed, merely stirring up a tempest deep within the passage. Fang Hong frowned. A fierce cold wind howled toward him, seemingly emanating from the walls. Long Ting stepped forward, and curiously, her arm effortlessly passed through the wall. Uncle, this wall is an illusion. Fang Hong nodded, casting stone armor to envelop himself fully, leading the way inside. Whoosh. The icy wind howled, accompanied by eerie wails. The trio found themselves in a hall shrouded in mist, surrounded by water mist spirits. Whoosh. Whoosh. Arrows of water rained down upon them. Fang Hong stood at the forefront, brandishing his staff and conjuring fire meteor. The agonizing cries echoed as the outlines of the water mist spirits writhed, swiftly vanishing. Notifications continuously popped up. Equipment and items scattered across the ground. The merciless flames spread, causing the temperature in the hall to rise noticeably. Hiss. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted, and the mist swirled. A gigantic, ferocious water dragon roared forth, instantly extinguishing the surrounding flames. This was an intermediate magic skill, water dragon technique. Only 4th-tier monsters above level 100 could wield such intermediate skills. Fang Hong gazed into the depths of the mist, where a massive specter emerged into view, a level 100 elite boss, the Water Mist Lord. At last, he encountered a formidable boss. Excitement flickered in Fang Hong's eyes. Defeating the boss not only promised a substantial plunder of attributes, but also a small chance to seize skills and talents. Moreover, the talent of Wrath of the Gods required the slaying of 10 4th-tier or higher bosses to upgrade. This Water Mist Lord fit the bill perfectly. Fang Hong immediately launched his attack, unleashing 2 consecutive thunderstorms. Boom. Boom. 18001, 17990. Terrifying damage numbers materialized. The Water Mist Lord wore a face of horror. Despite possessing 60,000 health points, he was nearly obliterated by a single strike from a human. Hiss. Another hissing sound rang out, as the surrounding water mist spirits surged forward, merging into the body of the Water Mist Lord. Primary skill, Devour. The Water Mist Lord's health rapidly replenished, and his form grew even larger. Fang Hong chuckled. Let us see how many spirits you can consume. Magical skills whistled through the air, and powerful attacks rained down like a torrential downpour. Boom. Whoosh. Boom. The Water Mist Lord wailed in agony, his health plummeting to 0 in an instant. This time, Fang Hong denied him any chance to linger, swiftly delivering the final blow. You have slain the level 100 elite boss, Water Mist Lord, gaining 2,826 experience points. Plundering talent activated. Intelligence 10, Agility 6, Skill points 2, Magical critical hit 1. The Ghost Clan leaves no corpses upon death. A scattering of items and a treasure chest lay on the ground. A treasure chest? Fang Hong was perplexed. The final boss of a tier 3 hero-level secret realm should not be this weak. Out of curiosity, he opened the chest. You have opened the Misty Water treasure chest and obtained a skill book, Water Mist Clone, Skill Stones, X10. The absence of any prompts indicates that the secret realm is not yet concluded. A skill book? Fang Hong was astonished. This was the first skill book he had acquired in the world of Divine Fall. Water Mist Clone, Level 1, Universal Skill. Summons a Water Mist clone with 50 health points, devoid of any additional attribute bonuses. It vanishes when its health drops to 0, consuming 100 mana points with a cooldown of 10 minutes. As a universal skill, it can be learned by all classes. The clone, aside from serving as a meat shield, appears to hold little practical utility. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Hong decided to learn the skill, as he currently possessed an abundance of skill points. Although the Water Mist clone lacked combat capabilities, considering Fang Hong's continually rising constitution attribute, it could serve as a commendable defensive measure. Master, orcs! Exclaimed Tang Yin in surprise, pointing to several nearby corpses while clearing the battlefield. Orcs? Curiosity piqued, Fang Hong approached to investigate. Indeed, these were the remains of orcs, and notably, powerful orc warriors. The absence of decay suggested they had perished not long ago. Suddenly, Fang Hong recalled that the treasure of the Sunfall Empire had been acquired from an orc chieftain. The secret realm exists as an independent space, accessible only through teleportation scrolls. Could it be? Fang Hong swiftly concluded that there must be more orcs here, possibly also in pursuit of the Sunfall Empire's treasure. He needed to act quickly. After slaying the Water Mist Lord, a descending passageway appeared on the floor. The trio promptly cleared the battlefield, collecting over 30 pieces of fine equipment and various items. With no time to inspect, Fang Hong stowed everything away and proceeded directly into the passage. The narrow, dark staircase sloped downward, seemingly endless. No monsters or traces of orcs could be found. In the distance, a faint glow flickered, signifying the exit. Fang Hong quickened his pace, only to discover a damaged spatial barrier leading to an unknown realm. Water Mist clone. Instead of rushing in, Fang Hong first summoned a clone and commanded it to scout ahead. Buzz. The clone vanished. 6 seconds later, he received a system notification indicating its demise. The space indeed harbored danger. With his health exceeding 40,000 and the clone possessing a substantial 20,000 health points. Although this could not definitively gauge the enemy's strength, the timing of its death suggested a multitude of foes or a formidable presence. I will enter first. You two wait for me, Fang Hong instructed. In the next moment, rocky armor enveloped him, and under the concerned gazes of the two women, he stepped into the passage. Buzz. A surge of spatial energy swept over him, transporting Fang Hong to a subterranean palace teeming with countless monsters. Phantom Warrior, level 90. Born from the lingering resentment of fallen soldiers of the Sunfall Empire, immune to 70 physical damage. Compared to the Water Mist spirits, these Phantom Warriors were significantly stronger. Intruders detected. Kill them. Protect the princess. The palace reverberated with shouts, arrows flying, and spells swirling as cavalry charged. Fang Hong was immediately submerged by a tide of attacks. Bang. Boom. Pitiful damage numbers flashed momentarily. Remaining calm, Fang Hong consumed a health recovery potion. The sheer number of monsters had cost him 3,000 health points in that onslaught. Indeed, not bringing them along was the right choice. Firefall. Earthquake. Fang Hong retaliated, unleashing a rain of fire that engulfed the entire area. The ground trembling violently and severely impeding the cavalry's charge. You have slain a level 90 Phantom Warrior, earning 320 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Strength 2. Your level has risen to 61, gaining 16 free attribute points, 3 skill points, Intelligence 4, Strength 3, Agility 2. Upon ascending to the 3rd tier, Fang Hong now received 16 free attribute points for each level gained. The experience required for leveling up had also increased. To reach the next level, he needed 520,000 experience points. Chapter 60, Plundering the SS level talent, Clearing the Secret Realm, Windslash, Thunderstorm, Explosive Flame. For the ensuing period, Fang Hong completely dominated the area. The level 90 Phantom Warriors were on the brink of collapse under his formidable magical assaults. With a 60 reduction in skill cooldown times, he could nearly unleash his minor skills in rapid succession. Over 3,000 Phantom Warriors were slaughtered by Fang Hong, enhancing his base attributes by over 1,000 points. His power surged dramatically. Once assured of safety, Fang Hong sent 2 messages to Tang Yin and Long Ting. The 2 women entered the subterranean palace. They exchanged gleeful glances upon seeing the plethora of loot on the ground and hurried over to scavenge the battlefield. Uncle, there are orc warriors' corpses here too. Long Ting called out, noting the fresh blood on the bodies, indicating they had recently fallen. Just then, the sounds of battle echoed from the depths of the palace. You two gather the equipment. I'll go take a look, Fang Hong instructed, heading toward the source of the commotion. A group of around 100 orc warriors was being relentlessly pushed back by the Phantom Warriors. These orc warriors were elite monsters at level 100. Their attributes comparable to those of a level 90 boss. However, the racial characteristic of the Phantom tribe rendered them the nemesis of physical classes. This contingent of orc warriors, being physical combatants, likely entered without knowledge of the Phantom tribe's existence and were now thoroughly suppressed by the Phantom Warriors, proving no match for them. Human adventurer. The leading orc chieftain spotted Fang Hong, his eyes lighting up. An adventurer capable of reaching this place was undoubtedly not weak, especially a mage. My lord mage, if we unite to slay these Phantom Warriors, the treasures of the secret realm shall be divided equally with you. Ding. You have triggered a B-level quest, the orc's request. Do you accept? Fang Hong crossed his arms, assuming a posture of indifference, revealing no intention of intervention. Desperation flickered in the eyes of the orc chieftain, turning slightly sinister. It was clear that the opponent intended to reap the benefits without participating. Damn human. If that's the case, I'll deal with you first. None of us shall leave alive. He roared, rallying his subordinates to attack Fang Hong. Fang Hong calmly regarded the charging orc chieftain. His gesturing with the staff elegant and composed. Humph. To cast a spell now is too late. The orc chieftain scoffed, raising his massive sword. As a berserker, every mage he approached would be torn apart. However, Fang Hong did not unleash any mage skills. Thud. 15,507. As his staff struck down, a resounding thud echoed, and horrifying damage numbers floated above the orc chieftain's head. Bolstered by the king of strength and the martial mage talent, even without skills, Fang Hong's normal attack could inflict 15,000 damage. The orc chieftain felt dizzy, blood streaming from his head, stunned and rooted in place. After battling the phantom warriors, he had barely 50,000 health left, and in the face of this human adventurer's strike, nearly a quarter of his life had vanished. Despicable. The orc chief snapped back to reality, cursing vehemently. He furiously realized that the so-called mage was, in fact, a disguised warrior. Warriors, eliminate this scoundrel, he commanded. With an impassive expression, Fang Hong summoned an immense surge of magical energy. Meteor fire, earthquake. The two powerful area of effect spells instantaneously engulfed over 100 orc warriors. Kill 100 level orc warriors. Gain 353 experience points. Plunder talent triggered. Constitution 2, Strength 3. In a flash, the notification appeared, and the fierce orc warriors fell one by one, leaving only the orc chief alive. The orc chief was momentarily stunned, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Are you a warrior or a mage? He demanded. Fang Hong, disinterested in responding, raised his staff once more. Wait. The orc chief exclaimed in alarm, counseling, this is a hero-level secret realm. The ruler is a 4th-tier lord-level powerhouse. Let us join forces, and the treasure will be yours. I refuse, Fang Hong replied coldly as he unleashed his skills. 2 slicing winds, a thunderball, and 2 colossal fireballs hurtled towards the orc chief. Whoosh. Boom. A series of explosions and surging magical energy resulted in the orc chief meeting his demise before he could even utter a cry. Kill 100 level lord-level boss orc chief. Gain 2,827 experience points. Plunder talent triggered. Strength 50, Constitution 10, Agility 10, Attack Speed 1. You have cleared the treasure secret realm of the Sunset Empire, hero level. Overall rating SSS. Additional rewards, skill stones x100, free attribute points x20. The notification flashed. After witnessing the orc chief's disappearance, Fang Hong noticed some items and a resplendent treasure chest on the ground. Was this the treasure of the Sunset Empire? Chapter 61, The Veins of the Earth. Uncle, I've reached level 60 and triggered a quest. Long Ting exclaimed joyfully as she rushed over to Fang Hong. Her promotion quest required defeating a 3rd-tier elite boss. In that case, I will assist you in leveling up shortly, Fang Hong said, patting her head, acknowledging the difficulty of the promotion task for the priest class. He then turned his attention back to the treasure chest before him. You have opened the treasure of the Sunset Empire, obtaining the Crimson Serpent Set X1, the Phantom Set X1, and the Divine Heart Set X1, along with a basic talent upgrade stone X1. Fang Hong was thoroughly satisfied. He retrieved 3 sets of epic grade armor from the chest, along with the most precious talent upgrade stone. Phantom Staff, Magic Damage 270, Intelligence 230, Mana Recovery 5 points per second. Phantom Necklace, Intelligence 400, Magic Crit 5. Phantom Robe, Physical Defense 200, Magic Resistance 250, Intelligence 160. Set Effect, Magic Damage 300, Mana 1000. Mana Recovery 25 points per second. Note, it shimmers with light, ethereal, and dreamlike, providing a substantial damage boost with a continuous mana recovery speed. The other 2 sets of equipment had similarly impressive base attributes. Crimson Serpent Set Effect, Physical Damage 500, Physical Crit 5, Attack inflicts bleed and poison effects. Note, crafted from the body of the demon beast Crimson Serpent, significantly enhancing physical damage, a dream item for assassins. Divine Heart Set Effect, Health 3000, Mana 3000, Healing Effect 30. Note, crafted over 9 months by a 7th-tier holy priest, offering formidable healing effects. These 3 sets of equipment seemed tailor-made for Fang Hong and the 2 women, especially the Phantom set, which could provide 30 points of mana recovery per second. With Fang Hong's Wrath of the Gods talent, he needed to prepare a large quantity of mana recovery potions for every battle. Although the shadow armor boasted high attributes, the hundreds of points difference was negligible under the influence of his divine plundering talent. He promptly donned the new equipment and handed the Crimson Serpent set and Divine Heart set to Tang Yin and Long Ting. Suddenly, Fang Hong sensed a ripple in the space around him. He focused intently in that direction, ultimately locking his gaze on a concealed corner. Master, what is happening over there? Tang Yin inquired, puzzled. Fang Hong stepped forward with a serious expression. The space here feels peculiar. You both should step back. With that, he raised the Phantom Staff. Boom. Boom. 2 thunderballs shot forth, creating a rift in the hall, rippling with spatial energy, revealing a mysterious passage. Is this a hidden map? Tang Yin asked uncertainly, gazing at the unstable rift. It's highly likely, Fang Hong nodded. To err on the side of caution, he summoned a doppelganger to enter the unknown space. After a moment, with no system notification indicating that the doppelganger had been attacked, it was clear the area was safe. Let us go in and take a look. You have discovered an unknown hidden map. The prompt flashed. Fang Hong saw his water mist doppelganger wandering nearby. A veil of white mist enveloped the land, desolate and forlorn. In the distance, the shimmering surface of a lake reflected flickering glimmers of light. He confirmed the absence of danger, dissipated his doppelganger, and ventured towards the enigmatic lake. The small lake measured only a few dozen meters in length and width, its waters remarkably clear. The pulse of the earth, a sacred artifact. Comparable to the elven spring of the elves and the dark sea of the demon race, hailed as one of the three divine waters. Direct consumption grants an increase of 100 points in strength. It has been detected that you are the master of the land of death. You may incorporate it into the space of the command of death. A sacred artifact. Fang Hong gazed at the description of the pulse of the earth, astonished that it was on par with the elven spring. As for the dark sea of the demon race, he had never heard of it before. Most importantly, this sacred artifact could be transferred to the land of death, becoming his private possession. Essentially, it was a source of water that would almost never run dry, coalescing into a lake. It is noteworthy that players receive only a modest number of attribute points with each level up. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Fang Hong could forge an elite army of top-tier physical classes at this stage. He scooped up some of the lake water and drank deeply, instantly feeling its cool sweetness invigorate him. You have consumed the pulse of the earth. Strength attribute increased by 100. Fang Hong urged Tang Yin and Long Ting to partake in the lake water as well. Long Ting, being a soul priest, found the strength attribute less beneficial, but it would still bolster her vitality. This lake water was as miraculous as the elven spring. Tang Yin, upon seeing her strength attribute rise by 100 points, was elated. This enhancement held significant meaning for her. Without hesitation, Fang Hong directly claimed the pulse of the earth. Buzz. A flash of light erupted, and spatial energy rippled. The pulse of the earth vanished into thin air. The two women wore expressions of panic. Where had it gone? Tang Yin was deeply concerned that Fang Hong had lost a rare treasure. Let us proceed to the land of death. Fang Hong chuckled, and with a thought, he transported the two women to the land of death. Uncle, where's this place? Long Ting exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she looked around. Upon spotting Anna, she dashed over. Sister Anna, long time no see. Anna was equally delighted to see Tang Yin and Long Ting. She had found her days in the land of death rather dull. Buzz. Fang Hong produced a token, and a surge of energy flowed forth, manifesting a small lake beside the tree of life. The branches of the tree of life swayed gently, pulsating with vital energy as its abundant roots plunged into the lake, initiating a rapid growth. This is the pulse of the earth, Anna exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the lake. Tang Yin and Long Ting sighed in relief at the sight of the precious artifact. The surrounding elves were captivated by the commotion, even stirring the slumbering Xian Gui. Young man, where on earth did you unearth such treasures? Xian Gui, transformed into human form, arrived at the scene, astonished by the lake's presence. He could not help but marvel at Fang Hong's fortune. Mastering the land of death, conquering the tree of life, and establishing an elven covenant were already extraordinary feats. Now, he had acquired a sacred artifact of the same caliber as the elven spring, the pulse of the earth. This opportunity was truly unparalleled. Fang Hong remained silent, absorbing the immense vitality radiating from the tree of life, and turned to the dazed Anna, asking, Anna, with the pulse of the earth now available, can the tree of life nurture more elves? Anna snapped back to her senses, her face aglow with joy and excitement. Not only can it nurture, but this land may even give birth to an entirely new elven race. Just as the tree of life produced dark elves when it absorbed the energy of the dark sea. Chapter 62. The Prophecy, Princess of the Sunset Empire. The tree of life had absorbed the energy of the dark sea before? Fang Hong was taken aback. Anna nodded, explaining, that was a long time ago. A powerful elf exchanged some water from the dark sea with the demon race, resulting in the birth of many dark elves. Unfortunately, dark elves are inherently malevolent and betrayed the elven race. She did not elaborate further, her gaze filled with regret as it swept across the land of death. Now, the territory of the traders was sheltering the nature elves, leaving her feelings quite complex. Young man, Xian Gui interjected, looking at Fang Hong. May I enter the pulse of the earth to heal? The energy from the pulse of the earth is remarkably similar to my essence. If you agree, I could swiftly regain my peak strength. Fang Hong hesitated for a moment, considering that the other party had saved him before, and was about to acquiesce when Anna interrupted. You may enter, but with one condition. You must sign a soul contract with Fang Hong, she stipulated. Xian Gui frowned, clearly displeased. Little girl, I have told you before. He is not the one I am waiting for. Seeing the pulse of the earth, did you not understand? Anna's tone carried a hint of anger. Tell me, who else fits the prophecy of the Savior better than he? Xian Gui fell silent. However, Fang Hong was utterly perplexed. Savior? Prophecy? He recalled the beggar mentioning a prophecy when facing the celestial race, which seemed to refer to him. Xian Gui scrutinized Fang Hong for a long time before shaking his head. You are indeed exceptional, but you are not from the Tianan continent. The predicaments of this world are the result of outsiders, and I will no longer trust foreigners. Just as Anna was about to further persuade him, Xian Gui interrupted. How about this? He proposed, looking at Fang Hong. Before the savior in the prophecy appears, I will do my utmost to assist you, but I will not sign a soul contract. Really? Fang Hong was elated. He had been preparing for city building and contemplating how to fend off the beast tide for days. With Xian Gui, a 7th-tier powerhouse, joining him, it would certainly be a non-issue. However, your demands cannot be excessive. I reserve the right to refuse. Is that acceptable? Xian Gui added. Deal. Fang Hong readily agreed. Once the arrangement was settled, Xian Gui eagerly leaped into the lake, splashing water everywhere. Witnessing this, Tang Yin felt a twinge of sorrow. After all, that water was a treasure capable of augmenting one's strength by 100 points. Anna, what exactly is the prophecy you spoke of? Fang Hong inquired with curiosity. Tang Yin and Long Ting also leaned in, sensing that this might be a momentous hidden quest. Anna explained, about 500 years ago, the celestial race invaded our world, causing immense suffering across all races. A prophet of the demon race left behind a prophecy on their deathbed, claiming that a century later, a powerful being would emerge, uniting the various races to defeat the celestial race and liberate the Tianhan continent. Xian Gui is one of the demon race. So that is how it is. Fang Hong murmured. He was skeptical of this prophecy. In his previous life, the so-called savior had never materialized, and he had been slain by the celestial race. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated, and water splashed everywhere as Xian Gui emerged from the lake. Coughing violently, his face turned crimson. Fang Hong furrowed his brow and remarked, a sea turtle like you, don't you know how to swim? Xian Gui shot Fang Hong a glare, exclaiming, there's a monster. Boom. A resounding noise echoed again as a flood dragon surged from the lake, resembling a massive white serpent, strikingly beautiful, with limbs at its abdomen. Much like the totemic dragons of Huaxia, Fang Hong recognized the creature before him. The Jialong was a being of a higher echelon than the Xian Gui. Reaching the pinnacle of the 7th tier, he discreetly shielded the women behind him and inquired of Xian Lao, are you able to handle this? The response was somewhat precarious. Xian Gui wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing that he had sustained injuries from the Jialong at the lake's bottom. Who are you? A chilling female voice resonated. The surface of the lake rippled as a graceful figure slowly emerged, standing upon the water. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, yet emanated an aura of cold indifference. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in an unfamiliar place, and furrowed her brow, demanding, tell me the current state of the empire of the setting sun. Her voice carried a hint of authority. Fang Hong remained silent, disliking her tone. My benefactor, you could send her and the Jialong away, Anna suggested in a hushed tone. The woman, noticing the lack of response, became slightly irritated. I am Princess Alice of the Empire of the Setting Sun, answer my question. Anna was thoroughly displeased with the woman's demeanor towards Fang Hong. She linked her arm with Fang Hong's and coldly retorted. The Empire of the Setting Sun has vanished for several centuries, and it was my benefactor who saved you. Your rudeness is inexcusable. What? The Empire of the Setting Sun has disappeared? Alice trembled, her expression turning sorrowful as Anna's words echoed in her mind. After a moment of silence, she composed herself and gazed at Fang Hong and the others, issuing a command. Since this is the case, you shall now be my subordinates and fight for the revival of the empire. Fang Hong laughed, fully aware that this woman was obviously delusional. He resolved to use the command token of the Land of Death to expel Alice and her Jialong. Wait, Xian Gui noted Fang Hong's movement and swiftly blocked him. That creature beside her is formidable. What do you intend to do? Fang Hong asked, somewhat skeptically. Xian Gui chuckled mischievously and suggested, it's quite simple. Make her your woman. After all, she is a princess, and you wouldn't be at a loss. Fang Hong was rendered speechless by such a ludicrous idea. Master, I believe this proposal has merit. Tang Yin interjected, winking in agreement at Fang Hong. Long Ting, in a daze, also nodded. Fang Hong sighed in resignation, weighing the options before retracting the command token. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xian Gui had already taken a step towards Alice, bowing slightly. Your Highness, we are honored by your presence. Hearing Xian Gui's words, Alice nodded in satisfaction. Inform me of the current affairs of the continent. The group exchanged glances. The Tianhan continent is currently under the dominion of the malevolent faction, with various races reduced to mere pawns. The human race has suffered catastrophic disasters, with barely a tenth surviving. The few who remain can only struggle for survival in the shadows. Xian Gui refrained from articulating the harsh reality. Instead, he painted a picture of chaos across the continent, particularly emphasizing that all races longed for the governance of the empire of the setting sun, extolling its former glory and benevolence. This narrative provoked the surrounding elves, who could not bear to listen and turned to leave. Despite the empire's might, It was by no means merciful, often oppressing other races. However, a rare smile graced Alice's lips. Fang Hong sighed. Had it not been for that Jialong, he would have never acquiesced to this plan. Ding. At that moment, he received a message. Young master, boss. All members of Long Yin have been promoted to the 2nd tier, and the infernal magic wolf has also agreed to help us defend the city. Zhan Shun. Tomorrow, I will establish the city. The location will be near the Silver Frost City within the Dark Forest, where the teleportation array is inoperative. You all should set off in advance. Chapter 63. The day before city construction, the movements of the Zhang clan. Fang Hong sent the coordinates of the waterfall teleportation point to Zhao Yi. The black urban architecture of the demon territory remained intact, all of high quality, with warehouses storing a plethora of items and materials that could enhance the strength of Long Yin. With the assistance of Xian Gui and the infernal magic wolf, resisting the beast tide would pose little challenge. Long Yin merely needed to encircle the stray monsters. Young master, should we make a public announcement? Zhan Shun, certainly. I wish to ascertain who our enemies are. Fang Hong planned to take this opportunity to discover and eradicate the hostile forces lurking nearby. Meanwhile, Xian Gui and Alice were engrossed in a discussion, seemingly with the princess desiring to settle in this location. Fang Hong contemplated before turning to Tang Yin and Long Ting. Let us depart. Upon hearing this, Anna promptly stepped forward. I also wish to go out for a stroll. The land of death had become the new home for the nature spirits, yet staying there for long periods still felt somewhat tedious. Fang Hong nodded in agreement, and with a thought, transported them back to the underground palace. After acquiring the earth vein, the concealed space dissipated. He met up with the Black Dragon Ace, and, after confirming that no other treasures remained in the ancient desert city, departed the secret realm with the women, returning to the eternal life forest. Elves, humans, some lurking orcs discovered Fang Hong and his companions, angrily roaring as they charged. With a wave of his hand, Fang Hong unleashed a barrage of fire meteors, instantly annihilating the orcs. Let us seek out a Tier 3 elite boss, he decided, intending to assist Long Ting in her ascension while simultaneously leveling up. The group wandered through the forest, serendipitously arriving near the abandoned elven territory. Fang Hong halted, a thought forming in his mind. The elven territory was an independent space, unfortunately marred by orcs who had breached the spatial barrier, leaving a permanent entrance. Nonetheless, it remained an excellent location for establishing a city. Fang Hong considered the Long family. The elven territory would be an ideal place for their lifestyle. Moreover, if a temple truly existed, it would undoubtedly constitute a strategic stronghold. After hunting monsters for some time, they finally encountered a level 65 elite boss, the Millennium Tree Demon. With Fang Hong's assistance, Long Ting successfully defeated it, ascending to the 3rd tier as a sole priestess. She climbed to 2nd place on the leaderboard, surpassed only by the level 63 Fang Hong. Soul Blessing. Long Ting eagerly utilized her hidden profession's new skill. Enveloped in a warm glow, adorned by the divine heart set, her blue gown accentuated her alluring figure, and the heart-shaped necklace at her chest drew attention. Long Ting joyfully twirled, her skirt billowing, radiating an almost ethereal beauty. Fang Hong smiled with gratification, feeling a profound satisfaction in bringing joy to the women around him. Tang Yin gazed at Long Ting, her eyes sparkling as if struck by an idea. Master, since the city is to be established tomorrow, why don't we log off and rest well? Fang Hong observed her, sensing she had something on her mind, yet he thought little of it and nodded in agreement. The group rode the Black Dragon back to Silver City, returning Anna to the land of death before logging off. In the world of Shenyun, the news of Zhan Shin's plan to establish a city rapidly spread among various factions. The Zhang clan exhibited the most intense reaction. The number of members in their royal guild had sharply dwindled, and their top expert, Zhang San, had been slain, losing his pet and reverting to level 1. Since then, he had not ventured beyond the novice village. In recent days, Zhang San's mental state had deteriorated, even expressing intentions to withdraw from the game Shenyun. Simultaneously, the Dark Suns, having failed in their ambush against Fang Hong, also became prime targets for Long Yin's extermination, too fearful to leave the novice village. The Zhang clan's minions had been nearly eradicated by Fang Hong. At this moment, within the Tier 3 city of Heishan City, a luxurious manor was built against the mountains, exuding opulence and grandeur. Here lies the stronghold of the Zhang family in the world of Divine Fall, reportedly acquired at the exorbitant price of over 1 million gold coins. In the kingdom of Goryeo, only the Zhang family, a powerful conglomerate, possesses such financial prowess to invest heavily in a parcel of land within the game. Within the study of the manor, a strikingly handsome and tall man is attentively listening to reports from his subordinates. He is Zhang He, the heir of the Zhang family. Once again, it is those two individuals, Godslayer and Zhao Yi. Zhang He grits his teeth in anger. To this day, he remains infuriated by his previous losses and has long harbored thoughts of vengeance against them. However, he realizes that the Zhang family is at a disadvantage within the game. In the real world, the Huaxia nation has issued a warning, thus they must tread cautiously. Since the emergence of Divine Fall, Zhang He has faced unprecedented challenges as he has undertaken greater familial responsibilities. The more he contemplates, the angrier he becomes, striving to suppress his rage. Are you saying that Godslayer and his ilk intend to establish a city near Silverfrost City, within the Dark Forest? His subordinate nods respectfully in affirmation. Just a moment ago, Zhao Yi personally issued the announcement. Foolishness. Zhang He scoffs coldly, fully aware of the horrors of the beast tides. The last time a royal city was constructed, the monsters that besieged it were feeble, solely due to the operations from Lakeside City. The Zhang family paid a hefty price for this, even conceding that the royal city would be a subsidiary of Lakeside City. Zhang He understands the military Zhao family's tactics well. They would never ally with the forces of evil, meaning they must face the beast tide alone. He is convinced that, even without lifting a finger, Godslayer and Zhao Yi are destined to fail. Yet, what he truly desires is the satisfaction of revenge. Zhang He gazes at his subordinate and states solemnly, I recall the investigation report indicating that Godslayer and the Tang family are enemies. Go. Contact the Tang family and other factions. On the day of their city establishment, we shall intervene in the Dark Forest. Understood, young master. The subordinate quickly responds, bowing respectfully before departing. Zhang He's expression remains grim. He temporarily sets this matter aside, pondering how to establish his own power and secure a foothold in the Divine Fall world. Soon, aside from the Tang family, other factions responded affirmatively, expressing their willingness to partake in the endeavor. Meanwhile, Qin Tian learned of Fang Hong's city-building plans. Due to Fang Hong's influence, the Dragon Rising Guild lost all prestige and cohesion, leading to its complete dissolution. However, he acquired the Fierce Guild, reclaiming the position of president. One cannot deny Qin Tian's exceptional managerial talents. Under his leadership, the Fierce Guild rapidly expanded, far surpassing the former Dragon Rising Guild in scale. It has now become a top-tier force among players. Vice President Ba Wang observes the gaunt-faced Qin Tian and inquires, Godslayer and the young master seem to be affiliated with the military. Should we not lend them assistance to garner a good reputation? Assistance? Qin Tian's gaze turns icy as he glares at him. Are you unaware of the enmity between Godslayer and me? Wait, you're not suggesting we stir up trouble, are you? Ba Wang, sensing Qin Tian's demeanor, believes he has lost his sanity. With their strength, provoking the military would lead to dire consequences, and Ba Wang does not wish for his brothers to act impulsively. Rest assured, I shall not participate. Qin Tian chuckles, glancing at his brother. Just now, I received news that Godslayer has more enemies than just me. The Tang and Zhang families are among the most formidable commercial and martial powers in the real world. Their hatred for Godslayer is no less than my own. Qin Tian continues, therefore, gather the guild members. We will observe the happenings in the Dark Forest. We shall not intervene nor attack the city. I merely wish to witness the city-building spectacle alongside other players, treating it as a learning experience. Ba Wang furrows his brow, suspecting Qin Tian has ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he is also curious whether Godslayer and the others can successfully establish a city. He silently resolves that after this matter concludes, he will leave the guild and sever ties with Qin Tian. Although he feels a pang of reluctance, he understands that his future and life are still long. Following a man with such a strong desire for revenge will undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. Chapter 64. The Rise of the Long Family and Long Ting's Intentions. In the real world, after Fang Hong logged off, it was already evening. Tang Yin busied herself preparing dinner while Long Ting assisted her. Brother-in-law, I heard you're building a city tomorrow. Long Tian burst through the door at the precise dinner hour, his face alight with excitement. Fang Hong, aware of his true intentions, cast him a glance. Your ears are quite sharp. The news has spread throughout the world of Divine Fall. My grandfather has instructed me to inform you that the Long family has 3,000 individuals advancing to the second tier, ready to assist you in defending the city. Long Tian declares. Fang Hong nods, unfazed by this revelation. The prowess of ancient martial artists has already manifested in the early stages of the game. It seems their extreme leveling methods are not without merit. Long Tian sits down and asks, Brother-in-law, do you have confidence in building the city? Nearly, Fang Hong responds, revealing little. At this stage, unless there are over 100,000 players jointly defending the city, it will be unable to withstand the beast tide. His trump cards are the formidable ferocious beasts and alien races. By the way, there is another matter. Long Tian states seriously, I heard from grandfather that the Zhang and Tang families have allied to thwart your city construction. Oh, Fang Hong is somewhat surprised. Although the Zhang family is a renowned conglomerate, they are merely a secular power, generally looked down upon by ancient martial families. Their willingness to ally with the Zhang family suggests that the Tang family harbors lingering resentment over the deaths of warriors from both families that night. Fang Hong muses that after this matter, it may be time to deal with the Tang family. Dinner is served. Come quickly to eat. Tang Yin calls out as she and Long Ting bring out the dishes. Tonight's meal is particularly sumptuous, featuring 6 dishes and a soup. How delightful. Long Tian is immediately drawn by the aroma and rushes over. Brother, why are you here again? Long Ting pouts. Long Tian is not only thick-skinned, but also possesses an enormous appetite. Long Tian chuckles and calls out, "Brother-in-law, hurry and join us for dinner." After dinner, once Long Tian departs, Tang Yan's cheeks flush as she locks the door. Once she finishes tidying up, she returns to the living room, glancing at Long Ting, who is watching television on the sofa. "Ting Ting, let us go take a bath." This. Long Ting hesitates, feeling a bit shy. She is not accustomed to such open honesty with others. Fang Hong jokes, "Shall I join you?" Tang Yan shoots him a glare, ignoring his outstretched arm. As she leads the blushing Long Ting toward the bathroom, Fang Hong watches the graceful figures of the two women, listening to the sound of running water. A sense of unease stirring within him. Never mind, I should go out for some fresh air. He shakes off his distracting thoughts and heads to the yard, delving into the dragon's return technique. In the bathroom, Tang Yan cannot help but admire Long Ting's figure, a flicker of jealousy stirring within her. The master is truly fortunate. She softly inquires, "Do you like Fang Hong?" Long Ting's heart skips a beat as she gazes at Tang Yan, a hint of guilt in her eyes. "Sister, I had feelings for uncle even before I met you, but I assure you, I will not steal him away." "Oh dear, what are you thinking? Am I such a petty person?" Tang Yan pulls Long Ting to sit in the bathtub, gently asking, "Just tell me, do you wish to marry Fang Hong?" Long Ting is momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding, only to quickly shake her head. Seeing this, Tang Yan smiles. "So, you do wish for it." Anna is already Fang Hong's woman, and now there's also the aloof Alice. If this continues, you will only find yourself in fourth place. "What? Sister Anna also likes uncle?" Long Ting exclaims in surprise. She pouted, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction within her heart. Clearly, she was right beside Fang Hong, second only to Tang Yan. Seeing that she had almost finished her counsel, Tang Yan approached with a smile and whispered, "Ting Ting, tonight, I shall create an opportunity for you." Long Ting swallowed nervously, lowering her head without objection. "We all hail from ancient martial families. If you do not become Fang Hong's woman, it is likely you will have to marry into another clan." Long Ting fell silent, realizing the truth in Tang Yan's words. "But sister, I'm afraid. What if uncle does not like me?" Her voice was barely audible. "Do not worry, I will handle everything. Fang Hong will have no way to resist your charm, my little beauty." After saying this, Tang Yan took Long Ting and helped her prepare. In the courtyard, Fang Hong continued to study the Gui Long Ju, focusing intently on his cultivation. Gradually, a thread of true energy began to emanate from within him. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy enveloping him, greedily amplifying this mysterious aura. The progress was smooth. At that moment, the door creaked open, drawing his attention. Tang Yan, with her hair still damp and clad in a loose nightgown, appeared like a lotus emerging from the water, enchanting and alluring. Fang Hong's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to embrace the beauty. "Master, please don't," Tang Yan whispered. "Ting Ting is waiting for you in your room." Fang Hong blinked in surprise. Tang Yan lightly tapped his chest with her finger. "Master, hurry, she must be longing for you right now." Fang Hong nodded in agreement. He held a fondness for Long Ting, appreciating her personality and appearance, as well as their daily interactions. Tang Yan took Fang Hong by the hand and gently pushed him into the bedroom. Click. The room was enveloped in darkness until she turned on the light and stood at the doorway, reminding him, "Ting Ting lacks experience, so be gentle. I will wait outside." After her words, her face flushed, and she quickly closed the door. Inside the room, Long Ting buried herself beneath the covers, her heart racing. Fang Hong approached and gently pulled back a corner of the blanket. She kept her eyes tightly shut, her chest rising and falling rapidly. However, after a long wait, nothing happened, and Long Ting opened her eyes in confusion. Fang Hong sat quietly at the bedside, stroking her head. "Are you afraid?" For some reason, seeing his familiar smile brought Long Ting a sense of reassurance. She enveloped Fang Hong in a soft embrace. "Uncle I." The words were stifled by Fang Hong, who then expressed his true feelings. "Ting Ting, I like you." In the next moment, Fang Hong leaned down, and the autumn hues gradually faded, leaving only the brilliance of spring. In the living room, Tang Yan lounged on the sofa watching television. The clear sounds penetrated her thoughts, which drifted far away, clearly distracted. At that moment, Fang Hong emerged from the bedroom, having tucked Long Ting in and donned a bathrobe. "Master, it's been 3 hours. Could you not call for me?" Tang Yan lightly punched Fang Hong's chest. He chuckled. "I came out to find you." "Ah." Tang Yan gasped as Fang Hong swept her up in a princess carry, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. The two then made their way to another bedroom. Fortunately, the courtyard was situated far from other homes, alleviating any concerns that Tang Yan's cries would disturb others. It was uncertain whether Long Jiangwo had chosen this location intentionally or by coincidence. "Master, Ting Ting, it's time to get up for breakfast," Tang Yan called from outside. Fang Hong opened his eyes, glancing at the time, realizing it was already noon. Today marked the day of city establishment, and there was much to be done. "Ah, uncle." Long Ting awoke, her face instantly flushing to her ears as she quickly pulled the covers over her head, too shy to look at Fang Hong. "Get up and eat. I have things to attend to today." Fang Hong lightly patted her rear. After a delightful lunch, Fang Hong chatted with the two women briefly before entering the Divine Fall world. After he left, Tang Yin looked at the bunny-like Long Ting and found it amusing. Teasing her, "How was last night?" Long Ting nodded shyly, recalling everything that transpired, a smile spreading across her face. It was very happy, but also a bit painful. The two women sat on the sofa, sharing their experiences. In the Divine Fall world, Fang Hong appeared in Silver Frost City. As soon as he logged in, he received numerous messages from Zhao Yi. He promptly replied to Zhao Yi, "Slaying God, see you at Silver Frost City." Ding. Almost immediately, Zhao Yi responded, indicating he had received the message. On the way, Fang Hong rode the Black Dragon, hastily arriving at Silver Frost City. The once quiet city was now bustling, filled with players drawn by the news of Slaying God establishing a city. "Boss, you finally logged in." Zhao Yi rushed through the crowd, visibly relieved. "The entire Dragon Hidden team is ready. I've brought in some reinforcements from my father, over 3,000, all elite soldiers." "What about the Hellfire Demon Wolves?" Fang Hong surveyed the area and inquired. "They are in the forest near the waterfall, only intervening when we cannot handle the beast tide." Fang Hong had no objections. As long as they were willing to help, everything was negotiable. "Let us go, we're off." The Dragon Hidden Guild and Zhao Hongyi's reinforcements lined up outside the city, totaling 8,000, and under Fang Hong's leadership, they set off towards the dark forest. Many curious players followed closely behind, although they were merely spectators. The dark forest was filled with level 60 monsters, and without the protection of the main force, they would undoubtedly perish. Zhao Yi frowned as he looked at the trailing players and asked, "Should we drive them away?" He knew many troublemakers were hidden within the crowd. "No need." Fang Hong glanced back, noticing some familiar faces, including Qin Tian. These individuals posed no threat to him. He considered them free advertising for his city. As they advanced, monsters occasionally emerged from the forest to attack. Fang Hong showcased his formidable strength, with no monster able to withstand his magical assaults. The warriors behind him were astonished, whispering among themselves, speculating about the identity of Slaying God. This person is simply a monster. The first expert, Slaying God, indeed lives up to his reputation. Why does Commander Zhao call him boss? Which unit does he lead? Some of Zhao Ye's admirers exchanged doubtful glances towards Fang Hong. One remarked, "I heard that when the royal family established their city, it was Commander Zhao and Slaying God who destroyed it. Did anyone participate in that operation?" "Shoo, lower your voice. The commander is looking this way." Zhao Yi was quite displeased with the incessant chatter behind him. It seemed they had become too comfortable with the game. It was time to take them out for some field training. Soon, they reached their destination, passing through the waterfall and entering the demon territory. A towering black city loomed before them. "You all guard the city gates and prohibit any players from entering. Those who force their way in will be killed without mercy." After issuing the order, Zhao Yi entered the city with Fang Hong. Clatter. In the square, Fang Hong piled the Tier 2 excellent equipment he had collected over the past few days into a small mountain. Zhao Yi was stunned for several seconds and exclaimed, "Boss, are you planning to rob a blacksmith shop?" Fang Hong replied nonchalantly, "I'll give you a twofold discount on these. I plan to sell a portion to the military later." "Deal." The excitement sparkled in Zhao Ye's eyes as he readily agreed. Although he did not possess substantial funds, Long Yin's budget was more than adequate. Currently, the majority of players found themselves stuck at the promotion task stage, making this equipment highly sought after. Once Long Yin exchanged his bird gun for a cannon. The surplus could be sold to other factions, bolstering the strength of the Huaxiao military. Fang Hong added, "There are still plenty of enhancement stones, enchantment stones, and various materials in the warehouse to the west of the city. You may take them whenever you wish." At these words, Zhao Yi immediately stood at attention, saluting. "Thank you, boss." After distributing the equipment, everyone resumed their respective tasks, reinforcing the city walls, setting traps, and digging trenches, employing every conceivable method to fend off the beast tide. "Commander Zhao?" A panting soldier hurried over to report. "We have surveyed the nearby players, and their numbers have surpassed 13,000. Moreover, this figure continues to rise, including top-tier factions such as the White Lion Guild, the Demon Emperor's Guild, the Sin Guild, and the Tang family from the ancient martial world." "So many?" Zhao Yi was taken aback. The last time the imperial city was established, there were only over 20,000 spectators. This time, there were a staggering number of over 100,000. However, he remained unconcerned, knowing that the infernal demon wolves were lurking in the shadows. Should these weaker players stir up trouble, they would certainly not remain idle. "Send a company to monitor them, and report immediately if anything seems amiss," Zhao Yi instructed. He then turned to Fang Hong and inquired, "Should we take action against these players?" "No need," Fang Hong replied. "Producing the city construction decree. You have used a city construction decree in an unclaimed city. Would you like to rename it?" Dragonfire City. Buzz. A radiant glow enveloped the entire city, and in the main square of the central castle, an altar appeared, serving as the core of the new city. If it were destroyed, the city would vanish forever. Announcement: Player Zhan Shun is establishing Dragonfire City and will face the onslaught of beast tides. Successfully defending for 12 hours will secure the city's establishment. Announcement: Player Zhan Shun. The 3 consecutive announcements reverberated throughout the Shunyun world. Zhao Yi gazed at the rising altar, a surge of excitement welling up within him. "Commander Zhao?" That soldier has returned, another reported after saluting. A contingent of players has just arrived, claiming to be from the Long family, wishing to assist us in defending the city. The mention of the Long family astonished Zhao Yi. He had only known that Fang Hong was temporarily residing with them, never realizing that such a close relationship had formed in such a short time. I will go greet them. The Long family was a renowned ancient martial arts clan, loyal to Huaxiao for generations, and Zhao Yi warmly welcomed their arrival. Outside the city gates, a neatly arranged contingent of 3,000 individuals stood ready, led by Long Tian. Tang Yin and Long Ting were among them. Long Ting lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingertips, stealing glances at Fang Hong. The events of the previous night felt like a dream, as she had become the beloved of her heart, yet she still felt a hint of shyness. Brother-in-law? Long Tian stared at Fang Hong for a moment before recognizing him, approaching with enthusiasm. Zhao Yi sized up the newcomers, finding them familiar, and exclaimed, "You are Long Tian, the young master of the Long family?" Chapter 66. The Beast Tide Approaches. Fang Hong looked behind Long Tian. The 3,000 ancient martial artists from the Long family were all melee classes, while Zhao Hongyi's reinforcements were predominantly ranged classes, creating a perfect complement. Now that everyone is gathered, you may discuss strategies, he instructed briefly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi and Long Tian huddled together to devise a plan for defending the city. As they spoke, Fang Hong established a connection with the Land of Death and summoned Anna and the others. Buzz. With a flash of light, over 600 fully armed elves and 2 colossal beasts appeared, astonishing everyone present. One was an ancient black turtle, and the other a pure white dragon. With their arrival, the morale of the defenders surged. Benefactor, Anna smiled as she approached Fang Hong, the ancient turtle taking human form and following closely behind her. What a familiar sky. Alice inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming wave of nostalgia. I have finally returned to the Tianhan continent. She looked up to the heavens, tears streaming down her cheeks, before bursting into joyous laughter. Her exuberant laughter startled the surrounding soldiers, causing them to retreat, casting her peculiar glances. Zhao Yi whispered, "Boss, who is this person? A madwoman." "Ignore her," Fang Hong replied brusquely. Alice vaguely heard Fang Hong's voice and turned to him, lifting her head with pride. "You must be Zhang Shun, yes? Are these soldiers gathered by you for me?" Fang Hong silently regarded her, disliking her tone. Initially, he had not intended to subdue this princess, but now an urge to conquer her ignited within him. "Old Xian," Fang Hong murmured, "can you handle that dragon? Once this matter is settled, I intend to fully conquer this woman." The ancient turtle scrutinized the white dragon deeply and replied, "Kid, her strength surpasses mine. However, I can employ poison." Taken aback, Fang Hong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, announcement, the first wave of beast tides is about to launch an attack. The sudden announcement sent the defenders into a state of alert. If they could withstand the beast tide today, they would be the first to establish a city, their fame echoing throughout Xinyun. Roar. The furious growls interrupted everyone's thoughts. In the distance, waterfalls splashed and shadows of trees swayed. As the first wave of beast tide approached, Fang Hong stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, where he spotted the charging monsters, a pack of level 40 shadow wolves. Zhao Yi exhaled in relief. With their strength, they could just barely contend with monsters below level 50. However, the sheer number of over 10,000 was still daunting. Fang Hong decided not to intervene for the time being, wishing to allow his allies to familiarize themselves with the warfare of the Xinyun world, preparing for future considerations. "Boss, I'm heading down," Zhao Yi shouted, brandishing the guardian shield as he sprinted to the front lines. Knights and warriors held their ground, assassins poised to strike, while priests tended to the wounded and ranged classes unleashed their volleys. The battle cries echoed beneath the city walls, every gaze resolute, and the atmosphere thick with the scent of bloodlust. Long Tian felt a surge of excitement and turned to the Long family members, shouting, "Everyone, follow me. Do not let the monsters breach our defenses." Thunderous roars shook the forest as the massive and fierce shadow wolves surged forward, a sea of black flowing like an unstoppable tide. The players observing from afar gasped in astonishment. Zhang He watched the scene unfold, feeling somewhat disappointed. After all, these were merely level 40 monsters, which the Zhang family could easily handle. "No need to rush. This is just the first wave," a young man beside Zhang He, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, remarked. His ID was Tang Zi, his true name. He was the eldest son of the Tang family, a level 55 flame swordsman. Although he had never graced the leaderboard, he had defeated both the 3rd and 4th ranked players, the Demon Emperor and Killer Brother, to serve the Tang family. Tang Zi had 2 objectives for being here: to prevent the establishment of Dragonfire City and to eliminate Zhang Shun, proving himself as the foremost expert in Xinyun. Zhang He regarded Tang Zi with a flicker of annoyance before forcing a smile. "Young Master Tang is correct. I am grateful for the Tang family's assistance today." Tang Zi cast a disdainful glance at him, saying, "We are merely collaborating to deal with Zhang Shun. Remember, do not involve us in matters unrelated to him in the future." "All right, I understand." Zhang He nodded repeatedly, responding with humility. The leaders of the surrounding factions were left astounded. What was the background of this Tang Zi that could render the Zhang family so subservient? Amidst the crowd, Qin Tian clicked his tongue. While others might be oblivious to the ancient martial clans, he was well aware, yet could only watch helplessly as the other party displayed their might before him. This was an entity that even the affluent Zhang family dared not provoke, let alone the Qin family. At that moment on the battlefield, the howls of wolves and the roars of battle echoed in unison as the beast tide clashed violently with the defenders. The shadow wolves moved with astonishing speed, nearly breaching the defenses. Fortunately, Zhao reacted swiftly, immediately commanding the soldiers to form a circular formation, barely withstanding the onslaught. Fang Hong stood atop the city wall, surveying the battlefield. Several members of the Dragon Hidden had sacrificed themselves. However, the Dragon clan led by Long Tian left a profound impression on him. Despite their average level being only 35, they withstood wave after wave of wolf pack assaults without a single casualty. The advantages of ancient martial artists in the early stages of the game were evident. On the city wall, countless archers and mages unleashed their skills, arrows and fireballs raining down upon the wolf pack. Priests and assassins were tightly encircled by melee classes, coordinating their efforts. Time ticked away. An hour later, numerous Dragon Hidden warriors perished, manifesting as white light at the resurrection point in Longhua City, yet they unhesitatingly rejoined the fray. The number of shadow wolves had dwindled to just over 5,000. Meanwhile, from the direction of the waterfall in the forest came the roars of monsters. The second wave of the beast tide was about to arrive. In a secluded corner of the forest, the formidable inferno demon wolves gathered, exuding a terrifying aura, causing passing monsters to flee. Shall we intervene? From my perspective, these adventurers can barely handle 2 or 3 waves of beast tides, the succubus remarked, casually grooming her hair with a bewitching smile. Why rush? Let them suffer a bit. The blood-eyed demon ape yawned lazily, caught between sleep and wakefulness. Wait, is that old fellow on the city wall a Xiangui? A massive azure serpent coiled around a tree, gazing into the distance, incredulously asking. That shrinking turtle will never leave the land of death. The inferno demon wolf scoffed. With that, he leaped into the air, casting his gaze towards the city wall, only to widen his eyes in shock upon landing. It really is him. He intends to assist Zhanshan in resisting the beast tide? Could it be? The other beasts were equally perplexed, murmuring among themselves. The Xiangui caught a glimpse of the fleeting form of the inferno demon wolf, glanced in that direction, and then withdrew his gaze, choosing to ignore it. Chapter 67, Battle. Unleash your power. Announcement. The second wave of the beast tide is about to launch an attack. The announcement reverberated as countless monsters surged forth from the forest. The people atop the city wall were in a state of anxious disarray. The shadow wolves had yet to be dealt with. If 2 waves of monsters converged, the consequences would be dire. Master, it's the level 55 lion-tailed beast and the level 60 fire butterfly, Tang Yin shouted, recognizing the second wave of the beast tide. The first wave comprised 40 level monsters, while the second had jumped directly to levels 55 and 60. Moreover, the fire butterfly possessed the ability to fly and excelled in ranged attacks. They could circumvent the defenses, posing a threat to the ranged classes on the city wall, which the current players were ill-equipped to counter. Seeing this, Fang Hong promptly drew his staff. The second wave is already at level 60. It seems we need not intervene. A spectator player remarked with glee. Monsters of this caliber are simply beyond the capabilities of Zhan Shun and the Dragon Hidden Guild. None of the guilds present could accomplish that feat. Zhang, he coldly smiled, turning to issue commands. The moment the city falls, we charge in, seize the resurrection point, and drive them back to the novice village. He was resolute in his desire for vengeance, wanting Zhan Shun and Zhao to experience what it meant to be repaid in kind. Understood. Kill. Let us take down that Zhan Shun. I've long harbored disdain for him, always lingering on the leaderboard. The guild members under Zhang's banner were eager to act. The beast tide primarily targeted the defenders, and they felt no fear. Just then, a roar erupted as a massive, ferocious black dragon soared majestically from within the city. Fang Hong. In the crowd, Qin Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. The Dragon Rising Guild had disbanded because of him, and he had been humiliated multiple times. Today, he would exact his revenge. Other players also recognized the top-ranked pet of Zhan Shun, the Black Dragon. It was evident that Zhan Shun was about to make his move. Perched atop the back of the Black Dragon, Fang Hong wielded his staff, summoning torrents of fire from the heavens. Flames erupted upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Boom! The lion-tailed beasts and fire butterflies were engulfed in flames, their anguished wails echoing across the battlefield. In an instant, the battleground transformed into a hellish purgatory for monsters. One strike? Instantaneous annihilation? The onlooking players were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhan Shun has just ascended to the 3rd tier. How could the high magic-resistant fire butterfly fall to him in an instant? Zhang he found it utterly unacceptable. In the skies above, Fang Hong unleashed a barrage of area of effect skills, explosive flame, wind slash, Thunderstorm. Various minor skills flowed seamlessly as though there were no cooldowns. In less than 15 minutes, over 20,000 monsters were obliterated, unable to even reach the first line of defense. On the battlefield, the ground was littered with the corpses of monsters and abundant loot, leaving the onlooking players astonished. Zhang Shun was undoubtedly the rightful number one. Tang Zi stared blankly at the scene, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips, slowly loosening his beloved sword. He tightened his grip once more. It seemed that upon reaching the third tier, a significant enhancement of strength would be evident. He comforted himself internally, reigniting his fighting spirit. Once he ascended to the third tier, he would undoubtedly defeat Zhang Shun and elevate the name of the Tang family. Yet perhaps, Tang Zi turned his gaze toward the forest, which lay shrouded in darkness and silence. This was merely the second wave of the beast tide. He believed that no matter how powerful Zhang Shun was, he could not endure the forthcoming onslaught alone. Exceptional, high-quality equipment. A player suddenly shouted, pointing at an item on the ground that resembled the one worn by the guild leader. Surely, others are of fine quality too. Instantly, the eyes of the surrounding players sparkled with greed. Some, unable to resist temptation, stealthily approached the battlefield, hoping to steal the equipment. Boom. Whoosh. The thunderstorm and wind struck, and those two players were instantly transformed into white light. Fang Hong's icy voice resonated throughout the arena. Any player who trespasses onto the battlefield is an enemy of Zhang Shun. Die. His words reverberated through the forest, deterring the hidden assassin players. However, many players remained fixated on the fallen equipment, biding their time for the opportune moment. Fang Hong remained unfazed. He silently stood atop the back of the black dragon, Ace, soaring through the sky, preparing for the arrival of the third wave of the beast tide. Time passed. Another hour slipped away, and the shadow wolves were finally vanquished. The warriors had yet to catch their breath when the ground began to tremble slightly. They were coming. This time, it was the level 70 predator beasts, numbering in the thousands, accompanied by two level 100 4th-tier elite bosses, mutated predator beasts. It must be the work of the malevolent faction. Fang Hong felt an exhilarating rush. The talent Wrath of the Gods required the annihilation of 10 such bosses for an upgrade. Given the current trajectory, after the city defense battle, it was conceivable that his talent might seamlessly ascend to S rank, further reducing the cooldown time. Roar. The predatory beast charged forth with a deafening roar. Fang Hong raised his staff and unleashed a fire meteor, triggering a spell combo that transformed the ground below into an inferno. The cacophony of roars and screams filled the air, and even the formidable predatory beast could not withstand the onslaught of Fang Hong's magical assault, being dispatched in an instant. Defeated a level 70 predatory beast, gained 152 experience points. Plunder talent triggered, Constitution 3. Notifications continuously popped up. In just one wave of the beast tide, Fang Hong had plundered over 2,000 attribute points, along with a plethora of special attributes. Plunder talent triggered, Physical critical hit rate 1. Your physical critical hit rate has reached the maximum of 100. Further increases in attributes will convert into enhancements to physical critical damage. Fang Hong was elated. In his past life, no one had ever unlocked this effect. From this day forth, his physical attacks were destined to be critical hits. With the dual augmentation of the King of Strength and the Martial Mage talent, every strike wielded cataclysmic power. Moreover, by continually plundering this attribute, the critical damage would only grow more potent. Soon, Fang Hong single-handedly vanquished the third wave of the beast tide, leaving a carpet of corpses and exquisite equipment strewn about. Zhao Yi, stop dawdling, clear the battlefield. Fang Hong called out to the distance. Zhao Yi snapped back to reality, swallowed hard, and silently gave Fang Hong a thumbs up. Fang Hong's prowess had transcended the very concept of strength. He was nothing short of a monster. Under Zhao Yi's command, the group eagerly began to clear the battlefield, collecting the fallen items. They even harvested useful materials from the monster carcasses, piling the useless remains into a long wall of corpses. Onlookers watched in astonishment. Every time they saw someone pick up a piece of equipment, their hearts lurched, as if those items rightfully belonged to them. On the city wall, Anna turned to the tortoise and asked, "Do you still doubt that my benefactor is the prophesied savior?" The tortoise pondered for a moment, equally astonished by Fang Hong's strength. Yet he shook his head. "I have said it before, he is not from the Tianan continent." "You are obstinate," Anna retorted angrily, her intuition insisting that Fang Hong was indeed the one. The tortoise remained silent, gazing at the elongated figure above the black dragon in the sky. In truth, he too felt a flicker of doubt. If this young man were truly the prophesied savior, his own arrogance would have hindered the growth that should have been rightfully his. Thus, he would become a sinner. Chapter 68. Ascension of All, upgrading the wrath of the gods. The battlefield was soon cleared, with the allure of equipment diminished. The onlookers quieted considerably. Roar. A series of howls erupted from the pitch-black, shadowy forest. The fourth wave of the beast tide approached. Fire spirits, level 80. Towering giants engulfed in flames, boasting high defense and health, proficient in fire-based magical attacks. Fang Hong's expression turned grave. If this continued, The next wave would surely feature 100 level 4th tier monsters. Should he overlook any monsters, not only would the dragon clan and the dragon family be at risk, but the elven race would also face peril. Ace, charge ahead. Fang Hong commanded, and the black dragon roared as it soared into the forest. The ground trembled violently, severely impeding the advance of the fire spirit army. Moments later, amidst a rain of fire, thunder and fierce winds howled, heralding the arrival of dragon flames. The fire spirits fell one by one, utterly outmatched. Young master, boss. Send a boss over. I wish to complete my promotion task. Zhao Yi messaged Fang Hong. He finally understood why Fang Hong's companions advanced in levels so rapidly. In less than half a day, he had progressed from level 51 to level 60, triggering his promotion task. Ao Guang, brother-in-law, I want in too. Little Wildcat, master, I've reached level 60. Long Tian, part of Fang Hong's team, soared through levels like a rocket, climbing over 20 levels in no time. Fang Hong glanced at the chat window and instructed, Ace, lure 3 fire spirit giants to the city gate. Do not slay them. Allow Tang Yin to deliver the final blow. With that, he leaped from the black dragon and plunged into the midst of the fire spirit army. A mage engaging in close combat with a beast tide? Wasn't that courting death? An onlooker foresaw the demise of the Godslayer. Such terrifying damage meant the Godslayer must have maximized his build, rendering him unable to withstand the fire spirit's assault. There were more than 3,000 fire spirits outside the forest. Yet soon, Fang Hong's actions silenced their doubts. He was enveloped in a rocky armor. The fire spirit's attacks could not even breach his defenses. 1-1-1. Once again, the fire spirit army was systematically annihilated by Fang Hong alone. The spectators shifted from initial shock to numbness, even losing interest in the scattered items on the ground. Was this still human? At the city gate, you two big men. Haven't you eaten enough? Put in some effort. The black dragon roared, strenuously grappling with 3 fire spirit giants. Ace found it easy to deal with the fire spirit giants. The challenge lay in not killing them amidst their attacks. Zhao Yi exchanged a glance with Long Tian. Their eyes filled with disdain. This black dragon was utterly shameless. Tang Yin's attacks were weak as well, yet the black dragon dared not complain, wearing a fawning expression. They've been served to you on a platter, and you still don't know how to chew? Even a newborn dragon is mightier than you two. Ace's words grew increasingly caustic, as his health steadily dwindled. Shadow Dance. Tang Yin activated her skill, 3 beams of cold light flashing. 17, 20, 19. Even bolstered by Long Ting, her damage paled before the level 85 boss. Zhao Commander, give it your all. We believe in you. You can do it. The warriors of the Dragon Clan cheered from the sidelines. Zhao Yi felt immensely awkward. His damage output was even less than Tang Yin's. Long Ting listened in a daze, then tilted her head in confusion. Why don't we all join forces and let them deliver the final blow to the boss? Indeed, that makes sense. Let us hurry. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Clan warriors suddenly understood. They exchanged glances with their commander, recognizing the icy glare in his eyes. Thinking, it's over, we're going to be dragged off for training again. After 10 minutes of fierce combat, the 3 fire spirit giants finally fell. My goodness, the boss must have an SSS level talent. He can dispatch monsters with a mere flick of his wrist, while it takes me ages to even scratch their health. Zhao Yi gasped, panting heavily. Long Tian chuckled. You've called me brother-in-law, so it's only natural I'm not as strong as him. He then pulled Zhao Yi closer and whispered, you should know, even in reality, I'm no match for him. What? Zhao Yi was once again taken aback. A terrestrial ancient martial artist was no match for Fang Hong. What identity did the boss truly possess? In the distance, the battlefield raged on. Fang Hong has encountered the 5th wave of the beast tide. Yet, contrary to his expectations of level 100 monsters, he faces level 90 water demons. Their appearances resemble creatures of the sea, with slimy, writhing tentacles. Fang Hong furrows his brow. The water demons belong to the sea kin, possessing formidable racial traits akin to the ghost clan, granting them substantial resistance to magical damage. Furthermore, their numbers exceed 10,000, far surpassing the fire spirits. Fang Hong's fire meteor and earthquake spells cannot obliterate them in a single strike, compelling him to retreat step by step. Ace. He wishes to conceal his second class as an assassin for now and decides to summon the Black Dragon for assistance. Ace arrives promptly. Fang Hong commands. Engage the monsters from behind, but leave the kills for me. I will first deal with the boss. Once he defeats this wave's boss, the wrath of the gods will escalate once more. A bizarre cry erupts as a water demon matriarch lunges at Fang Hong, its tentacles dripping with purple slime, laden with venomous toxicity. Unfazed, Fang Hong triggers a spell combo, launching 2 thunderballs that collide with a resounding boom. Boom, boom. 34, 811. 34, 811. Terrifying damage numbers manifest, also triggering a magical critical hit. The water demon matriarch, a level 100 elite boss, possesses a mere 60,000 health points and is instantaneously vanquished, dissolving into a puddle of muck. You have slain the level 100 elite boss water demon matriarch, earning 696 experience points. Plunder talent activated. Constitution 20, Strength 10, Attack Speed 2. The battle, however, is far from over. The Black Dragon Ace successfully stalls the advance of the Water Demon Horde. Fang Hong brandishes his staff, effortlessly dispatching the remaining 3 Water Demon Matriarchs. You have successfully killed 10 level 4 elite bosses, upgrading the Wrath of the Gods talent to S rank, reducing skill cooldowns by 70. Next upgrade requirement: slay 20 level 5 Lord class bosses or above to elevate to SS rank. The notification flashes briefly. From this point onward, Fang Hong's area skills will cool down in nearly 3 seconds, while minor skills will refresh in under 1 second. As long as his mana is sufficient, he can maintain seamless output. His attributes have also surpassed 6,000 points once he ascends to level 4 and unlocks powerful skills. Even a level 200 Lord class boss will not pose a challenge to him. The SS rank Wrath of the Gods is imminent. At this moment, the number of onlooking players has noticeably dwindled. Many players, having witnessed the might of the Godslayer, feel inadequate and leave sheepishly. Isn't the Godslayer a tad too powerful? I heard that he and young master annihilated the Imperial City. It seems to be true. Shush, you fool. Do you not see the Zhang family over there? Players whisper amongst themselves. Zhang He, of course, overhears the murmurs surrounding him. His expression darkens, green with envy as he glares at the Godslayer on the battlefield. This fellow is simply terrifying. The kingdom of Goryo lacks any comparable expert. Zhang He hopes the next beast tide will be even stronger, powerful enough to eliminate the Godslayer, allowing him to exploit the situation for his own gain. If he cannot manipulate the Godslayer, he must eliminate him. Regardless, he will not allow the Godslayer to establish a city. The first player city in the world of Divine Fall must belong to the great Goryo nation. Chapter 69, Level 4 Beast Tide, The Evil Camp Attacks. Just as Fang Hong finishes off the last few water demons, the ground begins to tremble once more. The next wave of beasts descends without granting the defenders of the city a moment's respite. Roar. The cries of monsters echo through the forest, a deafening crescendo. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, trees topple, transforming into countless massive shadows surging from the forest, relentlessly charging toward Dragonfire City. Fang Hong's expression turns grave. This beast tide arrives with urgency and an even greater scale. Level 110 Crystal Wolves, Level 120 Polar Scorpions, Level 130 Flame Tigers, and Level 150 Mountain Bears. All are Level 4 beasts. Their numbers are staggering, reaching as high as 50,000. A terrifying aura emerges with the black tide, sweeping forth. Fang Hong cannot single-handedly intercept them all. He glances at the forest and bellows. Are you not going to make a move? Hidden within the forest are hundreds of powerful beings, including the infernal magic wolves and a few formidable beings of other races. The handsome young man begins to grow anxious. It is time to take action. The succubus smiles alluringly, her red gown flowing as she strides toward Dragonfire City. Among humans, I admire few. But this lad is one of them. If he continues to grow, even we might struggle to overcome him. The assembly of fierce beasts nods in agreement and joins the fray alongside the blood-eyed demon ape. The infernal magic wolves emerge from the opposite side of the forest. Behind them walk dozens of humanoid beings of various appearances, one of whom has even reached the pinnacle of level 6. The battlefield's dynamics shift instantaneously. Fang Hong's reinforcements exude an overwhelming and terrifying presence, causing many of the beasts at the forefront to tremble in fear. Trampled into pulp by their unwitting kin from behind. Kid, this will be our last assistance. Take care of yourself. The infernal magic wolf shouts up at Fang Hong. Immediately after, it howls at the sky and tears apart a crystal wolf. Although both are wolves, the infernal magic wolf belongs to the beast clan of the Tianan continent, while the crystal wolf is a monster under the celestial banner, an invader, the nemesis of the beast clan. Fang Hong hears his words, but does not respond. These powerful allies are invaluable in the early stages. He does not wish to see them depart. Roar. The battlefield reverberates with the roars of wild beasts and cries of agony. Faced with such terrifying feral beings and other races, the monsters have no chance of victory. Fang Hong and his reinforcements launch an assault, consuming mana restoration potions while casting spells. Fire meteor, earthquake, wind slash, all unleashed in succession, as notifications continuously refresh. Fang Hong's base attributes soar, and hidden attributes gradually increase. After this battle, he feels confident in his ability to slay level 5 Lord-class bosses. How can this be? In the distance, Zhang He watches in disbelief, his voice filled with venomous hatred. They were so close to annihilating Dragonfire City. Yet those feral beasts and other races seem to be the ones responsible for destroying the Imperial City. Zhang He grinds his teeth in fury but dares not act recklessly. Young Master Zhang, while they are engaged with the monsters, shall we advance on the altar? One subordinate suggests. Zhang He glares fiercely at the subordinate, causing him to shrink back, instinctively taking a step back. He too desires to attack the city. However, the Godslayer has not yet found himself in dire straits. A rash action would be tantamount to suicide. The onlooking players are equally astonished. It is utterly unexpected that someone could withstand a level 4 beast tide. This battle seems destined for the Godslayer's victory, As soon as the 12 hours elapse, Dragonfire City will be established. Once the beast tide recedes, no one will stand a chance against the Godslayer. All factions watch the battlefield with resentment, fear, and curiosity. This night, I fear that the illustrious name of the Godslayer shall once again reverberate throughout the entirety of the fallen god realm. Upon the city walls, the dragon-hidden warriors gazed in astonishment. After the Shadow Wolves, they had not lifted a finger, as no monstrous foe dared approach the walls. Are you not going to assist? Anna inquired of the Shin Turtle. There is no rush. They are capable of handling it, the Shin Turtle replied. Though his gaze was fixed intently upon the depths of the forest, his expression grave. He sensed an aura akin to that of a pinnacle 6th tier. An epic-level hellish demon wolf, exuding formidable power. At midnight, the battle against the beast tide was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently as a horde of terrifying creatures surged forth from the forest, all of them bosses of considerable might, rivaling the hellish demon wolves in strength. As expected, the Shin Turtle murmured to himself, turning to Alice, "Your Highness, it is time for me and the White Jiao to take action." Alice gently patted her guardian beast and whispered, "Ida, this city is the hope for the resurgence of the Twilight Empire. It must not fall." In the next moment, the White Jiao unleashed a resounding dragon roar and plunged into the fray, targeting the approaching monstrosities. Boom! The sweeping tail of the Jiao toppled several beasts with ease, her prowess beyond reproach. The Shin Turtle, not to be outdone, transformed into his true form and summoned a colossal wave that crashed down upon the battlefield. Instantly, the roar of the waves echoed mightily. Following the tumultuous rush of water, the drenched monsters gradually became encrusted in a layer of frost, their movements becoming sluggish. Fang Hong looked down from above, relieved that, on this night, the Dragonfire City was under the watchful eyes of the Shin Turtle and the White Jiao. Otherwise, even if they managed to fend off this wave of monsters, the hellish demon wolves and their kin would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. This should be coming to an end soon, Fang Hong mused, observing the group of bosses before him, all of whom were epic-level beings of the 4th tier or higher, with some even being formidable 6th tier entities. Should he manage to slay them, he might seize new skills and talents. His eyes gleamed with determination as his magical energy surged wildly, unleashing a flurry of spells to mercilessly decimate the monsters below. Ding! At that moment, Zhao also sent a message. "Young master, boss, something is amiss. Demons and NPCs have appeared in the plains to the east of the city." Fang Hong's expression turned grave, his brows furrowing. The unfolding situation was entirely unexpected. The forces of evil were actually making a move. He signaled for Ace to ascend higher and survey the distance. Before him, 2 distant teleportation circles continuously spewed forth enemies, each gathering into a formidable force of over 10,000. Dark humans and demon cavalry. Fang Hong was not surprised by the emergence of the demon race. Rather, he was alarmed that the forces of evil had blatantly violated the rules to personally intervene and thwart players from establishing their city. This could only be the elite forces from the nearby level 2 city, Silverfrost City. Impatient, are we? Fang Hong scoffed. First, the guards from Silver City. And now Silverfrost City had dispatched their troops. The forces of evil seemed undeterred, intent on halting Fang Hong's city-building endeavor. In comparison to the troops from Silverfrost City, the threat posed by the demon race was evidently greater. They boasted 10,000 3rd-tier demon cavalry, dozens of 4th-tier demon guardians, and a 5th-tier demon baron, a lord-level boss. Fang Hong scanned the battlefield, noting that the Shin Turtle and his allies were engaged in combat with the monsters and could not break free. At this moment, he was the only one capable of stopping the demon army. Chapter 70. The Onset of Chaos. The intentions of the demon race. Fang Hong rode atop the black dragon to the parapet of the city walls, calling out, "Anna, lead the elves to defend against the forces from Silverfrost City. We must hold the city gates." "Rest assured, benefactor," Anna confidently replied, leading over 600 elves to guard the eastern wall. "Ace, go assist them," Fang Hong instructed, patting the black dragon before leaping down. The elves were formidable, all at level 103rd tier, their strength comparable to that of a leader-level boss of the same tier. However, their numbers were limited, making it a daunting task to withstand an army of 10,000. "Master, be cautious," Ace warned, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky to support the eastern wall. Fang Hong also sent messages to Zhao and Long Tian. "Godslayer, stay vigilant. Players may seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. You are to guard the altar." "Young master, don't worry, boss. Leave it to me," Long Tian confidently replied to Fang Hong. Having just advanced to the 3rd tier, his strength significantly enhanced. Although he could not contend with those fearsome monsters, leading the Long family against players posed no issue. With all arrangements in place, Fang Hong charged toward the eastern plains. The demon cavalry were not to be feared. The true threat lay in the 4th-tier epic boss demon guardians and the 5th-tier lord-level boss demon baron, bolstered by the life-sharing and savior talents. As long as he was not instantaneously killed twice in succession, Fang Hong would be an invincible presence on the battlefield. The night deepened. The cries of battle echoed throughout Dragonfire City, and chaotic street fighting raged fiercely. Every individual was resolute in their commitment to defend the altar and protect the city. In the distance, Tang Zi coldly observed the scene. The terrifying beasts, the powerful elves, and that notorious killer, the God-Slayer, were all preoccupied. Now, only Zhao led the players to guard the altar. This was an opportune moment. Tang Zi exchanged a glance with Zhang He, both nodding in silent agreement. Silence. Zhang He bellowed. He ascended to a height, surveying the crowd as he proclaimed, I am Zhang He, the next heir of the Zhang family from Goryeo. The surrounding players initially regarded him with disdain, but fell silent upon hearing his introduction, their expressions shifting to jealousy, admiration, and astonishment. It was well known that Goryeo was a nation controlled by financial magnates. The position of the Zhang family loomed like an insurmountable mountain for ordinary individuals, wielding the power to influence the world in a significant manner. Pleased with the audience's reaction, Zhang He commenced his speech. I am acquainted with the young master of the Dragon Hidden Guild, an arrogant individual, and the God-Slayer, as you have witnessed, is a cold-blooded butcher. Should these two establish the first city, the future of fallen God will undoubtedly be bleak. For the sake of the city we envision, one of freedom and democracy, now is the perfect opportunity to overthrow them. The crowd exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. No one wished to become a mere pawn. Observing the lack of response, Zhang He furrowed his brow and sweetened the deal. You have all seen the equipment available today. Should we succeed, the spoils will be shared equally. Furthermore, every participant in this endeavor will receive an additional 10 gold coins. At this, the players' interest was piqued, their eyes lighting up. 10 gold coins, at today's exchange rate, amounted to 200,000, a substantial sum indeed. There were still 50,000 players remaining. If everyone were to participate, the Zhang family would owe a staggering 1 billion. Yet, what truly captivated them were the high-quality equipment drops, all of 3rd and 4th tiers, each worth far more than 10 gold coins. Defeat the God-Slayer, establish a free city. Defeat the God-Slayer, establish a free city. Some began to chant slogans, quickly garnering a chorus of support. Before the command could even be heard, a legion of 10,000 players, driven by insatiable greed, surged toward the city of Dragonfire. Fearless of the mortal peril that lay ahead, they believed that securing a set of exquisite-grade equipment or higher would ensure their survival, illuminating their future with boundless promise. Zhang He observed this scene with a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He reveled in the sensation of manipulating the hearts of men like a puppeteer. To him, these players were mere cannon fodder. The true trump cards lay within the guilds under the banners of the Zhang and Tang families. Casting a glance at the 20,000 players behind him, Zhang He commanded in a chilling tone, Tonight's mission is straightforward. At any cost, obliterate this city. The first to breach the defenses and the first to destroy the altar shall be adopted as a son of the Zhang family, basking in endless wealth and glory. Upon hearing his words, the players descended into madness. Tang Zi turned to his trusted confidant and declared earnestly, if anyone claims the first position, the gates of the Tang family shall be thrown wide open for you. Rest assured, young master, we shall seize Dragonfire City. With a thunderous roar, Tu Ge led his guild members into the fray. Wealth and glory were within their grasp tonight. Follow me. The demon monarch, refusing to be outdone, rallied his followers to follow in Tu Ge's footsteps. The battlefield of Dragonfire City was swiftly engulfed in chaos. Zhang He watched from a distance, his expression dark and foreboding. This was merely the first step of his vengeance. He was resolute in making Zhang Shun and Zhao Yi regret ever provoking the Zhang family, regret ever stepping foot into the world of divine fall. Humph. Tang Zi scoffed disdainfully. Initially, he aimed to vanquish Zhang Shun, but after witnessing the latter's terrifying prowess, he swiftly abandoned that notion. However, he spotted a figure atop the city walls, the heir of the Long family, Long Tian. The Tang and Long families had a long-standing enmity, with recent conflicts becoming increasingly frequent and bloody. Defeating Long Tian amidst the divine fall seemed like a commendable choice. Zhang He, do not forget the promises of the Zhang family. Tang Zi unsheathed his sword, its blade gleaming with a frigid light, humming as it sliced through the air. He soared into the battlefield, heading straight for Long Tian. Meanwhile, on the eastern plains of the city, Fang Hong had vanquished the invading demon cavalry, leaving behind only a few demon guardians and Baron Mal adventurer. You are formidable. Would you consider joining forces with us? Baron Mal regarded Fang Hong with a glimmer of admiration, showing no inclination to engage in combat. Join forces? Fang Hong surveyed the battlefield strewn with the corpses of cavalry, calmly inquiring, having slain so many of your subordinates, do you still wish to ally with me? Baron Mal scoffed, those weaklings deserve their fate. The demon race reveres strength. I respect you and am willing to offer you a portion of the Dark Forest's territory, but the Dark City must be returned to the demon race. In return, we shall assist you in establishing another level 3 city. Fang Hong fixed his gaze upon him, sensing the sincerity in his proposition. The demon race indeed held considerable sway in the Dark Forest, though their territory was hardly prime real estate. Fang Hong had little interest in the offer. Yet curiosity piqued within him. Why do you desire the Dark City? Baron Mal smiled as he replied, "The Dark City was once established by a demon king. It holds special significance for our race, and we do not wish it to fall into the hands of outsiders." The Demon King? The treasures of the Demon King. Fang Hong suddenly recalled something. The demon guardian George had previously mentioned the Demon King. After thoroughly searching the city with no results, it was evident from Baron Mal's demeanor that the treasures of the Demon King must still be concealed within. Chapter 71. Fierce Battle Against the Demon Race. I have no interest in your proposal. From this day forth, this city shall be known as Dragonfire City, Fang Hong proclaimed as he raised his staff. Baron Mal, incensed, coldly commanded, "Let us engage in battle. Kill him." 15 demon guardians charged toward Fang Hong in unison. They were all level 100, 4th-tier epic bosses, far superior to George. Yet Fang Hong was not the same as before. Meteor fire. A torrential rain of fire descended, transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. The damage numbers flickered: 7201, 14413, 14,429. Yet the demon guardians boasted a staggering 180,000 health points. In an instant, they surged forth from the flames, dark magic swirling as they launched their attack. Fang Hong swiftly retreated, wielding his staff as a barrage of magical assaults erupted in the air. Wind slash, thunderstorm, explosive flame, dark orb, 12,903, 25,814. The spells triggered consecutively, obliterating one demon guardian in a heartbeat. Dark magic? Baron Mal stared at Fang Hong in astonishment. Dark magic could only be wielded by the dark races and the forces of evil. How could a human have learned it? Swish. Several dark orbs flew toward Fang Hong, only for a water mist clone to materialize out of thin air, shielding him. As 3 dark orbs struck, they instantly obliterated over 70,000 health points of the clone. The remaining 5 dark orbs hurtled toward Fang Hong's face. Earth elementals surged around him, forming rocky armor to shield his body. Boom. The orbs exploded. Dark energy rampaging through the air, shattering the rocky armor in an instant. The last 3 dark orbs struck Fang Hong. 23005, 22986, 23013. Fang Hong's health plummeted to a mere 90,000 points, prompting him to swiftly consume a high-grade health recovery potion. The damage from the 4th-tier epic bosses was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Baron Mal's arrogance prevented him from directly joining the fray. Otherwise, he would have been in peril. Die. Meteor fire and earthquake unleashed simultaneously. Following that, Fang Hong's countless magical attacks whistled through the air, targeting the demon guardian with the least health. Boom. Whoosh. 12911, 25,806. That demon guardian fell lifelessly to the ground. You have slain a level 100, 4th-tier epic boss demon guardian, earning 2,544 experience points. Plunder talent activated. Intelligence 100, skill points 10, magic critical hit 1. The notifications flashed by. Fang Hong had no time to examine the loot, narrowly dodging enemy attacks. This time, it was not a dark orb but a mid-level dark skill, annihilation. A small black hole appeared before him, its immense gravitational pull drawing him in. His health began to plummet rapidly. Life sharing. In the next moment, a surge of green light enveloped Fang Hong, instantly restoring his health to full. Oh, he possesses such immense life energy. Baron Mal scrutinized Fang Hong, intrigued by his sudden recovery. This adventurer undoubtedly harbored secrets. Fang Hong grew increasingly cautious, unwilling to overlook any detail. The Savior talent had a 1-day cooldown, and being a talent, the cooldown reduction of Divine Fury did not apply to it. The life energy of the Tree of Life was not limitless. Nevertheless, under the watchful gaze of Baron Mal, he could not reveal his trump card. If he were to use his assassin skills, before him stood the Demon Guardian, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Yet he sought to catch the Demon Baron off guard. Adventurer, my proposition remains valid. Although perishing here does not signify true death, it will undoubtedly affect your strength. Baron Mal urged from the sidelines. Fang Hong paid him no heed, intensifying his onslaught. Defeated the level 100, 4th-tier epic boss, Demon Guardian, earning 2,544 experience points. Plundering talent triggered, strength 100, constitution 100, skill points 10. Another Demon Guardian had fallen. Fang Hong faced immense pressure, daring not to relax even for a moment. He commenced using Wind Slash to disrupt the enemy's spellcasting. Although the speed of their demise slowed, safety was assured. Quite adeptly done, the Demon Baron nodded. His gaze filled with approval. Defeated the level 100, 4th-tier epic boss, Demon Guardian, earning 2,544 experience points. Plundering talent triggered, agility 100, strength 100, magic critical 1. At last, the final Demon Guardian succumbed. Throughout the ordeal, Fang Hong's health fluctuated dramatically. Thanks to life sharing, he was repeatedly pulled back from the brink of death. Yet he failed to acquire any talents or skills. Taking a deep breath, Fang Hong focused his attention on the Demon Baron. Now it is your turn, he declared solemnly, his left hand gripping his staff tightly. A dagger stealthily slipped from his sleeve into his right hand. Baron Mal sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Adventurer, if I am not mistaken, you possess some form of life talent. As long as you are not slain in a single blow, your vitality can quickly replenish. However, my strength is far beyond your capacity to withstand. With his words, a profound dark energy swirled around him, heralding the onset of obliteration. Fang Hong narrowed his eyes, launching a massive fireball. Boom. 5750. The fireball struck true, interrupting Baron Mal's actions, yet the damage was negligible. For a 5th-tier lord with 300,000 health points, it hardly mattered. Baron Mal remained unperturbed, producing a black spear, fixing his gaze upon Fang Hong. To be a 3rd-tier mage, and yet perceive obliteration. You indeed harbor secrets. But physical attacks cannot be interrupted. My next strike will annihilate you. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow. A glimmer of cold light aimed directly at Fang Hong's heart. Die! Baron Mal roared, filled with confidence in his assault. A faint smile crept upon Fang Hong's lips. A water mist doppelganger appeared before him, pierced by the spear, slowly dissipating. In the next moment, death spiral. Fang Hong's figure became a blur. Multiple beams of cold light enveloping the demon baron, the sound of slicing wind howling in the air. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, blood erupted forth. Bolstered by 2 physical talents and critical strikes, Fang Hong's skill damage reached a terrifying magnitude. 8,444. 8,469. 10 crimson numbers flashed. Baron Mal instantly lost over 80,000 health points. Fear etched upon his face, as if he had caught a whiff of death. This is impossible. He retreated incessantly, incredulously gazing at Fang Hong. You are not a mage. You are an assassin. Fang Hong coldly chuckled, unresponsive, activating Shadow Strike. Despicable scoundrel. Baron Mal cursed. Dark energy swirling around him, forming a dark shield. Crack. In an instant, the dark shield shattered, the dagger slicing through. 42,345. Another critical strike. Even though the dark shield absorbed a significant portion of the damage, Fang Hong still managed to inflict 40,000 points of health loss. Baron Mal was thoroughly panicked, exclaiming, Adventurer, I can grant you the Dark City, and even bestow upon you a level 2 city. Not interested. Assassinate. Fatal strike. Fang Hong bellowed, the icy light piercing directly into the demon baron's body. 85,102. 85,113. Baron Mal cried out in agony, terror flashing across his visage as he turned to flee. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. Fang Hong's speed was astonishingly swift, appearing behind him in an instant, unleashing death spiral once more. Die! The cold voice of death echoed. Numerous slashes appeared upon the demon baron's form, blood gushing forth, damage numbers flashing incessantly. 39,532. 1. Chapter 72. SSS Talent. Blessing of the Great Mage. What is happening? Fang Hong stared at his foe enveloped in purple light, sensing an immense threat. The anticipated scene of the demon baroness' demise did not materialize. A purple halo surrounded him, a constant humming resonating, as powerful magical energy surged wildly. Ding! Demon Baron Mal, Lord-level boss, evolving. Fang Hong's expression shifted. Evolution in monsters and NPCs typically occurs during class ascension, yet the demon baron was only level 200. Far from the 500 level threshold for 6th tier ascension. If he succeeded, he would become an epic level boss, his combat power at least doubling. He must not be allowed to complete his evolution. Fang Hong resolved, his dagger slicing through the air relentlessly, the cold light flashing rapidly. Clang. 1. The crisp sound of impact rang out. Each of Fang Hong's strikes inflicted a mere 1 point of forced damage, while the demon baron still retained 2,706 health points. With an attack speed of 3 strikes per second, compounded by 6 mage skills, it would take approximately 10 minutes to bring him down. Bathed in purple light, Baron Mal opened his eyes, a mixture of astonishment and delight adorning his face. Adventurer, cease your futile efforts. However, I am grateful to you for pushing me to the brink of collapse, awakening the bloodline of the demon race within me. Fang Hong ignored him, relentlessly wielding his dagger. Unleashing skills without mercy. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Baron Mal observed the rapid decline of his health with growing anxiety, fully attuned to the bloodline within him, striving to hasten the evolution process. 7 minutes. 9 minutes. You. Seeking death. Baron Mal roared. His health had plummeted below 100 points, unable to sustain his evolution. If only I had a bit more health. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, the purple light shattering, instantly propelling Fang Hong backward. Baron Mal abruptly halted his evolution. He coughed up blood, his complexion ashen, eyes brimming with resentment and fury. Dare to thwart my ambitions. I shall rend you to pieces. The spear swept forth, a terrifying dark energy swirling around it, causing the air to ripple ominously. Whoosh. The spear tip pierced through Fang Hong's form. 149999. The horrifying damage number materialized. Savior talent triggered. You have 1 point of health remaining. Entering invincible state for 3 seconds. Life sharing triggered. Your health has been fully restored. A notification suddenly rang out. Fang Hong felt momentarily dazed, but swiftly regained his composure, retreating at great speed. He was still alive? Baron Mal was utterly astonished, glaring furiously at Fang Hong. Adventurer, how many secrets do you harbor? Fang Hong, disinterested in idle chatter, waved his staff, summoning a tempest of lightning. Boom. 61,419. The thunderous roar resonated as a terrifying damage figure flashed before his eyes. Fang Hong was somewhat taken aback. His magical damage should not have been sufficient to breach the defenses of a 5th-tier epic boss. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. The weakened state. Due to the forced interruption of the evolution process, the Demon Baron had suffered a backlash from his own bloodline, resulting in all his resistances being reduced to a mere point. Indeed, you have failed your evolution. Fang Hong's confidence surged as he swiftly distanced himself and unleashed a barrage of magical skills. 30724, 61,401. A multitude of damage figures emerged. The Demon Baron's health had plummeted to 500,000, yet he could still not withstand Fang Hong's relentless assault. If you have the audacity, do not evade. Are you not an assassin? Baron Mal seethed with rage. Each time he attempted to cast dark magic, he was interrupted. The only threat to Fang Hong lay in melee attacks. However, with Fang Hong's incredibly high agility, compounded by the slowing effects of the earthquake, the Baron could not even catch a glimpse of him. At this rate, he would inevitably be kite to his demise. Flee. Suddenly, a thought struck Baron Mal's mind. He feigned a charge toward Fang Hong. Upon seeing Fang Hong retreat, he swiftly turned to escape towards the teleportation array. Fang Hong was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that a 5th-tier epic boss would resort to fleeing. You cannot escape. He resolutely pursued, unleashing his skills without hesitation. Drawing upon his knowledge of the teleportation array from his previous life, Fang Hong immediately identified the core and unleashed a lightning orb to obliterate it. Panic-stricken, Baron Mal turned, pleading, "Adventurer, spare me, and I shall reveal the secret of the Demon King's treasure." Fang Hong let out a cold laugh, attacking mercilessly while mocking. Do you think I am unaware? That treasure lies within the City of Darkness. Once the city is constructed, it shall be mine. The Demon Baron was taken aback. How do you know? It seemed his guess had been accurate. Struggling to contain his amusement, Fang Hong had initially intended to bluff. Yet he had inadvertently confirmed his suspicions with such ease. Boom. A series of spells triggered multiple times, a deluge of magical attacks rained down like a tempest. No. Baron Mal let out an unwilling roar as his health hit zero, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. You have slain the 200-level epic boss, Demon Baron, half-demon, gaining 12,992 experience points. The Plunder talent has been triggered. You have acquired the SSS level talent, Blessing of the Great Mage. Blessing of the Great Mage, SSS level, unique. All skills at level 1, ignoring tier restrictions. Your beginner skill Fire Burst has been upgraded to intermediate skill, Fire Dragon. Your beginner skill Wind Slash has been upgraded to intermediate skill, Wind Cannon. Your beginner skill Thunderstorm has been upgraded to intermediate skill, Thunder Serpent. A multitude of notifications flickered. Under the blessing of the Great Mage, all of Fang Hong's skills had advanced a tier, significantly enhancing his power. The SSS level talent, indeed formidable. Fang Hong gleefully examined his new skills. Now, the damage multiplier for single target skills had reached 220. Area skills had increased from 150 to 180. An earthquake had evolved into Earth's Fury, capable of stunning targets for 1 second, becoming a powerful crowd control skill. The battlefield of Dragonfire City. Tangzi. If your people dare to advance another step, I swear I will lead my forces to annihilate the Tang family. Old grudges and new grievances will be settled together. Long Tion's furious voice reverberated throughout the square. The beast-tide army was held at bay by Xian Gui and his comrades, posing no threat to the city. On the east wall, the elves and the Black Dragon Ace joined forces, suppressing the forces of Silver Frost City at the city gates. However, the warriors of Long Yin and the ancient martial artists of the Long family could not withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands of players. The West City Gate had fallen. Under Zhao Ye's command, everyone retreated to the Lord's mansion, desperately blocking the entrance, vowing to defend the altar of Dragonfire City with their lives. At that moment, ding. Captain Fang Hong has slain the 200-level epic boss, Demon Baron, half-demon. Team members gained 12,992 experience points. Zhao Yi was overjoyed, shouting, "Everyone, hold on. The Godslayer is returning."